Blue Star, Jiang Province. In a desolate and lifeless cave somewhere in the wilderness, no ferocious beasts had resided for a long time.
Where have I ended up? Is this still within the country?
A severely injured young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with confusion, shock, and puzzlement. Immediately, a flood of unfamiliar memory fragments surged into his mind like a tide, making his face even paler. This was a brand new world highly similar to Earth, yet fundamentally different. In this world called Blue Star, ferocious beasts roamed freely, and martial arts reigned supreme.
Li Luo quickly processed the memories, his expression full of shock. Could it be? I've traveled to this parallel world's Earth?
The body he transmigrated into not only had the same name but also looked exactly the same. Both parents were martial artists, but unfortunately, they died in a sudden and terrifying beast tide that swept through the entire city when he was still young. Afterward, the government, considering his parents' status as martial artists, granted him nearly 3 million in compensation.
This sum of money was enough for Li Luo to live a stable life.
But in order to take control of his own destiny and avoid the tragedy of his parents repeating, he embarked on the path of martial arts cultivation from a young age.
He longed to become the kind of supreme being who could shatter mountains with a punch and tread the void, vowing to kill all the ferocious beasts and avenge his parents. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. After choosing the path of a martial artist, the massive consumption of resources quickly exhausted the 3 million. In order to raise money to purchase cultivation resources, Li Luo had no choice but to venture into the wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts and join a relatively strong martial artist team, hoping for some gains. However, as soon as they entered, they were attacked by a mid-level beast general. The entire team was wiped out, with only Li Luo narrowly escaping and hiding in a cave. But his injuries were too severe, and in the end, his original self unwillingly perished. Now, the current Li Luo has transmigrated here. Collapse right from the start.
Feeling the waves of sharp pain from the wounds on his body, Li Luo was filled with despair.
Who wrote this script? Playing this hard? The wilderness area he was in now was at least over 100 kilometers away from the nearest human city. Seriously, did the original owner have no sense of their own strength? Why run so far, and now I have to clean up this mess?
Li Luo sat in the cave, looking utterly dejected, unable to comprehend why the original owner, merely a martial master level warrior, insisted on venturing into the wilderness where beast general level ferocious beasts roamed, and even going deeper.
The courage given by that martial spirit peak level captain?
That guy died the most miserably. As the strongest in the team, he was directly targeted by a beast general level ferocious beast. If he hadn't drawn attention, Li Luo would never have had the chance to drag his severely injured body into the cave. A distance of over 100 kilometers is not a difficult task for a martial artist at the peak of the martial master level. But now Li Luo is seriously injured, and the D-grade battle armor he is wearing is also in tatters. Even making it 10 kilometers out of the cave would be a challenge.
No, I absolutely can't sit here and wait for death. I just transmigrated here. I haven't lived enough yet.
Just as Li Luo was unwilling to give up and was racking his brains to find a way out.
Roar!
A sudden roar of a ferocious beast came from outside the cave, like rolling thunder, shaking the entire mountain forest.
What sound is that?
Li Luo was so startled that his whole body trembled, his heart pounding wildly. He struggled to get up and looked toward the cave entrance. In the dense forest in the distance, pairs of dark red eyes suddenly lit up, accompanied by the terrifying aura of a beast general level ferocious beast rushing toward them.
It's over, it's catching up.
Sensing the familiar aura, Li Luo immediately felt that things had taken a turn for the worse, filled with extreme tension. This beast general level ferocious beast was none other than the culprit that had just wiped out the entire warrior squad and caused the original body to die from severe injuries, the Dark Knight Thunderwolf, beast general of the mid-tier, equivalent to a martial lord level warrior. It led the beast tide, following the trail left by Li Luo all the way here.
Damn! Li Luo was instantly panic-stricken, his body trembling with fear.
The cave is sealed with no way out, and the Thunder Wolf of the Dark Knight is already blocking the entrance, ready to charge in and kill him at any moment. In his current state, forget about a mid-level beast general, even a random beast soldier level ferocious beast would be enough to take him down.
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and Li Luo shouted into the air. Hello, system bro, are you there? No response.
Li Luo, unwilling to give up, continued his final struggle, gripping the long knife made of D-grade material in his hand and softly calling out, "Hello, is anyone in there?"
The surroundings remained utterly silent, without a sound.
Li Luo dragged his weary body, struggling to explore the silent cave.
"Senior, are you in there?"
He hoped to find the golden finger that protects the protagonist at critical moments in novels, or a reclusive master, or even the remnant soul of a powerful being. But apart from a few piles of dried-up beast droppings, he found nothing.
No way, how can there be absolutely nothing? The stuff in novels is all lies.
Just as Li Luo was searching the cave and falling into complete despair, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
Ding, the auxiliary sign-in system has been successfully activated. Today's sign-in count has been refreshed. Would the host like to sign in immediately?
Really? It's really the system. This voice was like a beam of light in the darkness, instantly illuminating Li Luo's heart. A flash of ecstasy crossed his eyes, and he answered without hesitation, "System, sign in." Whether the crisis can be averted now depends entirely on the reward from this sign in. "Dear system, please give me strength. I'm counting on you this time." Li Luo silently chanted nervously in his heart. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Martial Saint level cultivation. Martial Saint? Li Luo's eyes widened in shock, and an indescribable surge of joy filled his heart. It's secured. As the system's voice fell, a terrifying energy erupted from within Li Luo, raging like a storm. It instantly swept through the entire cave, causing even the ferocious beasts in the wilderness to tremble. The surrounding space seemed to distort at this moment, and the compressed air emitted sharp, whistling sounds. This energy washed over him, and Li Luo's severely injured body quickly healed, leaving no trace of scars. His cultivation soared at an astonishing speed, leaping from martial master to martial spirit, martial lord, martial marquis, and finally stopping at the martial saint level. Ha ha ha, heaven always leaves a way out. Feeling the terrifying power within him and the aura of a martial saint emanating from his body, Li Luo laughed excitedly. The dilapidated cave suddenly shook violently. Li Luo's breakthrough to the martial saint level unleashed a terrifying aura, and the cave could no longer withstand this immense power, collapsing with a thunderous crash. This is going to collapse? Li Luo frowned slightly, his body trembling. That terrifying martial saint pressure spread wildly, directly crushing the falling boulders. The entire cave instantly turned into ruins. Even the surrounding century-old sturdy trees were shattered. Is this the power of a martial saint? Li Luo clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, and couldn't help but be amazed. At this moment, his perception became extraordinarily sharp, able to lock onto all targets within a 100-mile radius. His hearing was also extremely sharp. The sound of the wind, the chirping of insects, and even the breathing of wild beasts in the distance could not escape his ears. As for the menacing Dark Knight Thunder Wolf that had been tracking him by scent, when he broke through to the martial saint level just now, fear flashed in its eyes, and it immediately turned to lead the beast pack in a panic retreat. Trying to run? Li Luo let out a cold snort, determined not to let go of the little wolf that had caused the original body to suffer severe injuries and lose its life. Feeling the surging power within his body, Li Luo leaped lightly, soaring into the sky like a superhero from a movie. He was already a martial saint level powerhouse. Stepping on the void and taking off from the ground was nothing more than a piece of cake for him. Found you, he. His vision suddenly sharpened, instantly locking onto the Dark Knight Thunder Wolf that was fleeing at high speed through the dense forest. Li Luo's figure suddenly froze, and he abruptly swung a punch. The fist wind howled, the air seemed to be torn apart, and a large mass of white mist flashed by. Immediately following a loud boom, the mid-tier beast general level Dark Knight Thunder Wolf didn't even have a chance to react before it was blasted into oblivion, leaving no corpse behind. So this is my power. Li Luo gazed at the massive crater left in the distance, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. Now, it could be said that he had avenged the original self. Suspended in midair, Li Luo overlooked the desolate wilderness like a sovereign. Now, he was already a top-tier powerhouse in this beast-infested blue star world, capable of dominating an entire region. According to the newly added memories in his mind, the levels of martial artists, from lowest to highest, are martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial lord, martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial god. Each level is further divided into 4 minor stages: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. Across the entire blue star world, combining all countries, there are only a little over 200 martial saint level experts. As for martial god level experts, there are merely 10 in total. At first glance, this might seem like a lot, but when evenly distributed among the nations, it is truly pitiful. Just after crossing over, he became the top expert in the region. The corners of Li Luo's mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. He silently thought to himself, "System, what exactly can you help me with?" Ding! Auxiliary sign-in system activated. The host can sign in once daily, with the location freely chosen. Each sign-in provides random rewards, including level upgrades, divine weapons, martial techniques, cultivation methods, rare treasures, and various other resources. Alright, got it. After listening to the system's introduction, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Signing in every day, this treatment was simply amazing. And with no location restrictions, it was incredibly convenient. Ding! The host information panel has been refreshed. The system's voice echoed in his mind once again, and a translucent, futuristic light screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Name, Li Luo. Level, early stage martial saint. Punching power, 720,000 kilograms. Force exertion, 3.8 times. Cultivation method, grade D, iron bone body refining technique. Martial skills, grade C, shattering fist, advanced, basic blade technique, intermediate. Type, ordinary warrior. Both the cultivation method and martial techniques belong to the original body, with average levels and nothing rare about them. The comprehension levels of martial techniques are divided into 5 stages, beginning beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and perfection. The only striking feature on the panel is the 720,000 kilograms of punching power, which is practically comparable to a humanoid Gundam. When fully unleashed, the power can even reach 2,736,000 kilograms. Although he is currently only at the early stage of Martial Saint, the 3.8 times explosive force has already surpassed many seasoned early-stage Martial Saints. Awesome! After understanding his own situation, Li Luo moved his thoughts and closed the system panel. He prepared to leave the wilderness area and return to the human city. His figure flickered like an arrow leaving the bowstring, flying toward the military supply base 100 kilometers away. On the way, Li Luo was in an exceptionally cheerful mood, making no effort to conceal the aura of a Martial Saint-level powerhouse. Instead, he unleashed his oppressive might to the fullest. He soared freely above the wilderness. Suddenly, feeling a surge of excitement, he treated the trembling ferocious beasts below as targets to test his strength. Take this punch! Fists clenched tightly, they shot out like cannonballs with a sudden roar. Each punch was accompanied by a deafening boom, causing violent tremors in the surroundings. The ferocious beasts targeted by Li Luo were instantly killed, utterly unable to withstand the force of his punches from a distance. This display shook the entire wilderness area. Rocks crumbled, trees toppled, and the ground was riddled with deep craters left by his fists. Even the strongest few low-level Lord-class beasts in the depths trembled all over in fear. Who is this powerhouse, slaughtering beasts in the beginner's village? Both the beasts and the warriors in the wilderness area felt his presence. Against these sub-Lord-class beasts, Li Luo didn't even need to use martial techniques, just a casual punch was enough to kill them instantly. Boom, boom, boom. What is that noise? Have the ferocious beasts gone berserk? The troops stationed around the supply base were conducting routine patrols when they felt intense tremors coming from the wilderness area. The entire ground was shaking. Mistaking it for a beast outbreak, they immediately went into high alert. Heavy artillery on the base's walls was quickly set up, ready to fire. Amid the tense atmosphere, a powerful aura of a martial saint emanated from the wilderness area, instantly calming everyone. It was the oppressive presence of a human martial saint-level expert. Majestic and formidable, it inspired awe and fear. Look, there's someone in the sky. Wow! Being able to fly in the air means they're at least a martial king or above. This aura, it's sacred might. Unfortunately, I don't know which martial saint it is. The soldiers stationed at the base city walls felt this extraordinary aura and looked up to the sky, their eyes filled with excitement and reverence. The Great Sea Kingdom has only 41 martial saints, and today they were fortunate enough to witness one of them. How could they not be thrilled? In the distant sky, a figure rapidly approached. It was none other than Li Luo, clad in a tattered D-class battle armor, yet exuding the unparalleled might of a martial saint. His agile form streaked across the sky like lightning, flying from the wilderness toward the supply base. Here already? Li Luo looked ahead, and the massive supply base came into view. He hadn't expected his flying speed to be so astonishing, reaching his destination in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entire flight, he had never unleashed his full power. Suddenly becoming a martial saint-level powerhouse capable of soaring to the heavens and diving into the earth, Li Luo found it a bit difficult to adapt in such a short time. After adjusting his mindset, Li Luo dove straight down from high altitude. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, he landed steadily in the central plaza of the supply base. P.S. Ferocious Beast Level Classification. Beast Soldier Level, corresponding to Martial Disciple, Martial Artist, Martial Master. Beast General Level, corresponding to Martial Spirit, Martial Lord, Martial Marquis. Lord Level, corresponding to Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint. Beast King Level, corresponding to Martial God. Beast Emperor Level, above Martial God. The brackets indicate the level of ferocious beasts corresponding to human martial artists. Ferocious beasts from Beast Soldier Level to Lord Level are divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced, e.g., Advanced Beast General Level corresponds to Martial Marquis Level, without distinctions of early, mid, late, or peak stages. Beast King Level does have these, such as Early Beast King corresponding to Early Martial God. As Li Luo descended, a strong and intense aura of a martial saint instantly spread out, sweeping through the entire base like a raging storm. It made everyone involuntarily feel a deep sense of awe. The soldiers stationed here, as well as the martial artists preparing to enter the wilderness zone, all felt this aura. Martial Saint. What a terrifying aura. Is this the presence of a martial saint level expert? Which big shot has arrived? I just came out of the wilderness area, and now I get to witness the true form of a martial saint level expert. I'm so lucky. Sensing the aura belonging to a martial saint level expert, everyone, filled with curiosity and excitement, gathered at the central square where Li Luo had landed, eager to see which of the 41 saints of the Great Sea Kingdom had suddenly descended. Why has the martial saint come? The station chief of the supply base, Lin Yu, at the mid-stage of Martial King, sensed the intense martial saint aura emanating from Li Luo and quickly stepped out from inside the base, heading toward the central plaza in the direction of the aura. With a respectful and curious expression on his face, he secretly speculated speculated about the purpose of the martial saint's visit. When Lin Yu swiftly arrived at the plaza and saw the visitor, he was instantly stunned. This person was wearing a damaged D-class battle armor, his face covered in dust and exhaustion, yet he exuded the unmistakable aura of a martial saint. Who is he? It was the first time Lin Yu had seen a martial saint-level expert appear in such a state, and he couldn't hide the confusion in his eyes. To avoid the embarrassment of failing to recognize a martial saint, his mind raced quickly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall who this seemingly young yet somewhat disheveled martial saint might be. Unable to help but speculate inwardly, could it be the newly ascended martial saint? Yet he had never heard any related news. This martial saint, sir. Lin Yu stepped forward respectfully and asked, I am Lin Yu. May I know your esteemed name? Li Luo looked at Lin Yu and, through his epaulette, discerned that he was a colonel exuding the aura of a martial king-level warrior, clearly the highest-ranking officer at the supply base. He did not conceal his identity and said calmly, my name is Li Luo, and I am a member of the Fang Squad. Using the technology mastered in this world, investigating information about his original self was effortless. There was no need to hide it, lying would only put him at a disadvantage. The Fang Squad was the team Li Luo chose to join when he entered the wilderness zone. However, now, apart from him, all his teammates had perished. Hearing this response, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, his expression turning comical, as if Li Luo were joking. He immediately gave a wry smile and said somewhat awkwardly, Lord Martial Saint, please don't joke around. He simply couldn't believe that a Martial Saint-level powerhouse would team up with other warriors to enter the wilderness zone. It sounded too unreal. But Li Luo's gaze remained calm as he stared at Lin Yu and said, do you think I'm joking? Looking at the Martial Saint's aura emanating from Li Luo's eyes, Lin Yu's heart suddenly trembled. To confirm the identity of this mysterious Martial Saint, Lin Yu could only respectfully arrange for personnel to receive Li Luo, allowing him to rest for a while also sending people to investigate Li Luo's background and the Fang Squad he mentioned. Li Luo, on the other hand, enjoyed a comfortable hot shower in the VIP lounge of the supply base, with the hot water washing over his strong physique. After the bath, he changed into a set of brand new clothes, looking completely refreshed. Coupled with the aura of a martial saint emanating from him, no one dared to ignore his presence. Master Martial Saint, please come this way. The staff member, with a sweet smile on her face, led Li Luo, who had just finished bathing, to the dining hall. Having just returned from the wilderness, Li Luo's stomach was indeed a bit hungry. Upon entering the private room, the table was already filled with various dishes made from ferocious beast meat. The staff stood respectfully to the side, waiting for Li Luo's instructions. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as this was their first time being so close to a martial saint. Li Luo sat down, ignoring everything else, and began to heartily enjoy the exclusive delicacy of Blue Star ferocious beast meat. Compared to the dishes of his previous life, the flavor here had a unique charm. Ferocious beast meat was not only delicious but also rich in energy and nutrients, making it the best sustenance for warriors. While Li Luo was savoring the food, Lin Yu successfully verified his identity information, his face full of disbelief. It's actually true? According to the investigation, there was indeed a warrior named Li Luo in the Fang Warrior Squad. Except for discrepancies in level information, everything else matched perfectly. A peak martial master breaking through to martial saint? How is that possible? Lin Yu frowned deeply, finding it utterly inconceivable. The Fang Squad had entered the wilderness zone about a week ago and had not been heard from since. How had Li Luo managed to break through from martial master to martial saint during this time? Could it be that he obtained a tremendous opportunity in the wilderness? He pondered repeatedly, and this was the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, he truly couldn't think of any way for a warrior to break through 7 realms in such a short time. It's simply a miracle. Lin Yu thought to himself. He dared not delay and immediately reported the major intelligence about warrior Li Luo breaking through to martial saint after entering the wilderness to his superiors, firmly believing that this news would soon shock the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Burp. Li Luo, having eaten and drunk his fill, let out a comfortable burp. Now that he was a martial saint-level powerhouse, consuming meat from beasts below the lord level had minimal enhancement to his body. However, since it was his first time tasting it, he still ate a bit more than usual. At this moment, Station Chief Lin Yu knocked on the door with a gentle smile and walked into the private room. After he reported the intelligence to his superiors, they quickly responded, demanding that the process of Li Luo breaking through to martial saint be thoroughly investigated. To understand the specific reasons, it was necessary to personally question the individual involved. After entering the room, Lin Yu first signaled to the staff in light clothing to leave. Then, he smiled at Li Luo, who was seated, and said, Martial Saint Li, are you satisfied with my arrangements? It's alright, pretty good. Li Luo picked up a napkin nearby, wiped his mouth, and responded indifferently. Lin Yu nodded, feeling slightly relieved. The next topic was somewhat sensitive, so he hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Li Luo, Martial Saint, I hope I'm not being too presumptuous, but I'm really curious, how did you manage to break through from Martial Master to Martial Saint in such a short time? time. The Li Luo before him was a true martial saint powerhouse. If he chose not to answer, Lin Yu would have no recourse. Moreover, this was an order from his superiors, so he had no choice but to comply. After speaking, he nervously observed Li Luo's expression, relieved to see no sign of displeasure. Actually, on his way back to the supply base, Li Luo had already thought about how to explain. He pretended to ponder for a moment and said calmly. Shortly after entering the wilderness area, the Fong squad encountered an attack from a mid-level beast, general-grade ferocious beast. The entire squad was almost completely wiped out, and I barely managed to escape with serious injuries, hiding in a concealed cave. In the cave, I discovered several energy crystals that might have originated from the universe, containing astonishing energy. I tried to absorb the energy within, but unexpectedly, this powerful force directly propelled me to break through to the martial saint realm. Li Luo calmly recounted the entire process. Breaking through from martial master to martial saint in just over a week was almost impossible, so he had to make it sound somewhat plausible. While Blue Star might not have such energy crystals, it didn't mean they didn't exist elsewhere in the universe. In any case, he was now a martial saint, and even if someone doubted him, there was nothing they could do about it. If anyone wanted to capture him for research, with a punch carrying 72,000 kilograms of force, who could possibly withstand it? Lin Yu listened in stunned silence. What kind of energy crystal could allow a martial master to directly leap to martial saint? Could such energy crystals from the universe have accidentally fallen into the wilderness? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu respectfully asked, Li Wuxing, do you still have those energy crystals, or the residue left after you absorbed them? Can I take a look? Li Luo shook his head and said expressionlessly, sorry, Station Chief Lin, to disappoint you. Those few energy crystals have already been completely absorbed by me. He couldn't take out the energy crystal he had fabricated. Alright, Lin Yu listened to Li Luo's explanation, feeling half convinced. After all, Li Luo had indeed broken through from the peak of martial master to martial saint within about 10 days of entering the wilderness zone. The only witnesses, the Fong squad, had long since perished at the hands of ferocious beasts. There was indeed the possibility of absorbing special energy crystals from the universe, as Blue Star was still too insignificant in the vast cosmos. Lin Yu could only settle for the next best thing. Li Wuxing, then can you tell me the location of the cave where this special energy crystal was discovered? If the energy crystals Li Luo mentioned truly existed, they would be enough to shock the entire Blue Star. Martial artists at the martial master level could directly break through to martial saint after consuming them. Then, if martial saints or martial god level experts consumed them, what realm could they possibly reach? Alright. Li Luo pretended to show a troubled expression, as if he had deliberated for a while. Aside from a few piles of dried ferocious beast dung, there's nothing else to be found in that cave. Moreover, the cave could no longer withstand the aura of his breakthrough to martial saint, completely collapsing and turning into a pile of ruins. He answered all of Lin Yu's questions one by one. Station Chief Lin, I've said everything I needed to say. I should head back now. Li Luo stood up, his heart already beginning to anticipate exploring the human cities on Blue Star. The original owner had left the orphanage after becoming a martial artist and had his own residential community, so Li Luo wouldn't be left without a place to stay. Yes, we respectfully see off Li Luo, the martial saint. Lin Yu, upon hearing that Li Luo was about to leave, dared not say more to stop him. No one wanted to invite trouble upon themselves. In any case, the detailed information had already been reported, and as for the matter of this mysterious newly ascended martial saint, it was not something he needed to worry about. As for recruiting Li Luo, a mere martial king was far from qualified. After bidding farewell to Lin Yu, Li Luo walked out of the supply base building. Do you think the martial saint was discussing with the station chief about the few lord-level fierce beasts in the wilderness area that are about to break through? Not sure. Why hasn't Lord Martial Saint come out yet? I can't wait any longer. Hee, why don't you go in and hurry him up? When will I ever become a strong person like the martial saint? Many martial artists and soldiers gathered outside the base, all filled with anticipation and excitement to see the true appearance of the martial saint. When Li Luo appeared before the crowd with a brand new look, the surrounding people instantly felt an indescribable aura of terror, an oppressive force that only those at the pinnacle of martial arts could exude. The martial saint has emerged. Wow, the aura of the martial saint is terrifying. Just the aura alone is enough to suppress me. Hiss, why does this martial saint look a bit unfamiliar? It seems like I've never seen him before. All the fiery gazes turned toward Li Luo in unison, their words filled with excitement. So many people have gathered? Li Luo felt the tide of gazes surging toward him and thought to himself that he had greatly underestimated the allure of a martial saint to ordinary martial artists. Among the hundreds of millions of people in the Great Xia Kingdom, there are only 41 martial saint-level warriors. The ratio is simply absurdly low. Thinking of this, Li Luo's lips curled into a faint smile as he slightly nodded in response to the people around him. Then, the air around him seemed to solidify, and a powerful aura erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the entire base. Everyone's hearts trembled at once, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression rushing toward them. Li Luo's figure moved, his whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of light and speeding toward the distant city. As for why he didn't conceal his aura, he didn't want to end up like the novels he read before crossing over, where despite having immense power, he was openly provoked by insignificant passers-by only to retaliate in a showy manner. Wow! The people in the base looked on with eyes full of reverence, immersed in the awe brought by the martial saint's power. Until Li Luo's figure completely disappeared at the end of their sight, they finally woke up as if from a dream and began to discuss excitedly. Soon, they also noticed a suspicious point. This martial saint did not seem to be any of the 41 saints of the Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, Li Luo looked young, at most in his early 20s, leading them to believe he was a martial prodigy who had just broken through. The topic instantly ignited to its peak, and everyone was filled with awe and envy. As soon as Li Luo left, Lin Yu immediately took action. Quick, summon the commander of the Wolf Fawn Legion for me and tell him there's a new urgent mission he needs to complete. He ordered the deployment of the base's most elite Wolf Fawn Legion to search for the cave mentioned by Li Luo, which was said to contain special energy crystals, striving to find even the slightest clue. If such energy crystals truly exist, the martial artists of Blue Star will usher in a brand new era, potentially breaking the stalemate between humans and ferocious beasts. Li Luo's speed was as fast as lightning, drawing a dazzling trajectory across the sky. To those on the ground, it looked like a meteor streaking through the night. Only martial artists of a slightly higher level could discern that this was no meteor, but a person flying toward the city at an incredible speed. Before long, a bustling city gradually came into Li Luo's view. Unlike the cities he had seen in his previous life, this one exuded a strong sense of technological advancement. So fast. Li Luo murmured softly, marveling in his heart at the incredible power of the martial saint realm. It was practically a supercharged version of Captain America. He restrained his martial saint aura and, relying on the memories in his mind, easily found the original owner's residence located in the suburbs of the city, Linyu Mountain Villa Community. The name wasn't bad. From a bird's eye view, the community was neat and orderly, shaded by lush green trees, exuding a sense of tranquility and comfort. While it couldn't be described as luxurious, it was certainly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Let's see where it is. Li Luo's sharp eyes quickly scanned the community and soon locked onto his home based on memory, a small villa deep within Linyu Mountain Villa. The design is simple and elegant, with white walls and black frames, exuding both grace and solemnity. The courtyard is spacious, filled with flowers, plants, and trees, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance. This is precisely a symbol of the original owner's status as a peak martial artist, and the price is considerably cheaper than ordinary residences. Not bad at all. Li Luo glanced around the exterior and descended without hesitation to the front of his house. The villa's door lock is a high-tech facial recognition system, completely eliminating the need for a key. Li Luo stood in front of the door, bringing his face close to the lock and allowing the intelligence system to scan carefully. Accompanied by a crisp beep, the system confirmed his identity and a warm voice greeted him. Identity verified. Welcome home, master. Immediately, a faint mechanical turning sound came from the door lock, which quickly opened. If multiple recognition attempts fail or someone tries to force their way in, the system will automatically sound an alarm and notify the security personnel within the community. Is this my home? Li Luo stepped into the house, the familiar furnishings coming into view, yet a subtle and indescribable sense of unfamiliarity surged in his heart. This feeling perhaps stemmed from the fact that he was not a native of this world, having crossed over and inherited the memories of the original owner. Li Luo pushed the door open and entered the house, lying on the sofa and turning on the TV. The news was broadcasting. Recently, the ocean defense line of the Liaohai Province military district has been continuously hit by lord-level beast tides, resulting in thousands of soldiers injured and over 100 soldiers killed. A wild area in Longyu Province has erupted in a ferocious beast riot, causing hundreds of martial artists to be injured or killed. The beasts attempted to cross the supply basin and enter the city, but fortunately, Chenan, the president of the local Elder Council branch and an early-stage martial emperor, successfully suppressed the outbreak. Alright, Zhao Tianhai, a peak-level martial king from Zhongyuan province, successfully broke through to martial emperor 3 days ago. Let us celebrate him. The news on television was vastly different from that of his previous life. Ferocious beasts attempted to invade human territories daily. Blue Star is truly fraught with dangers. Li Luo lay comfortably on the sofa, listening to the news and sighing. Luckily, I am now a martial saint, so I don't have to worry about a ferocious beast suddenly breaking into the city and swallowing me whole. An early-stage martial saint is already considered a top-tier powerhouse on Blue Star. Apart from martial gods, almost no one can easily threaten his safety. Listening to the news, Li Luo's gaze gradually became unfocused. Looking at the darkening sky outside the window, he yawned as drowsiness crept over him. Although he possessed the physique of a martial saint and wouldn't feel tired even after weeks without sleep, habits were hard to change. He turned off the TV, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Li Luo opened his eyes early in the morning, his heart filled with excitement. Today, he could successfully check in again. Today's check-in count has been refreshed. Would the host like to check in now? Check in. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Li Luo responded without hesitation in his heart. He was filled with anticipation for today's reward. If he could receive another infusion of cultivation, he could truly dominate this beast-infested blue star world. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ice Element Affinity. As soon as the system finished speaking, Li Luo felt an unprecedented surge of special power within his body. With a single thought, this power gushed forth like a spring, quickly filling his limbs and bones. Immediately, the surrounding air was also affected by this force, and the temperature plummeted. The once warm interior instantly turned bone-chillingly cold. The air around Li Luo began to condense, forming tiny patches of frost. These frosts accumulated rapidly, quickly spreading across the entire villa. The floor, walls, and furniture were all covered with a thin layer of ice crystals, making the entire villa seem as if it were enveloped in a world of ice and snow. The frost continued to spread outward, and if not controlled in time, it would soon extend to the entire neighborhood. So this is what affinity with the ice element feels like. Feeling the immense power, Li Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. He quickly calmed his mind and slowly retracted the force back into his body. Under his control, the frost began to gradually melt, and the temperature steadily rose. The type field in the system's personal information panel was also updated accordingly. Type: Ordinary Warrior, Frost Warrior. Li Luo has now become an elemental warrior, mastering the power to control ice. His combat strength has significantly improved compared to an ordinary warrior, and he is no longer the weakest among the 42 saints of the Great Sea Kingdom, including Li Luo. He can at least leap several ranks forward. Previously, his explosive power could rival that of some early-stage veteran martial saints, but he lacked higher-level martial techniques and cultivation methods, and had not mastered any natural elements. As a result, his strength was at the bottom among the many martial saints of the Great Sea Kingdom. Even so, he could still easily and effortlessly defeat martial king-level warriors like Lin Yu in an instant. Just as Li Luo was enthusiastically exploring the icy power within his body, his powerful perception suddenly and keenly detected an unusual aura entering the Lin Yu Manor community and approaching his location. Looking for me? Still a mid-stage martial emperor warrior. Knock, knock, knock. Li Luo frowned slightly and murmured to himself. From a considerable distance, he instantly probed the details of this middle-aged man. Although he didn't sense any malice, Li Luo didn't take it to heart. As long as it wasn't a martial god-level expert, everything was still manageable. The Great Sea Kingdom only had 3 martial god-level warriors, and judging from the news, they were all extremely busy. As a slightly stronger small fry, he probably wasn't significant enough to warrant their personal arrival to investigate his secrets. Soon, a crisp knock on the door broke the villa's tranquility. The visitor was alone, none other than Wang Ming, the chairman of the Jiang Province branch of the Elder Council, who came with goodwill. The Elder Council is composed of 3 martial gods and 41 martial saints from the Great Sea Kingdom, overseeing the management and operation of the nation. Through the report from Lin Yu, the station master of the supply base, the Elder Council has already learned about Li Luo, the newly ascended martial saint. Upon discovering that he had accidentally absorbed energy crystals from the universe in the wilderness area, they were skeptical but still sent people immediately to win him over, or at least stabilize him, and observe his choices. The attitudes of the 3 martial gods were highly consistent, regardless of how this martial saint rose to power, as long as he could follow orders. To resist the beast-tide invasion, it would suffice, otherwise, they would not hesitate to act. After all, given the current situation in the Great Sea Kingdom, they could not tolerate the existence of an unstable martial saint. This should be the place. Hiss. Why does it feel a bit cold around here? Could it be because of this neighborhood? It didn't feel like this just now. What a strange thing. Wang Ming knocked on the door, his body trembling slightly, and his heart filled with shock. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of martial emperor, and as a frost warrior, he had a strong immunity to cold. Yet, he could feel a chill in the air on such a sunny day, truly bizarre. And you are? Li Luo opened the door. Looking at the unfamiliar middle-aged man before him, and after learning Wang Ming's identity, he invited him inside to sit down. The speed of the Elder Council's actions was truly astonishing. He had just returned to the supply base from the wilderness yesterday, and today he had already received word and someone had been sent over. However, judging by this man's demeanor, it seemed he wasn't here specifically to capture or study him. As for the Council of Elders mentioned by Wang Ming, only those who have reached the level of martial saint are qualified to be invited to join and become one of the elders responsible for maintaining the operation of the nation. Except for Li Luo, the other 41 martial saints have almost all chosen to join, taking on the role of elders, enjoying prestigious status and special benefits. They wield immense power and stand almost at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Kingdom. For someone like Wang Ming, the president of the Council of Elders branch in each city, while their power does not match that of the elders, it is still not to be underestimated. A branch president must be a martial artist of at least the martial king level. In economically weaker cities, the presidents are mostly martial kings, while in stronger cities, they are of the martial emperor level. Lord Li Luo, congratulations on breaking through to martial saint. On behalf of the 3 sequence elders, I sincerely invite you to join the Council of Elders. Breaking through to martial saint and entering the Council of Elders allows one to assume the position of an ordinary elder, becoming an object of admiration for the people of the Great Xia Kingdom. As for the 3 sequence elders, they are the martial god powerhouses hailed as the pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom, their strength unfathomable. These are the benefits and terms we have prepared for you. Please take a look. Wang Ming wore a gentle smile on his face as he respectfully handed the prepared documents and terms to Li Luo. Li Luo nodded slightly, reached out to take them, and carefully reviewed them. The terms offered by the Council of Elders were extremely generous, divided into 2 categories. The first option is to become a formal subordinate martial saint of the Great Xia Kingdom. You can choose to serve as the highest guardian of any province, enjoying supreme authority and holding the power of life and death. Alternatively, you can join the military and be granted the rank of general, with an annual budget of 20 billion and numerous special privileges. However, you must strictly adhere to the various orders and regulations of the Elder Council, or face punishment. The second option is to become an external martial saint of the Elder Council, granted an honorary general rank. The benefits and privileges are far less compared to a formal subordinate martial saint, with an annual budget of only 2 billion. However, there are no personal restrictions, and you can freely decide whether to accept the Elder Council's orders. Both options require becoming one of the many elders of the Elder Council, differing only in the degree of freedom. Some martial emperor experts, after breaking through to martial saint, are unwilling to be bound or disturbed by trivial matters and only wish to focus on cultivating greater strength. They often choose the second option. Conversely, others choose the first option, becoming a formal subordinate martial saint, serving the country, enjoying the highest authority, and taking on corresponding responsibilities. Which one should I choose? Li Luo looked at the 2 options before him, hesitating in his heart. In the end, he decided to choose the first one, taking on the highest provincial position as the Governor General. After carefully reading through the various regulations of the Council of Elders, he felt they were not overly strict. Orders would rarely be issued unless in emergencies, and under normal circumstances, he would govern his region like a regional overlord, akin to a local emperor, with much more leniency compared to joining the military. I choose the first option. After careful consideration, Li Luo said firmly, having mentally prepared himself to take on the role of Governor General. Li Luo, Martial Saint, thank you for your choice. Wang Ming's smile deepened upon hearing this, his tone sincere. The number of martial saints on the entire blue planet is extremely scarce, with only a little over 200 in total. Every country is in dire need of martial saints. Especially in recent years, the attacks by ferocious beasts on human territories have become increasingly frequent. In the oceans, several mid-level lord-class beasts have even broken through to high-level, gradually surpassing the number of human martial saint powerhouses. The assaults on the coastal province defenses of the Great Xia Kingdom have also become more frequent, with several instances nearly breaking through the lines. Fortunately, each time, the sequence elders have intervened in time to repel them, but the situation remains dire. Every year, tens of thousands of soldiers and freelance martial artists sacrifice their lives to resist the beast tides, with even more left injured or disabled. The ferocious beasts on land are still manageable, as their breakthrough speed is not as rapid, and the defenses can temporarily hold them outside the provinces. However, the beasts in the oceans are growing stronger by the day, and humanity has yet to find an effective countermeasure. Therefore, whenever a martial saint or martial god emerges in any country, the defense against ferocious beasts is greatly alleviated, and the probability of beast tides breaking through the defense line and flooding into cities is significantly reduced. Wang Ming was deeply grateful for Li Luo's decision. The combat power of every martial saint surpasses that of tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers or martial artists. Even if Li Luo was forcibly catalyzed by consuming special energy crystals and ranked at the bottom among martial saints, he could still reduce the sacrifices of more outstanding warriors in the battle against beast tides. Martial Saint Li Luo, do you wish to serve as a provincial guardian or choose to join the military? Wang Ming asked specifically. Serve as a guardian commander. Li Luo's lips curved into a smile as he replied. Joining the military wasn't as straightforward as becoming a regional governor. Alright, no problem. Wang Ming's face lit up with joy. In his heart, he actually preferred Li Luo to join the military, but becoming a guardian commander was also a good choice, albeit with vastly different levels of danger. The troops stationed at the ocean defense line faced daily attacks from ferocious beasts, and there was even the possibility of a sudden appearance by a king-level beast. Even a martial saint-level expert might not escape death. In a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Li Luo quickly signed the relevant regulations issued by the Elder Council. He was free to choose from the Guardian Commander positions across the 13 provinces of the Great Sea Kingdom. Each province had a varying number of Guardian Commanders based on the severity of beast tide invasions. Coastal provinces had the most Guardian Commanders. For instance, Jiang Province, which bordered the ocean, had 3 Guardian Commanders stationed. In contrast, inland provinces like Zhongyuan Province and Jiang Province had relatively lighter defense lines, with 2 Guardian Commanders stationed in each. After some contemplation, Li Luo ultimately chose to serve as the Guardian of Jiangning Province. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He wanted to see for himself just how ferocious the beast tide along the ocean defense line could be. Marshal Saint Li Luo, your choice has been approved. Congratulations on becoming the 4th Guardian of Jiangning Province. The Council of Elders welcomes your joining. We have prepared a villa worth 1 billion in the city center for you. This is the location of the villa. You can move in at any time, and if you don't like it, you can change it. The 2 billion activity fund will be transferred to your account shortly. If you have time, you can also assume your post at the naval base at any time. Wang Ming explained everything to Li Luo with a big smile on his face. No problem. Just after reporting Li Luo's decision, the Council of Elders quickly responded. The 3 martial gods, seeing Li Luo cooperate so seamlessly, decided to abandon the second plan. For now, they did not intend to control him but instead prepared to carefully study the secrets he held. Marshal Saint Li Luo, I shall not disturb you any further. After confirming Li Luo's appointment time and obtaining consent for matters involving personal privacy, Wang Ming prepared to leave. They still needed to widely publicize that the Great Sea Kingdom had once again welcomed a martial saint-level powerhouse, inspiring numerous martial artists. At that time, Li Luo would also need to make a personal appearance. Alright, thank you for your hard work, President Wang. Li Luo stood up to see the guest off. When sensing that Wang Ming's presence had just left the Linyu Villa community, a notification sound immediately came from the phone account. 200 billion in activity funds had been credited. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Li Luo excitedly counted the balance in the account. This was the first time he had seen such a massive number. 200 billion, not a penny more, not a penny less. Now I'm a rich man too. He was in a great mood and stretched out comfortably on the sofa. For a martial saint level warrior, a fortune of 20 billion isn't considered much. At this level, having too much money is useless, as many rare resources cannot be bought no matter how much money one has, they can only be exchanged for resources of equivalent value. Before leaving, Wang Ming also explained, after taking office as the Guardian, the Elder Council will issue a batch of rare resources that greatly benefit martial saint level warriors. As long as one becomes an elder, they can obtain them. Although external elders receive fewer resources, they can still freely comprehend many high-level martial techniques and methods treasured by the Elder Council. However, these come at a cost, as one will need to create some techniques or martial skills in the future and submit them to the Elder Council. What kind of resources will they provide? Let's move first, Li Luo thought to himself. In addition to resources, the elders had also prepared a luxurious villa worth 1 billion in the city center for him. The villa he currently lived in had only cost a few million when purchased, and that was already at a discounted price due to his status as a martial master level warrior. If a villa worth a few million was already so luxurious, just how extravagant would a billion-dollar villa be? Li Luo was filled with anticipation. This should be the place. Following the address provided by Wang Ming, Li Luo quickly arrived at the destination. His figure slowly descended from the sky. In front of him was the bustling city center, where a magnificent villa community named Brilliant Mansion came into view. From an aerial view, the scale and luxury of the villas here clearly surpassed those of Linyu Manor where he previously lived. The residents of this community are all prominent martial artists from Jiangning Province and their families. Based on the information provided by Wang Ming, Li Luo quickly found the villa specially prepared for him by the Council of Elders. It is the most prime and luxurious one in the entire community. Looks pretty good. Li Luo revealed a satisfied smile. Now that he is a dignified martial saint-level powerhouse and one of the 4 guardians of Jiangning Province, his residence naturally cannot be shabby. Immediately, Li Luo's figure flickered and he dove down from the sky, landing steadily at the villa's entrance. At this moment, news had already spread within the villa, and dozens of servants, led by the butler, were lined up neatly waiting. Li Luo's figure suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura that made hearts tremble. So terrifyingly powerful. The servants lined up at the entrance were initially startled, but quickly recognized that this was the future owner of the villa. The uncontrollable aura of a martial saint-level expert was absolutely genuine. An elderly man, dressed in a neatly pressed butler's uniform, with a spirited expression, quickly stepped forward. His eyes gleamed with respect as he slightly bowed and said to Li Luo, "Welcome, sir. I am your exclusive butler, responsible for managing all affairs of this villa. Please feel free to instruct me if you need anything. Boom! Li Luo smiled faintly and nodded, his gaze sweeping over the elderly butler and the other servants. He sensed that although the butler's aura was restrained, it was deep and steady. He was actually a late-stage martial spirit level warrior. However, it seemed his body had suffered internal injuries, making it unlikely for him to achieve any further breakthroughs in this lifetime. The other servants, though only at the martial disciple level, moved with efficiency far surpassing that of ordinary people. Clearly, they had been rigorously selected and trained, specifically to serve powerful figures like Li Luo, who had reached the level of an emperor or saint. After all, some strong individuals, unlike the solitary Li Luo, came from prominent backgrounds and had families who naturally required care. Very well, I leave it to you, Li Luo said calmly, slightly restraining the martial saint aura emanating from him. Sir, if you don't mind, you can call me Butler Lu from now on. With a gentle and humble smile on his face, Butler Lu spoke slowly. He had once been a junior officer in the military and was injured while defending the front lines against ferocious beasts. Although he narrowly survived, he was left with lingering ailments, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. Out of compassion, the military leadership approved his early retirement, provided him with severance pay, and arranged a light-duty job to ensure he would no longer have to face the perils of the battlefield. Unexpectedly, this light-duty job turned out to be serving as the butler for a martial saint, a truly enviable position. Butler Lu cherished this hard-earned profession all the more. Sir, please follow me. Housekeeper Lu led Li Luo through the villa at a leisurely pace, familiarizing him with his future home. The villa covered a vast area, resembling a small palace. Its interior was spacious, adorned with numerous priceless artworks. The overall structure predominantly used sturdy grade B materials, with certain parts reinforced with even more durable grade A materials, effectively resisting damage. Each room was equipped with top-tier technological facilities, from a private swimming pool to a luxurious training room, all exuding ultimate luxury and comfort while symbolizing the owner's prestigious status. Sir, regarding the number of servants, do you have any preferences? Would you like to add more? Seeing that Li Luo seemed quite satisfied with the villa, housekeeper Lu seized the opportunity to inquire. No need, I have no objections, Li Luo replied indifferently. Currently, the villa was staffed with 5 male and 5 female servants, apart from the butler. All of them were at the martial disciple level, much more efficient than ordinary people. He wasn't disabled and didn't need too many servants. Butler Lu, you can handle all the affairs of the villa as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu quickly responded, understood, sir. Thank you for your trust. I will manage everything properly. Subsequently, Li Luo waved to dismiss Steward Lu and took a short rest in the villa. After a brief exchange with Steward Lu, he got up and left, heading to the Jiang Province Elders Association branch to look for Wang Ming. It was said that Wang Ming was preparing to hold a press conference for him to announce the arrival of the 42nd Martial Saint of the Great Sea Kingdom. By this time, it was close to noon, just the right time for the appointment. Goodbye, sir, Lu Chao respectfully said as he watched Li Luo leap into the air and disappear like a shooting star into the sky. The Great Sea Kingdom has welcomed another martial saint, and he appears to be very young. However, Lu Chao had never heard of any news about this martial saint named Li Luo before, as if he had emerged out of thin air. Lu Chao couldn't help but feel envious. Li Luo had broken through to the martial saint level at such a young age and even became an elder of the Council of Elders. Meanwhile, Lu Chao, with his mediocre talent, had struggled to muster the resolve to join the army for training, only to be severely injured by a ferocious beast. His life could only stagnate at the martial spirit level. Jiangning Province, Jingyang City, Council of Elders branch. The atmosphere had already been ignited with enthusiasm. Under Wang Ming's call, reporters from major media outlets gathered together. Various equipment had been prepared in advance, ready to record this historic moment at any time. Wang Ming stood at the reception desk of the branch hall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hello, friends from the press. I am President Wang Ming. Today, I have gathered you all here to announce a piece of great news to the people of the nation. Our Great Sea Kingdom has welcomed a new martial saint, and he is currently residing in Jiangning Province. Please wait a moment. The identity of this newly promoted martial saint will soon be revealed. Wang Ming's voice was loud and powerful, echoing throughout the entire hall. A newly promoted martial saint? That's amazing. The Great Sea Kingdom has finally produced another martial saint powerhouse. Which martial emperor has successfully broken through? As soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, the scene erupted with excitement. No one doubted that Wang Ming would lie. Such news was too significant to fabricate. Everyone was curious about which martial emperor from Jiangning Province had successfully broken through. Just as Wang Ming was about to contact the protagonist of this event, Li Luo, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Martial Saint Li Luo has arrived. He hurriedly led the vice president and several branch executives out of the hall to greet the guest. As they stepped outside the branch, they saw a figure descend from the sky and land steadily, exuding the imposing aura of a martial saint. Martial Saint Li Luo, you're here just in time. I was about to notify you. Wang Ming warmly stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Li Luo's firmly. The other branch executives stood nervously to the side, not daring to step forward or speak. President Wang, I'm not late, am I? Li Luo slightly restrained his aura and asked with a smile. No, you're right on time. Please come in. Wang Ming greeted Li Luo into the hall with a beaming smile. Even if Li Luo were truly late, he wouldn't dare say a word about it. This aura is saintly might. The reporters who had already gathered in the hall instantly felt the overwhelming pressure of a martial saint-level warrior. Although Li Luo had somewhat restrained his aura, his powerful presence was still unmistakable at close range. Li Luo stepped onto the stage, and the crowd looked at this young and unfamiliar martial saint with doubt. He was not one of the martial emperors of Jiang Province, and it seemed no one had heard of this name before. This, however, only fueled the reporters' curiosity even more. Unable to contain their excitement, they rushed forward to interview Li Luo. Throughout the process, Li Luo was very cooperative, introducing himself as having been appointed an elder of the Great Xia Kingdom and granted the position of town chief envoy of Jiang Province. He also detailed the process of his breakthrough to martial saint, which was identical to what he had previously told Lin Yu. The reporters reacted uniformly, half believing and half doubting, with astonishment on their faces. Could there really be an energy crystal in the universe capable of allowing a martial artist to break through directly from martial master to martial saint? Yet, feeling the martial saint's aura emanating from Li Luo, they could only suppress their doubts for the time being. After all, the vast universe was different from Blue Star. Perhaps such miracles truly existed. Subsequently, the scene erupted with enthusiastic cheers and applause. The Great Xia Kingdom once again welcomed a vibrant martial saint-level warrior, which undoubtedly boosted the people's confidence in defeating the ferocious beasts and inspired the martial artists' passion for cultivation. Jiang Province became the first province to have 4 martial saints stationed, greatly enhancing the public's sense of security. However, the way Li Luo achieved his breakthrough to martial saint still seemed unbelievable, but with the facts laid bare, everyone could only choose to believe it. After all, he had luckily broken through to martial saint using a special energy crystal. As a result, people instinctively rank Li Luo's strength at the bottom among the 42 martial saints, but even so, he was still not someone an ordinary martial artist could easily provoke. By the time the interview concluded, it was already late. Li Luo bid farewell to Wang Ming and prepared to return to the villa in the city center. Wang Ming originally wanted to keep the newly promoted martial saint and treat him well, as he would be Li Luo's subordinate in the future. However, Li Luo insisted on leaving, so Wang Ming had no choice but to give up. As a wave of shocking energy rippled through the surroundings, Li Luo had already taken off, quickly disappearing into the sky. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking how convenient it was for a martial saint to fly, saving a lot of precious time. Sir, you're back. Inside the villa, Butler Lu respectfully looked at Li Luo, who descended from the sky. Li Luo nodded and then instructed Butler Lu to prepare dinner. Martial artists who have reached the level of martial saint can go weeks without eating and still not feel very hungry. They can even go months without food or drink while in secluded cultivation. Now that conditions allow, it's only natural to indulge in some culinary pleasures. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Li Luo walked into the training room inside the villa. The equipment was neatly arranged, making it very suitable for martial artists below the martial king level to conduct daily training. The next morning, forgot to ask Wang Ming for an S-level technique. Li Luo muttered to himself. He was about to start cultivating, but the D-level technique iron bone body refining method from his memory offered him almost no improvement at his current level, being more suitable for martial artists at the martial spirit level. As for martial skills, he was worried that he might lose control of his strength and end up wrecking the training room. Having cultivation but lacking matching techniques and martial skills is Li Luo's current shortcoming. Otherwise, he could definitely rival some veteran early-stage martial saints. Sigh, forget it, let's sleep first. Maybe tomorrow's sign-in will yield something good. Li Luo stretched lazily and left the training room. Without suitable techniques, the cultivation efficiency was extremely slow, so it was better to rest and wait for tomorrow's sign-in count to refresh. Moreover, tomorrow he would take office at the Jingyang City Garrison Mansion, receive a batch of rare resources distributed to all elders, and could also apply to the Elder Council headquarters for techniques and martial skills above S level. The other 3 garrison commanders in Jiangning Province are stationed in coastal cities and only gather in emergencies or upon receiving orders from the Elder Council. Jingyang City, located inland in Jiangning Province, is rarely troubled by sea beasts, so it does not require a garrison commander to be stationed permanently, only precautions against beast riots in the wilderness area. The highest-ranking member is President Wang Ming, a seasoned martial emperor-level warrior, more than capable of handling lord-level beasts. The next day arrived, and after waking up, Li Luo habitually completed his daily check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level technique Body Tempering Heavenly Gang Art. Body Tempering Heavenly Gang Art absorbs special special energy scattered throughout the heavens and earth to refine the body, making the practitioner's physique stronger, blood vitality abundant, and greatly enhancing punching power and explosive strength. After the system's voice faded, Li Luo's mind was flooded with all the memories related to this SSS level technique. So powerful. He carefully digested the memory, a joyful expression appearing on his face. This is a body strengthening technique that, once practiced, can significantly enhance physical explosiveness and make the physique more resilient. System, you are simply my god. Li Luo silently expressed his gratitude in his heart. Yesterday, he was still troubled by the lack of high-level techniques and martial skills, but unexpectedly, this morning's sign-in rewarded him with an SSS level technique. He believed that breakthroughs in martial skills wouldn't be far off. As long as he had enough time, with the help of the sign-in system, his strength would grow stronger day by day. Perhaps one day, with another cultivation empowerment, he could easily treat the ferocious beasts on Blue Star as mere wild monsters to farm. Today, he still had to officially take office at the Town Guard Mansion, leaving no time for cultivation. He could only make up for it during his free time in the evening. Inside the villa, Butler Lu had already prepared breakfast. Upon waking up, Li Luo enjoyed a sumptuous meal. While eating, he did not forget to turn on the television to watch the daily news. Breaking news! Our nation has gained another martial saint, raising the total number of martial saints to 42. Former Jiangning Province Jingyang City martial master level warrior Li Luo absorbed special energy crystals in the wilderness area, broke through 7 realms, and ascended to martial saint. He has also been invited to become an elder and serve as the guardian of Jiangning Province, about to take office. Let us all congratulate Martial Saint Li Luo. Next, we will broadcast the exclusive interview footage. The news of breaking through to Martial Saint was exhilarating, and almost all television programs were airing this piece of news. Li Luo watched the footage of himself being interviewed with great interest and couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. Quite photogenic, aren't you? It's time. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Li Luo felt invigorated. After tidying up his clothes and getting ready, he quickly stepped into the villa courtyard, leapt into the air, and his figure streaked across the sky like lightning, heading straight toward the Jingyang City Guard office. The Guardian's residence, as the core authority of Jingyang City, is located in the city center. It is grand and majestic, exuding an aura of inviolable dignity. At this moment, Inspector Han Tianxiang and key officials from various departments of Jingyang City, such as Lin Haoren, the director of the Security Bureau, and Wang Ming, the president of the Elders Council branch, were all present. As a pivotal figure in Jiangning Province and their direct superior, Li Luo naturally commanded their utmost respect. Today marked Li Luo's first official day in office. To show their respect, they had arrived early at the gates of the Guardian's residence, waiting for his arrival. Everyone had also seen the morning news and was filled with curiosity about this young martial saint who had successfully broken through by absorbing a special energy crystal. President Wang, has Martial Saint Li Luo ever disclosed any information to you about the process involving that special energy? Inspector Han Tianxiang looked at Wang Ming with a hint of expectation in his eyes and asked softly. He himself had been stuck at the mid-stage of Martial King for a long time. Despite consuming numerous rare resources, the bottleneck remained as unyielding as an iron wall. As he grew older, the chances of breaking through to Martial Emperor became increasingly slim. He had originally resigned himself to his fate, prepared to settle for the status quo and leave the resources for the younger generation's development. However, after hearing about Li Luo's achievements, hope for a breakthrough reignited in his heart. He became highly interested in the special energy crystal mentioned by Li Luo, unwilling to give up even if there was only the slightest chance. No, Wang Ming shook his head in response. He had also heard about the news regarding that special energy crystal. After Li Luo left the wilderness area, Lin Yu, the supply base station chief, dispatched an elite force to conduct a large-scale search in the wilderness area, almost turning it upside down, but they found nothing, not even a trace of crystal residue. If Li Luo had not immediately joined the Council of Elders upon invitation, the 3 sequence elders would have long planned to detain him to uncover the truth. Li Luo's breakthrough from martial master to martial saint was truly captivating, with secrets that intrigued everyone. Just as everyone was discussing the various aspects of the special energy crystal, a powerful aura suddenly descended. It was as oppressive as a mountain, making even the top experts of Jingyang City feel a hint of suffocation. Okay, such a strong aura. It must be Martial Saint Li Luo. The crowd waiting at the entrance immediately fell silent, all raising their heads to look into the distance. They saw a black dot in the sky rapidly approaching, landing steadily in front of them. Welcome, Lord Guardian. Everyone witnessed Li Luo's imposing martial saint aura and saluted in unison with clasped fists. No need to stand on ceremony. Li Luo gently waved his sleeve, withdrawing his own aura of pressure, and warmly gestured for everyone to feel at ease. Seeing this, Wang Ming stepped forward with a smile and began introducing the people around him to Li Luo. Pointing to a burly middle-aged man, he said, "This is Inspector Han Tianxiang, and this is..." Those being introduced stepped forward one by one, bowing respectfully, hoping to leave a good impression on
on Li Luo. Li Luo nodded in response and briefly greeted them. From now on, these people would be his subordinates. Afterward, under Wang Ming's guidance, Li Luo entered the garrison headquarters. Wang Ming gave a detailed introduction to the duties of the garrison commander, which included maintaining city security, coordinating various forces, handling emergencies, and preventing beast invasions. The tasks sounded heavy, but if Li Luo was unwilling to personally handle them, he could delegate them to his subordinates. Only when encountering particularly troublesome issues that couldn't be resolved would they need to be reported to the garrison headquarters, so it wouldn't interfere with his personal cultivation. I'll be counting on all of you in the future, Li Luo said indifferently, his face calm, though he was secretly pleased. He liked this job far easier than he had imagined. He was grateful for the decision he made when Wang Ming first visited and invited him to join the Council of Elders. The authority of the Guardian was immense, allowing him to command the official armed forces, martial families, and individual powers across the entire Jiangning province. Those who disobey the Guardian's orders can be treated as traitors, with the authority to arrest or even execute them. You are too modest, sir. The chariot runs fast, all thanks to the lead of the front. Under your leadership, the people of Jingyang City will surely live in peace and prosperity, free from the harassment of ferocious beasts. Han Tianxiang immediately picked up where Li Luo left off, his words full of flattery. This left everyone nearby stunned. Well, who would have thought old Han could be so eager to please? How did they never notice before? Hey, don't say that. Li Luo waved his hand modestly, feeling a bit embarrassed by the flattery. The person standing next to him at this moment wasn't that the big shot whose single stomp could shake the entire Jingyang City 3 times? Yet in front of him, they were all so respectful. After gaining a general understanding of the situation at the garrison headquarters, Li Luo dismissed the crowd, leaving only Wang Ming behind. The garrison headquarters serves as the administrative center of Jingyang City, with both the Inspection Bureau and the Security Bureau located here. Although the Elder Council's branch is not within the garrison headquarters, it is not far away. Afterward, Li Luo asked about when the rare resources promised by the Elder Council would arrive. Please rest assured, my lord, the headquarters has dispatched a special envoy carrying resources from the imperial capital, and they are expected to arrive tonight. Wang Ming replied respectfully. Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement and then dismissed Wang Ming. He thought to himself that these resources had to be specially transported from the headquarters of the Elder Council in the imperial capital, which indicated their considerable value. The garrison commander's office was equally spacious, fully equipped with communication devices, ensuring that in case of emergencies, the garrison commander could be contacted immediately. So this is the garrison commander's office. Li Luo walked in and looked around. Just now, he had instructed everyone to carry on with governmental affairs as usual and to only come to him for important matters. The group of senior officials immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seemed that Li Luo wanted to be a hands-off leader. Previously, they had been worried that this young governor might act recklessly due to inexperience, but now it seemed they had overthought it. Li Luo, on the other hand, couldn't be happier to leave everything alone and focus on his cultivation. After handing over all the tasks that originally belonged to him to his subordinates, he showed a relaxed expression and said, "It's not as hard as I imagined." He was well aware of his own abilities. Fighting fierce beasts was no problem, but dealing with administrative affairs was truly a headache for him. After all, before his transmigration, he was just a graduate from a mediocre university. Professional matters should still be left to the professionals. After delegating authority, he finally had ample time to cultivate the SSS level technique, heavenly body tempering art, that he obtained during the morning sign-in, and before nightfall, no one was likely to disturb him. Begin cultivating. Li Luo took a deep breath and sat in the spacious and bright office. He closed his eyes and focused entirely on cultivating his technique. His mind gradually calmed down, as if isolated from the clamor of the outside world. He followed the memory of the cultivation method in his mind, sensing the special energy drifting between heaven and earth. These energies were subtle and omnipresent, like trickling streams quietly flowing through the air. Then, he guided them to slowly flow into his body. As the energy continuously poured in, Li Luo's robust physique began to undergo subtle changes. He could feel his muscles gradually becoming firm and powerful, as if his bones were infused with new vitality. It was as if a warm current was flowing through his body, continuously nourishing him. His skin also began to emit a faint glow. Soon, Li Luo was completely immersed, forgetting the passage of time. Until the evening, when the envoy from the Elder Council headquarters arrived and Han Tianxiang knocked on the door. He slowly awakened from his cultivation state. Has it gotten dark so quickly? Li Luo gazed at the stars and moon outside the window, murmuring softly. What surprised him even more was that, although he had been cultivating for less than a day, his physique had already become significantly stronger. Throughout the entire process, he was in a state of total immersion, completely unaware of how quickly time had passed. No wonder those powerful individuals could retreat into seclusion for cultivation for months or even longer. The roar of fighter jets
jets came from the sky outside. Li Luo finished his training and walked out of the office. As the fighter jet from the Elders Council headquarters landed at the garrison, the aura of a martial saint level expert instantly spread out. This is the aura of a martial saint? Li Luo frowned slightly, feeling a surge of shock in his heart. He hadn't expected the one responsible for transporting the resources to be a martial saint, and judging by the aura, they had already reached the mid-stage of martial saint. The headquarters of the Elder Council is in the imperial capital. Could the envoy returning this time be the guardian of the imperial province? As Li Luo walked toward the direction of the warplane, he pondered in his mind. After a while, the two martial saints quickly met. Li Luo's gaze fell on the unfamiliar man stepping out of the war machine. This man had a tall and upright posture, a resolute face, and an innate aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. "Sir, this is..." Han Tianxiang introduced softly from the side, gradually helping Li Luo understand the man's identity. As expected, the envoy from the headquarters of the Council of Elders was none other than Qin Hong, the guardian of the imperial capital. Qin Hong was born into a family of martial artists and displayed extraordinary martial talent from a young age. With his abilities, he was directly admitted to the nation's top-ranked Jingda Martial Academy. After graduating as an outstanding student, he was chosen by a first sequence elder to become a disciple and was meticulously nurtured. At the age of 30, he successfully broke through to the martial saint level and within a few years, advanced to the mid-stage. He is highly likely to become the fourth martial god of the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. More importantly, before Li Luo's emergence, Qin Hong was the youngest martial saint in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, now, the title of youngest martial saint has been taken by Li Luo, who broke through to the martial saint level at just 20 years old. That's Li Luo, isn't it? Qin Hong also noticed Li Luo. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly grew slightly tense. As a martial saint level expert, testing each other's strength during the first meeting was an essential step. Qin Hong slightly released his own aura, and Li Luo, not to be outdone, immediately responded with the same momentum. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Qin Hong's eyes. He sensed that Li Luo, the young man who broke through to martial saint using energy crystals, did not seem as weak as he had initially imagined. So strong. Li Luo also noticed the extraordinary strength of the imperial capital's guardian in front of him. If they were to fight, he would most likely not be a match. After a brief probing, both sides withdrew their auras. This made Han Tianxiang, standing to the side, breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, martial saints commanded awe and respect. The saying "without becoming a martial saint, one remains an ant" resonated deeply with him at this moment. Elderly. Qin Hong greeted Li Luo with a smile, showing no airs. Li Luo also understood that the other party meant no harm and was merely conducting a routine probe, so he responded with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Hong removed a spatial ring from his finger and handed it to Li Luo, saying, "Elderly, these are the resources prepared for you by the Council of Elders. They're all inside. You can take a look." "All right." Li Luo accepted the spatial ring, put it on, and began inspecting it with a thought. The space inside the ring is not cramped, measuring about 50 cubic meters. Inside, there is a fist-sized, semi-transparent, and colorful energy crystal, as well as a set of S-grade material battle armor emitting a cold gleam and a long blade. At this moment, Qin Hong explained to Li Luo in detail. This crystal is called the Holy Light Spirit Essence, rated as SSS grade in rarity, and is extremely precious. After absorption, it can greatly enhance physical strength and mental power. Even a martial saint can experience a significant boost. This set of S-grade material armor and long blade is custom-made equipment by the Council of Elders specifically for you, the newly appointed guardian. Moreover, as a guardian, you can claim it for free once a year. After speaking, Qin Hong took out an item resembling a bracelet from his pocket and continued. This is the Lingshuan ring, which can only be owned by becoming an elder. Made from special SS-grade material, it is extremely durable and can transform into any decorative shape according to personal preference. If the Elder Council holds a meeting, you can participate via projection through the Lingshuan ring without needing to travel to the headquarters in person. Additionally, you can access the official website exclusively set up for internal members of the Elder Council. There, you can freely choose various precious techniques and martial skills that are rarely seen outside, and directly study and comprehend them on the ring. Each elder can also use their personal contribution points to exchange for various rare resources on it. At the same time, the Lingshuan ring is equipped with the most advanced artificial intelligence system, Dreamweave, in the Great Xia Kingdom, which can quickly find the corresponding items or related information based on your needs. Li Luo listened quietly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Resources rated as SSS level are extremely rare and difficult to obtain, even with a large amount of money. Not to mention being able to use personal contributions to log into the Elder Council's official website via the Lingshuan ring and freely exchange for various precious resources that are hard to find in the outside world. Elderly, I still have tasks to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. Let's gather again another day. Qin Hong handed all the items to Li Luo and bid farewell with a smile. Won't you
you stay for a meal, Elder Qin? Li Luo, hearing that Qin Hong was leaving right after arriving, warmly invited him to stay for dinner to fulfill his duties as a host. After all, the other party was a mid-stage martial saint who had traveled a long way to deliver resources to him. No need, elderly, I still have tasks to attend to in the imperial capital. Qin Hong politely declined Li Luo's enthusiastic invitation. Recently, the situation in the imperial capital had been unstable, with beast tides frequently attacking the defense lines. If it weren't for his master stationed in the imperial capital, he wouldn't have been able to personally come to deliver resources to Li Luo. More importantly, he was very curious about Li Luo's strength. Well, alright then. Li Luo sighed helplessly and had no choice but to give up, then waved goodbye to Qin Hong. The roar of a fighter jet sounded once again. The imposing and majestic giant fighter jet disappeared in the blink of an eye, swiftly heading toward the imperial capital. The speed of the fighter jet is actually this fast? If I get the chance, I must get one too. Li Luo gazed in the direction Qin Hong had left, secretly marveling in his heart. This fighter jet was clearly worth a fortune, and its speed was astonishing. Looking at the sky where night had already fallen, Li Luo realized it was time to clock out. After giving a few instructions to Han Tianxiong beside him, he stood up and prepared to return to the villa in the city center. The villa wasn't far from the garrison headquarters, so if there was any urgent and important intelligence, Li Luo could arrive immediately. Understood, sir. With me here, you can rest assured. After listening to Li Luo's instructions, Han Tianxiong patted his chest and said resolutely. Then, as he watched Li Luo's figure disappear into the distant sky, his heart was filled with envy. Why hadn't he been so lucky to find that special energy crystal in the wilderness cave? Late at night, after a period of simple exploration, Li Luo had roughly figured out the workings of the Lingshuan ring issued to each elder by the Council of Elders. It was essentially an upgraded version of a smartphone, capable not only of contacting any elder at any time but also of exchanging resources based on personal contribution points. For example, now he serves as the guardian of Jiang Province, with an initial contribution value of 30 points, which can roughly be exchanged for some grade A resources. The method of obtaining contribution points is also very simple. They are awarded each time a beast tide is repelled, or a major contribution is made. The exact amount earned is determined by the 3 sequence elders. Moreover, contribution points can be exchanged for almost anything. Even the fighter jet Qin Hong is piloting can be exchanged, though the required contribution points are extremely high. An elite-grade fighter jet made from grade A materials requires over 100 contribution points, and Qin Hong's jet is clearly of an even higher grade. It's actually so expensive. It seems that to freely exchange resources, I'll need to eliminate more ferocious beasts. Li Luo looked at the projection on his wristband, thinking to himself. After understanding the general functions of the Lingshuan ring, Li Luo closed the page and went to the training room in the villa. He took out the holy light spirit essence from his spatial ring, ready to absorb it. How beautiful, he murmured. Li Luo held a fist-sized energy crystal in his hand, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The surface of the crystal shimmered with a soft glow, its texture warm yet slightly cool to the touch, containing abundant energy within. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, preparing to absorb the holy light spirit essence. A cool and powerful force quickly spread out, flowing through his entire body. Li Luo clearly felt his physique being continuously nourished by this force, with every muscle and meridian greedily absorbing the energy from the crystal. At the same time, his mental strength also saw a significant boost, his thoughts becoming sharper, allowing him to perceive subtle movements and changes around him. Under the nourishment of this force, his cultivation level improved slightly, but it was evident that just relying on this holy light spirit essence alone was not enough to break through to the mid-stage martial saint level. When the last trace of energy was completely absorbed, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes. That felt amazing. He moved his body slightly, feeling the surging power within him, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. Who would have thought that a fist-sized crystal could contain such terrifying energy? It truly deserved its SSS grade rare resource rating. If only I could get a few more of these, he said. Li Luo murmured to himself with a hint of regret. While browsing the Elder Council's official website earlier, he had also seen the introduction about the Holy Light Spirit Essence. This SSS grade resource, just one piece cost several hundred contribution points. We'll have to talk about it later. The expensive price forced Li Luo to give up. Afterward, he didn't rest as usual but continued practicing the body tempering heavenly gang technique, quickly entering a state of total immersion. It wasn't until the next morning, when Steward Lu brought breakfast to find him, that Li Luo ended his training. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Name, Li Luo. Level, Early Stage Martial Saint. Punch Strength, 735,120 kilograms. Force Exertion, 4. 2x. Cultivation Method, SSS Level Body Tempering Heavenly Gang Art, D-Level Iron Bone Body Tempering Technique. Martial Skills, C-Level Shattering Void Fist, Advanced, Basic Blade Technique, Intermediate, Type Frost Warrior. Compared to last time, punching power has directly increased
increased by over 10,000 kilograms, and explosive force has also been enhanced by 0.4 times. This is all thanks to that holy light spirit essence. Otherwise, relying solely on 2 days of practicing the body tempering heavenly gang technique, such a leap would have been impossible. Li Luo withdrew his thoughts, closed the system page, and then completed the daily sign-in in his mind. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a sign-in critical hit. Item quantity doubled. Congratulations to the host for fully comprehending the SSS level martial skill Frost Divine Codex. Congratulations to the host for mastering basic blade technique to perfection. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 SS grade spirit light crystals. Sign-in critical hit? There's a hidden feature too. Li Luo listened to the system's voice in his mind, first stunned, then a joyful smile spread across his face. Normally, signing in would only yield one item, but this time the critical hit doubled the quantity, and all of them were precious resources that could enhance his strength. As the system prompt ended, 2 new segments of memory suddenly surged into Li Luo's mind, which he quickly digested and absorbed. The comprehension of the SSS level martial art Frost Codex and the basic blade technique had reached perfection. In front of him floated 10 thumb-sized blue-purple crystals, containing extremely abundant energy. This SSS level martial art actually encompasses so much about the application and control of ice elements. After fully digesting the memories, Li Luo's face showed shock. The martial art included many highly destructive techniques. From the simple ice palm to the complex 1,000 miles of frozen land, he had mastered them all. It was truly a case of getting exactly what he needed. With this SSS level martial skill and the perfected basic blade technique, he now has no weaknesses. Now, I am definitely the strongest among the early stage martial saints, Li Luo thought to himself confidently, a smile playing on his lips. Thanks to the reward from this sign-in, his strength had directly surpassed those veteran martial saints stuck at the early stage. Even when facing Qin Hong, a mid-stage martial saint with formidable power, as long as the opponent didn't use their trump card, he could handle it with ease. Just as he was overjoyed, his gaze fell on the surrounding SS-grade spirit crystal stones that shimmered faintly. Although they were only the size of a thumb, the energy contained within them was astonishing, second only to the holy light spirit essence he had absorbed last night. Li Luo quickly gathered them up and picked one up to examine it closely. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. SS-grade spirit crystal stone, absorbing it can enhance your level and cultivation, with no side effects. Enhance level and cultivation? Li Luo was so excited that he could hardly speak. This time, the reward from signing in was truly incredible. By absorbing these 10 SS-grade spirit crystal stones, he was highly confident he could directly break through to the mid-stage martial saint. His strength could directly rival Qin Hong, a mid-stage martial saint who had been gifted since childhood, had abundant resources, and was personally guided by the first sequence elder. Ha ha ha. Li Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling extremely delighted. Sir, what's wrong? Inside the villa, Butler Lu heard his laughter and quickly walked over, cautiously inquiring. Nothing. Li Luo waved his hand, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. At this pace, becoming a martial god-level warrior was not far away. Li Luo cleared his throat, restrained the smile at the corner of his mouth, and turned to give a serious order to Steward Lu beside him. From now on, unless something extremely important happens, do not disturb me. Understood, sir. Butler Lu nodded respectfully in response. Although curious about what Li Luo was planning to do, he wisely refrained from asking further questions. He quietly withdrew and instructed the other servants not to disturb him. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. After sending Butler Lu away, Li Luo tightly gripped the 10 faintly glowing blue-purple SS-grade spirit crystal stones. Feeling the terrifying energy contained within, his face was full of delight as he softly murmured, "Begin absorbing and breaking through." Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, cleared his mind of all distractions, and focused entirely on absorbing the energy of the 10 SS-grade spirit crystal stones. As soon as he began absorbing, Li Luo clearly felt a warm and powerful force slowly flowing into his body. Like a gentle stream gradually converging into a mighty river, it continuously nourished his body. Although the effect couldn't compare to the SSS-grade holy light spirit essence, the sheer quantity of 10 stones made up for the quality. As time passed, Li Luo could distinctly feel his cultivation steadily improving, and the aura he emitted grew increasingly powerful and steady. Breaking through to the mid-stage martial saint was absolutely certain. A few hours later, a powerful mid-stage martial saint aura suddenly erupted in the training room. It was as fierce as a raging storm, accompanied by bursts of coldness, instantly filling the surrounding space. The aura rapidly spread outward from the training room, causing the surrounding air to tremble. A faint mist permeated the area, a sign of frost condensation. This is, sir? Butler Lu and the villa shuddered, startled by the sudden eruption of Li Luo's aura. So terrifying. Hiss, why did it suddenly get so cold? Under the oppressive aura of the terrifying martial saint, Butler Lu, though a martial spirit level warrior, was no different from the other servants. Even when he fully activated the power within him, it was to no avail. He could only collapse helplessly on the ground, unable to move, trembling all over as he tried to resist the sudden chill. The temperature in the villa plummeted sharply, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock and awe. This aura was undoubtedly Li Luo's, but compared to the morning, it was clearly several times stronger. A ridiculous thought flashed through their minds. Could it be that Li Luo, this newly ascended martial saint, had already broken through? The powerful mid-stage martial saint aura did not last long and quickly dissipated without a trace. The temperature also gradually returned to normal. Fortunately, the structure of the training room inside the villa was sturdy and did not collapse under the impact of this formidable aura, unlike the cave from before. Afterward, Li Luo let out a burst of joyful laughter. I did it! Ha ha ha! He was now able to perfectly control his aura and clearly feel the qualitative changes in his physique, strength, and other aspects after the breakthrough. Overjoyed, he focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Okay. Name, Li Luo. Level, mid-stage martial saint. Punching power, 920,000 kilograms. Force multiplier, 5.0x. Cultivation method, SSS level heavenly body tempering technique, D-level iron bone body tempering method. Martial skills, C-level shattering void fist, advanced, basic blade technique, mastery, SSS level frost divine codex, mastery, type frost warrior. After the breakthrough, his punching power directly increased by nearly 200,000 kilograms, and his explosive force rose by 0.8 times. Coupled with the newly acquired perfect level basic blade technique and SSS level martial skills, Li Luo's strength instantly surpassed many veteran martial saints stuck in the mid-stage, now almost on par with genius powerhouses like Elder Qin Hong. If it came to a one-on-one duel, while a guaranteed victory couldn't be assured, a 50-50 chance was absolutely within reach. Congratulations, sir, on advancing further. Butler Lu, sensing the true power of Li Luo's breakthrough, hurried to the training room door, expressing his congratulations with excitement, his voice filled with reverence. This was a mid-stage martial saint. Looking across the entire Blue Star, among the more than 200 martial saints, countless individuals remained stuck at the initial bottleneck after their promotion, unable to advance further for their entire lives. Yet Li Luo's rate of improvement was nothing short of miraculous. Within less than a week, he had ascended from martial master to martial saint in one leap, and now had broken through again. Such progress was utterly terrifying. Housekeeper Lu thought to himself, such a powerful individual might have a way to heal his internal injuries. With this in mind, he quickly began to flatter him again. Sir, your extraordinary talent and relentless practice day and night have led to such astonishing achievements. We can only look up to your brilliance, far beyond our reach. Li Luo pushed the door open and stepped out, smiling faintly as he listened to housekeeper Lu's compliments. Rather than calling it extraordinary talent, it was more a stroke of good luck. Just then, the spirit swift ring on his wrist, a communication device emitting a faint glow, suddenly vibrated urgently. What is this? Li Luo was slightly taken aback, then his brows furrowed, and his expression turned serious. It was a distress signal from other wardens stationed in Jiang Province. Without hesitation, Li Luo quickly connected the communication, eager to find out what had happened. A projection quickly appeared, revealing a burly, resolute-looking middle-aged man. It was Chen Lei, the guardian of Jiangbin City in Jiangning Province, a seasoned early-stage martial saint. Chen Lei wasted no time on pleasantries upon seeing Li Luo. He concisely reported the current crisis in Jiangbin City. Elderly, I urgently need reinforcements. The city's oceanic defense line has suddenly been hit by a fierce wave of beast attacks, including several high-level lord-class beasts. What's worse, the long-hidden beast god cult within the city has also begun to stir up trouble. The situation is in complete chaos, clearly premeditated. Chen Lei's voice was filled with urgency and worry, and the faint sounds of beast roars and artillery fire could be heard in the background. The situation in Jiangbin City was extremely dire. Besides Li Luo, he had also sent out distress signals to two other guardians, and reinforcement teams were rushing to Jiangbin City. To be on the safe side, he also contacted the newly ascended mysterious martial saint, Li Luo, who had chosen to station himself in Jiangning Province. Although they had never met, Chen Lei had long heard of Li Luo's exploits, absorbing special energy crystals in the wilderness and breaking through from martial master to martial saint. The only uncertainty was his actual combat ability. As for experience in fighting high-level lord-class beasts, it was naturally assumed to be non-existent. Nevertheless, since Li Luo was a martial saint-level warrior, he could at least alleviate some of the pressure. After listening to Chen Lei's brief report, Li Luo couldn't help but feel a heavy weight in his heart. According to the guardian Chen Lei, four high-level lord-class beasts had already appeared. In the attacks during this beast tide, the army's defensive line was on the verge of collapse under the relentless waves of beasts, and soldiers were falling on the battlefield every moment. Even worse, a large number of beast god cultists were causing chaos within the city. Although people had been sent to suppress them, the results were far from ideal due to most of the high-level combat forces being concentrated on resisting the beast tide. Li Luo understood understood the gravity of the situation and decisively responded, Elder Chen, please hold on. I will rush to Jiangbin City as soon as possible. If Jiangbin City is breached by the joint forces of the oceanic beasts and the beast god cult, the consequences will be unimaginable. Alright. After receiving Li Luo's reply, Chen Lei hurriedly ended the communication and continued to fend off the 4 high-level Lord-grade beasts. High-level Lord-grade beasts. After receiving the call for help, Li Luo's eyes burned with intense battle intent. Having broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint, his strength had greatly increased. It was the perfect opportunity to test his combat power against these high-level Lord-class fierce beasts to see just how much he had improved. With a thought, he retrieved the S-class battle armor gifted by the Elders Council from his spatial ring. The armor emitted a faint, icy glow, and once donned, his entire body was enveloped in the cold light, exuding a sharp and imposing aura. Sir, please be careful. Steward Liu, standing nearby, was filled with worry as he learned that Li Luo was about to head to the front lines to provide reinforcements. Those were, for high-level Lord-class fierce beasts, equivalent to human Martial Saint-level warriors. Even the aftershocks could instantly kill someone like him, a mere martial spirit. Don't worry. A confident smile appeared on Li Luo's lips as he nodded. He believed that after this battle, his influence in the Council of Elders would undoubtedly increase significantly. The situation was urgent, so Li Luo didn't linger. He quickly stepped out of the training room, his internal energy surging abruptly. With a sudden leap, he soared into the sky, heading toward Jiangbin City at a significantly faster speed than before. Jiangbin City, here I come. Feeling the surging power within him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Having just broken through, he was about to face a tough battle. He had to let it all out. On the way to provide support, Li Luo contacted Wang Ming, the president of the Jingyang City branch, and ordered him to lead the members of the association to rush to support Jiangbin City. Thinking about the beast god cult followers lurking in Jiangbin City, Li Luo became more vigilant. Since there was a hidden danger in Jiangbin City, it was highly likely that Jingyang City also harbored a similar crisis, which he had not yet discovered due to his short tenure. To prevent the cult from taking advantage of the situation, he also notified Inspector Han Tianxiong and Security Chief Lin Haoren, among others, to strengthen vigilance within Jingyang City, closely monitor any suspicious activities, and prevent any sabotage from occurring. As for the troops stationed around the wilderness area, they could not be easily mobilized. This army was the key force maintaining stability in the wilderness area, and any mobilization could potentially trigger greater chaos. Jiangning Province, Jiangbin City. This once prosperous city is now shrouded in the shadow of fear. In the distance, the ocean defense line is struggling to fend off the invasion of ferocious beasts. The roars of the beasts and the thunder of artillery fire echo incessantly, striking terror into people's hearts. Inside the city, this is the judgment of the beast god. Accept your fate. The will of the beast god cannot be defied. We will lead you toward the light. Resistance is the wrong choice. The followers of the beast god cult arrogantly roamed the streets and alleys, wantonly creating chaos and inciting endless panic. Pedestrians on the streets hurriedly dodged and avoided them. A few bold warriors attempted to unite and resist, but against this group of ferocious cultists, their efforts were almost futile. To hell with you, a bunch of beast slapdogs. Take care of this straggler first. The team sent by the Security Bureau to suppress the city's chaos shouted angrily as they glared at the cultists slaughtering ordinary citizens and creating carnage. Their hearts burned with fury as they charged forward, vowing to put an end to this disaster. Not good. This guy is a martial master. Everyone, be careful. Due to most of the high-level combat forces being dispatched to the front lines to fend off the beast tide, they were now under immense pressure. The highest-ranking captain in the team was only at the peak of martial spirit, completely outmatched by this martial master cultist. Before long, the captain was severely injured and forced to retreat. The cultist revealed a sinister smile, mocking coldly, "You ignorant fools, still trying to stop me?" His hands were already poised, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Damn it! Just as everyone was sinking into despair, they suddenly felt an incredibly powerful aura emerge. The cultist had no time to react before being instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, which then shattered into icy fragments and dissipated into the air. It's the aura of the martial saint. Captain, we're saved. This scene left the members of the security division utterly shocked, their hearts filled with uncontrollable excitement. Finally, a martial saint-level powerhouse had arrived to provide support, and it seemed the doomsday of these cultists was at hand. Looking up, they saw a figure swiftly streaking across the sky. It was none other than Li Luo, clad in full battle armor. He made no effort to conceal the aura of a martial saint, both calming the terrified citizens of Jiangbin City and intimidating the followers of the beast god cult. A bunch of filthy rats. Li Luo's gaze was as cold as ice, swiftly scanning the chaotic scene below, searching for the high-ranking beast god cult members wantonly slaughtering others. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he locked onto several cult leaders confronting the Security Bureau, along with numerous ordinary cultists. Die for me! Li Luo coldly roared in his heart, as a terrifying aura suddenly suddenly erupted from his body. The power of extreme cold spread rapidly like a tide, completely encircling the beast god cult members. The security bureau is nothing special. Haha. Several arrogant, laughing beast god cult leaders hadn't even had time to react before they were engulfed by a bone-chilling cold, their entire bodies feeling as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Marshal Saint, how is this possible? The leaders' faces instantly froze, shouting in terror. How could a Marshal Saint not go to support the front lines but instead come after them, these small fries? However, no one could answer their question. Their voices were quickly frozen by the cold, their bodies stiffening rapidly in the extreme chill, exuding a bone-piercing coldness. In the end, they turned into ice sculptures before the eyes of the Security Bureau members, their faces still frozen in expressions of astonishment. Leave the rest of these scum to you. Li Luo exuded a terrifying aura as he gazed indifferently at the Security Bureau members who had yet to react. At this moment, the strongest leader of the beast god cult in the city had been slain by him, and nearly half of the ordinary cultists had been eliminated. The remaining small fry could easily be suppressed with the strength of the Security Bureau. Moreover, President Wang Ming was already leading the senior members of the Jingyang City branch to provide reinforcements and would arrive shortly. The beast god cultists who had caused chaos were no longer capable of stirring up any major trouble. Yes, Lord Li, guardian of the city. The members of the Security Bureau looked up at Li Luo, who radiated the powerful aura of a martial saint high in the sky, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration. The strength of this newly ascended martial saint far exceeded their expectations. With a single move, he had struck down numerous beast god cultists with overwhelming force. After giving a brief explanation, Li Luo's aura erupted once again as he sprinted toward the defensive line, fiercely battling the beast tide in the distance. Luckily, I'm not too late. As he drew closer, he sensed the overwhelming presence of 3 human martial saints and 4 high-level lord-class ferocious beasts ahead. The other 2 guardians who had received Chen Lei's call for help were also nearby, had arrived ahead of him and was engaged in a fierce battle with the 4 high-level lord-class beasts. However, the situation was not optimistic. The numerical disadvantage of 4 against 3 was evident. Before the other 2 guardians could arrive, Chen Lei, the guardian, stationed at Jiang, single-handedly withstood the assault of the 4 high-level lord-class beasts but was severely injured in the process. If not for the innate strong defense of Earth Element warriors and the use of genetic enhancement drugs, he might have already fallen. It's my turn to step in. Li Luo smelled the blood permeating the battlefield, and a fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes. He drew the S-grade longsword from his spatial ring without hesitation and charged into the already heated ocean defense line. Suddenly, an intense chill swept across the entire battlefield. The surging seawater was instantly frozen over a vast area, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The beasts emerging from the ocean were covered in frost and turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The entire battlefield seemed to transform into a massive ice sculpture exhibition, with countless beasts frozen by this mysterious power. Then, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, these ice sculptures were smashed as if struck by a heavy hammer, turning into countless shards of ice that scattered with the wind. At the same time, Li Luo's figure appeared above the battlefield. Holding his long sword, his entire body was encased in battle armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of a martial saint that sent chills down one's spine. Great! Lord Wuxing has come to support us again. It's Li Luo, the Wuxing stationed in Jingyang City. The soldiers defending the front line against the ferocious beasts were both shocked and exhilarated as they witnessed the scene. Exhausted and overwhelmed by the massive beast tide and the disadvantage on Commander Chen Lei's side, they had been filled with despair. However, Li Luo's arrival was like a ray of dawn, reigniting their hope. With just one move, he slaughtered tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in an incredibly short time. The soldiers couldn't help but feel deep respect and admiration, and their morale soared instantly. As Li Luo unleashed his overwhelming power, turning countless ferocious beasts into icy shards, the high lord-level beasts battling the other 3 commanders also began to feel the pressure. These high-tier beasts from the depths of the ocean immediately sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from Li Luo. Among them, a massive lord-level beast covered in deep blue scales, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light, stood out. This was the beast known as Sea Fiend, one of the rulers of the seas surrounding the great Xia kingdom. It keenly perceived the immense power radiating from Li Luo, especially the icy chill that made it extremely uncomfortable. The high lord-level beasts, with intelligence no less than that of humans, made their judgment almost instantly. This newly arrived human warrior posed a far greater threat than the other 3 Wuxings and had to be dealt with swiftly. Roar! Haisha let out a deafening roar, the sound waves stirring up ripples and shattering the icy surface of the sea. After signaling to the other 3 high lord-level beasts, it swiftly withdrew from the battle, swinging its massive body like a blue lightning bolt as it charged straight at Li Luo with incredible speed, reaching him almost instantly. Perfect timing. Li Luo stared at the colossal ocean beast, his face devoid of any fear. The S-grade longsword in his hand gleamed coldly under the sunlight. His figure blurred into a shadow shadow as he engaged in a fierce battle with Hai Sha. Relying on the mastery of the basic blade technique at its peak, Li Luo faced Hai Sha, whose level was equivalent to a mid-stage veteran martial saint of humanity and was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage without losing ground. The longsword traced elegant arcs in the air, each swing carrying an overwhelming force. As it collided with Hai Sha's iron-hard scales, it produced a piercing metallic clash. Meanwhile, Hai Sha, as a high lord-level beast and ruler of the sea, displayed its strength to the fullest. Each attack carried an imposing might and murderous intent, aiming to tear Li Luo into pieces. The battle between humans and beasts grew increasingly intense. Is this the mid-stage of martial saint? Elder Li has broken through again? He can actually fight Hai Sha to a standstill. Chen Lei and the other two guardians were astonished as they sensed the mid-stage martial saint aura emanating from Li Luo. Especially Chen Lei, who had been stuck at the early stage of martial saint for years, never expected that Li Luo, a newcomer who had only recently broken through to martial saint, could advance to the mid-stage so quickly. What shocked him even more was that Li Luo could actually wield the power of the ice element and use it with remarkable ease. Only then did they realize that they had completely underestimated this mysterious newly ascended martial saint. Li Luo undoubtedly harbored many unknown secrets. However, with Li Luo holding back Hai Sha, the strongest of the four high-level lord-class fierce beasts, the pressure on their side was significantly reduced. One-on-one, this time I can finally go all out. The mid-stage martial saint-level guardian, Li Jindong, grinned slightly after Hai Sha was drawn away by Li Luo. Previously, he could only defend passively in a 2-on-1 situation, but now he could finally unleash his full strength and counterattack. He then turned his head to check on the heavily injured Chen Lei beside him. Old Chen, can you still hold on? Cut the nonsense, can't you see for yourself? Chen Lei gave Li Jindong a helpless glance. In his current state, lasting this long was already a miracle. Before reinforcements arrived, he had to withstand the attacks of four beasts. Fortunately, he had plenty of healing pills on hand, and his robust physique barely allowed him to endure. Chen Lei's face was as pale as paper, and his SS-grade battle armor was already in tatters, revealing shocking cracks. The aura he emitted was extremely chaotic, clearly nearing his limit. If he continued to push himself, he might face the danger of falling. Old Chen, you retreat first, leave this to us. Li Jindong looked at Chen Lei's condition, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Chen Lei glanced at the battlefield, no longer forcing himself, and nodded, saying, be careful, these guys are not easy to deal with. After speaking, he quickly turned and retreated toward the rear. However, the three high-level lord-class ferocious beasts before them had no intention of letting Chen Lei go easily. The opportunity to slay a human martial saint-level warrior was truly rare. They roared furiously, decisively abandoning their entanglement with Li Jindong and another guardian, Zhang Yunfeng, and surged toward the retreating Chen Lei like a tsunami. We can't let him escape. The deep-sea demon shark, one of the ocean's overlords, opened its bloodthirsty jaws, its sharp fangs gleaming with a cruel light. The other two high-level lord-class ferocious beasts, the frost octopus and the raging tide dragon turtle, unleashed icy cold air and towering waves respectively. No, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. Okay. Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng, the guardian of the same mid-martial saint level, hurriedly rushed forward to block them. Stop right there. Li Jindong roared angrily, brandishing his long sword, its light flashing like lightning as it slashed toward the deep-sea demon shark. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Yunfeng, unwilling to show weakness, swung his giant hammer with each strike carrying thunderous power toward the raging tide dragon turtle. Old Jiang, you hold off that turtle and leave the other two to me. Li Jindong shouted loudly. His strength was slightly greater than Zhang Yunfeng's. Although it was strenuous to deal with two high-level lord-class beasts, he could still barely hold on and stabilize the situation. Understood, Zhang Yunfeng responded, quickly adjusting his position and focusing on the frenzied tide dragon turtle. Under their combined assault, the three beasts were temporarily contained. Damn guy, so troublesome. After a brief clash, the three ferocious beasts realized they couldn't defeat Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng in a short time, and since Chen Lei had already safely retreated, they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Chen Lei and focus all their efforts on dealing with the remaining two. Meanwhile, Li Luo's battle grew increasingly intense. The confrontation with Hai Sha had lasted for a long time, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Among the many high-level ocean lord-class ferocious beasts, Hai Sha's strength wasn't the strongest, but Li Luo, relying on his skilled mastery of ice elemental power and the perfected level basic blade technique, was able to match it evenly, even forcing Hai Sha back multiple times. The surrounding beast tide was intimidated by the energy fluctuations unleashed by Li Luo, not daring to approach at all. What a powerful human. Is he really a newly ascended martial saint? Hai Sha was surprised to find that he couldn't overpower this human before him, feeling immense pressure in his heart. According to the information from the beast god cult, they had long known that a human had recently broken through to the martial saint level and coincidentally was stationed in Jiang Province. However, they had never taken Li Luo seriously. After all, how strong could a martial saint who had luckily absorbed an energy crystal crystal to break through really be? Yet unexpectedly, this newly ascended martial saint had brought them considerable trouble, even disrupting their plans. However, for Li Luo to think he could defeat it in a short time was nothing but a fool's dream. Still, this troublesome human before it was equally difficult to take down quickly. The confrontation between the two sides had reached a stalemate. A hint of retreat gradually appeared in Hai Sha's eyes. If this stalemate continued, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for them. The original plan was to quickly capture Jiangbin City before human reinforcements could react, but the successive setbacks were completely unexpected. They had thought Xinlei was the weakest among Li Jindong's group of 3, an easy target, yet even with 4 against 1, they still couldn't take him down. What surprised them even more was the sudden appearance of Li Luo. Just as Hai Sha was contemplating retreat, Li Luo's lips curled into a strange smile. I want to see just how much of a beating you can take. Absolute zero. Li Luo's thoughts moved, and the aura around him instantly became sharp. Then, with a sudden wave of his hand, a terrifying energy erupted. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and even the air seemed to freeze. Layers of frost rapidly formed on the ground, spreading outward. The ferocious beasts and the distant beast tide that came into contact with it didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly turned into ice sculptures, their faces still frozen in ferocious expressions. Hai Sha became alert in an instant, but it was already too late to evade. It could only hurriedly assume a defensive stance, attempting to use its tough scales to withstand the fierce attack. Li Luo infused his attack into the long blade in his hand and slashed fiercely. An icy blue blade light tore through the air, heading straight for Hai Sha. Wherever the blade light passed, everything froze, and even the air seemed to solidify. A powerful energy wave instantly spread out, followed by a painful roar of fury. Although Hai Sha had thick skin and tough flesh, it suffered severe injuries under Li Luo's full-force strike. Its body was struck by the icy blue blade light, and was instantly frozen into a massive block of ice. The ground around it was also covered in a thick layer of frost. Shortly after, the ice block shattered, and Hai Sha's body was riddled with cracks, with blood flowing from its wounds. However, the Sea Fiend was, after all, a high-level Lord-class beast with extremely tenacious vitality. Killing it in one blow was by no means an easy task. The Sea Fiend let out a low growl and struggled to stand up. Though gravely injured, it was not dead. Its eyes flashed with fury as it glared at Li Luo. "You've succeeded in angering me, human," the Sea Fiend roared. It hadn't expected Li Luo to have a trump card, and his strength had far exceeded its expectations. This operation not only failed to capture the human city but also left it severely wounded and utter loss. "Oh, still not dead? Pretty tough, huh?" Li Luo listened to Hai Sha's furious roar and clicked his tongue, completely disregarding its threats. After adjusting his breath slightly, he charged forward again with his long blade in hand. "I'd like to see how much longer you can hold on." Although releasing Absolute Zero had consumed a significant amount of energy, Hai Sha's injuries were equally severe, and the lingering cold within its body was even more unbearable. If it didn't retreat soon, Li Luo was 30% confident he could slay it. However, Li Luo had underestimated Hai Sha's strength. He had thought Absolute Zero would be enough to severely wound it, but the current situation surprised him. Hai Sha glared at Li Luo, who was once again charging at him with a blade. The bloodthirsty beast's eyes burned with fury as he roared, "Human, do you think you've already won? You're far from it." Li Luo was slightly taken aback, not expecting this creature to be so arrogant. He chuckled lightly in response. "Oh, so you're saying you still have a trump card you haven't revealed? Then hurry up and show me, or you might not get the chance." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a faint glow suddenly emanated from Hai Sha's body. The wounds that had been continuously bleeding began to heal rapidly, visibly closing until only shallow marks remained. The lingering cold within his body was instantly expelled. Moreover, Hai Sha's aura surged to nearly double its previous intensity. His massive form stood like a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Next, let me show you my true power," Hai Sha roared as he charged at Li Luo, attempting to vent his fury to the fullest. "This is the second form?" Looking at the transformation of Hai Sha before him, Li Luo's expression instantly turned serious. It seems he still underestimated the strength of the high lord-level ferocious beast. As expected, it's not so easy to deal with. Subsequently, Li Luo stopped underestimating it and decided to go all out. Power suddenly erupted at 5.0 times the intensity, and his aura became even more ferocious than before. "Let me see just how strong you really are." Li Luo, brimming with fighting spirit, wielded his long blade and charged fiercely at Hai Sha, engaging it in battle once again. "Take this!" Li Luo roared, the long blade slicing through the air with sharp arcs of light. Each strike carried nearly 4.6 million kilograms of destructive force, enough to cleave a small mountain in half. Although Li Luo's attacks were exceptionally fierce, striking the massive body of Hai Sha felt as ineffective as hitting solid rock. Every seemingly fatal wound Hai Sha sustained would heal in the blink of an eye, leaving only faint marks on the scales of its outer skin. "Its resilience has become so strong?" Li Luo frowned, his heart filled with astonishment. "I don't believe you can recover this quickly all the time. He raised his blade again, unleashing his full strength, and slashed fiercely at Haisha's massive body. However, the result was not much different from before. "Human, is this all the strength you have?" Haisha sneered, his eyes full of provocation. "Tired already? Now it's my turn." As soon as the words fell, Haisha suddenly opened its massive, blood-red mouth, and a powerful energy burst forth from within. Scorching flames gathered in its mouth, as if they were about to incinerate everything around. Not good. Li Luo's expression changed drastically. Realizing it was too late to dodge, he hurriedly raised his long blade across his chest, bracing himself to withstand the blow. Flames erupted like a giant dragon, fiercely striking Li Luo's longsword. The immense impact forced his body to involuntarily retreat, but he gritted his teeth and held the longsword tightly. The S-class battle armor on his body played a crucial role at the critical moment, blocking most of the damage. Although severe cracks had appeared on the surface of the armor, Li Luo's body remained unscathed. So close, Li Luo secretly rejoiced. Without the protection of the battle armor, he might not have escaped unscathed this time. In truth, Haisha's heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. It hadn't expected this newly ascended human martial saint to force it into using its second form. Although its physical stats would see a significant boost for a short time, it would then enter a prolonged period of weakness. Unless absolutely necessary, it would generally avoid using this ability. Originally, it thought it could easily teach a lesson or even kill this arrogant human, but unexpectedly, after entering his second form, Li Luo still unleashed astonishing power, even matching it in strength. Roar! Anger and helplessness intertwined as Haisha let out a thunderous roar, simultaneously engaging in brief communication with the three high-level Lord-class fierce beasts fighting in the distance. They quickly exchanged opinions through some special method. The plan to attack human cities has completely failed, and further entanglement is of no benefit to either side. What shocked these three high-ranking lords and fierce beasts even more was that this newly ascended human martial saint could actually withstand the second form of Haisha. After a brief discussion, Haisha made a difficult decision. It threw aside the long blade in its hand, charged at Li Luo once more, and then led the massive beast tide to slowly retreat toward the ocean behind it. The ocean is their true domain, and even a martial saint-level human would not dare to venture deep easily. "Human, you are strong, but this ends here today." Haisha turned to look at Li Luo, a complex light flickering in his eyes. "We will meet again soon. Next time we meet, I will surely cut you down." Seeing this, Li Luo did not continue to pursue, stopping in his tracks and calmly watching Haisha retreat into the ocean. "Ha, if you have the guts, come in and cut me down now?" Haisha sneered at Li Luo's arrogant words, his eyes full of disdain and provocation, attempting to lure him into the ocean. But Li Luo remained unwavering, thinking to himself that after signing in a few more times, he might be able to treat it like a wild monster and take it down. Besides, he wasn't a fool. Why would he willingly walk into a death trap by entering the ocean? Haisha had no choice but to give up. On the other side of the battlefield, the three deep-sea demon sharks quickly broke free from the entanglement of Li Jindong and Jiang Yunfeng. Retreat! They led the massive beast tide, retreating toward the ocean along with Haisha. Trying to leave? Li Jindong kept his eyes fixed on the massive beast tide retreating into the ocean, slightly tilting his head to cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yunfeng. Now was the perfect time to reap the rewards. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Li Jindong shouted, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. He swung his long sword, each strike accompanied by piercing wails, as the beasts that hadn't managed to retreat in time fell one after another under his blade. Jiang Yunfeng was not to be outdone, wielding his giant hammer to specifically target the higher-level beasts within the tide. As time passed, the number of beasts on the battlefield gradually dwindled. In the end, all the beasts that failed to retreat were completely slaughtered by Li Jindong and Jiang Yunfeng. As for the high-level Lord-class beasts led by Haisha and the deep-sea demon shark, they had successfully submerged into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. After the beast tide was repelled, the soldiers on the front line immediately erupted in excitement, with cheers and shouts echoing one after another, shaking the heavens. "The beast tide has retreated. We held the line. We won." The soldiers waved their weapons excitedly, their faces brimming with the joy of victory. Among the crowd, the names of the four guardians, Li Luo, Chen Lei, Li Jindong, and Jiang Yunfeng, were frequently mentioned, especially Li Luo. The soldiers shouted his name loudly, filled with admiration and excitement. It was precisely because of Li Luo's timely support that the previously disadvantaged battle situation was reversed. Not only did he successfully fend off the strongest of the four high-level Lord-class beasts, the Sea Fiend, but he also suppressed it in terms of strength. Even when the opponent used its trump card, it failed to gain any advantage in front of Li Luo. The soldiers on the defensive line witnessed the entire process with their own eyes, and their admiration for Li Luo arose spontaneously. The energy fluctuations released during that confrontation were so intense that even from the defensive line, they could feel the terror and shock within. Li Luo's final words, "Next time we meet, I will slay you," were like a sharp sword piercing straight into their hearts, igniting the fighting spirit and passion of all the soldiers as warriors. The intense discussions from the army reached the ears of Li Jindong and Jiang Jiang Yunfeng, who were covered in beast blood. As they looked at Li Luo lying on the ground in the distance, their eyes were filled with both admiration and surprise. They hadn't expected the key to this battle to be this newly ascended martial saint. In just a few days, Li Luo had broken through to the mid-stage and displayed extraordinary strength. At his terrifying growth rate, the words, "Next time we meet, I will slay you," might very well become a reality. Subsequently, the two commanders, Li Jindong and Jiang Yunfeng, began organizing the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and reinforce the defensive line to prevent a counterattack by the beasts. The injuries on the two of them were not severe, and their energy consumption was far less than Li Luo's. As for Chen Lei, the commander of Jiangbin City, he was severely injured and had been relocated to a safe area in the rear for treatment, making it temporarily impossible for him to appear. If he could take high-quality resources rated S level or above, the time needed for him to recover to his peak state might be significantly shortened. This time the toll was really heavy. Li Luo lay exhausted on the blood-soaked battlefield, muttering to himself. The backlash from excessive energy consumption was almost unbearable. If the situation weren't so urgent, he would have loved to sleep right there. Li Luo, Li Luo. From the distant defensive line came the excited shouts of the soldiers. Li Luo thrust his severely damaged longsword into the ground, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to stand. Smiling, he nodded in acknowledgement toward the two guardians, Li Jindong and Jiang Yunfeng, as well as the station soldiers. Elder Li is truly resilient. Li Jindong sensed the exhaustion emanating from Li Luo and understood that his current state was far less relaxed than it appeared on the surface. Shaking his head with a smile, he stepped forward, lightly patted Li Luo's shoulder, and said with emotion, "Elder Li, we owe this one to you." With that, he took out an S-grade vitality pill from his spatial ring, which emitted a crystalline luster and a faint fragrance, brimming with powerful life energy. This is an S-grade vitality pill. It can quickly replenish your strength and restore your spirit. Brother Luo, no need to be polite with me. The address shifted from elderly to the more familiar Brother Luo, with a touch of closeness in his tone. Li Jindong did not press Li Luo on how he managed to break through to the mid-stage martial saint level in such a short time. "Then I'll thank you, Brother Dong." Li Luo accepted the pill without hesitation and expressed his gratitude. Li Jindong, as a seasoned mid-level martial saint nearing 50, calling him brother is not an exaggeration. The pill entered his mouth and instantly transformed into a warm current, quickly spreading throughout Li Luo's body. The vitality it contained was like a clear spring, swiftly nourishing his exhausted body. He could clearly feel his strength gradually returning, and the fatigue slowly dissipating. Although he hadn't fully recovered to his peak state, his power had partially returned, which eased Li Luo's mind considerably. Seeing that Li Luo's condition had improved, Li Jindong confidently resumed organizing the troops to clear the battlefield and strengthen the defenses. He was well aware of the cunning nature of the ferocious beasts. Although they had been repelled, it was necessary to be fully prepared to prevent them from launching another attack. As for the secrets surrounding Li Luo, now was clearly not the time to inquire. Watching Li Jindong busily directing the defense line arrangements, Li Luo wanted to help but was unable to contribute due to his complete lack of knowledge about military defense and tactical planning. You could rely on him to face the ferocious beasts alone, but expecting him to grasp the various arrangements of the army was truly too difficult. This was also one of the reasons why Li Luo did not choose to join the military back then. Each has their own expertise. I won't add to the chaos, Li Luo said with a self-aware smile. He then leapt up and left the battlefield, returning to the rear. The chaos within Jiangbin City was finally subdued with Li Luo's intervention and the cooperation of numerous reinforcements. A large number of beast god cult followers were arrested or killed, and the city's order has been largely restored. This completely crushed the ferocious beasts' plot to collaborate from within and without to capture Jiangbin City. As night fell, Jiangbin City, after the fierce battle, finally welcomed a moment of tranquility. Since Chen Lei, the city governor, was seriously injured in the battle and unable to personally extend hospitality to Li Luo, who arrived in time to turn the tide of the battle, but this does not affect the warm reception Li Luo received in Jiangbin City. "Master Li, please come this way." Under the meticulous arrangements of Guyu, the branch president of the Jiangbin City Elder Council, Li Luo was escorted to the supply base behind the defense line, to an elegant restaurant specially designed for hosting distinguished guests. A sumptuous dinner was already prepared, with a dazzling array of delicious dishes, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. "President Gu, thank you for your hard work." Li Luo nodded in satisfaction. Although his body was still a bit tired, the allure of delicious food greatly stimulated his appetite. After dinner, Guyu took Li Luo to soak in the spirit spring, washing away all his fatigue and the scent of blood. So comfortable. Li Luo felt a sense of ease and comfort. Afterward, he was taken to a VIP room to rest after his bath. "Finally, I can relax for a while," Li Luo said as he lay on the bed, unwinding his body and mind. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. As for the town guardians Li Jindong and Jiang Yunfeng, they were far from as relaxed as Li Luo. After hours of effort, numerous soldiers finally cleaned up the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the shore, filling revealing more than a dozen warehouses in the supply base. Looking at the now empty shore, Li Jindong and Jiang Yunfeng finally felt a sense of relief. Although the defense line suffered heavy losses under the sudden attack of the beast tide, it also gained a large number of ferocious beast corpses, ranging from low-level insignificant beasts to mid-tier lord-level beasts. The fur, bones, and internal organs of these ferocious beasts are precious materials for crafting weapons and elixirs. Late at night, the moonlight was hazy. In the supply base behind the defensive line, the guardian Li Jindong, after treating his injuries, gently slid his finger across the Lingshuan ring, reporting the details of this battle to the second sequence elder, Xiang Yuan, through the Lingshuan ring. Old Xiang. During the battle in Jiangbin City, we encountered the ambush of 4 high-level lord-class ferocious beasts. Tens of thousands of our warriors sacrificed their lives, and thousands were severely injured. The losses were devastating. Elder Chen was also gravely injured and on the brink of death, narrowly escaping demise. Li Jindong's voice was heavy as he reported to the second sequence elders, emphasizing Li Luo's outstanding contributions during the battle. Li Luo not only forcefully suppressed the beast god cult followers who were causing chaos within the city, also made a timely appearance, restraining the strongest among the 4 high lord level ferocious beasts, the Sea Fiend, which had a tremendous impact on the victory of the battle. Otherwise, there would have been even more soldiers sacrificed, and Commander Chen Lei might very likely have fallen. If the beast tide had broken through the defense line, the millions of residents living in Jiangbin City would have been in extreme danger, with unimaginable consequences. Oh, Li Luo? The steady voice of second sequence elder Xiang Yuan came from the Lingshuan ring, carrying a hint of surprise. From Li Jindong's words, he could sense a high level of admiration for Li Luo's strength, even suspecting whether Li Jindong might be exaggerating. Li Luo had just broken through from martial master to the early stage of martial saint, yet he could withstand one of the sea domain overlords, Haisha? Yes, Elder Xiang, it is indeed the newly ascended martial saint, Li Luo. Not only did he force Haisha to activate its second form, but he also fought it to a standstill. What's even more crucial is that his cultivation has advanced again. He has already broken through to the mid-stage of martial saint and has mastered the power of ice. As soon as Li Jindong finished speaking, Elder Xiang Yuan of the sequence fell into a brief silence. Ice warrior? Mid-stage martial saint? So soon? The voice of the second sequence elder carried a clear tone of astonishment. Evidently, this news was quite unexpected for him. Li Luo had just returned from the wilderness after breaking through to martial saint less than a week ago, and now he had already advanced to the mid-stage of martial saint. Moreover, he had transformed from an ordinary warrior into an ice warrior wielding the power of frost. If those old fellows who have been stuck at the early stage of martial saint and unable to progress further knew about this, their jaws would definitely drop, and they'd be insanely jealous. Even that prodigy Qin Hong, who broke through to martial saint early on, took several years to advance to the mid-stage. Such a breakthrough speed as Li Luo's is something he's hearing about for the first time. Yes, Elder Xiang, I also find it hard to believe, but the aura emanating from Li Luo is absolutely genuine, and he successfully resisted the Sea Fiend, even freezing the entire sea surface. Li Jindong replied respectfully. To be honest, he was somewhat envious of Li Luo's breakthrough speed. If it weren't for the fact that the wilderness area in Jingyang City where Li Luo broke through to martial saint had already been thoroughly searched by Qin Hong without finding any special energy crystals, he would have wanted to go and see for himself. Li Luo's ability to break through so quickly is definitely closely related to the opportunities he encountered in the wilderness area. Xiang Yuan fell silent again for a moment, secretly thinking to himself, what secrets is this kid hiding? My curiosity is growing stronger and stronger. Not to mention the great Xia Kingdom, even looking across the entire blue star, no one can break through to martial saint as quickly as Li Luo. Even though his cultivation has already reached the peak of martial god, he couldn't help but be deeply curious, how exactly did Li Luo achieve this? Could he really be hiding some kind of special energy crystal? This kid must be hiding quite a few secrets. It seems I'll have to keep a close eye on his movements. Then he spoke slowly. Alright, you did very well. Although the beast tide has receded, the defense work in Jiangbin City must not slacken. Ensure the fortifications are solid, and under no circumstances allow the beast tide to breach the city. The second sequence elder instructed. Since Chen Lei is seriously injured, let him rest and recover. The task of guarding the ocean defense line will temporarily be handed over to Li Luo. He also made adjustments to the defensive arrangements of Jiangbin City. Li Jindong and Jiang Yunfeng each have coastal cities to guard and cannot stay in Jiangbin indefinitely. Meanwhile, the former garrison commander Chen Lei was seriously injured and cannot recover in the short term. It was a good opportunity to have Li Luo, stationed in Jingyang City, temporarily take over, while also using this chance to develop his command abilities. After all, as a town guardian, one cannot only understand fighting and killing enemies. Yes, Elder Xiang, I will immediately notify Elderly, Li Jindong replied firmly. After hanging up the Lingshuan ring, he received the reward for the second sequence elder evaluation, 120 contribution points. Afterwards,
Afterward, the exhausted Li Jindong quickly lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, as the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, Li Luo was already awake. A good night's sleep feels so refreshing. My strength has fully recovered too, probably thanks to that S-grade pill and the spirit spring. Li Luo sat up from the bed, feeling the surging power within his body. After a night's rest, all traces of fatigue had vanished. What's this? His eyes glanced at the Lingshuan ring on his wrist and noticed new information. Master, here's the situation. The human AI, Dreamweaver, within the wristband began explaining to the newly awakened Li Luo. Due to his outstanding performance in resisting the beast tide yesterday, he was awarded 150 contribution points as evaluated by the second sequence elder. That's quite a lot, Li Luo said after hearing this. Adding the basic reward contribution points for choosing to serve as the guardian, he had now accumulated a total of 180 points. After understanding everything, Li Luo exited the Lingshuan ring. Although 180 contribution points were quite a lot, they were still not enough to exchange for the majestic warplane Elder Qinhong had ridden earlier. Getting a warplane now isn't very useful. It's better to exchange for some high-level cultivation resources first. Li Luo muttered to himself, but he was not in a hurry to exchange it at the moment, as he had more important things to do. Afterward, he sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes slightly closed, his mind immersed in his thoughts. System, sign in. Li Luo silently recited in his heart, full of anticipation, hoping for another sign-in critical hit this time. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Frost Divine Vein. Frost Vein originates from the bloodline of an ancient race deep within the universe, naturally mastering the laws of ice. The genetic level is 10 times that of a human martial saint. Would the host like to fuse an alien race's bloodline? Li Luo listened to the system's prompt, his mind filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected the reward for this sign-in to be the bloodline of an ancient cosmic race. The system could actually grant the bloodline of a cosmic being? Fuse. After a moment of contemplation, Li Luo decisively answered. Once fused, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. This effect far surpassed taking genetic enhancement drugs. As soon as the words fell, an unprecedented wave of energy surged from the depths of his mind, rushing into his body. This energy was cold and pure, as if it came from the ice core of the universe's depths. Li Luo's body began to tremble instantly, and an expression of pain involuntarily appeared on his face. Every cell in his body was fiercely colliding, and merging with this energy, and a faint layer of frost gradually emerged on his skin, seemingly sealing his entire being within ice crystals. However, this was only the beginning. As the fusion deepened, every cell in Li Luo's body seemed to be reshaped by this force, achieving a qualitative leap at the genetic level. In an instant, he could clearly feel his vitality continuously strengthening, and his mastery over the laws of ice deepening day by day. The process was both painful and wondrous. Li Luo's body seemed to have undergone a nirvana-like rebirth. When the fusion ended, his appearance remained the same, but his inner being had undergone earth-shattering changes. Feeling his renewed body, Li Luo softly said, "It feels amazing." He slowly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flickering within, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, with a thought, Li Luo opened the system panel. Compared to before, a new section for bloodlines had been added. Name, Li Luo. Level, mid-stage martial saint. Fist strength, 1,130,000 kilograms. Force multiplier, 7.0x. Cultivation method, SSS level heavenly gang body tempering technique, D level iron bone body tempering method. Martial skills, C level shattering fist, advanced, basic blade technique, mastery, SSS level frost divine codex, mastery. Bloodline, frost divine vein. Type, frost martial artist. After merging with the frost god's vein, his affinity for ice elements greatly increased, his punching power rose by over 200,000 kilograms, and his explosive strength advanced by 2 major levels. His comprehension also noticeably multiplied. What shocked Li Luo the most was his cultivation speed, which was nearly 5 times faster than before. If he were in an extremely cold environment, his cultivation speed could increase even more significantly. This is passive cultivation? Li Luo suddenly realized something, his face showing a look of astonishment. The special energy he felt while cultivating the SSS level technique body tempering heavenly gang art was actually flowing into his body automatically. Although it wasn't as effective as active cultivation, it was still incredibly terrifying, equivalent to his vitality increasing every second. The frost vein is truly powerful. Feeling the changes in his body, Li Luo's face lit up with ecstasy. Gazing at the sky just beginning to brighten outside the window, he closed his eyes and began comprehending the C-rank martial skill. Shattering fist, wanting to test how long it would take with his current perception to elevate this skill from advanced to perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the C-rank martial skill Shattering Fist to the master level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the C-rank martial skill Shattering Fist to perfection. Done! Li Luo listened to the system's notification sound, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile as he slowly opened his eyes, ending his state of comprehension.
guardian. In just half an hour, he had elevated a sea-level martial technique from advanced comprehension to perfection. If starting from scratch, it would take at most around 2 hours. This speed was already astonishing. Haha, now I can completely crush a so-called genius like Qin Hong. Just as Li Luo was filled with joy. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from outside the door. Sensing the aura, Li Luo didn't even need to look to know that the person knocking was the guardian, Li Jindong. Coming, Brother Dong, Li Luo responded. After calming his excitement a little, he opened the door. Brother Luo, wait. You. Li Jindong saw Li Luo and was about to relay the instructions and arrangements from Elder Xiang last night when a sudden unease gripped his heart. His face immediately showed a shocked expression. The previously calm demeanor was now somewhat out of control, and his eyes were filled with incredulous astonishment. The way he looked at Li Luo was as if he were staring at a monster. At the very moment Li Luo opened the door, Li Jindong clearly felt a terrifying aura emanating from him. This power was even stronger than the full force burst he displayed yesterday, like the icy wind atop a glacier, piercingly cold and razor-sharp. The temperature in the room plummeted instantly. If the person knocking on the door had been an ordinary martial artist, they would have been unable to withstand this chill, and might have been frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot. Those with slightly weaker strength might even face life-threatening danger. This was precisely the reason for Li Jindong's sudden loss of composure. How had Li Luo grown so much stronger in just one night? Could it be that he was cultivating some kind of supreme technique, or had he accidentally unlocked his meridians during the battle with Hai Sha? Brother Dong, what's wrong? Li Luo looked at Li Jindong's shocked face, quickly restrained his aura, and said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Brother Luo, what are you doing? Practicing a cultivation technique? Can I take a look? Li Jindong quickly regained his composure and shamelessly asked. If Li Luo was truly practicing a peerless cultivation technique that could greatly enhance his strength, Li Jindong would rather lose face or pay a huge price just to see it. It was too tempting, even more potent than taking medicine. Ahaha, well. Li Luo listened to Li Jindong's question and racked his brains to come up with an excuse to brush him off. Really? Alright then. Li Jindong understood Li Luo's implication and could only give up helplessly. With the strength and potential Li Luo had demonstrated, he absolutely could not be made an enemy. Brother Dong, coming to see me so early, is there something you need? Li Luo immediately brought the topic back to the main point, his expression turning serious. Brother Luo, here's the thing. Li Jindong explained in detail the arrangements made by the second sequence elder, Xian Yuan. They were to guard Jingyang City and Jiangbin City. He and Zhang Yunfeng would each return to their respective posts shortly to prevent a sudden beast attack like the one in Jiangbin City. The deployment of the maritime defense line in Jiangbin City has been properly arranged. As long as Li Luo doesn't act recklessly, there should be no major issues. All that needs to be done is to replenish the lost troops and rebuild the damaged defensive facilities. No problem, Dong Ji. With great power comes great responsibility. I'll take charge of guarding Jiangbin City. You don't need to worry, the ferocious beasts definitely won't break through the defense line, Li Luo said confidently. Jingyang City is not by the sea, and apart from guarding against beast riots in the wilderness area, there are generally no major incidents. Whether he is stationed there or not doesn't affect the overall situation. Previously, Jingyang City had no stationed guardian, and there were no problems. Even if something arises, Branch President Wang Ming can handle it. Li Luo's stationing there is merely to provide the common people with an extra sense of security. But Jiangbin City is different. It is often plagued by beast attacks. Without a martial saint-level warrior guarding it, the situation would be very passive. Now that Chen Lei is injured, Li Luo has to temporarily take his place. Brother Luo, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, but there are still some things I need to remind you about. Li Jindong saw Li Luo confidently agree, but he still felt uneasy and gave him a few words of advice. Jiangbin City is much more dangerous than Jingyang City. Even with Li Luo's current strength, he cannot afford to be careless. The beasts in the ocean are all exceptionally cunning, and he absolutely does not want Li Luo to get into trouble due to negligence. In Li Jindong's mind, if Li Luo can maintain this astonishing pace of breakthroughs, he might surpass the exceptionally gifted Qin Hong and several veteran martial saint-level warriors, becoming the first to achieve martial god-level status in Daxia Kingdom as its fourth martial god. After chatting with Li Jindong for a few more moments, Li Jindong glanced at the time and said, Brother Luo, it's getting late. I'll take my leave. Afterward, he and another garrison commander, Zhang Yunfeng, left the supply base in Jiangbin City with their respective subordinates and troops. Li Luo watched Li Jindong leave, fully aware that the burden on his shoulders was far heavier than when he was idling in Jingyang City. Someone, he ordered softly. Afterward, Li Luo sent someone to summon Wang Ming, the branch president of Jingyang City, who was still waiting for orders at the supply base. President Wang, for the time being, I need to stay in Jiangbin City to keep an eye on the ferocious beasts. I'll leave Jingyang City in your hands, Li Luo said solemnly. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, patting his chest as he assured, Sir, rest assured, with me guarding Jingyang
Jingyang City, nothing will go wrong. His gaze toward Li Luo was filled with reverence and trust. Although Wang Ming, after receiving Li Luo's order to support Jiangbin City, did not directly participate in the frontline battles against the Beast Tide and only assisted the Security Bureau in suppressing the remnants of the Beast God cult within the city, he had also heard of Li Luo's glorious achievements on the frontline battlefield. Then I'll leave it to you, President Wang. Li Luo's eyes revealed approval. With Wang Ming guarding Jingyang City, there was absolutely no need for concern. Next, he would be able to fully focus on dealing with the ferocious beasts outside the marine defense line of Jiangbin City. After everyone gradually left the Jiangbin City supply base, Li Luo first went to the medical center. Under the guidance of a physician, he found the heavily injured and recuperating guardian, Chen Lei. Although Chen Lei was out of life-threatening danger, his body was extremely weak. His face was pale, and he was immersed in a special nutrient tank, with only his head exposed. Sensing the presence, Chen Lei slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was Li Luo who had come, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At first, he thought that Li Luo had just broken through to Martial Saint, and it was achieved by forcibly catalyzing with special energy crystals, making his foundation weak and lacking experience in dealing with high-level Lord-class fierce beasts. He only hoped that Li Luo could hold back a relatively weaker high-level Lord-class fierce beast in the battle to help alleviate their pressure. Unexpectedly, Li Luo had already broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint, displaying astonishing strength. The originally supporting role transformed into the main force, and even Hai Sha, who had activated its second form, suffered a loss in front of Li Luo. This enormous contrast still leaves Chen Lei deeply shocked to this day. Elder Li, you're here. Chen Lei's voice was weak, yet filled with admiration. He had been stuck at the early stage of Martial Saint for many years without a breakthrough, while Li Luo had leaped from the early stage to the mid-stage in less than a week. Such terrifying talent was hard not to admire. Elder Chen, you've worked hard. Li Luo asked with concern, how are your injuries? Chen Lei sighed softly and said in a somewhat joking tone, a mere fatal injury, it's nothing. Switching to a serious tone, he continued, it just needs some time to recover. For now, the ocean defense line in Jiangbin City is entrusted to you, Elder Li. He had already received the arrangement from the sequence elders to take a good rest during this period and recover to his peak state. The ocean defense line would temporarily be handed over to Li Luo. A mere fatal injury, what a statement. Li Luo couldn't help but laugh, sensing the peril of the battle at that time. If it were another early-stage Martial Saint not skilled in defense, facing 4 high-level Lord-class beasts, they might have truly fallen. Chen Lei now needs to focus on recovering from his injuries. After checking the injuries, Li Luo briefly inquired about some matters regarding the defense line's deployment. Then, feeling it inappropriate to disturb further, he got up, bid farewell, and left the medical center. It seems that for the foreseeable future, I'll have to stay stationed in Jiangbin City. Li Luo silently thought to himself after confirming Chen Lei's injuries. As short as a few weeks, as long as over a month. What comes next is precisely a test of his military prowess. But Li Luo was not worried at all. Instead, he showed a hint of a relaxed expression. After merging with the Frost Divine Vein, his thinking became sharper, and with guidance from Chen Lei, he could now easily handle tasks such as setting up military defensive lines. Thus, Li Luo officially began to take over from Chen Lei, fully assuming control of the defense line and handling all affairs at the supply base. He first issued an order to summon all senior officers at the supply base for an emergency meeting, intending to gain a detailed understanding of the current situation of the defense line. The senior officers who received the order quickly arrived at the spacious conference room of the supply base. As soon as they entered the room, their eyes immediately turned to Li Luo, who was seated at the head position. His composed demeanor and confident expression naturally inspired admiration and reverence among the crowd. They firmly believed that with Li Luo guarding this place, the ferocious beasts would not dare to act rashly in the short term. A few minutes later, aside from the high-ranking officers who had fallen on the battlefield, everyone else had arrived. Everyone, thank you for coming here on such short notice, Li Luo said with a smile, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The senior officers attending the meeting all bore scars to varying degrees. Li Luo felt deep respect for those soldiers who dared to step forward in critical moments in charge at the front lines. Chen Sheng's health is not in good condition. I will take over the defense line affairs for the time being. Li Luo looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice. Afterward, he began to ask the officers present one by one about the current specific situation of the defense line. Listening to Li Luo's question, Zhao Taizhan, who wore the rank of a major general at the peak of Martial King, stood up with a somewhat sorrowful expression and reported to Li Luo. After yesterday's fierce battle, tens of thousands of soldiers heroically sacrificed their lives, and the number of injured has reached several thousand, currently receiving treatment at the medical center. The fortifications suffered severe damage. Although we have mobilized a large number of engineers and soldiers to expedite repairs and reinforcements, the restoration work will still take time. The most heartbreaking loss is that we lost 2 Martial Emperor-level major general officers, and other officers at various levels have also suffered injuries to varying degrees. Zhao
Haishan's voice echoed in the conference room, each word striking the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. They had won, but the cost was extraordinarily severe. I understand, have a seat first, Li Luo said after listening to the report, his brows tightly furrowed. The losses were even worse than he had anticipated. After a moment of silence, he began issuing orders methodically: repair and reinforce the fortifications damaged by the ferocious beasts, distribute the pensions for fallen soldiers, replenish the troop losses. At this moment, there was no sign that he was a rookie who had just taken over the military front line with no prior experience. Yes, sir, the high-ranking officers responded respectfully in unison. No one dared to underestimate this 20-year-old martial saint. After the meeting ended, officers at all levels quickly took action to carry out Li Luo's orders. Amid the busy figures of the people, Li Luo did not rush to leave but sat alone in the empty conference room. He gently raised his wrist and activated the Lingshuan ring, preparing to use the contribution points earned from repelling the beasts to exchange for some cultivation resources. The treasury of the Elder Council holds many rare treasures that cannot be bought with money. After entering the official website designed exclusively for internal members, a holographic projection appeared in mid-air, displaying a dazzling array of resource lists. What should I exchange for? Li Luo stared at the numerous rare resources before him, suddenly overwhelmed by the difficulty of choice. He wasn't sure which resource would suit him best. Dreamweave, help me pick a few suitable cultivation resources, Li Luo said to the intelligent assistant in his spirit swift ring. Elder Qin Hong once mentioned that Dreamweaver AI possesses powerful search capabilities. Dreamweaver was meticulously crafted by the researchers who developed the Lingshuan ring. It boasts robust computational and data analysis abilities, capable of quickly filtering out the most suitable resources based on user needs and contribution value. Moreover, it can also control equipment like autonomous combat drones. Understood, Master. Dreamweaver responded, appearing with a flicker in the projection and emitting a melodious voice. It is a cute little white fox in appearance, without gender, and then begins to select resources. Before long, Dreamweaver picked out 3 S-level resources for Frost Warrior Li Luo. The first is the S-level rated Ice Heart Jade Dew, a rare spiritual liquid produced in extremely cold regions. It is an excellent auxiliary cultivation item for warriors who master frost laws. The second and third are respectively a watermelon-sized special energy ice crystal suitable for frost warriors to absorb and a pill. All 3 resources are rare S-level items, perfectly meeting Li Luo's needs for rapidly enhancing his strength. Moreover, the combined cost of these 3 resources happens to be exactly 180 contribution points, making it the most suitable combination at this price range. Alright, these 3 it is? Li Luo confirmed without error and clicked the exchange button. The 180 contribution points in the account vanished instantly. Exchange successful. Within a week at the latest, the headquarters of the Council of Elders will dispatch an envoy to deliver the resources you exchanged for. Meng Ji's melodious voice sounded again, informing him of the delivery time. Understood. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction and then exited the Lingshuan ring. Looking at the empty conference room, he got up and left, heading toward the forging area of the supply base. His S-class battle armor had been severely damaged in the fight against Haisha, and his longsword had also developed cracks. Both needed repairs. Li Luo had just stepped into the forging area when a burly, bearded middle-aged man respectfully came forward to greet him. My lord, why have you come in person? Is there something you need? Fang Wu, the person in charge, asked sincerely. Li Luo nodded and lightly tapped the spatial ring in his hand. The damaged S-class battle armor and long blade appeared before Fang Wu. Pointing at the equipment, he asked, can these 2 items be restored to their original state? This, my lord. Please wait a moment while I take a closer look. Fang Wu took the armor and the long sword and carefully examined them. His brows furrowed slightly at first, then relaxed. He looked up, a joyful expression appearing on his face, and said to Li Luo, my lord, although these 2 pieces of equipment are severely damaged, rest assured, we can definitely repair them. They will be delivered to you in 3 days. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Luo's eyes. He had originally come with a mindset of giving it a try, even prepared to replace them with new ones. Unexpectedly, they could actually be restored to their original state. Although it would still take some time, 3 days was nothing to him. After handing over the battle armor and long blade to Fang Wu, Li Luo left the forging area. The defenses here had been arranged properly, leaving no major issues. Even if the fierce beasts dared to invade again, with his strength after merging with the Frost Divine Vein, any beast below the mid-level Lord class would absolutely meet its end if it came. As for the high-level Lord class Haisha, Li Luo no longer regarded it as a threat. The next encounter would be far from a mere evenly matched battle. Although the army's defensive line had suffered significant losses, he believed the fierce beasts wouldn't have had it easy either. It was unlikely they would launch a large-scale attack on the defenses again in the short term. Next, it's time to deal with those traitorous scum. A cold smile appeared on Li Luo's lips. With the pressure from the fierce beasts gone, it was time to clean out the cultists hiding in the dark corners of the city. city. To be human yet worship the fierce beasts, there was no doubt they were outright traitors. Although most of the beast god cult's followers had been suppressed or captured by the security division, there were certainly some who had slipped through the cracks and remained in hiding. What Li Luo needed to do now was to root them all out and crush them completely. Subsequently, he returned to his own office and ordered someone to notify Guyu, the branch president of Jiang City whom he had met once, preparing to completely eradicate the tumor that was the beast god cult. After receiving the notice, Guyu quickly rushed over from the branch, a trace of nervous seriousness on his face. "My lord, you were looking for me?" As a late-stage martial emperor-level warrior, Guyu could sense the powerful aura emanating from Li Luo even from a distance. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it seemed even more terrifying than last night. "Yes." Li Luo nodded, gesturing for Guyu to sit down. He then got straight to the point and laid out his plan in full detail. Completely eradicate the beast god cult? Guyu's face lit up with joy after hearing this. He hadn't expected Li Luo to act so swiftly. Within less than a day, he was already prepared to decisively eliminate this group of filthy rats hiding in the dark corners of the city. Back then, if he hadn't been on the front lines resisting the ferocious beasts, he would have personally dealt with these beast god cultists who were causing chaos within the city. Fortunately, Li Luo intervened in time, suppressing them with overwhelming force, preventing the cultists from causing greater destruction and casualties within the city. Afterward, Li Luo explained his plan to Guyu in detail. The Jiang City branch, the Inspection Bureau, and the Security Bureau will each dispatch elite forces to conduct a joint operation, thoroughly searching the city without leaving a single corner unchecked. At the same time, block the entrances and exits of the city to prevent the cultists from escaping. Li Luo's tone was resolute and decisive. The three major official forces joined hands, coupled with his personal appearance as a martial saint, which provided enough deterrence to this group of cultists. There was no need to mobilize the army for a siege. If he didn't have to guard the front line and monitor the movements of the ferocious beasts in the ocean, the cultists in Jiang City and even the entire Jiangning province would likely face a devastating blow. However, this is only a matter of time. Once cultists are discovered, do not hesitate, kill them on the spot. A bunch of lackeys for the ferocious beasts don't deserve to live in this world, Li Luo added coldly, his words brimming with intense killing intent, leaving no chance for these vicious cultists to surrender. "Yes, sir," Guyu responded firmly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "This operation will definitely wipe out the cult that has been lurking in the city for so long." After receiving the order, Guyu got up and left, quickly organizing personnel within the branch according to Li Luo's instructions. At the same time, he also informed the inspector and the chief of public security in Jiang City, conveying Li Luo's latest orders to them in detail. "President Gu, I understand. Please rest assured, Lord Guardian." Upon receiving the notification, both expressed their full cooperation. This was an excellent opportunity for them to demonstrate their loyalty in front of Guardian Li Luo. How could they let it slip by? Moreover, they themselves harbored deep hatred for the beast god cult, which had taken advantage of the chaos following the beast tide attack. If it weren't for the intense battle at the time that left them unable to spare any forces, they would have stormed into the city to personally suppress the turmoil and eradicate this vile group, especially the police chief of the public security department, whose forces suffered heavy casualties due to insufficient high-level combat power while trying to suppress the beast god cult's opportunistic crimes. Under the cover of night in Jiang City, an official joint operation targeting the cult of the beast god quietly unfolded. As the night deepened, the inspection division, the security division, and the Jiang City branch all responded to the orders of Governor Li Luo, selecting hundreds of elite martial artists to stand ready, with the lowest combat strength reaching the peak of martial master. Meanwhile, all entrances and exits of the city were urgently sealed to ensure that the hidden cultists had no chance to escape. In the hall of the Jiang City Elders Association branch, "My lord, the city has been sealed and our personnel are ready. We can begin the operation at any time." Guyu and two others respectfully looked at Li Luo, who exuded the aura of a martial saint, their eyes filled with admiration. To achieve the rank of martial saint at such a young age, serve as a guardian, and become a high-ranking official in charge of a region, such accomplishments made them envious beyond measure. "Alright, in that case, let's begin the operation." Li Luo's gaze swept over the assembled elite warrior unit, a look of approval on his face. Although many elites had been lost during the defense against the beast tide, those who remained, having been tempered by the battlefield, were the cream of the crop, with only a few lucky exceptions. Dealing with these traitors who worshipped ferocious beasts would be more than manageable. "Move out." At Li Luo's command, Guyu, the inspector, and the chief of public security personally led their teams to launch a carpet search throughout Jiang City. "Are they from the Department of Public Security and the Department of Inspection, the Elders Council branch? Wow, they're all high-level martial artists. So many people. What exactly are they planning to do?" The crowd on the street, seeing the large-scale mobilization of official forces, couldn't help but express their astonishment, vaguely sensing that something major was
bound to happen tonight. Even so, with Marshal Saint Li Luo guarding the city, they felt little concern in their hearts. Based on the information extracted from the captured beast god cultists, the group moved through the city's typically chaotic gray areas. These places, loosely regulated by the authorities, were a mix of all kinds of people and forces, making them the perfect hiding spots for the remaining cultists. In the dilapidated old residential area, Guyu led the elite warriors of the branch silently toward the beast god cultists' hideout. As they drew closer, the tense atmosphere in the air seemed to freeze time. Not good. A lot of people from the Elders Council branch suddenly showed up outside. It looks like they've found us. A small underling peeked through the window crack at the commotion outside and shouted in panic. What's there to panic about? The small leader with late-stage cultivation of the martial ancestor glared at him fiercely, trying to stabilize the situation. Damn it, it looks like we can't escape this time. No matter, let's fight. Lord Beast God will avenge us. He swung the giant axe in his hand, attempting to lead the other followers in a desperate battle. Just as he continued brainwashing the other followers, a low, icy snort suddenly echoed in his ears, as if it came from the depths of hell. Who? This chilling voice made all the followers present involuntarily shiver. Immediately after, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire room. It was the aura of a martial emperor-level warrior, making all the followers feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Before they could react, a figure dashed into the room like lightning, the long sword in hand tracing a fierce arc. With a dull thud, the small leader's ferocious head rolled to the side, his eyes wide open as if unable to believe what had just happened. The martial emperor. Run! I surrender. Please don't kill me. The worshippers who had just been desperately resisting were instantly terrified out of their wits when they saw the scene, screaming and trying to flee, some even kneeling to beg for mercy. However, Guyu gave them no chance at all. Instead of continuing to act, he handed them over to the elite warriors of the branch behind him to practice their skills. I'll leave the rest of these scum to you, Guyu said indifferently, gesturing to the people behind him. Kill! The elite warriors of the branch, upon receiving the order, swiftly sprang into action. Armed with weapons, they charged at the remaining worshippers like ravenous wolves and fierce tigers. Their coordination was seamless, their attacks ferocious, and their strength astonishing. In no time, they had completely annihilated all the remaining worshippers. The entire room fell into a deathly silence, with only the fallen cultists still twitching slightly. Guyu coldly scanned the battlefield and said indifferently, let's go to the next location. After confirming there were no survivors, he led the elite warriors away from the scene. Dealing with these small-time leaders who couldn't even reach the level of Martial King didn't interest Li Luo in the slightest. However, to prevent any unexpected casualties, he still assigned the task of clearing out these minor leaders to Guyu and the other two. As for whether they could catch a big fish, that would depend on luck, otherwise, it was indeed a bit dull. Under the cover of night, the remnants of the beast god cult in Jiang City were like trapped wild beasts, facing hundreds of elite official warriors. They had no power to resist and were slaughtered on the spot. Several hidden strongholds were swiftly destroyed in a short period. As the search operation deepened, every dark corner of the city was thoroughly inspected, leaving no place where cultists might hide unchecked. This overwhelming momentum plunged the beast god cult and other miscellaneous cultists, who had initially harbored a fluke mentality, into extreme panic. Especially those non-beast god cult cults, they suffered unwarranted disasters and had no way to voice their grievances. The security bureau personnel didn't care whether you were part of the beast god cult or not. As long as you weren't an ordinary citizen, you would be killed on the spot. Meanwhile, in the Lu family of Jiangbin City, the luxurious family mansion was currently enveloped in an unprecedentedly tense atmosphere. The Lu family had originally been just an ordinary, third-rate family in Jiangbin City, but in recent years, with the rapid rise of the family head Lu Tiancheng, they had gradually begun to stand out. Lu Tiancheng first broke through from the peak of Martial Marquis to Martial King, and then advanced to mid-level Martial King within a few years, causing the Lu family's influence to expand rapidly and elevating them to a second-rate martial artist family. The Lu family's rapid rise in such a short time concealed an unknown secret. Lu Tiancheng had pledged allegiance to the beast god cult. Through this connection, the Lu family not only gained substantial resources and support but also thrived within the beast god cult, even securing the position of protector in the Jiangbin City branch of the cult. This elevated Lu Tiancheng's status within the beast god cult and further strengthened his family's influence, making it so that ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. However, at this moment, the family head Lu Tiancheng was restless. He had just received news that Li Luo, the guardian of Jiangbin City, had dispatched a large number of elite forces to raid the major hideouts of the beast god cult under the cover of night. If the authorities discovered the close ties between his family and the beast god cult, the Lu family would undoubtedly face total annihilation. The most fatal issue was that the Lu family harbored numerous beast god cult followers within, leaving them with no way to explain themselves and no path to survival. Father, I heard that Li Luo has already taken action. What should we do? If we get caught, the Lu family is finished. Lu Tiancheng's son, Lu Xiang, said nervously, his face pale and cold sweat dripping running from his forehead. What are you panicking for? Lu Tiancheng glared at his son, his voice carrying a hint of anger. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was racking his brain for a solution. Seeing this, Lu Xiang steeled himself and said, "Father, since we're doomed either way, why not gather the family's warriors and the remaining followers to fight Li Luo to the end?" His idea was very simple. With disaster looming and death inevitable either way, why not make one last desperate attempt? Shut up. Do you have any idea how strong a martial saint-level warrior is? What makes you think we can fight him? Even if all of us attacked together, it would only take a few punches for Li Luo to deal with us. He could crush us as easily as swatting a few ants. Lu Tiancheng listened to his son's naive thoughts and angrily rebuked him. Even if the Lu family's power doubled, Li Luo could still wipe them out effortlessly. The beast god they worship has no resistance at all in front of Li Luo. Dad, I understand, but we. Lu Xiang was stunned by his father's words, his face pale as he lowered his head. After this stern reprimand, his mind cleared up a little. But at this moment, what other choice was there besides fighting to the death? Don't panic, Li Luo hasn't arrived yet. Let me think of a solution. Lu Tiancheng took a deep breath, forced himself to remain calm, and tried to suppress the panic in his heart as he began to devise a plan. Back then, he chose to join the Beast God sect in hopes of using its unique resources to break through to the Martial King realm and make the Lu family stronger. Now, he had indeed used the power of the Beast God sect to successfully advance to the mid-stage of the Martial King realm, and the Lu family's influence had gradually grown, becoming a renowned martial artist family in Jiangbin City. Lu Tiancheng did not want to see his years of hard work destroyed so easily. Although he served as a protector of the Beast God sect, he would never sacrifice his life for the sect like those brainwashed followers and leaders. He secretly calculated in his heart that if he were to surrender voluntarily and offer Li Luo the intelligence he had on the Beast God sect, as well as the hidden followers within his family, perhaps this town guardian would show leniency, considering that he was a martial king and had surrendered willingly. This might spare the Lu family and himself from execution. Just as Lu Tiancheng was anxiously pondering a countermeasure, a sudden command shattered the silence. Surround the Lu family. The elite warriors of the inspection division approached the Lu family estate like ghosts, silent and stealthy. Using the clues they had previously gathered, they swiftly surrounded the Lu family, leaving no gaps. Without a word, they immediately subdued the patrolling warrior guards nearby, skillfully drew their weapons, blasted open the main gate, and charged inside. What was that sound? Lu Xiang, nervously awaiting his father's instructions, suddenly saw their main gate forcibly blown open as a group of elite warriors clad in standard battle armor poured in. Damn it, we've been discovered so quickly. Lu Xiang's heart skipped a beat, and he frantically ordered the family warriors beside him to confront the enemy. Follow me, block them. At that moment, a piercing gaze swept down from the sky, locking directly onto Lu Xiang. It was none other than the guardian, Li Luo. Lu Xiang felt an indescribable pressure bearing down on him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Li Luo casually threw a punch, and wherever the force of the punch passed, the air seemed to be torn and distorted. Lu Xiang had no time to react before he was struck dead by the punch, collapsing heavily to the ground. No, Xiang'er. Lu Tiancheng witnessed the scene, his eyes bloodshot, his heart wrenched with pain. Watching his son die tragically before his eyes, grief and fury surged like a tidal wave, impossible to suppress. I want all of you dead, he roared, unleashing the full force of his mid-stage martial king aura. His clothes billowed fiercely as he vowed to perish together with the elite enforcers of the inspection division before him. Despite his rage, he still maintained his composure. He knew he couldn't defeat Li Luo, who was at the mid-stage of martial saint, but he believed it was still possible to kill a few enemies to vent his anger before his death. Heh, overestimating yourself. Li Luo cast him a cold glance before striking with a punch. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one, as if tearing the air into fragments. With a loud boom, a dense white mist rose in the air. Lu Tiancheng, despite being at the mid-stage of martial king, had no power to resist. He was sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily into the mansion's wall before sliding weakly to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Spare us, my lord. Witnessing this scene, the remaining cultists of the Lu family were utterly terrified, losing all will to fight. They knelt down one after another, begging for mercy and pleading for Li Luo's forgiveness. This was all Lu Tiancheng and his son's doing. We are innocent, my lord. The other relatives of the Lu family and the martial artists within the mansion also knelt down in panic, frantically explaining and making their final desperate pleas. Li Luo said coldly, "Do you think I'm so easy to fool? The Lu family colluded with the beast god cult, betrayed the Xia kingdom, and deserves death." His voice was icy, echoing through the night sky. "Today, on behalf of the Council of Elders, I swear to uproot the Lu family completely." Li Luo did not believe a single word of their defense. Since they chose to collude with the beast god cult, they could only be sent to meet the beast god. By the order of the warden, the traitorous members of the Lu family are to be executed immediately. The captain of the inspection division, leading the team, received the order and coldly issued the command, his words filled with chilling murderous intent. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere around suddenly grew tense. Roar! The elite
elite warriors of the inspection division swiftly mobilized. From within the opulent Lu family estate came waves of anguished screams, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Li Luo hovered in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure as he coldly observed everything unfolding within the estate. Such a straightforward and brutal approach was the best way to intimidate those with ulterior motives, forces and martial families contemplating allegiance to the beast god cult. The fate that befell the Lu family served as a warning bell for others. No matter the reason for colluding with the cult, once discovered, the only outcome was a dead end. The night gradually receded, and the horizon began to brighten with the pale light of dawn. After a night of relentless effort, the beast god cult and other heretical forces lurking in Jiang city were completely eradicated under Li Luo's thunderous might. Even more remarkable was that the elite warriors dispatched by the authorities suffered zero casualties throughout the operation, firmly suppressing the remnants of the beast god cult during the battles. Li Luo stood in the meeting room of the supply base, gazing at the rising sun with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Eliminating the beast god cult, which had entrenched itself in Jiang city for so long, was akin to blinding the oceanic beast that had been using them to spy on the city's intelligence. If not for the beast's sudden attack, the long-hidden beast god cult would never have been exposed. Completely rooting them out had indeed taken considerable effort. "You did a great job this time." Li Luo turned around and praised Gu Yu and the others who had just completed their task. Hearing this, Gu Yu and the others showed humble smiles and expressed that it was their duty. "Alright, you've worked hard all night. Go back and rest for now." Li Luo waved his hand, signaling them to leave. "Yes, sir." Gu Yu and the others respectfully saluted and then exited the conference room. The internal troubles are resolved, next comes the external threats. Li Luo immediately walked out of the conference room, his gaze fixed on the distant ocean as he murmured softly. With his current strength facing Haisha in battle again, even if the opponent activated their second form, he was highly confident he could defeat them, not taking Haisha seriously at all. Subsequently, he stretched lazily and returned to the office, where the orderly had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him on the desk. "Let's dig in." A hint of joy appeared on Li Luo's face as he began to enjoy the breakfast. After the meal, Li Luo wiped his mouth and started his daily check-in in his mind. System, check-in. The rhythm of the heartbeat slightly quickened at this moment. What surprises might today bring? Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level technique Mystic Ice Divine Art. As the system's voice sounded, the complete memory of the Mystic Ice Divine Art instantly surged into Li Luo's mind, and within moments, he firmly memorized it. Another SSS level technique. Seeing the item's grade and the newly added memory in his mind, Li Luo's face once again lit up with ecstatic joy. The system's gifts have never been disappointing. Let me take a closer look at the specifics. With a smile on his face, Li Luo quietly examined the detailed content of this SSS level technique. After understanding everything, he suddenly realized and exclaimed, as expected of the SSS level technique granted by the system, its power is truly formidable. This technique is somewhat similar to the body tempering heavenly gang technique obtained during the last sign-in, as both absorb the special energy contained in heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, though their focuses differ. The body tempering heavenly gang technique primarily enhances physical defense and vitality, while the Mystic Ice Divine technique improves cultivation levels and a warrior's control over ice elements. The Mystic Ice Divine technique can also be cultivated passively? Li Luo suddenly felt a subtle change in his body and exclaimed in surprise. The faint ice elemental energy in the surroundings began to flow into his body on its own, like tadpoles seeking their mother. Although the effect was far inferior to active cultivation, passively cultivating two SSS level techniques at the same time naturally couldn't match the efficiency of focusing on just one. Fortunately, Li Luo could freely choose which technique to cultivate passively. Otherwise, if he signed in and obtained a bunch of random techniques, the passive cultivation effect of the Frost Divine Vein would probably be wasted. Breaking through to the martial god is just around the corner. A curve of excitement involuntarily appeared on Li Luo's face. The system was simply too powerful, almost perfectly compensating for any deficiencies. The SSS level technique, combined with the Frost Vein, produced highly remarkable results, with the passive absorption speed significantly surpassing that of the body tempering heavenly gang technique. If I actively cultivate the Mystic Ice Divine technique in an extremely cold environment, wouldn't my cultivation speed skyrocket? Li Luo suddenly recalled another hidden effect of the Frost Vein, and his eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't wait to actively cultivate the Mystic Ice Divine technique and personally experience the shock of his cultivation soaring at an incredible pace. I need to avoid being disturbed first. Thus, he first delegated some matters on the defensive line to several high-ranking officers and then patrolled the ocean in front of the line a few times. After confirming that the ferocious beasts were behaving quite docilely and showed no signs of launching an attack, he proceeded to the cultivation area of the supply base. In a quiet secret chamber, Li Luo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, fully immersed in the cultivation of the Mystic Ice Divine technique. unique, subtle, ice elemental energy slowly gathered from all directions, seemingly drawn by the frost divine vein, as if finding its home, and surged into his body. Li Luo clearly felt these ice elements flowing along specific meridian routes within his body, continuously nourishing him and enhancing his cultivation. As time ticked by, he felt his cultivation quietly advancing, and his heart couldn't help but grow excited. With the support of the frost divine vein, the speed of his cultivation improvement was exceptionally remarkable. If he could place himself in an extremely cold environment, the effects would undoubtedly be even more powerful. Li Luo unconsciously immersed himself in this intoxicating state of cultivation. Time quietly slipped to noon, and Li Luo was lost in the pleasure brought by cultivating the mystic ice divine art. A faint icy blue radiance emanated from his body, as if merging with the surrounding chill. The temperature in the entire cultivation room plummeted, and even crystal and ice flowers formed on the walls. Suddenly, an immensely powerful and heart-palpitating aura abruptly spread from the horizon. In an instant, it shattered the tranquility within the cultivation room. Li Luo abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of shock and horror crossing them. It's a martial god. He quickly ended his cultivation state, and the ice elemental energy circulating within him instantly returned to calm. In the Great Sea Kingdom, who else could possess such an imposing presence besides the three sequence elders, each guarding different regions? Only by becoming a martial god could one truly be considered a powerhouse capable of controlling their own destiny on Blue Star. Thinking of this, Li Luo was utterly shocked and filled with doubts. Why would a sequence elder suddenly descend? Could something major have happened? He hurriedly got up, tidied his clothes, and decided to head to the supply base to investigate. The moment he stepped out of the cultivation chamber, Li Luo took a deep breath, striving to calm the waves in his heart, while his mind kept pondering which sequence elder the visitor might be. After all, there hadn't even been a greeting this time, inevitably arousing a sense of vigilance. Following the guidance of that intense aura, his gaze passed through the layers of buildings in the base and finally settled on a spacious open area. There, a uniquely designed, imposing Imperial-class warplane was slowly descending, its streamlined silver armor gleaming with a piercingly cold light under the sun. It's the exclusive vehicle of Jiang, the first sequence elder stationed in the Imperial capital province. Li Luo instantly recognized the identity of the warplane's owner, and an inexplicable sense of tension surged within him. He remembered that the last time the Imperial capital's guardian Hong delivered the SSS-grade Holy Light Essence and the Elder-exclusive Spirit Swift Ring to him, Hong was precisely the direct disciple of this sequence elder. Now, with the first sequence elder personally descending, how could it not stir imaginations and prompt speculation about the deeper meaning behind this? Could it be, they're here to deliver resources to me as well? A nervous thought suddenly surged in Li Luo's mind. Not long ago, he had just spent all his contribution points on the Elder Council's official website to exchange for 3S-grade cultivation resources. Now, with the first sequence elder arriving in person, how could he not overthink it? But soon, Li Luo gently shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind. Regardless of the purpose of the first sequence elder's visit, as the guardian of Jiang province, he must personally welcome him. Adjusting his collar, he walked steadily toward the base's gate. My lord! Behind him, a group of solemn-faced officers immediately stopped upon seeing him and greeted him respectfully. The arrival of the Great Sea Kingdom's guardian deity, the sequence elder, left them both nervous and full of anticipation. Let's go. Inform everyone to join me in welcoming the sequence elder, Li Luo said softly to the officer beside him, his tone carrying a faint sense of authority. Yes, sir, the officers responded respectfully in unison. Not good. Even without an order, the other officers would never miss this occasion. After all, this was one of the three great guardians of the Great Sea Kingdom, the sequence elder. The more than 100,000 ordinary soldiers and martial artists stationed at the defensive line felt this aura, and their eyes revealed excitement and curiosity. Everyone looked up in this direction, eager to catch a glimpse of this martial god-level powerhouse. As Li Luo led a group of senior officers closer, the oppressive presence of the martial god-level expert grew even stronger. Yet, no one retreated. Instead, they stood even straighter, fully embodying the heroic spirit of the Great Sea Kingdom's military. Li Luo was feeling extremely nervous at this moment. The first sequence elder was a mighty martial god-level expert, with cultivation that had reached the late stage. Even if he gave it his all, victory would not come easily. He could only hope that this elder wasn't here specifically for him. Finally, the warship landed steadily on the designated clearing, and the cabin door slowly opened. An indescribable aura of majesty and power instantly spread out, only to be gently restrained moments later, returning to calm, leaving behind a faint trace of its presence. Everyone held their breath and stared intently. What a powerful presence. At last, we have the chance to meet the sequence elder in person. Bang! Everyone present was overwhelmed with excitement, as they were about to meet one of the three great guardians of the Grand Sea Kingdom. An elder dressed in a simple robe, his face slightly aged yet exuding vitality, slowly stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd. Each step seemed to strike a chord in everyone's hearts, stirring stirring ripples of emotion. "Greetings to the Sequence Elder." A unified salute echoed throughout the base, with every pair of eyes filled with the deepest respect. This elder was not only a peerless powerhouse at the late stage of martial god, but also one of the guardians of the Grand Xia Kingdom. His achievements and prestige were unparalleled, having safeguarded the northern frontier for centuries. Jiang smiled warmly and waved his hand, signaling everyone not to stand on ceremony. His smile was gentle and kind, as if it could dispel all gloom. "Thank you for your hard work. Please carry on with your duties. I came here today just to meet young friend Li Luo." Jiang's gaze finally settled on Li Luo, his eyes gleaming with admiration and intense curiosity. Li Luo felt the elder's summons, his heart tightening with nervousness. However, he did not sense any malice from the first Sequence Elder, so he quickly stepped forward and respectfully saluted, saying, "Junior Li Luo greets the Sequence Elder." "Well, not bad." Roar. Mid-stage martial saint, progressing at an astonishing speed. Jiang sized up Li Luo from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. Hearing that Li Luo had leapt from the early stage of martial saint to the mid-stage in an extremely short period of time, such an astonishing cultivation speed even moved this elder who had lived for nearly 300 years. His curiosity about this prodigious young talent was completely ignited. Such an exceptionally gifted genius was a rarity not only in the Great Xia Kingdom but across the entire Blue Star, and it could even be said that Li Luo was the only one. Thus, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and made a special trip to Jiang Province to investigate, eager to understand how this young man had achieved such a tremendous leap in such a short time. Although his heart was filled with questions, Jiang did not inquire about Li Luo's secret in front of everyone. "Li Luo, my young friend, no need to be nervous. These are the resources you redeemed." With a gentle smile on his lips, he lightly patted Li Luo's shoulder, steering the conversation away without addressing the matter directly. Immediately after, Jiang raised his right hand slightly, and a delicate spatial ring shimmered faintly. 3 neatly packaged cultivation resources flew out from it and landed steadily in Li Luo's hands. These were the 3 S-grade resources he had recently redeemed on the Elders Council's official website using contribution points. "Thank you, Elder of the Sequence." Li Luo's eyes were full of respect as he quickly reached out to receive them. With a light touch of his fingertips, he carefully stored the 3 S-grade cultivation resources, which emitted a faint glow, into the spatial ring he wore on his finger. Li Luo marveled inwardly. The first Sequence Elder, with a late-stage martial god cultivation, had personally traveled from the imperial capital to Jiang City just to deliver the resources he had redeemed. Wasn't this level of regard a bit too much? No, Elder, he must have other matters to attend to and just happened to deliver resources to Jiang City along the way. Li Luo comforted himself in his heart. A mid-stage martial saint's cultivation is already considered powerful on Blue Star, but without breaking through to martial god, they are ultimately not invincible. Before achieving absolute strength, he did not want to attract excessive attention from the 3 Sequence Elders, but with such a powerful system, it was hard not to draw the attention of the big shots. Now his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds, and in a few more days, he will easily break through to the late stage of martial saint. The Sequence Elder personally delivering resources to Commander Li? Commander Li, at such a young age, has already broken through to the mid-stage of martial saint. He will surely gain the favor of the Sequence Elder. Indeed, with Commander Li's talent, it won't be long before our Great Xia Kingdom gives rise to another peerless powerhouse. The surrounding high-ranking officers and soldiers were all shocked and speechless upon witnessing this scene, their whispers rising and falling. Jiang listened to the crowd's discussions, looked at Li Luo with a gentle gaze, and said kindly, "Young friend Li Luo, I have a few words I'd like to discuss with you privately. Would you be willing to hear me out?" "Junior is all ears." Li Luo responded without hesitation, not daring to decline. The arrival of the first Sequence Elder was indeed not merely to deliver resources. Regarding the content of the upcoming conversation, Li Luo already had a rough guess. It was likely to probe how he managed to break through from martial master to martial saint and why his cultivation speed was so astonishing. Fortunately, Li Luo had anticipated this day long ago and had already prepared an explanation. Thus, he did not appear flustered but instead displayed exceptional composure. "Alright, let's find a quiet place then," Jiang said with a kind smile upon hearing Li Luo's agreement. So, under the gaze of everyone, the two walked side by side like ordinary people toward a lounge in the supply base. Entering the lounge, the door closed softly, shutting out the noise from the outside. The soldiers guarding nearby knew that the first Sequence Elder and Warden Li Luo were having an important meeting inside, so they consciously kept their distance. Jiang released the powerful perception of a martial god, ensuring that no one around could eavesdrop, and then calmly said, "Young friend Li Luo, please have a seat." He sat down leisurely, his face full of kindness, gesturing for Li Luo to sit as well. He did not rush to inquire about the secrets surrounding Li Luo. Then, with a flick of his finger, he retrieved a spirit herb emitting a faint blue glow and an icy chill, the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus, from what appeared to be an ordinary spatial ring. This is an SS grade spiritual herb, the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus. It is highly beneficial beneficial for martial artists who control the ice element, as it can enhance cultivation and strengthen mastery over the ice element. Young friendly Luo, please accept it. Jing's words carried an undeniable tone, but his gaze revealed his expectations and care for the younger generation. Neither he nor his disciple Qin Hong were ice element martial artists, so the absorption effect of this SS grade spiritual herb was minimal for them. Instead of keeping it, it was better to gift it to Li Luo to help him improve his strength and strive to break through to the martial god realm as soon as possible. Thank you for your generosity, Elder He. I will not let you down. Li Luo was initially stunned but quickly reached out to accept the gift. Feeling the rich ice element emanating from the spiritual herb in his hand, a hint of surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected the first sequence elder to gift him an additional SS grade spiritual herb, as expected of a martial god level powerhouse. Truly generous. Seeing Li Luo accept the gift, Jing's smile grew even warmer as he prepared to discuss serious matters. Looking at the joy-filled Li Luo, his tone became particularly gentle. Young friendly Luo, I have always been quite curious about your experiences in the wilderness. From a martial master to a martial saint, and then breaking through to mid-stage martial saint in just a few days. Such speed is unparalleled across the entire Blue Star. Would you be willing to share a bit with this old man? As he spoke, Jing's gaze turned profound, as if he could see through one's soul. I have weathered over 300 years of storms on Blue Star, witnessing countless rare treasures, but as you mentioned, crystals containing astonishing energy, I have never heard of such a thing. Jing did not directly expose the lie but hinted that he knew Li Luo's earlier statement was false, hoping Li Luo would confess on his own. Li Luo's expression remained calm, but he was calculating inwardly. Even he found the explanation about absorbing special energy crystals unconvincing, let alone a martial god level expert like Jing, who could easily uncover its flaws. Fortunately, he had long anticipated this moment. His rapid breakthroughs were bound to attract the attention of powerful figures. As his thoughts raced, the explanation he had prepared long ago, now perfected thanks to the frost vein he had signed into, surfaced in his mind. Li Luo sighed softly, his gaze carrying a hint of sincerity and respect, and began to speak slowly. Respected Elder He, the words I spoke earlier were indeed a lie. In the wilderness, I did not absorb any special energy crystals. At this point, Li Luo paused slightly, his gaze fixed on Jing, observing his reaction. He saw that the other party's expression was focused, with a glimmer of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Only then did he continue, in truth, it was an extraordinary crystal, one that does not belong to Blue Star. It should have originated from the depths of the universe, left behind by an ancient and mysterious race as an inheritance crystal. While I was hiding in a cave to evade ferocious beasts, I accidentally fused it into my bloodline. Not only did it cause my cultivation to soar, but it also allowed me to comprehend the essence of the frost law. Both my talent and cultivation speed have seen significant improvement. Li Luo spoke with sincerity and reverence as he recounted the story he had long prepared to Elder Jing of the sequence. He explained that a legacy crystal from a cosmic race had accidentally fallen into a cave in the wilderness of Blue Star, and he had fortuitously fused with it. This explanation was reasonable and plausible. He had previously done his research and found that similar legacy crystals had indeed been discovered in ancient ruins on Blue Star. Those who fused with them experienced rapid power increases, though such crystals were extremely rare. The legacy crystals discovered by humanity so far had already been absorbed by the powerful individuals of major nations. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, otherwise, he might not have passed the first sequence elder's test today. Jing listened quietly to Li Luo's explanation. His brows furrowed slightly at first, then gradually relaxed. A look of shock and deep contemplation flashed in his eyes as he murmured softly, from the depths of the universe, a legacy crystal from an ancient and mysterious race. Such a fortune has fallen upon you, young one. Truly, you are chosen by the heavens. Each word struck his heart like a heavy hammer, stirring ripples within. He had never imagined that a legacy crystal from the universe would fall to Blue Star, and even more coincidentally, be fused with Li Luo. Observing Li Luo's dramatic leap in cultivation, he realized that the grade of this crystal was far beyond those discovered in ancient ruins. A single crystal had enabled an ordinary martial artist to directly break through to the martial saint realm, granted mastery over the laws of frost, and even enhanced the genetic structure of the one who fused with it. What kind of terrifying energy and mysterious technology did this crystal contain? And it came with no side effects whatsoever. Calling Li Luo the chosen one was no exaggeration. This fortune was simply too astonishing. No wonder. A brilliance never seen before flickered in Jing's eyes, and he was already convinced by Li Luo's explanation. From the moment he arrived at the supply base in Jiangbin City and laid eyes on Li Luo, he had sensed an extraordinary aura about him, completely different from any other martial artist. But what exactly it was, even he, a martial god, couldn't figure out. Now, after hearing Li Luo's explanation, he finally understood. It turned out to be the fusion of inheritance crystals from other races in the universe. No wonder such
earth-shattering changes had occurred. Everything suddenly became clear. Li Luo's opportunity did not belong to Blue Star but originated from the universe. Breaking through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint in just a few days, such an outrageous feat, if explained differently, would never have been easily believed by the well-informed Jiang, and both sides would inevitably have felt awkward. Jiang raised his eyes to look at Li Luo, his gaze full of admiration and anticipation. Li Luo, my young friend, your opportunity is truly enviable. He repeatedly praised with his mouth, and a trace of excitement surged in his heart. Now, among humans, there had unexpectedly appeared someone like Li Luo, who had accidentally obtained the inheritance crystal of a cosmic race. With the powerful talent he had displayed, he might surpass these old-timers and be the first to achieve a realm beyond the martial god. He thought that if the ferocious beasts could be eliminated and the territories lost since the great cataclysm could be reclaimed, it would be a tremendous victory for humanity. The former Great Sea Kingdom had more than the current 13 provinces. Half of its land had been lost after the global cataclysm. If not for the rise of martial artists, humanity would have long been unable to defend its last home, let alone now being able to form military defense lines to keep the ferocious beasts at bay. Just a stroke of luck. Boom! Li Luo listened to Jiang's praise and smiled modestly. Seeing that the sequence elder no longer had any doubts and fully believed his explanation, he felt a sense of relief. If Jiang had continued to press further, it would only have made the atmosphere awkward, and he would have had to fabricate more excuses to perfect the story. After all, he couldn't possibly tell him that he was bound to assist him and that all of this was obtained through daily sign-ins, could he? Young friend Li Luo, you need not worry. Your opportunity is naturally your blessing, and I will keep it a secret for you. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of Jiang's lips, a smile that seemed to possess the magic to soothe all worries. He held this young man, Li Luo, in high regard. With his keen intuition, he firmly believed that once Li Luo grew, he would undoubtedly surpass all martial god-level powerhouses on Blue Star, perhaps even including the three guardians of the Great Sea Kingdom. Maybe, the hope for humanity to triumph over the ferocious beasts rested on Li Luo. After speaking, Jiang gently waved his hand. The seemingly ordinary spatial ring reappeared in his hand. Then, with a light stroke, an SS-grade spiritual herb exuding a rich vitality appeared in his palm. The herb's leaves were lush and vibrant, brimming with endless life and energy, instantly filling the entire room with a refreshing fragrance. This source of life spiritual herb is something I obtained in my early years. It contains an extremely abundant life force. He handed the herb to Li Luo, his tone full of concern for the younger generation. Take it and give it to that young fellow Chen Lei to consume. His injuries will soon recover completely. Li Luo took the spiritual herb with both hands, feeling the warm aura emanating from the SS-grade herb. He developed a strong sense of goodwill toward this first sequence. Elder. Such SS-grade resources were given away so casually, and even after learning his secret, Jiang's emotion showed only slight excitement without much fluctuation. Then, as a junior, I will express gratitude to Elder He on behalf of Elder Chen, Li Luo said respectfully. Jiang nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. I am already old. The future of the Great Sea Kingdom will depend on you young people. The two chatted for a while longer before Jiang stood up, preparing to take his leave and return to the imperial capital province. At that moment, he seemed to recall something, his expression slightly serious but quickly returning to a gentle demeanor. He softly said, Li Luo, my young friend, could you give this old man a drop of your blood? He had no other intentions, he simply wanted to study the data to explore the gap between humans and cosmic races. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. If you have any concerns, I would never insist, Jiang added lightly, fearing that Li Luo might misunderstand. Hearing this, Li Luo felt no waves in his heart. He smiled and nodded. You're too kind, Mr. He. It's just a drop of blood, it's no big deal to me. I'll get it for you right away. With that, Li Luo activated the energy and blood within his body. With a flick of his fingertip, a strand of fresh, vibrant blood condensed and fell into the specially prepared container Jiang had ready. His energy and blood were extremely abundant, and the loss of this small amount would recover in no time. Jiang took the container holding Li Luo's blood. Its color appeared no different from that of an ordinary person, yet he could sense the immensely powerful ice elemental energy contained within. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he solemnly promised Li Luo, young friend Li Luo, rest assured, before you grow strong enough, I will help you guard this secret. He bore no selfish intentions toward the cosmic race inheritance within Li Luo, only boundless anticipation. However, this did not mean that the martial gods of other forces on Blue Star would not harbor greed. In this era where the strong are revered, any opportunity or resource that could enhance one's strength would spark fierce competition, let alone the alluring cosmic race inheritance within Li Luo. Jiang's gaze lingered on Li Luo for a moment, a trace of imperceptible worry flashing in his eyes. After a long moment of contemplation, as if making some kind of decision in his heart, he let out a soft sigh. Then, from the mysterious and unfathomable spatial ring, he slowly retrieved a seemingly unremarkable bead, its surface covered in fine cracks. Despite its damaged appearance,
it exuded an indescribable sense of antiquity and desolation. "Little one, take this protective bead with you." Jiang gently handed the bead to Li Luo. "Mr. He, this is." Li Luo was filled with curiosity and quickly reached out to take it. His fingertips gently brushed over the cracks, and his heart was instantly filled with shock. Although this bead appeared worn and mottled, covered in cracks, he couldn't discern its level. He could only faintly sense an extremely terrifying energy surging within it. "This protective bead is called the Jiang bead. I came across it by chance during an exploration of an ancient ruin in my early years. Since obtaining it, it has saved me from danger multiple times," Jiang said. Slowly, the energy contained within it is extremely terrifying, but due to repeated use, cracks have appeared on its surface. Unfortunately, with the current technology on Blue Star, it cannot be repaired. However, even after multiple uses, the Jiang bead still holds enough energy to withstand a full-force strike from a peak martial god-level expert or even a king-level ferocious beast. With a serene smile on his face and a calm tone, Jiang patiently recounted the origins of the bead to Li Luo. "Mr. He, this is truly too precious." Li Luo carefully held the bead in his palm, looking up at Jiang with astonishment. Even now, the bead still contained a terrifying energy capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a king-level ferocious beast, making it one of the ultimate life-saving trump cards. He hadn't expected that Mr. He would generously gift him the Jiang bead after their very first meeting. "The value depends on how it is used," Jiang said with a gentle smile, his eyes radiating kindness. "Although the Jiang bead has been used by me multiple times, the energy it contains remains powerful. At a critical moment, it might protect you. Remember, as long as you hold it in your hand and focus your mind, you can activate the energy shield within to fend off formidable enemies." He had lived for nearly 300 years, but due to limited talent and accumulated internal injuries, breaking through the peak of martial god was hopeless. Ordinary heavenly treasures could not heal his wounds. At most, they could extend his life by a few decades before he reached the end. The responsibility of protecting the great Xia kingdom would ultimately fall on the shoulders of the new generation of prodigies like Li Luo. His most important task now was to ensure Li Luo's safety and prevent him from falling before he had fully grown. "I understand, Mr. He." Li Luo solemnly placed the bead into his spatial ring, a warm current surging in his heart. "The first sequence elder is truly generous. This Jiang pearl from the ancient ruins must far surpass the SSS level." Shortly after, Jiang rose to bid farewell to Li Luo. His purpose for coming to Jiangbin City had been fulfilled, and staying any longer was meaningless. It was time to return to the imperial capital province. If the Beast King in the north realized he was absent, who knows what kind of turmoil it might stir up. "Li Luo, my young friend, farewell." Before boarding the warplane, Jiang turned to look at Li Luo, his tone gentle. "Safe travels, Elder He." Li Luo's eyes were filled with respect. Jiang then boarded the warplane, and the cabin door slowly closed. As the engine roared, the warplane ascended into the sky, cutting through the heavens and gradually disappearing beyond Jiangbin City's skyline. Li Luo stood in place, his gaze fixed on the direction the warplane had departed, a growing warmth in his heart and a faint, confident smile on his lips. With the Frost Divine Vein's powerful cultivation speed, he was 100% certain he could break through to martial god within a year, and that didn't even account for the cultivation resources gifted by the system sign-ins. If those were included, the timeline could be shortened even further. Did the Sequence Elder leave so quickly? I wonder what the Sequence Elder and Lord Li discussed. It must be critical intelligence concerning the safety of the Great Xia Nation. Otherwise, why would the Sequence Elder come in person? As the roar of the fighter jet tearing through the sky gradually faded into the distance, the soldiers and officers at the supply base instinctively looked up toward the horizon, which was slowly disappearing from view. Their faces revealed a trace of reluctance and regret. They had finally gotten the chance to see one of the guardians of the Great Xia Nation, the Sequence Elder, up close, only to find that he had left so quickly. Subsequently, Li Luo's figure also disappeared from everyone's sight as he quickly headed toward the medical center of the supply base. Inside the medical center, under the soft lighting, Chen Lei, the town defender, lay quietly in a container filled with nutrient solution. Although his complexion appeared slightly pale, his breathing had gradually stabilized. Li Luo stepped in lightly, his gaze falling on Chen Lei. He took out the precious SS-grade spiritual herb source of life from his spatial ring and handed it to the waiting physician beside him, saying, "This is the SS-grade spiritual herb source of life. Administer it to Elder Chen." The physician took the elixir, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes filled with excitement. "This is actually an SS-grade source of life. Lord Chen's injuries will surely recover rapidly," the physician said excitedly, and immediately began integrating the elixir into the nutrient solution. As the elixir slowly merged, a faint fluorescence appeared in the solution, and a refreshing yet powerful vitality gradually spread. Chen Lei's furrowed brows gently relaxed, and a serene smile emerged on his face. Li Luo stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, secretly marveling at the remarkable efficacy of this SS-grade spiritual herb. It seemed that Chen Lei's severe injuries would soon heal, allowing him to return to his peak condition. By then, he would no longer need to remain stationed in Jiangbin City. Elder Chen is in your hands now. After giving a few instructions, Li Luo left the medical center and returned to the training room. He took out 3 carefully selected S-grade resources from the Council of Elders official website, as well as the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus gifted by the first Sequence Elder. As these treasures appeared, the cultivation room was instantly filled with a dense concentration of ice elements, and the temperature plummeted. However, Li Luo felt nothing, a faint smile of joy appearing at the corner of his mouth as he murmured softly, absorbing these 4 resources will definitely allow my cultivation to take another big step forward. Then, Li Luo slowly extended his hands and drank the S-grade ice pure jade dew contained in the jade bottle in one gulp. The cool liquid instantly transformed into a fine stream, flowing through his meridians and bringing a refreshing chill that continuously nourished his robust body. Next, he absorbed the remaining 3 resources one by one: a massive S-grade ice crystal, an S-grade pill emitting a faint blue cold glow, and the SS-grade spiritual herb ice spirit snow lotus, which was crystal clear and exuded an extreme icy aura. During the process of absorbing these precious resources, Li Luo seemed to be standing on an endless ice field, surrounded by piercing cold and pure ice elements. These forces surged and intertwined within him, continuously strengthening his control over the ice elements and gradually enhancing his cultivation. When the last trace of resource essence completely merged into his body, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The aura of power emanating from him became even more rich and majestic. My cultivation has improved a bit more. He felt the growth in his cultivation and revealed a hint of joy on his face. Thanks to the Frost Divine Vein, the absorption effect of these resources far exceeded expectations, bringing him one step closer to the late stage of Martial Saint. Keep cultivating and strive to break through to Martial God as soon as possible. Li Luo's lips curved into a smile, and a trace of excitement surged in his heart. Ever since he felt the formidable Martial God aura emanating from the first Sequence Elder, his determination to break through to Martial God had only grown stronger. On Blue Star, only by becoming a Martial God could one be considered a true powerhouse. A Martial Saint was merely the starting point of stepping into the realm of the strong. Although his current strength was enough to easily defeat an ordinary Martial Saint, he was completely powerless against a Martial God. So, although he now possesses immense potential, he is by no means invincible. Afterward, Li Luo no longer allowed himself to be distracted and focused on continuing to cultivate the mystic ice divine art. Come on! As he operated and absorbed, faint traces of ice elements emerged around him, converging into his body and gradually enhancing his cultivation. Time passed, and the cultivation room was filled only with Li Luo's steady breathing and the faint sound of ice flowers forming on the walls due to the low temperature. Until nightfall, Li Luo remained immersed in the realm of cultivation, forgetting the existence of time. However, at that moment, a sudden burst of mid-stage Martial Saint aura erupted from a certain direction of the supply base. Like a thunderclap tearing through the night sky, it instantly caught Li Luo's attention. This is? Li Luo quickly ended his cultivation, his brows furrowing slightly before relaxing. Chen Lei has broken through? A knowing smile appeared on his face. This aura was incredibly familiar to Li Luo. It was none other than Chen Lei, the Guardian. It seemed that under the nourishment of the SS-grade spiritual herb, the source of life, Chen Lei not only recovered to his peak condition but also managed to break through the cultivation bottleneck he had been stuck at for years in the early stage of Martial Saint, thanks to a stroke of fortune. From the early stage of Martial Saint, he leapt to the mid-stage, a qualitative leap, truly a blessing in disguise. Just as well, I don't have to guard Jiangbin City anymore, Li Luo said, a hint of relief appearing on his face. Now he no longer needs to worry about the safety of Jiangbin City's defense line and can return to Jingyang City to focus on cultivating and striving for higher realms. After Chen Lei, the veteran Martial Saint, broke through to the mid-stage, Jiangbin City's ocean defense line naturally became even more solid and stable. It's still more comfortable to focus on leisurely cultivation in Jingyang City. Li Luo closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes brought by the entire afternoon of cultivation. In just a few hours, his cultivation had made noticeable progress, and the power of the ice element within him had become more condensed. If he were to encounter the Sea Fiend from back then, he could probably defeat it in one move before it even activated its second form. Next time we meet, just watch me treat you like a wild monster and grind you down. Li Luo recalled the provocative gaze of the Sea Fiend from before, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The improvement in his cultivation had greatly boosted his confidence. The Sea Fiend, the overlord of the nearby seas of the Great Xia Kingdom, no longer seemed fearsome in his eyes. Setting aside all distractions, Li Luo once again immersed himself in cultivating the mystic ice divine art. The exhilarating sensation of rapid progress in his cultivation was truly addictive. Until the early morning of the next day, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the significant improvement in his cultivation. A brilliant smile immediately spread across his face. In just one night, his cultivation had taken a giant leap forward. The Frost God Vein is truly unparalleled in power. The reason for such a rapid rapid cultivation speed was entirely due to the fusion of the cosmic race's bloodline within his body. At this rate, Li Luo was fully confident he could break through to the late stage of Martial Saint within a month, and this was under the most conservative estimate. If he could acquire more cultivation resources during this period, his progress would only accelerate. If this news gets out, it will surely leave those Martial Saints who have trained hard for years dumbfounded and envious. Immediately, he focused his mind and opened the system panel. Punching power, 1,145,000 kilograms. Force multiplier, 7.1x. Cultivation techniques, SSS level body tempering Tiangang art, SSS level mystic ice divine art, D level iron bone body tempering method. Martial skills, C level sky shattering fist, mastery, basic blade technique, mastery, SSS level frost divine codex, mastery. Items, Yuchong pearl, damaged. After consuming 4 rare resources, not only did his control over the ice element improve significantly, but his punching power and explosive strength also saw a slight increase, breaking through the 1.1 million threshold. More importantly, after receiving the Yuchong pearl gifted by the first sequence elder, the system added an extra item slot. Li Luo closed the system panel and silently said in his heart, "System, sign in." Filled with anticipation, he couldn't wait to find out what item he would receive today. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite storage space. Infinite storage space. The space is infinitely large and can store any item except living beings. It is unaffected by external factors, and there is no passage of time within the space. The host can place the item in their hand into the space with just a thought. An infinite storage space? Li Luo's eyes lit up, thinking this was just like an oversized spatial ring. The practicality of the item obtained from this sign-in was extremely high, instantly piquing his interest. He began experimenting with it in the cultivation room. As long as he held an item in his hand, a single thought could send it into the infinite storage space, as if it vanished into thin air. Its security far surpassed that of a spatial ring. Name, Li Luo. Level, mid-stage Martial Saint. As long as you're holding it, you can put it in? Li Luo carefully pondered the system's explanation, and suddenly had an idea. He reached out to touch the wall of the training room, attempting to directly store the entire training room into the infinite storage space. Store it. However, the result was unsurprising. He failed. Why can't it go in? It seems there are still size limitations. Li Luo frowned, feeling a bit disappointed. He had originally hoped to store all those ancient relics on Blue Star into the infinite storage space. Bloodline, Frost Divine Vein. It seems I was overthinking. Li Luo exhaled softly and slowly left the quiet training room. Now that Chen Lei had recovered and successfully broken through, there was no need for him to stay in Jiangbin City any longer. It's time to go back. Li Luo stopped in his tracks and used his keen perception to quickly search for Chen Lei's presence within the supply base. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had already found Chen Lei's location. Found it, right here. He arrived at the front line, his gaze piercing through the crowd, accurately locking onto Chen Lei, who stood on a high platform surrounded by a faint aura of mid-stage Martial Saint. Clearly, he had successfully broken through and was now closing his eyes to consolidate the foundation of his new realm. Elder Chen, congratulations. Li Luo's cheerful voice cut through the air and reached Chen Lei's ears. Hearing the voice, Chen Lei turned around, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes before being replaced by joy. He leapt down from the high platform and approached Li Luo with a smile. Elderly, is this, your cultivation has advanced again? The first time he saw Li Luo, he immediately felt the powerful aura emanating from him, clearly much stronger than when he had supported the resistance against Haisha, and the difference was not just a little. Chen Lei couldn't help but feel curious about what Li Luo had been doing these past few days and why his cultivation had improved so rapidly. Li Luo smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, not at all, just a slight improvement. Brother Chen, you're not bad either. Mid-stage Martial Saint, truly worthy of congratulations. Actually, his cultivation had improved far more than slightly. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of Martial Saint. However, in order not to dampen Chen Lei's joy at just having broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint, Li Luo did not tell him about those matters. Listening to Li Luo's words about slight improvement, Chen Lei's lips curled into a faint bitter smile, and the joy of breaking through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint was instantly diminished somewhat. I was originally thinking that once you finished your training, we could spar properly and see just how big the gap is between me and you, this monster. Now it seems, my progress is probably not even enough to give you a warm-up. Although both were at the mid-stage of Martial Saint, the aura emanating from Li Luo was clearly much more formidable. It seemed that if one wanted to spar, it would be better to find his good brother Li Jindong. Li Luo was simply too monstrous. Then, Chen Lei took the initiative to change the subject, patting Li Luo on the shoulder and expressing his gratitude warmly. Elderly, these past few days, Jiangbin City has been fortunate to have you. Although Li Luo temporarily guarded the defense line for less than a week, his arrangements for affairs were orderly, and he even eradicated various cults lurking in the city. Elder Chen, you're too kind. It was just a small effort. Li Luo listened to Chen Lei's compliment, servants, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile. Finally, he waved his hand and said with a laugh, "Since Brother Chen has already recovered, I should return to Jingyang City." He bid farewell to Chen Lei as he spoke. "Leaving so soon? Well, alright then." Chen Lei's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly came to terms with it. Li Luo had only been temporarily assigned to Jiangbin City during Chen Lei's recovery period. Now that his injuries had healed and he had successfully advanced, Li Luo's decision to leave was understandable. Moreover, with the experience gained earlier, Chen Lei was now better prepared to deal with the ferocious beasts in the ocean. "Then I'll take my leave, Elder Chen." Li Luo nodded lightly, casting a reassuring smile at Chen Lei. His figure moved slightly, and, like a breeze sweeping past, he leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared before Chen Lei's eyes. However, Li Luo did not immediately return to Jingyang City. Instead, he first headed to the forging area of the supply base, where his battle armor and long blade were still undergoing repairs. Not sure if it's fixed yet, Li Luo wondered as he walked into the forging area. As soon as he entered, he happened to meet the person in charge, Fang Wu, who was accompanied by two craftsmen, each holding a set of armor and a brand new long blade. "Sir, your timing is perfect," Fang Wu said. "We just finished reforging your armor and weapon. Take a look." As he spoke, he gestured to the two craftsmen behind him, who handed over the armor and long blade that Li Luo had previously entrusted to them. "Not bad. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to Jingyang City to find me." Li Luo reached out to take the items, touching the newly reforged armor with satisfaction. Compared to its previous cracked appearance, the transformation was like night and day. These craftsmen's forging skills were truly extraordinary. "Understood, sir." Fang Wu listened to Li Luo's promise, a flattering smile appearing on his face. This was a promise from a martial saint-level guardian, worth far more than the cost of repairing the armor and blade. This trip had truly been a stroke of luck for him. After storing the battle armor and long blade in the infinite storage space, Li Luo stood up, leaped into the air, and left the supply base, speeding toward the distant Jingyang City. Before long, a bustling city appeared before Li Luo's eyes, and he quickly arrived above a luxurious villa in the city. Home at last. A trace of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth as he steadily descended into the villa from the air. "Is this, sir, has returned?" Butler Lu in the villa sensed the suddenly familiar presence and was startled, even finding it hard to believe. Li Luo's aura seemed even more formidable than when he had just broken through to the mid-stage martial saint. He hurriedly gathered the remaining 10 servants in the villa and led them to the courtyard to welcome Li Luo. Looking at the familiar figure, Butler Lu's voice carried a hint of excitement. "Sir, you're back." The other servants also bowed respectfully, their eyes full of admiration. Li Luo nodded lightly, then gently raised his palm, where a pure ice blue light quietly condensed. It was the ice elemental power contained within his body, now being softly guided out, transforming into strands of cool, refreshing cold currents. The cold currents gently surrounded Butler Lu, slowly permeating into his body. "Sir, you?" Butler Lu looked at the sudden scene, a little flustered, but when Li Luo cast a calm gaze at him, seemingly without malice, he did not resist. Immediately, Butler Lu felt a refreshing coolness surge into his body from the outside, instantly spreading throughout his entire being. The internal injuries he had sustained while battling fierce beasts on the battlefield earlier miraculously eased at this moment and began to heal rapidly. What is this?" Butler Lu's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and lightness within his body, hardly able to believe the miracle unfolding before him. The internal injury that had been consuming a vast amount of resources without being cured was unexpectedly healed effortlessly by Li Luo, a martial saint-level warrior. "Sir, thank you." Steward Lu's hands trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. His words were filled with gratitude and loyalty, vowing to face any challenge, even climbing mountains of blades or crossing seas of fire, without hesitation. Seeing this, Li Luo merely waved his hand lightly, a gentle smile on his lips, and said softly, "All right, Steward Lu, go prepare breakfast." The remarkable effect of this trace of ice element was truly thanks to the frost divine vein. Although his martial saint-level robust physique could go weeks without food, Li Luo still hadn't forgotten his pre-transmigration habits, something he would have to gradually change in the future. Butler Lu's face immediately lit up with joy after hearing this. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment, I will make the arrangements right away." His words were filled with gratitude and excitement. Lu Chao had thought that in his lifetime, he would at most remain a martial spirit warrior. He never expected that Li Luo would give him hope of breaking through to an even higher level. The frosty energy that had merged into his body not only healed the hidden injuries within him but also continuously nourished his body. If he persisted for a while longer, he might break through to the peak of martial spirit, or even achieve the level of a martial master. "You all may return to your tasks as well," Li Luo said to the remaining servants, whose eyes were filled with envy, his voice carrying a hint of authority. He had just acted on a whim, wanting to see if he could use the ice element to heal Lu Chao's hidden injuries. Unexpectedly, it worked, and even showed some improvement. Lu Chao's martial artist Meridian seemed to have discovered the additional effects of the Frost Divine Vein as a result.
Yes, sir. The other servants respectfully retreated after hearing Li Luo's instructions, secretly pondering how they could perform well in front of
this martial saint in the future to catch his attention.
Perhaps the opportunity that Lu the steward just received might also fall into their hands? Home is still the most comfortable place.
Li Luo walked into the spacious living room, stretched lazily, and directly lay down on the soft animal skin sofa, turning on the TV news. Coincidentally, it was broadcasting a replay of the scene where he had repelled the beast tide attacking Jiang City's ocean defense line, including his confrontation with the Sea Fiend.
4 days ago, the ocean defense line in Jiang City, Jiangning Province, suddenly faced an attack from a large number of ferocious beasts.
4 high-level Lord-class beasts joined forces, putting the defense line in a precarious situation. Fortunately, the 3 martial saints, Li Luo, Zhang Yunfeng, and Li Jindong, arrived in time to assist Commander Chen Lei in fending off the ferocious beasts' fierce assault, successfully resolving this crisis. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the table in front of Li Luo. It was a feast for the senses, featuring exquisite and expensive dishes, made from ferocious beast meat and juice freshly squeezed from sea-grade spiritual fruits, clearly the result of Butler Lu's meticulous preparation. Sir, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to let me know, Butler Lu said respectfully, trying hard to suppress his inner excitement. Li Luo nodded lightly and then began to enjoy the lavish breakfast. Given his current cultivation level, consuming ferocious beast meat and low-grade spiritual fruits had only a negligible effect on his body, but the taste was simply irresistible. After breakfast, Li Luo used the communication function of the Lingshuan Ring to inform Vice President Wang Ming that he had returned to Jingyang City, stating that he could be contacted at any time for important matters. Upon learning of Li Luo's return, Wang Ming immediately reported, "My lord, you are truly wise and foresight." After a round of flattery, he continued, "Shortly after you went to support Jiang City, Inspector Han, following your orders, strengthened the city's defenses. We successfully captured a group of beast god cult followers who attempted to stir up trouble in your absence. Thanks to your foresight, all the leaders of the beast god cult have now been captured.
The remaining followers are terrified and dare not make any further moves."
Li Luo listened and a satisfied smile curved at the corner of his mouth, just as he had expected. There were also beast god cult followers hidden within Jingyang City, but they had concealed themselves so deeply that they hadn't been discovered. If it weren't for his urgency to break through to the later stage of Martial Saint, he would have surely wiped out these filthy rats lurking in the shadows. Very good.
Han Tianxiong did a great job.
A trace of approval flashed in Li Luo's eyes. After briefly chatting with Wang Ming, he ended the communication. Then, he headed toward the training room inside the villa, preparing to continue cultivating and steadily break through the late stage of Martial Saint. At the entrance of the training room, Li Luo instructed the butler, Lu, beside him, "Butler Lu, unless there's something important, don't disturb me."
Upon hearing this, Butler Lu quickly responded, "Understood, sir." He knew Li Luo was preparing to enter seclusion for focused cultivation. Li Luo nodded and stepped into the training room.
As the door slowly closed, he quickly immersed himself in the world of cultivation.
A faint ice blue glow surrounded
him, the unique energy fluctuation of the mystic ice divine technique.
The villa's temperature gradually dropped as Li Luo entered his cultivation state. A day quietly passed until noon the next day.
Buzz buzz buzz. Li Luo, who was immersed in cultivation, was suddenly interrupted by the vibration from the Lingshuan ring on his wrist. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of doubt flashing through them.
At first, he thought it might be the ocean defense line in
Jiang City, where fierce beasts had taken the opportunity to attack after his departure, but he quickly realized he was mistaken.
"Master, the king-level fighter jet specially prepared for you by the Elder Council has arrived in Jingyang City. Please receive it."
The voice of the AI, Dreamweaver, came from the Lingshuan ring, displaying the current location of the fighter jet, which had already entered Jingyang City and was heading toward the villa.
King-class fighter jet?
Li Luo slightly raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of surprise. This is a vehicle specially equipped by the Elder Council for each guardian.
Not only is it as fast as lightning, but it also possesses formidable defensive and offensive capabilities.
Mengji's adorable little white fox figure was projected from the Lingshuan ring, playfully explaining to Li Luo.
After listening to Mengji's explanation, a trace of interest flashed in Li Luo's eyes.
So it turned out that after becoming a guardian, the fighter jet was distributed for free. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to exchange contribution points for a fighter jet on the Elder Council's official website back then, or he would have suffered a big loss. However, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether this fighter jet would differ in quality compared to the one Elder Qin Han used. Since they're all king-class fighter jets, the difference shouldn't be too significant. Thinking this, he stood up and walked out of the training room. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out the door, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky, growing closer and closer.
So fast.
Li Luo looked up and saw a fighter jet, interwoven with silver and icy blue, slicing through the sky and steadily heading toward the villa. Soon after, the silver and icy blue fighter jet descended gracefully like an elegant giant bird, landing steadily in the backyard of the villa, stirring up a faint ripple of dust. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Li Luo's eyes. This fighter jet looked quite impressive. He quickly stepped forward, muttering to himself, who could be delivering a king-class fighter jet to me this time? It shouldn't be Qin Hong, right? The footsteps continued until the wide hatch of the warship slowly opened automatically, yet no sound or figure appeared to greet him. A faint, cold aura of metal and high-tech fusion rushed toward him, but it lacked the breath of life. Strange, no one here? Or could it be an expert? Li Luo frowned, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. He speculated inwardly, could it be that another expert had arrived, someone who possessed special means to shield themselves from his perception? Playing tricks, let me see what's really going on, he thought to himself and stepped into the spacious, tech-filled interior of the warship. The cabin's layout was intricate, brimming with a sense of advanced technology, with every detail exuding excellence. But what caught his attention most was the giant holographic screen on the central console, which suddenly lit up. The familiar and adorable figure of the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver, a white fox, reappeared, smiling mischievously as she looked at Li Luo. Master, welcome to your royal fighter jet. This flight will be fully automated by me, traveling from the imperial province to Jingyang City, spanning thousands of kilometers, safe and efficient. Mengji's playful voice came through the speakers. With a hint of pride and satisfaction, he showcased his achievement to Li Luo. Upon hearing this, Li Luo suddenly understood, and a smile involuntarily curved at the corner of his mouth. So it was autopilot. No wonder there was that kind of expert whose presence I couldn't even sense. Sighing inwardly, he marveled at how advanced the technology on Blue Star was, especially the AI Dreamweaver, which had developed to an incredibly sophisticated level. Then, Li Luo's curiosity was completely piqued, and he began to carefully observe the interior of the fighter jet. This was his first time inspecting the inside of a fighter jet. Dreamweaver transformed into a patient guide, using a holographic screen to lead him step by step in understanding the various functions and operation interfaces of the jet. Master, look here. This is the manual driving mode of the fighter jet. Although the operation is complex, once you master it, you can personally experience the thrill of piloting. Dreamweaver's voice was gentle and alluring. With a light touch, the screen displayed the intricate driving interface and procedures. It doesn't seem that difficult. Li Luo's mind was exceptionally quick, swiftly catching the key information in Mengji's words. Before long, he had grasped the basics of manual piloting, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Piece of cake. However, with the assistance of the AI Mengji in daily situations, he hardly needed to pilot the fighter himself. Most of the time, he left it to Mengji's automatic control. Immediately, Mengji's holographic projection appeared beside Li Luo, her lively eyes shimmering with a clear light as she gently reminded, Master, since this fighter jet is exclusively yours, why not give it a special name? That way, every flight will feel more personal. That's true, Li Luo responded, his gaze slightly focused as he fell into contemplation. Moments later, a smile curved at the corner of his lips. Let's call it Cold Star. Cold Star? What a great name. Mengji's holographic image bounced joyfully. Master, you are truly so talented. She didn't forget to praise Li Luo. I think so too. Li Luo's lips curved slightly upward as he spoke calmly. Truly, the top-tier artificial intelligence of the Great Xia Kingdom was astonishingly human-like. Afterward, Li Luo walked out of the fighter jet with satisfaction, sunlight spilling onto his face, making him look radiant. Butler Lu and a group of servants had already been drawn over by the sudden commotion. They curiously gazed at the king-class fighter jet that had suddenly appeared inside the villa, their eyes filled with amazement and curiosity. Sir, is this the legendary king-class fighter jet? Butler Lu couldn't help but ask, his tone full of reverence. During his time serving in the military, he had once been fortunate enough to see a king-class fighter jet from a distance. With his broad experience, he recognized it at a glance. A king-class fighter jet is not something an ordinary person could possess. First of all, the manufacturing cost is extremely expensive, and even if one has the money, without the right status, it is absolutely impossible to buy one. Not bad. Li Luo smiled and nodded. After a brief introduction, he instructed Steward Lu to prepare lunch. Only then did everyone reluctantly withdraw their gazes and get busy with their own tasks. Take a break first. Li Luo also lay down on the sofa in the living room, planning to rest for a while before continuing his training after lunch, balancing work and rest. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have forgotten to check in today, so he sat up and silently said in his heart, System, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit during check-in, item quantity increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSS grade Snow Spirit Crystal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SS grade Snow Spirit Crystal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S grade Snow Spirit Crystal. Snow Spirit Crystal, after absorption, it can enhance level cultivation and ice element affinity, with no side effects. Another critical hit? Li Luo listened to the system's voice, immediately standing up from the sofa with an expression of ecstatic joy. Signed in so many times, and finally hit the jackpot again. This time, the items from the critical hit are very consistent, they're all resources that can enhance cultivation, unlike the randomness of last time. It seems the items from each critical hit are completely random. Since the system has infinite storage space, the 3 snow spirit crystals did not appear directly beside Li Luo but were automatically placed into the storage space. 3 snow-white energy crystals of varying sizes lay there quietly, containing powerful energy of different levels. Finally got lucky again, ha ha ha, Li Luo exclaimed excitedly, as if the system always provided exactly what he needed. With these 3 snow spirit crystals brimming with rich energy, Li Luo wouldn't need a month to break through to the late stage of Martial Saint. One day would be enough. Northern cold continent? Li Luo temporarily suppressed his excitement and didn't rush to take out the 3 snow spirit crystals from the infinite storage space. Eat first, he muttered to himself. Subsequently, he quickly enjoyed a hearty lunch and, with a hint of urgency in his steps, returned to the training room. With a slight movement of thought, 3 snow-white snow spirit crystals of varying sizes, exuding a faint icy glow, appeared out of thin air in Li Luo's hand. Each one contained a pure ice elemental energy that was heart-stirring, making them extremely suitable for frost warriors to absorb. Truly, heaven is helping me. Li Luo stared at the 3 energy ice crystals, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. He gently caressed the icy surface of the snow spirit crystal, feeling the surging energy hidden within, as if completely immersed and unable to extricate himself. Let's begin. Let these 3 snow spirit crystals help me break through the late stage of Martial Saint. Li Luo murmured, sitting cross-legged. With both hands lightly holding the 3 snow-white energy crystals, he closed his eyes and focused, guiding the pure energy they released to slowly flow into his body. In an instant, the training room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible chill, the pure ice elemental power within the snow spirit crystals surging forth. Under the full operation of the frost divine vein, Li Luo's body resembled a black hole in the depths of the universe, continuously absorbing and transforming this cold and powerful energy. Ah, this energy, Li Luo murmured softly, feeling the ice element filling his body. The barrier between the mid and late stages of Martial Saint began to waver under the impact of this dense energy. His cultivation level soared rapidly during this process. Time seemed to freeze, and the training room was filled only with the steady sound of Li Luo's breathing and the faint hum of the snow spirit crystal continuously releasing energy. Night fell, and the stars adorned the sky outside the window. Li Luo, who was focused on breaking through his cultivation, was also quietly undergoing earth-shattering changes. Finally, at a certain moment, an even more majestic late-stage Martial Saint aura suddenly erupted, but it was instantly locked firmly by Li Luo's astonishing willpower, preventing even the slightest leakage. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze full of majesty and oppression. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Late stage of Martial Saint, achieved. Li Luo stood up excitedly, feeling the surging power within him. In less than a week, he had broken through from the mid-stage to the late stage of Martial Saint. Who could possibly match this speed? In the entire history of Blue Star, perhaps only he could achieve this. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Level, late Martial Saint. Fist strength, 1,560,000 kilograms. Power output, 8.2 times. Cultivation method, SSS level body tempering heavenly gang technique, SSS level mystic ice divine technique, D level iron bone body tempering method. Martial skills, C level shattering void fist, mastery, basic blade technique, mastery, SSS level frost divine codex, mastery. Items, sky dominion pearl, damaged. The punching power, with the breakthrough to the late stage of Martial Saint, successfully surpassed 1.5 million kilograms, reaching a terrifying strength of 1.56 million kilograms per punch. Explosive power has also improved significantly. When fully unleashed, the power of a single punch now exceeds over 12 million kilograms. If combined with some highly destructive martial techniques, the power would be even more astonishing. Afterward, Li Luo gradually calmed down from the ecstatic joy of the breakthrough. He does not plan to make his breakthrough to the late stage of Martial Saint public for the time being, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although the major nations on Blue Star are united in resisting the ferocious beasts, if those martial saints or even martial gods whose cultivation has stagnated find out, they will surely covet him. Not all martial god powerhouses are as selfless as Elder Jiang of the sequence, genuinely wanting to help humanity defeat the ferocious beasts. Even more dangerous threats come from the ferocious beasts themselves. Those beast kings will definitely try every means to stop his rise, even at all costs, to strangle him in the cradle. The geniuses and prodigies of various nations have long become assassination targets of the beast god's cult, the minions of the ferocious beasts. Sigh, breaking through too quickly is also a kind of trouble. Li Luo exhaled a turbid breath, consolidating his cultivation while muttering to himself. As for the Martial Saint, he wasn't afraid. With his current cultivation level, he no longer regards even those veteran peak Martial Saints as a threat. But what truly makes him vigilant is the threat posed by martial gods and beast kings. Thinking of this, Li Luo suddenly remembered that Elder Jiang of the first sequence had asked him for a vial of blood before leaving. Based on the timeline, the elders should have already detected the anomaly in his blood, which would confirm that he had not been lying. Li Luo secretly calculated in his mind, planning to use this opportunity to request permission from the first sequence elders to go to the extreme cold region of Blue Star, the northern cold continent, to break through the mechanism. The northern cold continent is entirely covered in ice and snow, with extremely low temperatures. Precisely because of its harsh environment, the types and numbers of ferocious beasts living in this region are few, making it highly suitable for his frost divine vein. Training in this extreme cold environment would greatly enhance his strength and progress, even faster than cultivating in the Great Xia Kingdom. He secretly anticipated that once he broke through to the martial god realm in the northern cold continent and became a true top-tier powerhouse of Blue Star, he would return to the Great Xia Kingdom with overwhelming strength. By then, who would dare to oppose him? Li Luo was full of confidence in cultivating in the extremely cold environment of the northern frost continent. He believed he could break through from the late stage of martial saint to the martial god realm within half a year. If he could also obtain more top-tier cultivation resources along the way, the time required would be even shorter. Li Luo restrained his aura, walked out of the training room, and rested on the sofa in the living room while instructing butler Lu to prepare dinner. His mind was still constantly pondering the plan to head to the northern frost continent to achieve his breakthrough to the martial god realm. Coincidentally, the Council of Elders had sent him a king-class fighter jet exclusively for his role as the guardian envoy. With this, even the transportation to the northern frost continent was secured, greatly reducing the risk of encountering ferocious beasts along the way. The distance from Jiang Province and the Great Xia Kingdom to the northern frost continent was extremely vast, and the journey required crossing the Bear Nation and the nearly fallen eastern regions. Without using a fighter jet, it would take at least a week at the fastest. It wasn't that the speed of a martial saint was slow, but the journey was fraught with the risk of encountering various ferocious beasts. Traveling while dealing with these beasts naturally slowed progress. The route also had to be carefully planned, as even a slight misstep into the territory of a beast king-level creature would be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver was just the solution to these problems. I just don't know if the three sequence elders will agree. Li Luo pondered silently. Now, as the officially appointed guardian of Jiangning Province by the Great Xia Kingdom, wanting to leave for half a year seemed rather unreasonable. Whatever, I must go to Beihan Continent, and no one can stop me. Li Luo gritted his teeth and said resolutely. Early the next morning, Li Luo woke up early, his mind already made up. He had to go to Beihan Continent. No one could stop him from breaking through to martial god. I really don't know if elder he will agree. Li Luo felt uneasy, his thoughts racing. If he didn't agree, Li Luo would have to resort to the second plan, sneaking off to Beihan Continent and returning to shock everyone after breaking through to martial god. However, this would inevitably cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Hope everything goes smoothly. Li Luo shook his head, trying not to overthink. Then, he gently pressed the Lingshuan ring on his wrist, entered the official website of the Council of Elders, and found the contact icon for the first sequence elder, Jiang. A soft glow flashed, connecting to the first sequence elder stationed far away in the Imperial Capital Province. In the center of the city in the Imperial Capital Province, the solemn hall of the Council of Elders headquarters was filled with an air of authority. Jiang, one of the three great guardians of the Grand Xia Kingdom, was sitting with his eyes closed, sensing the disturbances caused by ferocious beasts around the city. Suddenly, the Lingshuan ring on his wrist gently vibrated, interrupting his meditation. Jiang slowly opened his eyes, which were as deep as ancient pools, and an indescribable aura burst forth from them. He turned his head to look at the still vibrating Lingshuan ring, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little guy suddenly contacted me. What exactly is his purpose? Jiang speculated silently in his heart, pondering the reason behind Li Luo's communication. Then, he gently tapped, and a holographic light screen was projected from the Lingshuan ring, revealing Li Luo's figure. Jiang spoke in a warm tone, taking the initiative to say, "Young friend Li Luo, what can I do for you?" He appeared like a kind and benevolent grandfather, giving no hint that he was actually a late-stage martial god powerhouse. Seeing that the sequence elder had connected the call, Li Luo spoke sincerely, "Elder he, this junior has a request. I wish to temporarily leave the Great Xia Kingdom and head to Beihan Continent for training and breakthrough for approximately half a year." Speaking of this, Li Luo felt slightly nervous in his heart. After pausing for a moment, he continued to ask, "Do you agree?" As a martial saint serving as a guardian, they usually remain stationed within the province to defend against ferocious beasts and rarely leave. Yet, now, not only would he have to leave the Great Xia Kingdom, but he would also need to stay in the northern cold continent for as long as half a year. It was akin to receiving the salary of an official martial saint while enjoying the privileges of an auxiliary martial saint. Moreover, he had just accepted the king-level warplane allocated to guardians by the Elder Council, making even Li Luo himself feel a bit embarrassed. After understanding Li Luo's intention, intentions, a glimmer of insight flashed through He Jing's deep eyes. He then smiled faintly, as if he had already seen through the nervousness on Li Luo's face. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, "No problem, you can go without worry." He even smiled approvingly and said, "As expected, you are extraordinarily gifted. I didn't expect you to break through to the late stage of martial saints so quickly. Becoming the 4th sequence elder of the Great Xia Kingdom is just around the corner." Regarding the fact that Li Luo is fused with the cosmic race's inheritance crystal, currently, only he and the other 2 sequence elders of the Great Xia Kingdom are aware. They have already analyzed the general data of Li Luo's blood, and his genetic level far surpasses that of ordinary humans. This instantly made them understand why Li Luo could break through realms as effortlessly as drinking water. The bloodline of that ancient cosmic race is incredibly powerful, and the inheritance crystals discovered in ancient ruins are utterly crushed in comparison, not even on the same level. Further research indicates that Li Luo's strength and cultivation speed will improve in extremely cold environments. The exact extent of this enhancement is known only to Li Luo himself. This might also be the reason he decided to head to the northern cold continent to break through. He Jing believes that if Li Luo truly goes to the northern cold continent to cultivate, he will undoubtedly bring them a pleasant surprise in half a year. If he can successfully break through to the martial god level, it would be even more perfect. Having one more martial god level powerhouse in the Great Xia Kingdom would help alleviate a significant amount of pressure on the 3 veteran martial gods. The 3 sequence elders are stationed in 3 different directions of the Great Xia Kingdom to guard against beast invasions. Among them, the 2nd sequence elder, Xiang Yuan, who has the highest rank and the strongest talent, bears the heaviest burden of facing the most formidable pressure from the Ocean Beast King in the east. "Mr. He, you agreed?" Li Luo's voice could hardly conceal his surprise. He had thought this request might encounter some resistance, as it was indeed somewhat excessive. He Jing's laughter came through the holographic screen. "Warm and kind, how could I not agree? If I remember correctly, the cosmic race inheritance within you should have an amplification effect in extremely cold environments, right?" To be honest, that's exactly the case. Li Luo did not deny it, scratching his head with a smile. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the distant northern cold continent to train with such effort. "Do you need me to dispatch an elite guard team to ensure your safety during the breakthrough?" He Jing's gaze turned more serious. After all, precautions had to be taken to prevent Li Luo from being attacked or disturbed by fierce beasts during his breakthrough in the northern cold continent. Although the northern cold continent doesn't have many types of fierce beasts, their strength is significantly greater than those in ordinary environments. If one were to be attacked during a breakthrough, the consequences would be unimaginable. "No need, Elder He, I can handle it myself." Li Luo quickly waved his hand, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. He Jing was still unaware that he had already reached the late stage of martial saint. At this point, his strength could be described as invincible beneath the Beast King level. High-ranking Lord-level fierce beasts were no match for him at all. As long as he doesn't encounter a Beast King-level ferocious beast in the northern cold continent, basically no one can threaten his personal safety. Moreover, even if he does encounter a ferocious beast, the strength of the escort team goes without saying. Suffering heavy losses would be the least of it. They might even face total annihilation. By then, he would have to step in to protect the escort team, which is completely unnecessary. "Alright then." He Jing, hearing Li Luo's refusal, no longer insisted but still reminded him, "Be very careful in the northern cold continent. If you encounter danger, no one will be able to save you. Try to avoid any accidents. Break through and come back as soon as possible." Elder He's voice carried a trace of worry. The northern cold continent has a harsh environment, with temperatures remaining below -10s of degrees year-round. The entire continent is almost entirely occupied by ferocious beasts. The snow cover is extremely thick, and without special means, it is very difficult to discover the cultivation resources hidden beneath the snow. Moreover, most of these resources are suitable for absorption by ice or water element martial artists, making exploration not worth the effort. Human martial artists rarely set foot in this place. He Jing did not want Li Luo, this soon-to-rise genius prodigy, to unexpectedly fall in Beihan continent. After all, the cosmic opportunity that Li Luo had inadvertently obtained was a rare treasure seen only once in a millennium. If he were to fall, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Hearing this, Li Luo's lips curled into a confident smile as he readily agreed. "I understand, Elder He. Rest assured." With his cultivation at the late stage of martial saint, as long as he didn't encounter a king-level ferocious beast in Beihan continent, he could move about unimpeded. Even if his luck turned sour and he ran into a beast king, he still had the life-saving trump card given by Elder He, the Yuchong Pearl. With his formidable strength, he was fully confident that he could escape unscathed from the hands of a beast king. After patiently listening to Elder He's instructions, Li Luo ended the communication, a relaxed expression appearing on his face. He hadn't expected the matter of heading to Beihan continent for half a year of cultivation and breakthrough to go so smoothly. Elder, he had agreed almost without hesitation. Judging from his tone, it seemed that the other two sequence elders, whom Li Luo was unfamiliar with, were already aware of the secret of him merging with the cosmic race's inheritance crystal. They were highly supportive of him and willing to protect him. It appeared that the three martial god-level warriors of the Great Sea Kingdom were entirely trustworthy, showing no unusual interest in the secrets he carried. But the martial gods of other countries might not be the same. Li Luo thought to himself. It seemed prudent to become a martial god as soon as possible. By then, even if the secret was exposed, he would have enough strength to handle it. If they failed to appreciate the situation, Li Luo wouldn't mind reducing the number of martial gods on Blue Star. Then, with a thought, Li Luo retrieved a golden supreme card made of special material from his infinite storage space, while also removing the spatial ring from his hand. He casually glanced at the card. It was meticulously crafted from special materials, with intricate patterns engraved on its surface, as if it embodied boundless power and a symbol of status. In the Great Sea Kingdom, only individuals of extremely prominent status were entitled to possess it. The card quietly held the 2 billion in activity funds granted by the Elder Council, an amount so vast it could make countless martial artists envious. Yet Li Luo merely gave it a faint glance, his heart unperturbed. As for the spatial ring, it was a complimentary gift from Qin Hong when he had presented him with the SSS grade resource, the Holy Light Spirit Essence, last time. He softly called for Butler Lu. Though his voice was not loud, it carried an inner strength, allowing Butler Lu to hear it even within the spacious villa. Is that the master's voice? Butler Lu heard the call and quickly walked over to stand respectfully in front of Li Luo, his eyes carrying a hint of curiosity. Master, what are your orders? Breakfast is almost ready. Please wait a moment. Li Luo waved his hand and said, it's not about breakfast. There's something else I need you to handle. With that, he handed the golden supreme card and the spatial ring to Butler Lu, explaining, I have an important task to complete in the next 6 months. This golden supreme card contains 20 billion. Let Butler Lu take this card to buy some daily necessities and healing pills and bring them back to him. He is leaving today. Understood, sir. I'll take care of it right away. Butler Lu etched Li Luo's instructions in his mind, took the heavy supreme gold card and the spatial ring, and turned to leave. Wait. Li Luo looked at Butler Lu's back, suddenly remembering something, and called out to him in a calm voice. Butler Lu, you're about to break through, aren't you? Butler Lu was stunned for a moment, surprised that Li Luo could even notice this. A look of gratitude appeared on his face. Yes. It's all thanks to you, sir, for healing the hidden injuries in my body and leaving behind strength to reinforce my meridians. Li Luo nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. In that case, you should also buy some resources needed for your breakthrough. I hope that when I return, I can see a brand new martial lord standing before me. Under the nourishment of Li Luo's pure ice elemental power, Steward Lu's martial meridians had greatly improved, and his stagnant cultivation had also been unblocked after his internal injuries healed. Even without consuming resources, he could break through to a martial lord within a year. If resources were fully utilized, he might even transform into a frost warrior who commands the power of ice elements in the future. Li Luo was filled with anticipation for what level of martial artist Steward Lu could grow into under the opportunities he provided. Housekeeper Lu's eyes turned slightly red, and his voice choked a little. Sir, thank you. He did not refuse Li Luo's kindness. Old Lu had lived most of his life and finally met a benefactor. Now, he was eager to pledge his loyalty to Li Luo unto death. Moreover, Lu Chao was very sensible and did not ask what Li Luo was going to do, as it was not something a housekeeper like him should concern himself with. Afterward, he respectfully turned and left, afraid of wasting Li Luo's time. Once he left the villa, he headed to the city to purchase the items Li Luo had just instructed him to get, along with his own cultivation resources. Meanwhile, Li Luo boarded the fighter jet and began checking the distance between Jiangning City and Beihan Continent. The nearest direct route first required flying over the northern border region of the Great Sea Kingdom, which had already fallen, then passing through the fallen eastern region of the Shaxiong Nation. After that, he would have to cross an ocean to reach Beihan Continent, one of the places on Blue Star known as a land of extreme cold and harsh conditions. In comparison, Nanhan Continent was even farther away, requiring passage through more territories infested with ferocious beasts, crossing vast oceans teeming with marine beasts, and traversing the barren continent, which had become a playground for beasts. That continent had long since shown no traces of human survival, with ferocious beasts everywhere in sight. Only martial artists who were extremely confident in their own strength dared to choose that place for training. To be on the safe side, let's head to the northern cold continent. I really don't want to run into a beast king in that desolate place of the wasteland continent. Li Luo briefly reviewed the routes of both sides and decisively chose the northern cold continent. The temperature there was about the same, so there was no need to make things harder for himself. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and it was already close to noon in the blink of an eye. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, shining on Lu Chao's slightly weary yet deeply satisfied face. On his finger was a spatial ring filled with various supplies and pills, along with a golden supreme card radiating an aura of nobility as he returned to the villa. "Sir, everything you requested has been prepared." Lu Chao stood in front of Li Luo, respectfully presenting the spatial ring and the supreme card with both hands. Li Luo took the two items, glancing briefly at the neatly arranged supplies and pills inside the spatial ring. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. To guard against unexpected situations, it was always better to prepare more healing pills and similar items. As for how much these resources cost, Li Luo didn't bother to ask. For a martial artist of his level, the 11-digit number on the supreme gold card was nothing more than a cold string of data. He had long lost interest in money. Otherwise, with the terrifying combat power of a martial saint, he could easily slaughter his way through the wilderness or fallen human cities, and the value of the beast corpses would effortlessly reach tens of billions. After a brief rest at the villa and enjoying a sumptuous final lunch, Li Luo walked to the backyard and boarded his fighter jet, the Cold Star. "Steward Lu, I'll leave the villa in your care for the time being." Standing at the cabin door, Li Luo wore a serious expression as he instructed Lu Chao. "When I return, if I'm not a martial god, I must at least be at the peak of martial saint." Butler Lu straightened his back, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented loyalty. "Sir, rest assured and go. I will manage everything in the villa meticulously, waiting for your triumphant return." Li Luo nodded lightly, turned, and stepped into the already prepared fighter jet. The hatch slowly closed, sealing off the clamor of the outside world. Xiao Meng set the destination to North Cold Continent and depart immediately. Li Luo's steady voice echoed inside the jet. With a light touch on the screen, he handed over control of the haunching to the AI system Dreamweaver, activating the autopilot mode. "At your command, Master. Please allow me to present and confirm the optimal route for you." Mengji's holographic image instantly appeared inside the fighter jet, her voice crisp and pleasant, with a hint of playfulness. On the large screen, several routes to Beihan Continent spread out like a starry sky, each route meticulously marked with danger assessments and estimated travel time for Li Luo to choose from. Since the fighter jet is flying directly to Beihan Continent, it won't be hindered by the beasts on land or complex terrain, so there are quite a few route options. So many routes, which one should I choose? Li Luo stared at the routes on the screen, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to leave the choice to Meng Ji. "Help me automatically select the most suitable one. Arrival time doesn't matter, just try to avoid trouble along the way," he stated his requirements. After all, flying over the territory of ferocious beasts, he didn't want to attract the attention of a beast king just to save time. "Understood, Master. I've selected the most suitable route for you. You can depart as soon as you confirm." Meng Ji quickly calculated, and with its powerful computational ability, locked onto the optimal route in the blink of an eye. After the fighter jet left the human territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, it avoided the beast king in the northern border region of the kingdom, veered northwest, and entered the grassland nation that had long disappeared from history after being occupied by ferocious beasts during the global mutation. Subsequently, the jet continued toward the southern part of the Sandbear Nation, traversing the northern region and an ocean, ultimately arriving at North Cold Continent. "Alright, let's take this route. Let's go." Li Luo carefully confirmed the route and nodded in satisfaction. This route indeed met his requirements. After receiving Li Luo's confirmation, Meng Ji's crisp and melodious voice rang out. "Okay, Master, ready to depart." The Cold Star, parked in the backyard of the villa, swiftly ascended into the sky, its engine roaring with an imposing and majestic sound. Accompanied by the roar of the fighter jet starting up, a faint smile appeared on Li Luo's lips. Through the porthole, he cast a glance at Steward Lu and the group of servants. On the ground, they stood in neat formation, waving him off with the utmost respect. Especially Lu Chao's gaze, filled with reluctance and admiration, was deeply moving. The fighter jet tore through the sky at an astonishing speed, crossing the border of Jiang Province in no time and speeding toward the distant northern Cold Continent. During this time, Li Luo did not forget to inform Branch President Wang Ming via communication that he had a task requiring him to temporarily leave Jingyang City, entrusting all city affairs to him. After all, Wang Ming usually managed everything in an orderly manner, so leaving it to him was no problem at all. It had to be said, his role as the Guardian was truly carefree and worry-free. With nothing else to do, Li Luo stood by the fighter jet's porthole, gazing at the fleeting scenery below, silently saying in his heart, "System, sign in." The daily sign-in began in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-rank martial skill Phantom Flash Step with complete mastery. Phantom Flash Step activated through the martial artist's inner strength, leaving an afterimage in place and moving at extreme speed in any direction. As the system notification ended, a surge of memories instantly flooded into Li Luo's mind, which he quickly absorbed and processed. At this moment, his comprehension of the S-rank martial skill Phantom Flash Step had reached perfection. To think I signed in and obtained a movement-evading martial skill. Li Luo felt the newly acquired memories in his mind and was secretly delighted. It perfectly compensated for his weakness and added a significant layer of safety to his journey to the northern Cold Continent. If he had possessed this skill during his previous encounter with Hai Sha, he might have been able to evade that scorching flame. Let's see how it works. Li Luo stepped away from the porthole, eager to begin testing the phantom blink technique inside the spacious interior of the fighter jet. I'm flashing. With an explosive burst of inner energy, his figure instantly transformed into a faint shadow, darting through the jet like a ghost, leaving behind a series of elusive afterimages. So fast. After completing the test, Li Luo stood in the cabin, a look of both joy and amazement on his face. Each blink covered a distance of several hundred meters, moving at an incredible speed, almost like teleportation. Only higher-level martial artists could barely discern that this wasn't true teleportation, but rather an extreme display of speed. However, due to the spatial constraints inside the jet, Li Luo was unable to test the maximum range of this technique here. He had to suppress his excitement and wait until reaching Beihan continent for further trials. After all, waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. At that moment, a vigilant voice from within the warplane suddenly came through. Master, please be aware, approximately 30 flying-type ferocious beasts have been detected ahead, with levels ranging between mid-tier beast general and mid-tier lord. They are approaching our flight path. Should we activate the weapon system for defense? Oh, Li Luo raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. So soon, some reckless ones have come knocking. At most, they're only mid-tier lords, not requiring him to act personally. This is a perfect opportunity to test the weapon system of the Cold Star. He turned to gaze at Mengji's holographic projection, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Perfect timing. Activate the weapon system and take them out. Yes, master. Mengji's voice carried a hint of excitement, followed by a series of subtle mechanical sounds inside the fighter jet. Immediately, faint energy fluctuations enveloped the fighter jet, and menacing gun barrels emerged externally. Weapons system is ready. Preparing to fire, Mengji reminded again. Fire! Li Luo stared at the approaching horde of ferocious beasts and gave the command. The Cold Star instantly erupted with dazzling light, several energy beams streaking across the sky and accurately striking the flock of ferocious flying beasts. Wherever the beams passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, followed by a series of deafening explosions. The beasts ahead instantly exploded in mid-air, flesh and blood scattering everywhere, turning into a rain of gore and fragments. With the interference of the beasts eliminated, the fighter jet continued to speed forward at an incredible pace. The weapon system equipped on a King-class fighter jet is actually this powerful. Li Luo's mind replayed the scene just now, where even mid-level Lord-class beasts were instantly annihilated. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. A mid-level Lord-class fierce beast, equivalent to a human martial emperor-level warrior, was actually blasted to death by the main cannon of the warplane. At this moment, Mengji revealed an adorable smile and explained to Li Luo, Master, the weapon system equipped on the Hanqing is powerful enough to instantly kill most fierce beasts below the high-level Lord class. After Mengji's detailed explanation, Li Luo gained a deeper understanding of the formidable power of this weapon system. As long as the defense of a mid-level Lord-class beast is not strong and it is accurately targeted, it can basically be killed with one shot. They are completely unable to resist. As for high-level Lord-class beasts, the main cannon can still inflict some damage, but these beasts are highly agile, making it easier for them to evade the main cannon. There is even a possibility of being counterattacked and shot down. After a while, the Hanqing fighter jet silently flew out of the human territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It then crossed the provinces that had been occupied by ferocious beasts, which once belonged to the Great Xia Kingdom, and entered the former land of the Prairie Nation, long eroded by time and disaster, now a paradise for the beasts. Is this the Prairie Nation? Li Luo gazed through the fighter jet's window, staring at the desolate and ruined landscape below, filled with forests echoing with the roars of ferocious beasts. The once prosperous human cities now consist only of crumbling walls and ruins, swaying precariously in the wind, telling tales of past glory and present desolation. The traces of ferocious beasts are scattered across the land. They leisurely gnaw on the wildly growing vegetation or roam between the ruins and forests, searching for their next prey. When fighter jets streak across the sky, occasionally one or two higher-level ferocious beasts will cautiously lift their heads to gaze at the horizon. Just as Li Luo thought he could safely traverse the grassland nation, a sudden surge of a high-level Lord-class ferocious beast's aura emerged from deep within the Salindal mountain range. The scene on the ground suddenly changed, and the dense forest began to tremble. A high Lord-level ferocious beast, the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao, appeared, its massive body covered in scales that shimmered with a ghostly blue light, looking ferocious and terrifying. Its keen senses quickly detected the anomaly, and its bloodthirsty pupils locked onto the small black dot in the distance that was steadily approaching its territory. Human technology daring to intrude into its airspace was nothing short of blatant provocation to it. Roar! A furious roar erupted from its mouth. Its massive body suddenly leapt up, surrounded by arcs of electricity, clearly ready for battle. Master, a high lord-level ferocious beast, the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao, has been detected in the mountain range ahead. We have entered its territory, and it is preparing to attack us. Should we immediately leave the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao's territory, or activate
activate the weapon system for defense?
Mengji's voice echoed in the cabin, carrying a hint of urgency.
Li Luo gently waved his hand, his eyes flashing with battle intent.
No need, leave it to me. The timing was perfect. Having just broken through to the late stage of Martial Saint, he had yet to make a move. With that, Li Luo's mind stirred. An S-grade battle armor from the infinite storage space instantly equipped itself on him, and in his hand, he gripped an S-grade longsword gleaming with a cold light. Dreamweaver, hold the fighter steady, Li Luo said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the hatch, his figure flashing as he shot toward the ground like an arrow leaving the bow, propelled by the fighter's speed. Li Luo held a long blade, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold, sharp smile. A surge of powerful inner strength instantly activated the phantom step, making his movements erratic and elusive, as if he were a ghost, impossible to track.
In the blink of an eye, he arrived not far from the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao. Come on, beast.
A wicked smile hung on Li Luo's lips, and the long blade in his hand was ready to strike. The terrifying pressure of a late-stage martial saint instantly spread out. Roar! The Dark Knight Thunder Jiao let out an angry roar, the arcs of electricity growing even stronger as it charged straight at Li Luo.
A powerful aura erupted around them.
Had. Li Luo, however, remained calm and unhurried, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes.
He didn't take the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao seriously at all. Its strength was even inferior to the Sea Fiend he had encountered earlier. With a swift movement, Li Luo used the Phantom Instant Step to easily evade the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao's first attack.
If this is all you've got, then it's my turn next. Li Luo gripped his long blade tightly, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent. Wasting not even a fraction of a second, he swung the blade in a lightning-fast motion, instantly unleashing 8.2 times his
strength. Over 12 million kilograms of force converged on the blade's edge.
With a sharp crack, it carved a deep fissure into the supposedly indestructible scales of the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao.
Roar, human!
The Dark Knight Thunder Jiao let out a piercing roar, its voice filled with pain. Anger and dread instantly surged in its eyes as it realized that the scales it had always prided itself on were shattered as easily as thin paper by this human strike. It immediately understood that it was no match for this person. If the fight continued, death was certain.
Human, I'll spare your life today.
The Dark Knight Thunder Jiao's voice was low and deep as it opened its massive mouth and shot a streak of purple lightning toward Li Luo. Its enormous body twisted violently as it desperately fled toward the depths of the forest, attempting to hide among the dense trees to evade Li Luo's pursuit. At the same time, it sent out frantic mental waves, summoning the surrounding beast horde and commanding them to form a beast tie to buy time for its escape.
Spare me?
Li Luo easily deflected the streak of purple lightning, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. His figure flickered, and almost before the beast horde could surge forward, he appeared ghost-like beside the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao.
Trying to run? Too late.
Li Luo's voice was as cold as ice. The S-grade longsword in his hand gleamed with a bone-chilling light as he mercilessly swung it toward the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao's head.
Human, you!
The Dark Knight Thunder Jiao sensed the fatal danger and tried to resist in terror, but it was too late. A flash of the blade was followed by the dull sound of metal slicing through
flesh and bone.
The Dark Knight Thunder Jiao's head was severed by Li Luo in one swift stroke, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust.
Name, Li Luo.
Roar! The beast horde summoned and gathered by the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao howled in terror at the sight, scattering in all directions to flee for their lives, fearing they might become the next target of the human who had slain the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao. So weak, Li Luo landed steadily beside the corpse of the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao, his eyes full of disdain. Blood slowly dripped from the blade, and against this high-level Lord-class ferocious beast, he hadn't even needed to use the power of the Frost Law, defeating it effortlessly with sheer physical strength. At least it's a high-level Lord-class beast. Li Luo sniffed the pungent scent of blood in the air, his tone icy.
The corpse can't go to waste.
After speaking, he touched the torso and severed head of the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao with both hands, storing the corpse in the infinite storage space as a trophy from his journey to the grassland.
Nation.
The body of a high lord-level beast is full of valuable materials. Its blood and scales are precious resources for crafting weapons or elixirs. On the market, it could easily fetch billions.
The corpse of the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao vanished in the blink of an eye.
Li Luo did not linger in the mountains, sparing the beasts that fled in all directions, and promptly returned to the Cold Star fighter jet hovering in the distant sky.
Bloodline, Frost Divine Vein. With a single thought, Li Luo retracted the armor and weapons he was equipped with and softly said, Xiao Meng, continue forward. The voice of Dreamweaver echoed faintly.
The Dark Knight Thunder Jiao had been slain, and no other high lord-level beasts or beast kings were detected within the Solendal Mountains.
The journey northward to Cold Continent can proceed.
As Li Luo's command was issued, a response came from within the fighter jet. Understood, Master. The fighter jet emitted a faint hum, started its engine, and sped rapidly toward the direction of Beihan Continent. To maintain peak condition, Li Luo retrieved a grade B pill from his spatial ring, swallowed it, and began recovering his state, replenishing the internal energy he had consumed. Over the next 3 days, under Mingji's autopilot control, the Hanqing traversed the fallen zones in the southern region of the Sand Bear Nation, crossed a vast expanse of ocean, and finally approached its destination.
Master, we are about to arrive at Beihan continent.
Please prepare for the next steps. Mengji's voice sounded in the cockpit, carrying a hint of cuteness.
Li Luo listened to Mengji's reminder, quickly opened his eyes, ended his cultivation state, and said excitedly, "We've finally arrived at Beihan continent." After 3 days of waiting and traveling, a new phase had finally begun.
Apart from the Dark Knight Thunder Jiao he encountered in the Solendal Mountains, Li Luo had also slain 2 high lord-level fierce beasts that attempted to intercept the warplane, one in the Sand Bear Nation and another while crossing the ocean.
Now, his
infinite storage space held the corpses of 3 high lord-level fierce beasts, which was undoubtedly a substantial fortune.
Once
he returned to the Great Xia Nation, selling them to the Elder Council would yield a considerable amount of contribution points. So this is Beihan continent.
Li Luo eagerly walked quickly to the warplane's large screen,
his gaze fixed intently on the gradually emerging outline of Beihan continent ahead.
The entire landmass was covered in thick ice and snow, a vast expanse of white.
The temperature outside the warplane dropped continuously as they approached, and a blizzard was still raging. It seemed as though this place was perpetually in winter. Ice, snow, and cold winds formed the main theme of this land. Due to the extremely harsh environment, Li Luo didn't even see the shadow of a single fierce beast in Beihan continent.
Ordinary fierce beasts were simply unwilling to stay here.
Apart from the snowflakes dancing in the sky, he could see a few solitary ice peaks abruptly rising within Beihan continent, silently guarding this icy land. Fantastic, this place is practically tailor-made for me.
Looking at the harsh environment of Beihan continent, Li Luo was filled with joy. As the warplane continued to penetrate deeper into Beihan
continent, he could clearly feel his cultivation speed and strength improving, and breaking through to martial god seemed just around the corner. Unfortunately, the sign-in rewards over the past 3 days were rather ordinary, mostly consisting of some S-grade pills, spiritual herbs, and
crystals, items that couldn't directly enhance his cultivation.
Li Luo chose not to absorb them but instead stored them all in his infinite storage space.
Moments later, the warplane steadily entered Beihan continent.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the fighter jet, Li Luo's ears were filled with the sound of the howling wind, as the temperature had already dropped to several dozen degrees below zero.
The visibility ahead was extremely limited, and as the jet continued forward, the temperature kept decreasing.
Fortunately, the Cold Star was a King-class fighter jet, capable of stable flight in such frigid conditions, with the cold wind and snow having almost no impact on it. No wonder it's one of the 2 extreme cold regions of Blue Star.
This harsh environment is something ordinary warriors simply cannot endure for long.
Li Luo's gaze was fixed on the screen outside the warplane, staring at the northern cold continent, his heart filled with emotion. No wonder Elder he had previously said that if he encountered danger in the northern cold continent, no one could save him.
The environment here was too perilous, not to mention human warriors. Even the aura of ferocious beasts was hard to detect.
However, his body had fused with the Frost Divine Vein, and the colder the environment, the more exhilarated he became. At this moment, the Frost Divine Vein within him seemed to have found its home, and every wisp of invading cold made his frost energy boil with excitement. Xiao Meng, head toward the core area of the northern cold continent.
Li Luo's eyes sparkled with confidence as he felt the tremendous boost in strength he had gained in the northern cold continent, and he issued the command without hesitation. "All right, master."
Mengji did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately carried out Li Luo's instructions. Under Mengji's precise control, the fighter jet darted through the icy world like a silver arrow, swiftly and smoothly entering the core region of the northern cold
continent.
The wind and snow here grew increasingly fierce, as if the sky had split open, with countless razor-sharp snowflakes continuously slicing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A piercing howl echoed in the ears as the temperature plummeted to -100 degrees. Looking around, the endless snow-capped mountains and glaciers intertwined into a breathtaking natural masterpiece.
"Xiao Meng, prepare for landing."
Li Luo felt the ice elements surging into his body from the surroundings, and an uncontrollable smile of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was simply a paradise for frost warriors. Under Mengji's autopilot, the fighter jet finally landed slowly on a relatively flat snowfield. Apart from the fierce snowstorm, there was still no trace of any ferocious beasts. Li Luo's thoughts stirred, and a set of exquisite S-class battle armor instantly enveloped his body. The cold light shimmered, as if perfectly
merging with the ice and snow.
Although he didn't sense the presence of any ferocious beasts, he remained vigilant. Safety always came first. Fully armed, Li Luo unhesitatingly opened the hatch and leaped out, stepping into this frigid land ruled by blizzards. The icy wind lashed against his face like a blade, yet he felt no cold.
Instead, he sensed the continuous influx of ice elements surging into his body.
A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Li Luo's face, and his heart surged with boundless anticipation. Such rich and pure ice elements, this is practically a natural cultivation sanctuary for frost warriors.
Li Luo spread his arms, feeling the
cold wind and snowstorm blocked by his battle armor, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. That said, frost warriors daring to expose themselves directly in the core region of the northern frost continent to absorb ice elements were exceedingly rare. After all, other frost warriors, without the fusion of the frost divine vein, were only slightly stronger than other elemental warriors in such extreme environments. And now, Li Luo's strength and cultivation speed have achieved an unprecedented leap here, with an improvement rate that is twice as fast as anywhere else. Even if he does nothing and relies solely on passive cultivation, he could naturally break through to the martial god realm in about a year. However, Li Luo has no intention of waiting that long. Staying in this barren land of cold winds and snow in the northern cold continent for a year would be far too dull. He decided not to waste any more time and quickly took action. First, he maneuvered the fighter jet to hover in mid-air, then stepped onto the snowy ground. With a gust of fist wind, several heavy punches struck the hardened snow, carving out a concealed hollow. Next, Li Luo directed the Dreamweaver to automatically drive deep into the hollow, quietly waiting for the blizzard to cover it and perfectly conceal it. This should do it. Li Luo floated in mid-air, nodding lightly. Then, with a gentle wave of his hands, the surrounding ice and snow responded, gathering into various shapes of ice crystals, which ultimately formed a small, exquisite ice fortress. Its crystal-clear appearance shimmered with a cold brilliance. Well, this should do. Li Luo looked with satisfaction at the temporary training ground he had set up, which bore the distinct characteristics of northern cold continent. He then stepped into the ice fortress, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the SSS level technique, Mystic Ice Divine Art. With the frost divine vein, the ice elements surging within his body transformed into gentle streams under his guidance, nourishing his meridians. His cultivation steadily advanced without him even realizing it. The speed of cultivation was twice as fast as before, and Li Luo quickly became immersed in it. Night fell in the blink of an eye, and northern cold continent lost its sole source of light, plunging into complete darkness. The blizzard continued to rage, even partially burying the ice fortress Li Luo had constructed. Outside the fortress, the wind and snow howled, but Li Luo remained deeply engrossed in his cultivation, surrounded by a faint chill, as if he had merged with this icy world. At that moment, an unknown danger quietly approached. In the snowy mist in the distance, a pair of crimson eyes gleamed coldly, exuding the aura of a high-level lord-class beast. The snowfield phantom wolf, its body entirely white, appeared faintly in the night. Its massive form was concealed beneath the thick snow, with only its enormous white head exposed, staring fixedly at the ice fortress amidst the storm. Unexpectedly, a human warrior was encountered near its own territory. A human presence. Killing intent surged in the eyes of the snowfield phantom wolf, but it did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, it cautiously restrained its aura. Using its sharp claws, it easily dug through the snow beneath its feet and quietly approached the ice fortress, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Li Luo, who was hiding inside. The intelligence of a high lord-level ferocious beast was no less than that of a human. It understood that an ordinary human warrior would never appear here so easily, meaning this person must possess extraordinary strength, and thus it had to be especially cautious. Just as the snowfield phantom wolf was inching closer to the ice fortress through a snow tunnel, Li Luo, immersed in the joy of cultivation, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He abruptly opened his eyes, a trace of vigilance flashing within them. What is it? His heart sounded the alarm, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. Although the northern cold continent had a harsh environment and few ferocious beasts, this was the core area where beasts were bound to be active. Even while cultivating, he always remained vigilant, and sure enough, he sensed danger. It's actually below? Li Luo's heart trembled, and he immediately reacted swiftly. His figure flashed like an arrow released from a bowstring, shooting out of the ice fortress and soaring straight into the sky. The movement was completed almost in the blink of an eye. At the very moment Li Luo left the ice fortress, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive snowfield ghost wolf, covered in thick white fur and with blood-red eyes, burst out from beneath the snow, its gaping maw wide open. It effortlessly devoured the ice fortress Li Luo had condensed, leaving only a deep, triumphant roar echoing through the blizzard. Oomph, courting death. Li Luo snorted coldly, his figure still unsteady. A long blade shimmering with a chilling light appeared out of thin air in his hand, its blade radiating a blue glow that resonated with the surrounding snow and ice. Li Luo's gaze locked onto the snowfield phantom wolf attempting to ambush him. The aura of a high-level lord-class beast surged within the creature, even stronger than the Sea Fiend he had encountered earlier. Yet, Li Luo showed no fear. Instead, an intense fighting spirit ignited within him. In this northern cold continent, his strength was twice as formidable as in other regions. Prepare to die. Li Luo shouted in a low voice, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of blue lightning, tearing through the night sky as he charged straight at the snowfield phantom wolf. The long blade in his hand danced through the air, each swing carrying a biting chill, infusing the surrounding snowstorm with a deadly aura. Roar! The snowfield phantom wolf, having failed its ambush, let out a low, angry growl, its eyes brimming with even greater killing intent. A bone-chilling frost began to emanate from its entire body as its speed suddenly surged, emerged, lunging fiercely at Li Luo. Li Luo tilted his body slightly, evading the ferocious strike with phantom-like footwork. At the same time, he swung his long blade, sending an icy blue arc of energy slicing through the air, carrying a piercing cold directly toward the snowfield phantom wolf. Icebound for 1,000 miles, the powerful ice element within Li Luo surged violently, leaving the snowy domain direwolf no chance to counterattack. The dense ice element responded to his summons in the air, swiftly condensing into countless sharp ice blades that rained down like a storm of arrows upon the snowy domain direwolf. Roar! Damn human! Although the snowy domain direwolf had been tempered by harsh environments and was far stronger than ordinary high-level lord-class fierce beasts, it could only dodge continuously in the face of the dense and sharp ice blade assault, letting out furious roars. The battle grew increasingly intense. Relying on the strength-doubling advantage of the northern cold continent, Li Luo's moves became even more fierce, with no need to worry about stamina consumption. Each strike carried immense power and terrifying ice elements. As one of the overlords of the northern cold continent, the snowy domain direwolf, though valiant, gradually realized it was losing control of the battle. A sense of retreat arose in its heart, and its gaze toward Li Luo was filled with dread. This human warrior is too strong. What kind of monster have I encountered? Human, consider yourself lucky. The snowy domain phantom wolf seized an opening and suddenly unleashed its full strength, attempting to use the snowstorm and the cover of night to escape the battlefield. Having lived in the harsh environment of the northern cold continent for years, it was familiar with the terrain here. If it wanted to leave, this human warrior would absolutely be unable to stop it. Once free, it would gather the other high-level lord-class beasts of the northern cold continent to hunt down this human who had trespassed into its territory. Trying to run? Not so easy. Li Luo's lips curled into a cold smile as his figure pursued like a phantom. With a swing of his long blade, streaks of icy blue blade light tore through the air, sealing off the snowy domain phantom wolf's escape routes one by one. Coming and going as it pleased? Impossible. The snowfield phantom wolf felt the relentless pressure trailing behind it, and despair flashed in its eyes. It turned back in disbelief, its scarlet pupils now filled with fear. It realized it could not escape this human warrior. Every escape route was precisely intercepted. Even burrowing into the snow was futile. Li Luo always managed to appear before it with his blade ready. The snowfield phantom wolf roared in terror. What kind of mysterious being are you? This is impossible. Li Luo sneered silently, the ice element within him boiling to the extreme. The long dormant power of frost finally found an outlet. He no longer toyed with the white giant wolf before him, preparing to deliver a killing blow. You don't need to know that much. Ice seal in a thought. With a low shout from Li Luo, his entire body was enveloped in a dazzling ice blue radiance, standing like a deity amidst the wind and snow. Wielding the power of frost in both hands, he unleashed a strike that gathered an incredibly terrifying amount of ice elements. In an instant, the world seemed to be engulfed by an irresistible chill. A massive ice blue sphere of light condensed in front of Li Luo, then exploded, transforming into countless ice spikes and chains of frost, instantly sealing off the space where the snowfield ghost wolf was. No, the snowfield phantom wolf fell into utter despair. One of the overlord-level fierce beasts of the northern cold continent was destined to perish here today. Boom! With a deafening roar, the world-destroying power of the ice seal in a single thought not only devoured the snowfield phantom wolf but also covered the surrounding area of several hundred meters in a thick layer of ice. Distant glaciers trembled violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The battlefield instantly fell into dead silence, with only the cold wind howling across the icy surface. In this extreme cold environment, my strength has increased this much? Li Luo looked at the impact he had caused around him, a mix of surprise and excitement in his expression. One of the top-tier snowfield phantom wolves, renowned around the Great Xia Kingdom, had been instantly killed by him in a single strike. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the snowfield phantom wolf's corpse had vanished. Just as Li Luo was about to leave, he suddenly frowned, as if sensing something hidden beneath the thick layer of ice. Could there be a treasure down there? His gaze fixed intently on the ice beneath his feet, full of suspicion. Immediately, he swung his blade at the hard ice. With each precise and powerful strike from Li Luo, the ground began to tremble. Finally, with a loud boom, a massive crack appeared on the ice, spreading down to the snowy ground beneath. What is that? Li Luo hovered above the crack in the ice, his sharp eyes quickly locking onto a dark passageway beneath the opening. It seemed to be a secret path leading deep into the ice, but where it led, Li Luo could not yet determine. Could this be an ancient relic buried beneath the heavy snow? A surge of curiosity and excitement welled up in Li Luo's heart. He had previously researched the discovered ancient relics on Blue Star, and this dark passageway entrance closely matched the characteristics of the relics he had studied. Recover strength first, then explore, he murmured excitedly to himself. With a thought, Li Luo retrieved 3 A-grade pills emitting a faint medicinal fragrance from his infinite storage space and swallowed them. Without hesitation, the medicinal power instantly blossomed within his body, a warm current accompanied by abundant energy coursing through his limbs and bones, quickly alleviating the fatigue fatigue he had just experienced. At the same time, the unique Frost Divine vein within Li Luo's body quietly activated, accelerating his recovery. The two worked in harmony, and within moments, he was back to peak condition. Ancient ruins, here I come. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with irrepressible excitement as he gazed at the dark entrance of the passage beneath the ice fissure. He leapt forward, plunging into the fissure like an arrow released from a bow, landing steadily at the entrance of the passage. Despite the extreme darkness surrounding him, it posed no challenge for a martial saint-level warrior like him. He noticed that the entrance was sealed by a thick ice wall, evidently the result of accumulated years, likely buried beneath this glacier for a long time. A mere ice wall, how could it stop me? Li Luo's lips curved into a confident smile as the ice element in his formidable vitality surged within him once more. He slowly raised his fist, an icy blue light gathering on it, containing a force of at least 1,000,000 kilograms. Break for me! With a low shout, Li Luo suddenly unleashed his punch, the wind from his fist howling. Following a deafening boom, the ice wall shattered on impact, disintegrating into countless shards that scattered across the ground, revealing a passage leading to an unknown depth. However, the passage, constructed from some kind of sturdy material, remained completely intact, seemingly unaffected. Noticing this, Li Luo grew even more curious. Could this resilient material be hiding some kind of secret? Let's go. He stepped into the passage, where an even denser chill greeted him. Yet, to Li Luo, it felt as pleasant as a spring breeze. It seems this is definitely an ancient ruin. No doubt about it, Li Luo thought to himself, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Ancient ruins are not only dreamlands for martial artists, but also places where countless powerful figures have fallen. Many martial saint-level warriors have perished here, and even martial god-level experts have vanished within ancient ruins. Among them, the most dangerous is the number 3 ancient ruin, rumored to be located on the Huangzhou continent. It is said that an unfortunate martial god once triggered a mechanism there and was instantly killed on the spot. The level of peril there strikes fear into the hearts of Blue Star martial artists, and no one dares to venture there lightly. Thinking of this, Li Luo took a deep breath and halted his steps. To be on the safe side, he silently took out the life-saving Yucheng pearl given to him by old He. After all, the mechanisms in ancient ruins are difficult for even martial gods to withstand, so as a martial saint, he could not afford to be careless. Recalling that even martial god-level warriors had fallen here, Li Luo's steps gradually came to a halt in the dim passage. The excitement of discovering the ruin was instantly tempered by a sense of calmness and caution. His gaze wandered in the unknown darkness ahead, with complex emotions surging in his heart. Looking at the cracked Yucheng pearl in his hand, he murmured softly to himself, "Should I keep moving forward?" At this moment, a trace of fear rose in Li Luo's heart. Even the Yucheng pearl in his hand, capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a peak martial god, could no longer guarantee his safety. Maybe I should just give up? He furrowed his brows, internally weighing whether to continue advancing to the end of the passage to explore the unknown ancient ruins. Li Luo knew that he had the system, which made him fundamentally different from other top martial artists who were eager to pursue the next great opportunity. I have the system, so there's no need to rush. Opportunities are good, but life is more important. Li Luo gradually calmed down. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided not to take the risk of moving forward. After all, he was the first to discover this ancient ruin hidden beneath the glacier, which meant he had no knowledge of the dangers lurking within. If he were to perish here, it would truly be a stroke of bad luck. I'll wait until my strength improves a bit more and rely on the system to sign in for more life-saving treasures. Then it won't be too late to come back. Thinking of this, Li Luo made up his mind, no longer hesitating, turned around and retraced his steps, heading back toward the entrance of the passage. Soon, he emerged from the passage once again. I will return. He took a deep look at the dark passage behind him and murmured softly. At this moment, he was the only one who had discovered this ancient relic hidden beneath the ice. Its location was extremely secret, situated in the core area of the northern cold continent, and it was unlikely to be discovered by anyone else in the short term. It was entirely his to claim. Since that was the case, there was no need to venture forward recklessly without preparation. Having thought it through, Li Luo no longer lingered and followed the cracks in the ice back to the snow-covered, windswept surface above. However, he did not leave this area. The power of the ice element within him instantly spread out. With a gentle wave of his hands, an ice fortress formed around him. He planned to spend the upcoming time signing in and cultivating here. Once everything was ready, he would re-enter the ancient ruins hidden beneath the glacier. First, continue cultivating to enhance my strength. Li Luo arranged his future plans in his mind. After entering the ice fortress, he calmed himself and continued cultivating the mystic ice divine art. His body instantly became like a black hole, frantically absorbing the dense ice elements around him, with a faint icy blue glow emanating from his body. With the previous experience of the snowfield ghost wolf, he was even more vigilant of his surroundings. The night passed quickly. The wind and snow continued to howl, but there were no further attacks from any fierce beasts. Even the traces left left from the battle with the Snowfield Ghost Wolf were largely covered by the falling snow. The temperature remained below freezing. Dawn has arrived. Li Luo felt the passage of time, ended his training, and slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a light of anticipation. System, sign in. He softly called out in his heart, hoping this system would bring him what he desired. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level martial skill Icebreaker / with complete mastery. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and a massive torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. Another SSS level martial technique? Li Luo quickly absorbed the memories in his mind, paused slightly, and then smiled wryly. While an SSS level martial technique was certainly tempting, it wasn't what he truly needed at the moment. An SSS level martial technique isn't bad either. Anyway, I have plenty of time. At most, I'll just wait a few more days. Although there was some regret, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Mastering multiple skills is never a disadvantage, and being able to fully comprehend an SSS level martial technique would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to his strength. It could also offer some protection for the upcoming exploration of the glacier ruins. After all, no one knows what strange things might be encountered inside. System bro, can you hear me? Please, give me a few defensive treasures. Li Luo pleaded to the system in his heart. Although he received no response and wasn't sure if the system could hear his thoughts, he remained hopeful, wishing for some assistance in the coming days. Didn't sign in to get a defensive treasure today, continuing to cultivate. Thus, Li Luo continued to stay in the ice fortress, listening to the howling cold wind outside, calmly cultivating the mystic ice divine art. Before signing in to obtain a defensive treasure like the Jiang pearl, he would never rashly step into that ancient ruin. 7 days passed quietly. During this time, Li Luo never left the ice fortress and did not sense the presence of any ferocious beasts nearby. Every day, apart from checking in, he devoted himself to practicing the mystic ice divine technique, and his cultivation had significantly improved. Although there was still some distance to breaking through to the peak of Martial Saint, the progress was nonetheless evident. System bro, check in. Feeling the passage of time, Li Luo habitually opened his eyes and completed his daily check-in in his mind. The items obtained from the past 7 days of check-ins were mostly S-grade pills, battle armor, spiritual herbs, and a few pieces of S-grade energy ice crystals that enhanced cultivation, which he had casually absorbed. Although he hadn't gotten what he truly desired, Li Luo was not impatient. After all, he planned to stay here for at least half a year, and a mere week was hardly worth mentioning. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a check-in critical hit. Item quantity increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS grade battle armor, Cold Phantom Silver Armor. Cold Phantom Silver Armor, forged from Millennium Cold Iron and Silver Sand Alloy. Click to view details. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS grade defensive treasure Ice Crystal Spirit Chain. Ice Crystal Spirit Chain, forged from special energy ores, the contained energy can withstand 3 full power strikes from a peak martial god warrior. Click to view details. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS grade long blade weapon Starfall Blade. Starfall Blade, forged from special ores. Click to view details. Finally, listening to the system's voice, Li Luo's face lit up with a look of ecstatic joy. His prayers had finally been answered. As the system's voice faded, 3 SSS grade items appeared in his infinite storage space. Overjoyed, Li Luo willed them all out with a single thought. Li Luo first removed the S-grade battle armor he was wearing and stored it in the infinite storage space. Then, he put on the seemingly ordinary SSS grade ice crystal spirit chain around his neck and immediately felt a strong sense of security. This necklace appeared unremarkable on the outside, just a string threaded through a blue ice crystal, but the protective energy contained within it was extremely terrifying, capable of withstanding 3 fatal attacks from a peak-level martial god. If Li Luo were to encounter an attack he couldn't withstand, it would automatically activate, forming an energy shield around him made of condensed ice crystals, even more convenient than the Jiang pearl. Afterward, his gaze shifted to the SSS grade battle armor beside him. The entire armor was silver white, as delicate as snowflakes, with elegant patterns flowing across its surface. Let me try it on and see how it feels. Li Luo eagerly put on the cold nether silver armor and immediately felt a qualitative leap in defense compared to the previous S-class battle armor. Although it looked bulky on the outside, it felt exceptionally lightweight once worn, even enhancing his speed slightly. Combined with the martial skill Phantom Step, his agility would become even more swift. More importantly, this set of SSS grade battle armor has an auto repair function. As long as it doesn't suffer catastrophic damage, it can automatically absorb the surrounding ice elemental energy to repair itself. If the armor is intact, the absorbed ice elements can even benefit the wearer, slightly accelerating the absorption of ice elements. This is a treasure. Li Luo's face was full of joy as he exclaimed excitedly. With this SSS grade battle armor, he no longer had any weaknesses in defense. As for the slight increase in cultivation speed, it was utterly insignificant compared to the Frost Divine Vein. Afterward, Li Luo looked with great joy at the final item obtained from the sign-in, an SSS grade longsword. Starfall. The Starfall sword was entirely jet black, with starlight flowing across its blade, radiating an enigmatic and unfathomable brilliance. He picked up the sword and swung it a few times. The blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible silver trail, accompanied by a chilling coldness. Feels good in the hand. Li Luo looked at the Starfall blade in his hand with satisfaction. If combined in battle with the SSS grade martial skill Ice Shattering Strike he recently signed in 4, the power would surely be astonishing. Now I can go explore the ancient ruins again. The critical reward from this check-in filled Li Luo with confidence, and he decided to re-enter the dark passage beneath the ice layer. Afterward, he stored the Starfall blade in his infinite storage space, quickly stepped out of the ice fortress, and arrived at the edge of a nearby ice fissure. Gazing at the familiar passage, Li Luo murmured softly, "I'm back." A confident smile appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth as he leaped lightly, landing into the ice fissure and once again stepping into the entrance of the passage he had ventured into a week ago. The passage was filled with a biting chill, and the intense aura of ice elements surged toward him, yet it did not affect Li Luo in the slightest. I want to see what exactly is hidden at the end ahead. Li Luo, filled with intense curiosity, cautiously observed his surroundings, fearing he might trigger some kind of mechanism. Finally, after a long intense trek, a faint beam of light pierced through from the front, signaling that the end of the passage was within reach. There's actually light? It seems the ancient ruins are right before my eyes. Li Luo's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and an inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. He quickened his pace, rushing toward the source of the light. Suddenly, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Wow! Is this the ancient ruins? Li Luo stood at the exit of the dim passage, his eyes filled with astonishment and awe. What appeared before him was a magnificent blue and white palace sealed by glaciers, grand and beyond imagination. The palace was carved from massive, special ice crystals, each one crystal clear and emitting a faint blue glow. The light seen earlier was precisely emanating from this palace. The patterns engraved on the ice crystals exuded a strong sense of antiquity. Li Luo stood at the end of the passage, his gaze piercing through the layers of icy mist condensed by the cold, fixating on the blue and white ice crystal palace forgotten by time. His heart was not only filled with surprise but also with uncontrollable excitement. There must be a huge treasure hidden here, Li Luo exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, he was the only one who had discovered this place, which also meant he could enjoy all the wealth within these ancient ruins alone. He adjusted his breathing and cautiously took the first step toward the grand hall. Opportunity and danger always go hand in hand. Although excited, Li Luo did not relax in the slightest. The tragic examples of the war god falling in ancient ruins constantly reminded him to stay vigilant. Creak! Just as he walked expectantly toward the grand hall's door, the door suddenly emitted a muffled sound. Li Luo's pupils contracted sharply, his body tensed, and he quickly entered combat mode. He pulled out the Starfall blade from his infinite storage space, thinking to himself, as expected, there are mechanisms. He retreated at the fastest speed, his worry gaze fixed firmly on the door that had made the sound, ready to withdraw at any sign of abnormality. Almost simultaneously, the massive doors of the grand hall seemed to be pushed open by an invisible force, slowly and solemnly opening on their own. A wave of even more intense cold and ancient aura rushed forth. From within the doors emerged hundreds of tall figures clad in special ice crystal armor, Xianbing guards, whose levels ranged from the early stage to the peak of Martial Emperor. These Xianbing guards were entirely composed of rare, special ice crystals, resembling human forms. Their eyes glimmered with an icy blue light. Wielding long spears and ice shields, their bodies were surrounded by a faint blue glow, exuding an overwhelming aura as they charged directly at Li Luo. The massive doors closed behind them. How is this possible? Li Luo felt the aura emanating from these Xian ice guards and exclaimed in shock, they are not living beings at all. Despite countless years, the peak aura on them has not diminished. In his astonishment, Li Luo stared at the hundreds of Martial Emperor level Xian ice guards charging toward him, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. If this is all the strength you have, you won't be able to stop me. As he finished speaking, a powerful pressure of late-stage martial saint erupted from his body, with ice elements surging in his hands. Several ice palms imbued with bone-chilling cold rapidly condensed and roared toward the Xian ice guards. Ice palm, break! Li Luo shouted in a low voice. The palm wind was like a dragon, shattering the indestructible ice crystal guards wherever it passed. Several ice palms easily crushed hundreds of Martial Emperor-level mystic ice guards, leaving the area outside the hall piled with shattered ice crystal fragments. After effortlessly defeating hundreds of Martial Emperor-level mystic ice guards, Li Luo's brows did not relax but furrowed even tighter, his gaze growing more solemn. As soon as he entered the Great Hall, he was blocked by so many mysterious ice guards. What other unknown dangers would he encounter next? But Li Luo had no intention of leaving in defeat again. If it were somewhere else, perhaps he wouldn't be so reckless, but this was Beihan continent. With the blessing of this extreme cold environment, his strength had been greatly enhanced, coupled with the SSS grade battle armor and defensive treasure he was wearing. Li Luo was full of confidence in his ability to break into this ice palace. This door is really sturdy. Walking up to to the entrance of the ice palace, Li Luo stored the starfall blade into the infinite storage space. Clenching his fists tightly, he tried to push open the seemingly heavy crystalline door with brute force, only to find that it didn't budge an inch.
I don't believe it. With an unyielding smile on his lips, Li Luo thought to himself, you think this mere door can stop me? Dream on.
After speaking, he took a deep breath, and the energy of his blood and ice element quickly converged at his fist's tip. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Li Luo suddenly threw several punches, his fists carrying the overwhelming power of a late-stage martial saint as they smashed toward the door. The fist wind howled, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. At the moment of collision with the gate, a deafening roar erupted, and ice shards scattered in all directions.
Open for me,
Li Luo roared, unleashing the full force of 8.2 times his strength, with each punch delivering an impact exceeding 10 million kilograms. Finally, the door crack was pushed open by a tremendous force, wide enough for one person to pass through.
It's open.
Looking at the gap that had been pushed open, Li Luo restrained his formidable explosive strength, a look of joy appearing on his face. Although it was just a crack, it was enough for him to enter, swiftly darting through the gap like a cheetah, stepping into the ice palace. As soon as they stepped in, the surrounding air grew even colder, and the temperature plummeted. If it were an ordinary warrior, even if they weren't frozen into an ice sculpture, their strength would surely be greatly diminished.
Finally made it in.
Li Luo had just enough time to observe the layout of the hall when a sharp sound of ice cracking echoed in his ears.
Dozens of mysterious ice guards appeared out of thin air.
Although their numbers were not as many as at the entrance of the ice palace earlier, their strength was even more formidable. The strongest among them had already reached the peak of Martial Saint, while the rest were all at the peak of Martial Emperor.
They were surrounded by intense cold air, their aura even more ferocious, wielding ice spears and shields as they quickly encircled Li Luo. Here again? You alone can't stop me.
Facing the sudden appearance of the frost guards, Li Luo shook his head and chuckled lightly. Not only was he unafraid, but his fighting spirit grew even stronger. An extreme cold environment was his home turf.
What were a mere few peak martial saints to him?
Even if a war god level frost guard appears, as long as it's in the northern cold continent, Li Luo still has the power to fight. Moreover, these frost guards lack subjective consciousness and merely follow fixed procedures to eliminate intruders, unable to fully unleash their strength.
The advantage is clearly mine. Bring it on.
Li Luo's lips curled into a cold smile as the starfall blade appeared in his hand with a thought, and a surge of intense ice energy and vitality erupted around him. Like an ice god standing atop the peak of extreme cold, he was surrounded not only by piercing chill but also by an undeniable martial saint's aura. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the restless frost guards ahead, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, a smile of absolute confidence in victory.
Let's see how many more can show up.
As soon as the words were spoken, the ice element and vital energy within surged like a tide, intertwining into a terrifying torrent of power that ultimately converged on the starfall blade in his hand. The blade radiated a dazzling brilliance, erupting with a piercingly cold light that seemed capable of tearing through the void.
Icebreaker slash!
Li Luo roared, and a dazzling ice blade beam burst forth from the tip of the starfall blade, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as it slashed directly at the charging frost guard. Where the blade's light passed, it was filled with violent ice elements, as if even time itself had slowed down. The peak martial emperor level frost guards couldn't even react under this terrifying strike, being slashed into countless shards of ice crystals, dissipating into the air as specks of blue light. The only remaining peak martial saint level frost guard barely managed to withstand the frontal impact, but was severely injured, its massive body staggering backward. It crashed heavily onto the icy palace floor with a deafening sound, clearly too gravely wounded to hold on.
Got it.
Li Luo let out a slight sigh of relief and was about to step forward to deliver the final blow when a strange sight suddenly caught his attention. The peak martial saint level frost guard was actually absorbing the dense ice elements around him. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his aura was gradually stabilizing. What? This scene made Li Luo slightly stunned, and then a flash of sudden realization appeared in his eyes. So that's how it is. These frost guards actually rely on the endless ice elements in the northern cold continent to sustain their vitality and combat power. As long as their central core is not completely destroyed, they can continuously repair themselves and remain in peak condition. The master of this ice palace is indeed extraordinary, to be able to create such a terrifying relic guardian. Having figured this out, Li Luo did not hesitate and gave it no chance to recover. In a flash, he appeared in front of the peak martial saint level frost guard. The frost guard tried to resist upon seeing this, but Li Luo stomped down heavily, his cold voice falling. Your mission ends here. The starfall blade in his hand swung once more, this time without any mercy, directly piercing through the core of the peak martial saint level frost guard's crystalline armor, completely ending its existence.
Is it finally over now?
After dealing with the Xianbing guard at the peak of martial saint, Li Luo remained vigilant, carefully sensing the movements around him. Only after confirming that the surroundings had completely returned to calm did he put away the starfall blade. He took out a few crystal clear pills exuding a faint medicinal fragrance from the infinite storage space and unhesitatingly put them into his mouth. The pill
melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a gentle warm current that quickly spread throughout the body. Combined with the Frost Divine Vein, it rapidly replenished the consumed stamina while stabilizing Li Luo's breath. In just a moment, his stamina was restored to its peak state, as if the fierce battle earlier had never occurred. After recovering his strength, Li Luo passed through a corridor made of special ice crystals and continued deeper into the ice palace. So magnificent. Just how long has this ice palace been buried beneath the glacier? Li Luo murmured in awe as he walked, carefully examining the internal structure of the ice palace. Every piece of ice crystal seemed to tell a tale of the passage of time, more majestic than any structure he had ever seen on Blue Star. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Newly discovered ancient ruins often concealed countless treasures that could make any martial artist's heart race. Take, for example, the Yuqiang pearl that elder he gave him to save his life, which originates from an ancient relic. If the cracks within it could be repaired, the energy it contains would absolutely be far more terrifying than the SSS Great Ice Crystal Spirit Chain he wears around his neck. Unfortunately, with the current technology on Blue Star, it is utterly impossible to repair it. Otherwise, elder he would have already found a way. The reason ancient relics attract so many martial saints and martial god level powerhouses is that, in addition to the possibly buried SSS level or higher martial techniques, cultivation methods, weapons, and other rare treasures, each relic is even more significant for containing the most crucial and precious inheritance crystal. The inheritance crystal holds the legacy left by the ancient owner, capable of greatly enhancing the strength of the one who fuses with it in a short time. Inside the fighter jet, walking deeper along the ice palace corridor, Li Luo's gaze continuously scanned the surroundings, trying to find any clues or treasures. Unfortunately, nothing has been gained so far. Suddenly, Li Luo's footsteps came to a halt, his gaze drawn to an even more magnificent ice structure ahead. That must be the main hall of this ice palace. A look of joy appeared on his face. According to his speculation, in this type of grand ancient relic, treasures are usually stored in the main hall. Li Luo quickened his pace and walked toward the main hall, all the while remaining highly vigilant. Places like this, which might hide a large amount of treasure, are the most likely to encounter traps or ambushes. No traps? After cautiously stepping into the main hall and sensing nothing unusual, Li Luo let out a slight sigh of relief. A sharp gaze quickly scanned the interior environment, discovering that, like the previous corridor, it was completely empty. A hint of disappointment appeared on his face. That's not right. Why is there nothing in here? Could he have guessed wrong? Or is the owner of this grand hall acting unconventionally, hiding all the treasures in the side halls? Or perhaps this bee is playing a trick on him with an empty fortress strategy, and the entire grand hall contains nothing but the ice guardians and no treasure at all? Such situations have not been unheard of in the ancient ruins of Blue Star. Just like the ruins located in the country of America, inside there were only mechanisms and guardians. The martial saint fell, the martial god was severely injured, and it took a great deal of effort to completely clear it out. When the martial god of the country of America thought that, despite the heavy casualties, they would gain significant rewards from the ruins, the group of martial artists found nothing, not even a single hair. The most valuable things in the entire ruins were only the special construction materials used to build the ruins and the guardians of the ruins. This result left the martial god of the country of America fuming with anger. However, just as Li Luo was pacing back and forth in the main hall, constantly speculating in his mind, a nearly imperceptible sound of a mechanism activating rang out. There's movement. Li Luo immediately tensed up. In the air. Sure enough, it's another mechanism. Could it be the Xianbing guards again? He listened to the familiar sound, cautiously scanning his surroundings, already prepared for battle. But unexpectedly, there was no movement around him. Instead, the ground ahead slowly opened, revealing a secret passage leading underground. A secret chamber? Li Luo felt a surge of joy in his heart and carefully walked forward. After entering the secret chamber, the chill intensified. Although no danger was found here, the atmosphere was tranquil and serene, yet the air was filled with an unusual energy fluctuation. This is... Li Luo hurriedly looked toward the source of the energy fluctuation. An inheritance crystal. It's actually an inheritance crystal. My guess was right after all. Ha! He couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes filled with wild joy. In the center of the secret chamber, on a 1-meter-tall ice pillar, lay a palm-sized blue inheritance crystal. It was crystal clear, as if it had condensed the essence of heaven and earth, and was gently emitting a soft glow. Although no other treasures had been discovered yet, he had already directly found the most important item in every ancient ruin, the inheritance crystal. This was a treasure coveted by the top martial artists on Blue Star, and yet he had found it so effortlessly. Just as he was immersed in joy, his gaze fell on the walls of the secret chamber. Those complex characters clearly recorded important information, but they did not belong to the language of any country on Blue Star. What does it say here? Li Luo seemed to suddenly think of something and quickly withdrew his hands that were about to touch the inheritance crystal. Could it be that it's specifically waiting for me? He recalled the various novels and TV dramas he had seen before crossing over. In such seemingly safe secret chambers where
where treasures were directly displayed, the first person to touch the treasure often ended up dead. And those incomprehensible characters were very likely the instructions for the mechanism. Trying to trick me here? Li Luo's gaze swept across the incomprehensible characters on the walls of the secret chamber. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the artificial intelligence, Dreamweaver. Dreamweaver was the most advanced AI in the Great Xia Kingdom and should be able to help him translate the text from these ancient ruins. Dreamweaver, is there a way to translate this? Li Luo took out the Lingshuan ring and summoned Dreamweaver to inquire. As a beam of light from the ring scanned the wall, "No problem, Master, don't underestimate me." Dreamweaver's voice sounded with a hint of pride. Immediately, the ancient text on the walls of the secret chamber gradually transformed into modern language, clearly appearing before Li Luo's eyes. "You're amazing, Xiaomeng." Li Luo looked at the translated text and couldn't help but praise. Afterward, he began carefully studying the content on the surrounding walls that had been translated into modern language. This, Li Luo read as waves of shock surged in his heart. According to the records on the walls of the secret chamber, this is the relic left behind by a peak martial artist of the martial venerable level who also mastered the laws of frost in human civilization on Blue Star 10,000 years ago. Moreover, the martial god is not the end for martial artists. Above the martial god, there are two more realms, martial venerable and martial emperor. The former master of this ice palace reached the peak of the martial venerable realm, but even until the end of his lifespan, he was unable to break through to the long-coveted martial emperor realm. In the final moments of his life, he left his legacy in this almost unchanged extreme cold region of Blue Star, the northern cold continent. So that's how it is. After reading the records on the wall, Li Luo's face was full of shock. Above the martial god, there are actually two entirely new realms never heard of before, martial venerable and martial emperor. To date, the highest-ranked martial artist on Blue Star has only reached the peak of the martial god realm, with no one breaking through to the martial venerable level. This has led to ordinary people and martial artists being temporarily unaware of these two realms, with only figures like Elder He, who have entered ancient ruins and reached the martial god level, having heard of them. It is estimated that only when those peak martial gods on Blue Star successfully break through to martial sovereign will this brand new martial artist level reappear in the world. It turns out to be the legacy left by a peak martial sovereign from 10,000 years ago, but it doesn't mention whether there are any traps in the secret chamber. Li Luo's excitement gradually subsided. As he calmed down, he realized a problem. The text on the wall did not explicitly state that the legacy crystal on the central ice pillar could not be touched. The legacy crystal belonging to the peak martial sovereign was right in front of him, and Li Luo decided to take a gamble. There shouldn't be any traps. He took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the ice pillar in the center of the secret chamber. Each step was taken with extreme caution, fearing he might trigger some unknown mechanism. Finally, Li Luo carefully extended his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the legacy crystal, emitting a soft blue glow through his battle armor. A gentle yet powerful energy seemed to flow into his heart, instantly invigorating his spirit. The surroundings remained tranquil, with no anomalies occurring. Phew, looks like I was overthinking. Li Luo exhaled softly, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. He felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had scared himself for no reason. However, just as he was about to turn and leave to continue exploring other corners of the ice palace, that familiar sound of ice cracking echoed once more. Again? Li Luo thought to himself, quickly storing the inheritance crystal into the infinite storage space, making it inaccessible to anyone but himself. At the same time, the Starfall blade was already gripped tightly in his hand, his body surrounded by a terrifying aura of ice elements. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. As expected, there are traps. Li Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, preparing himself for battle. He reminded himself to remain cautious. Unexpectedly, the mechanisms in this grand hall seemed to follow the same pattern, only summoning some frost guards without launching any sudden, terrifying attacks. But suddenly, Li Luo's heart tightened. Something's wrong. This time seems different. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him. He spun around and dashed toward the secret chamber's exit, an ominous feeling surging within him. As soon as he rushed out of the secret chamber, the scene before him made Li Luo's heart sink. Hundreds of frost guards surged like a tide, blocking the main hall's exit completely, leaving no way out. What shocked him even more was that the strength of these frost ice guards far exceeded those he had encountered before. Among them was one at the peak of martial god level, 9 at the early martial god level, and hundreds of frost ice guards ranging from the peak of martial emperor to the peak of martial saint level. The sudden sense of crisis just now had come from that frost ice guard at the peak of martial god level. Could it be that all the frost ice guards of the entire ice palace have gathered here? Li Luo's face turned grim, his heart filled with shock, and his fighting spirit instantly dissipated. If it were just one martial god level frost ice guard, he could still attempt to exploit its lack of subjective awareness to counter it. But now, 10 martial god level guards had gathered, with one at the peak of martial god level. Coupled with the army of hundreds of frost ice guards, there was simply no way to proceed. If he had already broken through to the martial god level, with the enhancement of the frost divine vein in an extremely cold environment, he wouldn't fear these enemies at all. But now, he was still only at the late stage of martial saint, and even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to hold out. Retreat! Li Luo quickly made a decision, putting away the starfall blade in his hand. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Fighting head-on against these hundreds of ice guards would most likely lead to his demise here. I can only temporarily give up on the other treasures in the ice palace, he muttered to himself, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, but what dominated was determination. When I break through to the martial god realm, I'll come back and search the remaining areas again without haste. The most precious item in the ancient ruins is the inheritance crystal. Now that the crystal has been pocketed by him, Li Luo no longer covets the other items in the ice palace. After all, this ancient ruin is buried beneath the glacier, and once he breaks through to the martial god level, everything here will eventually be his. With just you lot, you can't stop me. Li Luo looked at the advancing frost guards, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although these frost guards are high level, they are merely lifeless puppets following fixed procedures, not true martial god level warriors. Otherwise, there's no way he would still be standing here unharmed. Li Luo firmly believed that he had the confidence to break out of this encirclement. After speaking, he focused his thoughts and retrieved an S-grade pill emitting a faint green glow, the Windwalk pill, from his infinite storage space. After consumption, it could greatly enhance speed and agility for a short period. This pill was obtained not long ago during a sign-in event. Originally, he thought it would just sit unused, but unexpectedly, it came in handy so soon. For Li Luo at this moment, it was truly a blessing in disguise. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a surge of warm and powerful wind element energy erupted within his body, significantly boosting his speed. Phantom flash step. Li Luo's entire body tensed, and his inner power surged forth like a raging river. His figure flickered, transforming into countless afterimages that made it impossible to discern his true form as he swiftly moved through the grand hall. The SSS grade frost silver armor on Li Luo shone with dazzling brilliance, not only providing powerful defense but also granting an additional boost to his speed. With the catalysis of the S-grade wind movement pill, Li Luo's full exertion of phantom step brought his speed to the extreme. The impenetrable encirclement of the mystic ice guards was broken through one by his extraordinary speed, which was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Trying to stop me? Not that easy. Li Luo felt his rapid steps, his voice brimming with confidence and disdain. The speed flickered even faster and quickly found a breakthrough. What a great opportunity. Joy appeared on his face. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, he dashed out of the encirclement of the Xian ice guards, heading straight for the outside of the main hall. Behind him, only dazzling afterimages were left. See you again someday. After breaking through the encirclement, Li Luo dashed madly toward the outside of the ice palace without looking back. Behind him, hundreds of Shinbing guards radiating cold air swiftly turned around, their spears aimed directly at Li Luo as they pursued relentlessly. Li Luo's figure moved like lightning. He darted out from the chaos of the ice palace's main hall, with hundreds of frost guards shrouded in intense cold air in hot pursuit. Cold light flickered in their eyes as they shot laser beams condensed from ice elements toward Li Luo. You think you can hit me with that attack speed? Li Luo fled into the ice palace, glancing at the frost guards launching ranged attacks behind him, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'll go ahead first. The powerful ice element within his body surged, instantly forming a thick ice wall behind him to temporarily block the pursuers. Afterward, he didn't linger and swiftly retraced his steps along the original route. He cautiously observed his surroundings to prevent new traps from appearing. Fortunately, the journey went smoothly, and he once again passed through the corridor crafted from uniquely ornamental ice crystals. The sound of the Shinbing guards breaking through the ice wall came from behind. Soon, Li Luo arrived in front of the ice door he had forcibly opened with brute strength. Great, the ice door is still open. Heaven is truly on my side. He was overjoyed and, without hesitation, darted into the narrow gap. I'm going first, ha ha ha. His arrogant laughter echoed within the ice palace. Meanwhile, the frost guards behind him remained unfazed, merely following protocol to eliminate the intruder. Immediately, Li Luo turned into a stream of light and entered the dark passage, heading straight for the ice layer. Although these mystic ice guards had strong defense and recovery abilities, their speed was not fast. Once he set foot on the land of the northern cold continent, even if the number of mystic ice guards doubled, they would never catch up to him. Boom! Just as Li Luo escaped the grand hall and ventured deep into the dark passage, the hundreds of mystic ice guards suddenly stopped in unison, as if bound by an invisible force, slowly retreating into the depths of the ice palace. Bang! With a loud noise, the ice door slammed shut, and everything returned to silence. They're not chasing after me? Li Luo felt the aura of the ice guards behind him dissipate, and he immediately let out a sigh of relief, slowing down his escape. He even thought they would relentlessly pursue him, vowing to reclaim the inheritance crystal stone. That was close but no danger. Li Luo sighed softly, patting the battle armor on his chest with lingering fear. Recalling the scene just now in his mind, his spine couldn't help but feel a chill. Sure enough, ancient ruins hold great opportunities opportunities but also unimaginable dangers. If the inheritance crystal is triggered and the ice palace doors close, that would be a huge problem. Facing hundreds of Xianbing guards ranging from the peak of martial god to the peak of martial emperor, even he doesn't have many good solutions. If it were other martial saints or martial god warriors, their strength would be further weakened by the icy cold within the hall, and they might even perish here. Li Luo returned to the end of the passage and carefully observed, confirming that the Xianbing guards had not pursued him before finally relaxing completely. Looks like they won't chase after us anymore. After ensuring his safety, Li Luo quickly advanced along the passage again, heading back toward the ice layer above. The greatest gain from this trip to the ancient ruins was undoubtedly that inheritance crystal. Once he absorbed and fused it, his strength would definitely improve significantly. Until a faint ray of daylight shone through the ice crevice ahead of the passage, Li Luo swiftly exited the passage and flew up along the crevice. Back on the ice layer again. Outside the great hall, it was nearing dusk. The blizzard still raged, and the cold wind howled. Li Luo returned to the ice fortress he had built, filled with excitement. A slight movement of thought. A heritage crystal emitting a soft blue glow emerged from the infinite storage space, floating in the palm of the hand. So this is the heritage crystal. Li Luo murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with curiosity as his fingers gently caressed the crystal. Feeling the rich ice elemental energy within the heritage crystal, Li Luo's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. This heritage crystal, left behind by a peak martial sovereign, had been sealed within the ice palace beneath the glacier for at least 10,000 years. Not only does it contain the legacy of that peak martial venerable, but it has also accumulated a massive amount of ice elemental energy absorbed underground over the years. The ice elemental energy in here is definitely equivalent to several SSS grade ice crystals. Li Luo felt the energy within, utterly shocked. No wonder those martial god level warriors are still willing to risk exploring ancient ruins, even knowing the endless dangers hidden within. This legacy crystal is simply too precious. Not to mention the inheritance of the strong contained within it. Just absorbing the rich energy alone can bring great benefits to martial god level warriors. Li Luo tightly gripped the inheritance crystal, slightly suppressing his excitement. He stood up and surveyed the area around the ice fortress, confirming there were no traces of ferocious beasts. No time to waste, absorb the inheritance crystal immediately. Li Luo returned to the ice fortress, sitting cross-legged, feeling both joyful and excited. He slowly raised the inheritance crystal with both hands, closed his eyes, and focused, beginning to guide the ice elemental energy within his body to resonate with the energy in the crystal. As Li Luo's thoughts moved, the blue light on the surface of the crystal suddenly intensified, as if countless tiny ice crystals were spinning and intertwining within it. Streams of pure and majestic ice elemental energy slowly flowed into his body. This power is too strong. Li Luo was shocked. He could clearly feel that as the energy surged in, his meridians were continuously expanding, and his aura was becoming increasingly robust. There were even faint signs of breaking through the bottleneck. Amidst his excitement, Li Luo did not slack off, fully concentrating on absorbing it. Operate the Xianbing divine art, combined with the frost divine vein, to guide the rich ice elemental energy within the inheritance crystal along a predetermined trajectory through the body, nourishing every inch of flesh and blood, strengthening the control over the ice element. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, with only Li Luo's steady breathing and the faint sound of energy flowing within the crystal remaining in the ice fortress. As the energy was continuously absorbed, a faint chill gradually enveloped Li Luo's body, and ice crystals slowly formed around him. The aura continued to rise, until the next morning, when the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Amid the cold winds of the northern cold continent, there was suddenly a peculiar presence, a majesty and pressure unique to a peak-level martial saint warrior. Inside the ice fortress, Li Luo suddenly opened his eyes, radiating a sharp brilliance, his entire body emitting a faint blue chill. The peak martial saint pressure carried by the cold wind was emanating from him. Peak martial saint. Li Luo restrained the almost uncontrollable domineering aura, a bright smile appearing on his face. Feeling the surging power within his body, his heart was filled with ecstasy. I never expected that after setting foot in the northern cold continent for less than half a month, I would coincidentally break through to the peak of martial saint. Moreover, the ice elemental energy contained in the inheritance crystal was extremely dense. After reaching the peak of martial saint, my cultivation unexpectedly increased by nearly 1/3. One step closer to martial god. Then, with a thought, he opened the system panel. Level, peak martial saint. Punching power, 2,180,000 kilograms. Force exertion, 8 times. Cultivation methods, SSS level heavenly body tempering technique, SSS level mystic ice divine technique, D level iron bone body tempering method. Martial skills, basic blade technique, mastered, SSS level frost divine codex, mastered, SSS level heaven shattering ice slash, mastered, S level phantom instant step, mastered, C level void shattering fist, mastered. Items, sky dominating pearl, damaged, cold nether silver armor, ice crystal spirit chain, starfall blade. This time, his punching power directly broke through to 2 million kilograms kilograms, and his explosive force increased by a full 1.6 times. When punching with full strength, the power of each punch astonishingly reached over 21 million kilograms. If he were to encounter Haisha again, Li Luo would definitely make him understand what it means to feel like an eternity has passed in just one day. After absorbing the ice elemental energy contained within the inheritance crystal, his mastery over the frost law within his body became even more stable. The power of the ice-based martial techniques he unleashed also saw a significant boost. A segment of inherited memory from the crystal appeared in his mind, containing the cultivation insights left behind by the Ice Palace Master, a peak martial venerable. This greatly increased his chances of breaking through to the martial venerable level in the future. For other frost-based martial artists, these insights might be extremely precious, but Li Luo found them rather unremarkable. After all, he had fused with the Frost Divine Vein, so he had no need to worry about being stuck at any particular realm. As long as he stayed in the northern frost continent, cultivating and signing in with a calm mind, he would naturally break through to martial god, martial venerable, and even the martial emperor realm that the Ice Palace Master had long dreamed of. Bottlenecks were simply non-existent for him. However, the most valuable gains were the method for creating the profound ice guardians and the martial venerable level technique left behind by the Ice Palace Master, Frost Convergence. This was an extremely powerful ice-based offensive martial technique, perfectly suited for someone like Li Luo, who excelled in frost-based abilities. Yet, because he had just finished digesting the inheritance, he hadn't fully mastered it through the system's sign-in process. Li Luo had not yet comprehended it to the beginner stage and was temporarily unable to perform this martial venerable level technique that surpassed even SSS or divine levels. Comprehending this martial venerable level technique would not be easy, but Li Luo was in no rush. After digesting the inheritance, he already had some initial ideas about the technique. With a period of focused contemplation, he would be able to smoothly comprehend it to the beginner stage. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. Li Luo was so excited that he could hardly contain his joy. This trip to the northern cold continent was absolutely worth it. He had unexpectedly discovered an ancient relic buried beneath the glacier for tens of thousands of years. He also had to thank the High Lord level beast, the Snowfield Phantom Wolf, for its contribution. Although the sovereign level martial technique was incredibly powerful, Li Luo was not planning to comprehend it just yet. He was currently only at the peak of martial saint, and even if he forced himself to understand it, he would struggle to unleash the true power of frost convergence. Moreover, mastering a sovereign level martial technique to perfection was no easy task. Even with the integration of the Frost Divine Vein, which had enhanced his comprehension, it would still require a considerable amount of time. So, it wouldn't be too late to study it after breaking through to martial god. After all, the martial technique was already imprinted in his mind, and no one could take it away. For now, his priority was to focus on improving his strength, especially after Li Luo learned that beyond the martial god level, there were two even higher realms, martial sovereign and martial emperor. His vision immediately broke through the current limitations and extended toward a broader horizon. He realized that even if he reached martial god, he would merely be a strong figure on Blue Star, and in the vast universe, he might still be nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Maybe one day, there will be a sudden invasion by cosmic races, and he'll be captured to mine as a slave. After all, his frost god vein originates from a cosmic race, and Li Luo doesn't believe for a second that there are no other civilizations in this universe. Even the Blue Star human civilization from 10,000 years ago, which not only had martial lords but also mastered martial emperors, mysteriously vanished from the river of history, leaving behind only some ancient ruins as proof of their former greatness. Li Luo pulled his thoughts back to reality, suppressing his distractions, and said in a low voice, "The most important task right now is to first break through to martial god. Frost convergence can wait to be comprehended later. Maybe when his martial artist level improves further, he can directly sign in a god-level martial skill from the system, whose power would definitely not be inferior to the supreme-level martial skill Frost gathering left by this peak martial venerable." After finalizing his next plan, Li Luo suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. "This is something I can't forget. System bro, sign in." Li Luo silently called out in his heart with a hint of anticipation. He wasn't sure if the system could hear his inner call. His request wasn't actually that high, just casually signing in a god-level martial skill with perfect comprehension would suffice. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic fist technique with perfect comprehension. As the system's voice faded, a gentle stream of memories was injected into Li Luo's mind. He quickly absorbed the newly added memories and instantly felt like he had become a master with unparalleled precision in controlling fist techniques. Even without relying on any weapons, just a punch would unleash significantly enhanced power. A wry smile appeared on Li Luo's face as he muttered inwardly, "Did you mess up, system bro? What I wanted was a god-level martial skill, not a perfected basic fist technique." However, the system still gave no response. "Brother Tong, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement, alright? You need to pay attention
to this matter, don't forget, Li Luo said half-jokingly in his heart. Compared to ordinary S-grade pills, spiritual herbs, or weapons, a perfected-level basic fist technique was already considered a pretty decent reward. So far, the system had never signed off on anything below S-grade, Li Luo roughly speculated in his mind. The level of items signed by the system should be linked to his own strength. Once his strength reached the martial god realm, it was very likely that he could sign off on SSS grade or higher martial techniques, pills, energy crystals, and other precious items. It must be like this, absolutely no doubt. Li Luo rested his chin on his hand, silently speculating in his heart. To verify whether this guess was true, he would have to wait until he broke through to the martial god realm. At that moment, after Li Luo broke through to the peak of the martial saint realm, his perception became sharper, and he suddenly noticed a fierce aura of a high-level lord-class beast surging in the surrounding air, steadily approaching him. Another high-level lord-class beast? Li Luo instantly became alert. After staying in the core area of the northern cold continent for over a week, he finally encountered another high-level lord-class ferocious beast. If his guess was correct, it was likely drawn here by the aura he emitted after breaking through to the peak of martial saint. As for why he hadn't encountered other levels of ferocious beasts before, it was probably because they sensed his aura, realized they were no match for him, and didn't dare to approach. Otherwise, apart from that snowfield phantom wolf, there would have already been plenty of ferocious beasts around. So eager to court death? Then I'll grant your wish. Li Luo sensed the aura emanating from the high-level lord-class ferocious beast, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He then slowly stood up. The energy and blood within him surged, and dense ice elements swirled around him. Li Luo stretched his strong and robust muscles and bones. The faint sound of bones colliding revealed the immense power within him, ready to deal with this high lord-level ferocious beast that had come seeking death. Just broke through, and already a punching bag is coming to me. A cold smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly stepped out of the ice fortress, leapt into the air, and flew into the snow-filled sky to better observe his surroundings. In the distant sky, a ferocious beast with a massive body and wings on its back slowly entered Li Luo's sight. It was a frost snow dragon, its entire body covered in silver scales, with eyes as red as fire, dwelling year-round in the frigid northern continent. Its strength surpassed that of another dominant beast, the snowfield shadow wolf, yet Li Luo remained utterly unperturbed. The frost snow dragon's massive body flew swiftly through the sky amidst howling cold winds, completely unaffected by the blizzard and piercing chill. Its enormous figure resembled a moving miniature iceberg, continuously exhaling icy white mist, with its crimson eyes radiating ferocity. The frost snow dragon obviously noticed Li Luo in the high sky and let out a deafening roar of anger. Its deep growl echoed in the cold wind. Human, you should not be here. A warrior daring to enter the core of the northern cold continent to train is simply a great insult to them. This is near the territory of the snowfield ghost wolf. Where did that guy go? Why isn't it coming to take out this human? The high lords and fierce beasts of the northern cold continent have all divided their respective territories, yet the frost snow dragon did not sense the presence of the snowfield ghost wolf. A trace of doubt arose in its heart. Could the snowfield ghost wolf have been killed by this human? But it felt that was unlikely. After all, it knew the strength of the snowfield ghost wolf. Besides, this was their home ground, and the strength of human warriors would surely be suppressed by the intense cold surrounding them. They have long been accustomed to this harsh, cold environment. Even if the snowfield phantom wolf can't win, it would never surrender easily. It would undoubtedly choose to flee and then seek reinforcements. It's likely that the snowfield phantom wolf is currently secluded deep within its territory, completely unaware that a human has quietly infiltrated its domain. Since that's the case, I'll have to make it handle this for me. With a furious roar from the frost snow dragon, a powerful surge of ice energy erupted from its body, instantly freezing the surrounding air into frost. At the same time, the sky beasts residing within dozens of kilometers of the ice plain were summoned by it. Flocks of flying beasts shrouded in cold air, under the command of the ice crystal tyrant dragon, surged in from all directions, forming an intimidating beast tide that completely surrounded Li Luo and launched a fierce attack on him. Li Luo stared coldly at the imposing ice crystal snow dragon in the sky, full of disdain and indifference, not taking it seriously at all. He calculated silently in his heart, a mere high-level lord-class beast dares to be so arrogant. This time, I need to hold back a bit and not strike too hard. The corpse still needs to be preserved to exchange for contribution points. With his current strength, even if a beast king-level ferocious beast came to the northern cold continent, he could still put up a fight. Let alone this one, which was merely at the high lord level. The only thing to be cautious about was not to strike too hard like last time, otherwise, there wouldn't even be a corpse left to retrieve, and those dozens or even hundreds of contribution points would be wasted. Without hesitation, Li Luo moved his thoughts and retrieved the starfall blade from his infinite storage space, gripping it tightly. In his hand, his entire body exuded the overwhelming pressure of a peak martial saint warrior, and his inner strength surged like a raging river. In an instant, he unleashed Phantom Step. His figure flickered rapidly in the air like a ghost, leaving behind afterimages. His speed astonishing
astonishingly fast. Ignoring the surging beast tied around him, Li Luo charged straight toward the frost snow dragon. This guy was the most valuable and absolutely couldn't be allowed to escape. Otherwise, he'd have to waste more effort chasing it down. Li Luo decided to take care of this high lord level ferocious beast first before dealing with the small fry. Prepare to die. His arrogant voice echoed through the wind and snow, reaching the frost crystal snow dragon's ears. Such a high, lord level dragon type ferocious beast could fetch at least over 100 contribution points, and that was a conservative estimate. Courting death. The frost snow dragon glared furiously, its ferocious gaze revealing its killing intent. Its massive body spiraled in the air, wings flapping fiercely, stirring up waves of bone-chilling winds as a deafening roar erupted from its mouth. The surrounding ice elements quickly responded to its call, converging into sharp ice blades that shot toward Li Luo. However, Li Luo's figure had already transformed into a streak of light, nimbly weaving through the gaps between the ice blades, effortlessly evading several attacks. In the blink of an eye, his entire body exuded the terrifying aura of a peak martial saint, rapidly closing in on the massive body of the frost snow dragon in the sky. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, clearly indicating he had no intention of wasting time and was determined to slay it in one strike. The one courting death is you. Li Luo's icy voice pierced through the howling wind and snow, sounding particularly jarring. As his words fell, the power within him erupted like a breached dam, his entire body enveloped in a dazzling ice-blue radiance. The full force of his 9.8-fold strength burst forth. The frost snow dragon sensed the sudden surge in Li Luo's aura, its eyes flashing with disbelief and terror. Its massive body trembled violently, attempting to react in mid-air, but its movements were exceedingly hasty. No, this is impossible. It let out a desperate roar, its wings flapping frantically in an attempt to stabilize itself, while simultaneously summoning surrounding ice elements for defense. But it was all too late. Icebreaker slash. Li Luo's starfall blade suddenly swung down, unleashing a blade light imbued with the ultimate power of ice. Wherever the blade light passed, even the air froze solid, emitting a piercing whistle. With a deafening crash, the terrifyingly powerful slash struck the body of the frost snow dragon. Its silver scales, as fragile as paper before this force, instantly shattered. The massive body stiffened in midair for a moment before crashing down, transforming into a giant block of ice that slowly sank into the snowy plains. The last glimmer of light in the giant beast's eyes extinguished. As one of the dominant fierce beasts of the northern cold continent, it never expected to be instantly killed by a human warrior in its own territory. Li Luo, radiating killing intent, landed steadily and swept his gaze over the corpse of the frost snow dragon, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He gently clapped his hands, finally feeling a sense of relief. Luckily, the corpse is still relatively intact. The strength of this frost snow dragon, if evaluated according to the human warrior system, would roughly correspond to the peak of martial saint. Its scales, blood, and other parts are extremely valuable treasures. Returning them to the Elder Council could earn a considerable amount of contribution points. Li Luo's gaze swept around. The once raging beast tide, upon witnessing Li Luo's full-force slaying of the frost snow dragon, instantly fell into chaos. They had never expected this human before them to be so terrifying. They scattered in all directions, desperate to flee as far away as possible. However, how could Li Luo let them go so easily? His figure moved, darting into the center of the beast horde like a leopard. Now it's your turn. A chilling glint flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he exuded the oppressive aura of a peak martial saint. The starfall blade in his hand transformed into streaks of cold light, weaving through the beast horde. Each strike was precise and lethal. In no time, the beast tide was slaughtered clean, leaving only a field of corpses and splattered blood. Handled with ease, Li Luo sheathed the starfall blade, looking at the ground littered with the corpses of ferocious flying beasts, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Without wasting much time, he began collecting the remains of the beast tide left on the icy plains, including the massive frost snow dragon, storing them one by one into his infinite storage space. Although the corpses of these beast general level ferocious beasts were not as valuable as those of high level lord class beasts and couldn't be sold back to the Elder Council, it was still an extra gain. Picking them up was no loss. After completing all this, Li Luo stood in the wind and snow, gazing at the bloodstained ice field. The power surging within him after breaking through the peak of martial saint was overwhelming, causing a confident smile to curl at the corner of his lips. His eyes turned toward the glacier fissure beside the distant ice fortress, and an uncontrollable impulse surged in his heart. Perhaps there's no need to wait until breaking through to martial god. I can return to the ice palace now. Li Luo murmured to himself, longing to return to the ancient ruins beneath the ice layers to search for the crucial item recorded in the inheritance crystal, Mystic Ice Crystal, needed to create Mystic Ice Guardians. Li Luo was now deeply intrigued by the Mystic Ice Guardians. With the Mystic Ice Crystal, he could forge a powerful army of Mystic Ice Guardians himself. The hundreds of Frost Ice Guards remaining in the Ice Palace seemed to be restricted by certain rules. Li Luo recalled the scene when he escaped from the Ice Palace, falling into deep thought. Just as he fled through the palace gates, into Into the passage, those relentless frost ice guards suddenly stopped in their tracks and slowly retreated back into the ice palace.
I think I understand their rules now.
They should only attack intruders who enter or attempt to enter the ice palace. Once outside the ice palace's range, they will return to the palace. Li Luo's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his heart already having a plan. It was likely a defensive mechanism set up by the master of the ice palace to prevent intruders from being lured away, yet it left behind a loophole. These energy puppets, which follow fixed procedures, even with the strength of a peak martial god, cannot fully unleash their power.
If faced with a human martial
artist of the same level, even if he had broken through to the peak of martial saint, he wouldn't dare to venture lightly.
But now, he was ready to try again.
After all, even if he couldn't win, he could retreat back to the passage, and those hundreds of ice guards would return to the main hall.
However, Li Luo did not plan to proceed immediately.
The fierce battle with the frost snow dragon had consumed a lot of his strength, and he had yet to recover to his peak state.
Since time was ample, he decided to rest for a day before stepping into the ancient ruins again.
Subsequently, Li Luo returned to the ice fortress near the ice crevice, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the mystic ice divine art. After absorbing the energy contained in the inheritance crystal, his cultivation at the peak of martial saint advanced by nearly 1/3. As long as he cultivated the mystic ice divine art in this ice fortress every day, he would undoubtedly break through to martial god within half a year. However, Li Luo was quite intrigued by the other treasures hidden in the ancient ruins and did not want to wait until breaking through to martial god to explore
them. With his peak martial saint strength and a general grasp of the rules governing the ice guardians, he felt confident enough to venture in once more.
Perhaps he might even find energy crystals of SSS level or higher, directly accelerating his progress toward breaking through to martial god.
Don't let me down with the other treasures inside.
As the cultivation technique operated, the surrounding chill seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, converging around him and forming faint ice blue halos.
Time quietly passed, and within the ice fortress, only Li Luo's steady and powerful breathing could be heard.
The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling over the snow-covered world. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharper than ever, and the chill surrounding his body became even
more solidified.
Despite the immense exertion from the fierce battle with the frost snow dragon the day before, under the operation of the frost vein, he had recovered to peak condition without even taking any pills.
System, sign in.
Li Luo habitually performed his daily sign-in in his mind, hoping the system would respond to his request from the previous day and grant him a god-level martial skill with perfect comprehension.
Sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of S-grade elixir, Strength Soul Pill. Strength Soul Pill can significantly enhance the user's strength for a short period of time, with no side effects after the effect ends. One bottle contains 10 pills.
Strength Soul Pill? Li Luo softly murmured the name of the elixir, his gaze calm and without a trace of disappointment. Not bad either.
This will give him a slight edge in the upcoming battle against the hundreds of frost guards in the ancient ruins. After finishing the check-in, Li Luo stood up, left the ice fortress, and returned to the edge of the nearby ice fissure. Feeling the biting cold wind brushing against him, a determined and confident gleam flickered in his eyes.
I'm back again.
Gazing at the familiar dark passage beneath his feet, he leapt without hesitation, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness beneath the ice. A moment later, Li Luo passed through the winding and twisting passage, and his view suddenly opened up. The majestic and magnificent ice palace once again appeared before his eyes. The faint cracks on the grand door were barely visible under the dim light marks left from his last forced entry, but they did not affect the door's sturdiness in the slightest.
Looks like I'll have to use the old method again.
Li Luo quickly walked up to the ice palace's grand door, gave it a push, but it didn't budge an inch. He pondered silently to himself. With a thought, he retrieved from his infinite storage space the newly acquired Red Force Soul Pill, which shimmered with a faint glow. Without hesitation, he placed
the pill into his mouth.
A surge of warm and powerful energy instantly erupted within him, with countless streams of strength coursing through his entire body. Li Luo immediately felt his strength nearly double. What a powerful Force Soul Pill! The strength within his body surged rapidly, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the immense power contained within the gusts of his punches.
Open for me.
He took a deep breath, his figure erupting like a raging dragon emerging from the sea. Gathering all his strength, he punched fiercely at the grand doors of the ice palace.
Boom!
A deafening roar erupted as Li Luo's powerful fist collided fiercely with the icy gate. The entire grand hall seemed to tremble under the force, emitting
a deep rumble.
Ice shards scattered in all directions, and the cracks on the gate widened further, yet it still stood stubbornly, blocking Li Luo's advance. Inside the ice hall, familiar energy fluctuations and the sound of shattering ice surged rapidly. Clearly, hundreds of frost guards had sensed the intruder damaging the gate and were rushing toward this direction.
They're coming!
A glint of sharp light flashed in Li Luo's eyes. Fully prepared, he quickly retreated, and with a wave of his left hand, the starfall blade, emanating a faint icy glow, appeared in his grasp. The ice hall's gates slowly opened from within, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound. In an instant, hundreds of figures of frost guards surged forth, the bone-chilling cold and fierce aura sweeping in like a tide. They wielded crystal clear ice spears and shields, their bodies surrounded by a freezing aura capable of immobilizing ordinary warriors, all aimed at Li Luo, the uninvited guest. "Oomph, bring it on!" Li Luo snorted coldly, his figure leaping forward once more, the starfall blade gleaming with a chilling light. The immense inner force within him erupted instantly as he used Phantom Step to charge swiftly toward the hundreds of frost guards. His movements were swift and filled with murderous intent, each swing of his blade accompanied by the crisp sound of ice shattering. The frost guards, ranging from martial emperor to martial saint levels, crumbled like fragile ice sculptures under his starfall blade, falling one after another without even a chance to heal. Li Luo planned to first eliminate these hundreds of small mobs at the peak of martial emperor to martial saint levels, before focusing on the 10 martial god level bosses. A peak martial god level Shenbing guard with icy blue eyes stared at everything, seemingly sensing Li Luo's intentions. He quickly led the other 9 early martial god level Shenbing guards, weaving together like 9 icy blue bolts of lightning to intercept him. Attempting to trap Li Luo by continuously flickering their figures, they simultaneously launched a swift assault to slaughter the remaining lower-level Shenbing guards. With a casual slash, Li Luo effortlessly dispatched a peak martial emperor level Shenbing guard. "Oh, quite clever, aren't you?" Seeing the martial god level Shenbing guards surrounding him from all directions, encircling him, the surprise was clearly written on his face. The lower-level Shenbing guards no longer took the initiative to attack but quickly retreated behind the martial god level guards. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as ice elements condensed into beams of icy light, continuously disrupting him with long-range attacks. "Looks like I'll have to waste another pill." Faced with the increasingly urgent situation, Li Luo remained calm and composed, a faintly playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a thought, an S-grade windstride pill emitting a faint green glow landed steadily in his palm. Li Luo swiftly removed the helmet of his frost silver armor and placed the windstride pill into his mouth. In an instant, a fresh and overwhelming surge of wind elements roared within his body, like countless breezes converging into a river, washing through every meridian. Li Luo felt his entire body become incomparably light, his speed achieving a qualitative leap. Feeling the significant increase in speed, his voice carried a hint of mockery. "I told you, you can't stop me." Immediately, his powerful inner strength erupted once again, and Phantom Step was pushed to its limit. Li Luo left behind blurred after-images. Within the encirclement, darting through like a ghost, effortlessly breaking through the siege of 10 martial god-level frost guards. He moved across the battlefield like the Grim Reaper, and every swing of the Starfall blade was accompanied by the collapse of a guard. Those martial emperor and martial saint-level frost guards were utterly powerless to counter his terrifying speed and sharp blade techniques, forced to watch helplessly as their comrades fell one after another. The martial god-level frost guards, seeing this, accelerated their pursuit in an attempt to reform the encirclement. But Li Luo's speed was simply too fast. Each time, he brushed past them, making it impossible for the encirclement to take shape. Despite this, in front of the not-so-wide ice palace gates, the dense ice elemental attacks still made it difficult for Li Luo to completely evade them. Several sharp ice beams struck him, but his SSS-grade battle armor successfully blocked them, leaving only a few shallow scratches. The injuries were not severe. However, the group of frost guards was not so fortunate. The frost guards below the martial god level were almost completely slaughtered, and the few remaining were desperately trying to recover from their injuries. Although Li Luo's aura appeared slightly disordered, his eyes glimmered with an even fiercer light, showing no intention of retreating. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of the elixir, he planned to push forward and completely eliminate the remaining 20 guards in one go, challenging his limits. After all, even if he couldn't win, he could retreat into the passage behind him to recover his strength. The fallen guards could not be resurrected, and the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be him. Li Luo's cold gaze swept over the 10 martial god-level frost guards continuing to surround him. The opposing formation consisted of a martial saint at the peak level, 9 early-stage martial gods, and 1 peak-level martial god, definitely not ordinary opponents. To ensure absolute success, Li Luo's thoughts stirred, and a perfectly round and full-power soul pill along with a vibrant green wind movement pill quietly appeared in the palm of his battle armor. "With 2 pills taken together, I refuse to believe I can't defeat you," Li Luo whispered, without hesitation, opening the helmet of the frost silver armor and swallowing the 2 pills at once. In an instant, a torrent of immense power and speed surged within him, as if endless strength and wind elements poured in, causing the aura around Li Luo to soar dramatically. Yet the 10 war god-level Frostguard warriors, shrouded in icy energy, still charged at him fearlessly with their ice spears and shields, as if they knew no fear. "Icebreaker slash!" Li Luo shouted in a low voice, unleashing a terrifying frost power from his entire body, gripping the Starfall blade tightly with both hands and slashing fiercely. A blade light imbued with the ultimate power of ice tore through the sky, freezing the space it passed through, and struck directly at the formation of the martial god-level Frostguards. In an instant, several guards
guards were frozen solid, unable to move. However, these martial god-level guards were no ordinary opponents. They reacted swiftly, gathering around their frozen comrades and jointly unleashing a powerful ice element defense in an attempt to withstand Li Luo's assault. Ice walls, ice shields, ice spikes, layers of protection lit up in unison. Various basic ice techniques emerged one after another, but combined with their martial god-level strength, the damage they caused was terrifying. The remaining dozen or so frost guards below the martial god level also unleashed icy beams from their blue, frosty eyes. Colliding with Li Luo's charged ice-shattering slash, it erupted with deafening roars and dazzling brilliance. Both sides were forced back several steps by the terrifying shockwave generated from the clash of these two powerful energies, and the previously frozen Xian ice guards gradually began to recover. They actually managed to block it together? Li Luo stared at the scene of his attack being thwarted, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This ice-shattering slash had always been unstoppable. Even high-level Lord-class beasts found it hard to resist. Yet unexpectedly, this group of Xian ice guards managed to withstand it by joining forces. It seems that the strength of the martial god-level ice guards is indeed not to be underestimated, especially the one at the peak of the martial god level. Although their speed cannot match mine, their defense and attack power are exceptionally formidable. Coupled with their almost monstrous regenerative abilities, they have become the nightmare of all warriors entering this ancient ruin. But the only pity is, they happen to encounter someone just as monstrous as me. Let me see how many more times you can block. Li Luo regained his composure, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ice/combo. Then, an even more intense and terrifying aura of ice elements erupted from his entire body as the starfall blade in his hand swung fiercely, unleashing 5 dazzling ice blade slashes in succession, carrying a world-destroying momentum, directly striking the 10-joint martial god-level frost guards ahead. A deafening roar louder than before echoed in front of the ice palace's grand gate. Facing Li Luo, who once again gathered his strength and unleashed 5 frost sky-splitting slashes, the 10 divine warrior-level frost guards struggled to raise their ice shields in unison to block, but they failed to completely withstand the attack. Amidst the sound of cracking ice, several shocking wounds appeared on their bodies, and shards of ice crystals scattered in all directions. After being injured, they quickly absorbed the dense ice elements around them for repair. But Li Luo would never give them a chance to catch their breath. Ice seal for 1,000 miles. Li Luo murmured softly. Though his voice was faint, it carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. As the words fell, the surrounding air seemed to be guided by an invisible hand, with intense ice elements surging wildly, condensing into countless exceptionally sharp ice blades, carrying a bone-chilling cold, sweeping like a storm toward the 10 martial god-level Xian ice guards. Under this overwhelming barrage of ice blades, only the 10 martial god-level experts barely managed to hold on with their astonishing defense and recovery. The remaining Xianbing guards, ranging from martial emperor to martial saint level, were instantly sliced into countless pieces and completely vanished. These Xianbing guards, who had guarded the ice palace for tens of thousands of years, ultimately fell at the hands of Li Luo alone. Although the 10 martial god-level Xianbing guards did not perish, their injuries were severe, their movements appeared sluggish, and the speed of their body's automatic healing could not keep up with the rate of their injuries. The mystic ice guardians at the martial god level are indeed not easy to deal with. Li Luo looked at the scene before him, his cold gaze filled with hostility, yet it could not hide a trace of exhaustion. Fortunately, when he broke in earlier during the late martial saint stage, he did not face these 10 mystic ice guardians at the martial god level head-on. Even though they were lifeless puppets following fixed procedures, their strength had already reached the martial god level, making them far more difficult to handle than expected. Li Luo had underestimated the strength of the martial god level frost guard, thinking it was only slightly stronger than the martial saint level. He hadn't expected the gap to be worlds apart. The martial god level frost guard could not only combine offense and defense but also perform basic ice element martial techniques. Its recovery speed after being injured also far surpassed that of frost guards of other levels. Fortunately, I have the frost vein. You can absorb ice elements to recover, and so can I. Li Luo suppressed his heavy breathing, a defiant smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The fused frost vein within his body operated at full capacity, its recovery speed not at all inferior to the self-healing of a peak martial god level ice guard, and even faintly showing signs of surpassing it. The two sides once again engaged in fierce confrontation, with each collision accompanied by deafening roars and scattering ice shards. Li Luo, relying on his agile movements and the enhanced strength after taking the Force Soul Pill, continuously darted around, searching for his opponent's weaknesses. Each strike landed a heavy blow on one of the frost guards. Meanwhile, the frost guard's speed was far inferior to Li Luo's, only managing to land a hit occasionally. With strong defense and seamless coordination, they struggled to withstand Li Luo's offensive. Time passed second by second, until a certain moment. A great opportunity, it's now. Li Luo finally seized this fleeting opportunity, the starfall blade carrying powerful ice elements, transforming into a dazzling flash of cold light. Prepare to die. With an explosive force of over 21 million kilograms, the blade pierced precisely into the chest
last of the peak martial god level Frost Guard, completely defeating him. As this peak martial god level Frost Guard fell, the remaining 9 early stage martial god level Frost Guards were also slain by Li Luo one by one. Finally resolved. After the battle ended, Li Luo did not immediately lower his guard. While panting, he scanned his surroundings with his eyes, ensuring that all the Xianbing guards had been completely annihilated and no longer posed a threat, before he slowly let out a sigh of relief. Although he had achieved victory, his body had reached its limit. The aura emanating from him was chaotic, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The SSS grade Starfall blade in his hand showed fine cracks on its blade. As for the SSS grade battle armor, the cold nether silver armor he wore, it was severely damaged. Even with its auto repair function, it would take time to fully restore. Who would have thought it would end up this messy? Li Luo thrust the Starfall blade into the ground, supporting his body as he muttered softly, his gaze filled with both exhaustion and undeniable pride. This was the most intense battle he had experienced since his transmigration. With the strength of a peak martial saint, he single-handedly faced 10 martial god level Frost Guards, along with 100 guards ranging from martial emperor to martial saint levels, ultimately defeating them all. If it were any other martial god level warrior, they might not have been able to achieve this. What's more, the Ice Palace was permeated with a special suppressive chill. If not for his fusion with the Frost Divine Vein, he would never have been so reckless. What pained Li Luo the most was that this battle had caused significant damage to his SSS grade armor and weapons. Elixirs to enhance strength and speed. Apart from the initial 2 consumed, another 2 were used later. Fortunately, the ice crystal spirit chain worn around his neck did not trigger its protective effect, so the losses did not escalate. Li Luo thought to himself, all these losses must be compensated for in the Ice Palace. He was already prepared to enter the Ice Palace and loot extensively to make up for the losses this time. Recover my stamina first, then go in, Li Luo murmured softly to himself. In his current state, he dared not rashly enter the Ice Palace. Then, with a thought, he retrieved a few pills emitting a faint medicinal fragrance from his infinite storage space and swallowed them directly. A gentle warmth instantly spread throughout his body, alleviating fatigue and pain. He fully activated the Frost Vein, and his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, while his chaotic aura gradually stabilized. During the recovery, Li Luo recalled the battle scenes from earlier, and couldn't help but marvel at the peril of the encounter. If not for this ancient relic being located in Beihan continent, with its power amplification, had he been on another continent, he might have truly lost here. Although the Frost Guards protecting the Ice Palace were merely lifeless puppets following fixed procedures, their strength couldn't compare to human warriors of the same level. It was only after engaging them that he realized their power was not to be underestimated. The Frost Guards at the martial god level had already undergone a qualitative leap. He had truly underestimated them before. Fortunately, all the Xianbing guards, especially the 10 martial god level ones, have been dealt with. Even if there are still enemies in the Ice Palace, they won't be as formidable as the previous wave. Once the aura is fully restored, the exploration of this ancient relic buried beneath the glaciers of Beihan continent for tens of thousands of years can begin. Moments later, with the assistance of the Frost Divine Vein and the elixir, Li Luo's aura quickly returned to its peak. Next, let me see what treasures are hidden here. He looked toward the tightly closed doors of the Ice Palace, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, ready to thoroughly search the places he hadn't had time to explore last time. Immediately, Li Luo strode quickly to the door, a smug smile appearing on his face. This time, there shouldn't be any Frost Guards stopping me, right? With that, he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing 9.8 times his strength in an instant. The immense power within him gathered in his fists, and he once again struck fiercely at the tightly closed doors. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the gate trembled violently, and the cracks that had originally appeared spread rapidly like a spider web. As Li Luo clenched his fist and delivered several heavy punches, the gate no longer responded with its familiar sound. Soon, he pushed it open forcefully, revealing a gap even wider than before. It's open. Li Luo looked at the door slowly opening under his strength, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips as he stepped inside briskly. Entering the Ice Palace, the smooth icy surface beneath his feet emitted a crisp sound. He glanced around, and the absolute silence of the surroundings made him realize that there would likely be no more attacks from the Ice Guards. Just moments ago, he had almost completely cleared out all the Ice Guards within the palace. Finally rid of those annoying guys. Let's see who else can stop me this time. Li Luo's gaze turned cold as he swiftly passed through the familiar crystalline corridor, beginning to explore the Ice Palace to his heart's content. The side halls were arranged in an orderly manner, and behind every door could lie astonishing treasures. From now on, everything he found in this Ice Palace would belong to him. Moreover, with his unlimited storage space, he had no concerns about storage issues at all. This is the place. There must be something inside. Li Luo stopped in front of a side hall door that appeared unremarkable, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Sensing the faint energy emanating from within, he was certain that treasures were hidden here. Open the door for me. Li Luo punched the door open open, and a dense aura of ice elements rushed toward him. This is mystic ice crystals? His gaze was instantly drawn to the hundreds of mystic ice crystals on the ground. These were the crucial core materials for creating mystic ice guards. One of Li Luo's objectives in entering the ice palace this time was to find these special ice crystals. Over 100 mystic ice crystals shimmered with an alluring brilliance, as if quietly awaiting the arrival of their destined owner, Li Luo. So many of them. Li Luo's eyes were filled with joy. He hadn't expected to find the profound ice crystals so quickly, and in a quantity of around 200 pieces. Even better, these profound ice crystals could automatically absorb the surrounding ice elements, just like the profound ice guards, replenishing the energy lost over endless years. The energy within them remained intact to this day, though they were not suitable for direct absorption by martial artists. Then I won't hold back. After confirming that there seemed to be no hidden mechanisms in the ice palace, Li Luo, full of joy, quickly stepped inside and stored all the profound ice crystals into his infinite storage space one by one. Each piece was above S grade, though the only regret was that the highest grade was merely SSS grade, with no divine grade profound ice crystals. If there had been divine grade profound ice crystals, he could have forged martial god level profound ice guards loyal to him upon returning. After securing all the profound ice crystals in the side hall, Li Luo continued to explore deeper into the ice palace. In another side hall, he discovered scattered pill bottles, as well as a few damaged weapons and pieces of armor. This should be the side hall for storing elixirs, battle armor, and weapons. Li Luo picked up a few elixir bottles that had endured countless years and confirmed. The bottles were already empty, the elixirs having dissipated over the long passage of time. If he had arrived earlier, he might have seen the elixirs inside. The few pieces of battle armor and weapons, roughly at SS level, had also been severely corroded by time, losing their former sharpness and luster, and were no longer worth repairing. Instead of fixing them, it would be better to forge entirely new ones. Melting down this junk together might still be worth some money. Whatever, can't leave empty-handed. Li Luo looked at the neatly arranged armor and weapons on the ice pillars. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take them all. Although they could no longer be used, the materials were excellent, at least S grade. If they were all melted down, perhaps new equipment could be forged. He quickly stored all the items in the side hall into his infinite storage space, not even sparing the rusty, empty pill bottles. Li Luo glanced at the now empty side hall, nodded slightly, and did not linger. He continued exploring the ice palace. There were still many areas he hadn't entered yet, and the treasures of this ancient ruin were certainly not limited to this junk. Sure enough, as he continued inspecting the side halls, Li Luo soon discovered a small amount of snow spirit crystals in a seemingly simple ice hall. These crystals, nurtured by their surroundings, still contain immense energy even after tens of thousands of years. The most striking among them is a god-level snow spirit crystal, the size of a human head, pure white and glistening. Bang! Compared to the SSS grade crystal that appeared during the system sign-in, it is a whole level higher. Moreover, it is placed in the most prominent position in the side hall. Li Luo kicked open the door and saw it at first glance. This is a divine snow spirit crystal? Li Luo's face could hardly conceal his joy, and his heart was filled with excitement. He carefully held the divine snow spirit crystal in his hands, gently stroking its snow-white, crystalline surface. The only pity was that a third of the immense energy within the crystal had already dissipated, but it was still enough to make any martial artist's heart race. The situation with the remaining grades of snow spirit crystals is also similar, with more or less energy having been lost. These are all mine. Li Luo unceremoniously took all the snow spirit crystals in the side hall in one go. Including this divine grade snow spirit crystal, there were a total of 32. The rest were at least S grade at the lowest. This time, I will definitely break through to the martial god level. Li Luo calculated silently in his heart, an uncontrollable smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the next 3 days, he was 100% confident in reaching the martial god level. Afterward, following a long and meticulous search, Li Luo finally explored every corner of this massive ice palace thoroughly. Standing in the very center of the ice palace, he looked around and, after confirming nothing was overlooked, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He began to tally the abundant gains from this journey to the ancient ruins. There were a total of 18 pieces of armor and weapons eroded by time. Although they had lost their defensive function, the materials were still of excellent quality. Whether you choose to melt them down and recast them or sell them directly to the council in exchange for contribution points, both are good options. Apart from the initial 32 snow spirit crystals found, more were gradually collected later, bringing the total to 58. However, there is only this one divine level crystal. In addition, there are over 200 mystic ice crystals, which, combined with some other special materials, are enough to forge a batch of powerful mystic ice guards. Not bad. Li Luo finished counting and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. So many treasures were enough to make up for his previous losses, especially the precious inheritance crystal, which he had successfully absorbed. Martial god-level warriors are passionate about exploring ancient ruins precisely because of the inheritance crystals that that might be hidden within. Other found supplies and equipment can only be considered extra gains, because most of the battle armor and weapons in ancient ruins are no longer functional, and the energy contained within the crystals has mostly been depleted or even completely dissipated. The richly rewarded Li Luo was in no hurry to leave the ice palace, as he still harbored a trace of doubt and curiosity in his heart. Where exactly is the source of this peculiar chill that lingers in this ice palace? Li Luo frowned slightly, murmuring softly. He had already felt the suppressive force of this peculiar chill the first time he entered the ice palace. However, since he had fused with the frost divine vein, this chill had no suppressive effect on him at all. If it were any other martial saint or martial god entering this place, their strength would be weakened by at least 1/5 or even more. Could there be some treasure I haven't discovered yet? Li Luo was filled with doubt. This peculiar suppressive force was unlikely to be caused by the building materials of the ice palace itself. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to abandon this hall. After all, he couldn't take this ice palace with him. Let me try and see if I can sense its source. Li Luo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and surrounded himself with a faint chill, merging his perception with the majestic and magnificent ice palace. As the frost divine vein slowly circulated, he carefully sensed the flow of the cold air. Finally, it was discovered that the cold air was pointing directly to the center of the ice palace, near the main hall that had been entered earlier. Found it, so it's here. Li Luo quickly opened his eyes and murmured to himself. With a swift movement, he appeared in front of the main hall where he had previously found the inheritance crystal. Based on his perception, he searched around and finally fixed his gaze on a seemingly ordinary patch of ice in front of the ice palace's main gate. It seems, it's just beneath here? Li Luo hesitated slightly, but he trusted that his keen perception wouldn't be wrong. Let me see what secrets are hidden beneath this ice. Li Luo's cold eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched his fists. The cold energy and vigorous blood within him surged, and he suddenly punched the ground with force. However, this icy surface was exceptionally hard, enduring his full-powered punch without any damage. Sure enough, there's something underneath. Li Luo's face lit up with joy, becoming even more certain that a treasure was hidden beneath the ice. I must see just how sturdy it really is. Then, amidst a series of continuous rumbles, the hard ice surface finally gave way, shattering into pieces. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. With Li Luo's final heavy punch, a thunderous boom echoed through the great hall. The entire ice surface collapsed with a roar, revealing a secret chamber below, covered in intricate runes. The secret chamber exuded an even more bone-chilling cold. At its center, on a water-blue ice platform, a dazzling blue orb quietly emitted a soft yet intense glow. This was the very source of the special cold aura permeating the ice hall. Looking at the suddenly revealed secret chamber before him, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with undisguised joy as he exclaimed excitedly, "My intuition was right. I've found another treasure." The blue orb on the central platform of the secret chamber was no ordinary item. Its value might even be second only to the inheritance crystal. After speaking, Li Luo leapt lightly, like a swallow gliding through the sky, and instantly entered the chamber filled with intricate runes. As he stepped into the chamber, a wave of piercing cold far more intense than the outside world rushed toward him, but it had no effect on Li Luo, not even causing him to furrow his brow. The temperature here could probably freeze low-level warriors into ice sculptures, but fortunately, it doesn't affect me. Li Luo felt the chill around him and revealed a confident smile. His gaze was immediately drawn to the dazzling blue gem on the aqua-blue ice platform in the center. Let me see what this thing really is. Li Luo quickly stepped forward, carefully reaching out to gently hold the blue gem in his palm, his heart filled with curiosity and excitement. It can emit such powerful cold energy. This gem must be of SSS level or higher, Li Luo said in astonishment. As soon as he held it in his hand, he felt an intense chill that brought an unusually refreshing sensation. Just as he was about to examine it closely, an unexpected incident occurred. On the surrounding walls, the runes that Li Luo had momentarily overlooked seemed to be activated at this moment, suddenly bursting forth with a blinding light. Immediately after, countless ice spikes shot out from the walls, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, heading straight for Li Luo. Damn, it's an ambush. Li Luo's heart tightened, but his reaction was swift. The abundant inner strength within him was instantly unleashed, and he activated Phantom Step, retreating rapidly. He turned into a fleeting shadow, narrowly escaping the secret chamber at the very moment the ice spikes were about to strike, and returned to the grand hall. After steadying himself, Li Luo looked down at the secret chamber below, still shrouded in cold air, and patted the armor on his chest with lingering fear. That was way too close. I almost stumbled here. Who would have thought that within this ice palace, aside from the Xian ice guards, there were other mechanisms hidden, and one was concealed within this secret chamber. In other areas, whether the main hall or side halls, there were no mechanisms set up. This gradually made Li Luo lower his guard, thinking there would be no more dangers. Unexpectedly, he almost capsized in the dark. There was actually a big mechanism lying in ambush within this secret chamber. This mechanism is truly ruthless. Fortunately, my reaction was quick enough. Li Luo's gaze swept over the traces left by the ice spikes below the secret chamber, a hint of apprehension flashing flashing in his eyes. The combined power of those ice spikes was in no way inferior to the full-force strike of a peak martial god warrior, perhaps even stronger. If he had been just a few seconds slower, he would have been turned into a pincushion by the ice spikes. Even if he hadn't been seriously injured, it would have triggered the passive protection effect of the ice crystal spirit chain around his neck. It seems the value of this pearl is extraordinary, to the point that the master of the ice palace specifically designed such a trigger mechanism for it. Li Luo calmed himself, his gaze once again falling on the blue treasure orb tightly held in his hand, a wide grin of triumph spreading across his face. Fortunately, he had sensed the unusual chill permeating the ice hall earlier, otherwise, he might have missed this divine orb. The entire process was perilous, but he emerged unscathed in the end. Even though the protective effect of the ice crystal spirit chain was triggered, obtaining such an SSS grade or higher treasure orb was absolutely worth it. Li Luo roughly speculated that the orb's grade might be at the divine level, or perhaps even the exalted level. To confirm its exact level, he would have to wait until he left the ice hall to carefully examine it. Immediately, he focused his thoughts and stored the treasure orb in the infinite storage space, planning to study it carefully after leaving the ice palace. As the treasure orb was stored away, the suppressive force that had originally existed in the ice palace vanished without a trace. Aside from this secret chamber, could there be other hidden chambers in the ice palace? Li Luo murmured to himself, his gaze wandering back and forth across the empty hall, a determination rising in his heart not to miss any possibilities. Since I'm already here, I might as well take a closer look. Resolving himself, his figure swiftly moved through every corner of the ice palace. His hands continuously touched the icy walls that might conceal secret chambers, while his sharp eyes scanned the surrounding environment intently. Is there really nothing left? How come I couldn't find a single secret chamber? Isn't this how it always goes in the movies? Press the wall and a secret chamber appears. Why doesn't it work for me? Li Luo carefully searched the entire ice palace once more, then returned to the central area in disappointment. Apart from the emptiness and cold, there was nothing else in the ice palace, not even the faintest trace of energy crystals. It seemed that this ancient ruin truly had nothing left. Everything that could be taken, he had already stuffed into his infinite storage space, not even sparing the rust-covered pill bottles. It's time to leave, Li Luo softly said to the faintly glowing ice palace. Staying here any longer was meaningless. Satisfied with his haul, he turned and walked toward the ice palace's main door. Passing through the familiar ice crystal corridor, he soon saw the ice crystal gate he had blasted open twice. With a flicker of his figure, he passed through the ice palace's main door. He turned back to take another look at the majestic and magnificent ancient ruins buried beneath the glacier, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Goodbye, Li Luo said softly, then quickly stepped into the dark passage he had entered earlier. Before long, he was back at the edge of the ice crevice. It was already nighttime outside. It's already so late, he exclaimed in surprise, looking up at the sky. He hadn't expected to spend an entire day in the ancient ruins. He glanced once more at the passage beneath the ice leading to the ruins, then used the Lingshuan ring on his wrist to precisely mark the location of this ancient relic. Since I've been here, let it return to peace. With a thought, Li Luo gently waved his hands, and the surrounding ice elements quickly responded to his call, gathering into a powerful force that refroze the conspicuous crack in the ice layer until it completely vanished into the vast snowy plain. With the heavy snow continuously falling from the sky, by morning, this layer of ice would be entirely buried under a thick blanket of snow. This should do it. After sealing the cracks in the ice layer, Li Luo walked steadily back to the nearby ice fortress. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he murmured softly, "No time to waste, I need to quickly convert these dozens of energy crystals into cultivation power." With that, he focused his mind, and one by one, snow-white snow spirit crystals emitting a faint chill appeared on the ground around him. They scattered like stars, radiating a pure brilliance. Although some energy had inevitably been lost from each crystal over time, their quantity and quality more than made up for this flaw. There were a total of 58 crystals, all of S-grade or higher, and even one divine-grade crystal among them. Absorbing this many snow spirit crystals should allow me to break through to the martial god level, right? Li Luo held the largest and most dazzling divine-grade snow spirit crystal, his heart surging with excitement. These crystals were enough to fill the remaining two-thirds of the cultivation he needed to reach the martial god level. He quickly arranged the snow spirit crystals into a circle and sat in the center, preparing to absorb all 58 snow spirit crystals without missing a single one, aiming to break through to the martial god level. As Li Luo closed his eyes and focused, he slowly guided the energy from the snow spirit crystals into his body. Streams of cold and pure power surged through his meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. The cells in his body seemed to cheer and leap with joy, greedily devouring the immense energy contained within the snow spirit crystals. This feeling is incredible. Li Luo's face was full of satisfaction and delight. Breaking through to martial god is just around the corner. He could clearly sense his cultivation level soaring at an astonishing speed under the nourishment of this vast energy. A night passed in silence. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and spilled over the vast snowy snowy plains of the northern cold continent, all the ferocious beasts in the core area suddenly and without exception felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They trembled involuntarily, fear evident in their savage beastly eyes, all gazing in the same direction, yet not a single beast dared to approach, because they sensed the overwhelming aura of a human martial god-level warrior. Ha ha ha, today, I shall become the martial god. A burst of hearty laughter echoed within the ice fortress, reverberating across the snowstorm-covered ice plains, showing no fear of attracting ferocious beasts. Li Luo suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam shooting forth from them. His body was surrounded by a faint chill and an imposing aura, exuding the overwhelming presence unique to a martial god-level warrior. Then, he stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and felt the surging power within him after breaking through to martial god. The corner of his mouth curled into a confident and arrogant smile. Finally stepped into the ranks of top martial artists on Blue Star. Now he has broken through to the martial god realm. Although he is only at the early stage of martial god, on the land of North Cold Continent, Li Luo no longer fears even the peak beast kings. Thanks to this ancient relic, otherwise I would never have broken through so quickly, Li Luo thought with deep emotion. Originally, he planned to spend half a year in North Cold Continent to break through to martial god, but unexpectedly discovered an ancient relic hidden beneath the glacier for tens of thousands of years. This undoubtedly accelerated his progress in breaking through to the martial god stage, leaping from the late martial saint stage to the early martial god stage in less than a month. If he could stay in the northern cold continent for half a year, he might have already broken through to the martial sovereign stage by the time he returned to the Great Xia Kingdom. If the system provided more assistance, the martial emperor stage would not be out of reach. Thinking of this, Li Luo's thoughts stirred slightly, and he opened the system panel. Level, early stage martial god. Punching power, 6,780,000 kilograms. Force exertion, 20.3 times. Cultivation techniques, SSS level heavenly body tempering art, SSS level mystic ice divine art, D level iron bone body tempering method. Martial skills, basic fist technique, perfected, basic blade technique, perfected, SSS level frost divine codex, perfected, SSS level heaven shattering, frost slash, perfected, S level phantom instant step, perfected, C level void shattering fist, perfected, supreme level frost convergence, uncomprehended. Items, divine level sky defying pearl, damaged, SSS level cold shadow silver armor, auto repairing, SSS level starfall blade, damaged, SSS level ice crystal spirit chain, divine level frost spirit pearl. Compared to the peak of martial saint, fist strength has surged by more than threefold, and power output has increased by 10.5 times. The full force explosive strength has reached an astonishing 13 million kilograms. After truly breaking through to the martial god level, Li Luo deeply realized how he had underestimated martial god level warriors before. It is simply a qualitative leap compared to the martial saint level. If the 10 martial god level ice guard warriors in the ancient ruins were replaced with real warriors, the one who would have fallen would definitely be him. Moreover, after breaking through to the martial god level, the Frost Divine Vein also experienced a genetic level enhancement, approximately 10 times that of a martial god level warrior. No wonder it's called the Frost Divine Vein. Truly formidable. Li Luo's face was full of surprise and joy. Unexpectedly, the Frost Divine Vein would strengthen along with the improvement of his cultivation. This meant that in the future, when he broke through to martial lord, martial emperor, or even higher realms, the Frost Divine Vein would also be enhanced in tandem. Today's achievements are all thanks to my own efforts. Li Luo felt the surge of power after breaking through to martial god, his smile growing increasingly radiant and uncontrollable. At last, he no longer had to worry about his secrets being exposed and attracting the covetous eyes of martial saints and martial gods on Blue Star. In just one short month, he had leaped from a mere martial master to a martial god. If anyone found out, they would undoubtedly be eager to uncover his secrets. But now he is no longer the martial saint of the past. If someone truly dares to make a move, Li Luo wants to see if they can withstand his full force punch of over 130 million kilograms. After his excitement slightly subsided, Li Luo began his daily sign-in routine in his mind. System, sign in. As soon as the words fell, his heart was filled with anticipation. Now that I have surpassed the martial god level, I wonder if the previous speculation that the system's reward item level is linked to one's cultivation level is true. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a martial skill quality upgrade. SSS level Frost Scripture Divine level Frost Scripture. As the system notification sound faded, Li Luo's mind was immediately flooded with the new memories of the upgraded Frost Scripture. Just as I expected, my guess was correct. Li Luo carefully absorbed the new memories of the Frost Scripture in his mind, and his eyes instantly shone with an even brighter light. As long as one's level rises by a major realm, the system's rewards will increase accordingly. The Frost Scripture now truly lives up to its name, with the power of its ice element techniques far surpassing before. As long as I have a bit more time, all the martial skills obtained through check-ins will definitely definitely be upgraded to divine level. Li Luo was filled with excitement. Once all the SSS level martial skills are promoted to divine level, his strength will undoubtedly reach a new peak. By then, even if he leaves the northern cold continent and loses the massive boost provided by the extreme cold environment, no one will be able to deal with him easily. Oh right, I almost forgot about this. Amid his excitement, Li Luo suddenly remembered something. As his thoughts shifted, a blue jewel emitting a faint bluish glow appeared in his palm. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and the air seemed to freeze slightly. Centered around this jewel, a wave of oppressive cold instantly spread outward, as if one were standing inside an ice palace. Indeed, it's divine level. Li Luo gazed at the jewel in his palm, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Through the system panel, he had already understood its function. It can form a frost suppression field within a range of several kilometers, with the suppression effect becoming stronger the closer the distance. Especially in the extreme environment of the northern cold continent, its effectiveness is infinitely amplified. Even martial god-level warriors cannot escape its effects. The only drawback is that the bearer themselves will also be suppressed. Hiss, something's not right? This thing can't be this bizarre, can it? Li Luo frowned, staring at the frost spirit orb in his palm, muttering to himself. Although this powerful suppressive force had no effect on him, for warriors who hadn't fused with the frost divine vein, it was practically useless. Even ice attribute warriors find it difficult to resist. Could it be that the master of the ice palace has also fused with the bloodline of a cosmic race, making them completely immune to the suppression of the frost spirit orb? Could it be? I have to make it recognize me as its master? Li Luo's eyes lit up. He recalled the novels and TV dramas he had seen before transmigrating, where the protagonist often had to make powerful artifacts recognize them as their master. Yes, that's definitely it. Let me try. With that, Li Luo took out the starfall blade from his space and held it in his hand, preparing to start with a simple blood recognition ritual. This is the blood of a martial god fused with a powerful bloodline. Consider yourself lucky, now obediently recognize me as your master, he joked while staring at the frost spirit pearl. With his current bloodline gene level, drawing a few tubes of blood to make gene enhancement potions would yield results far superior to those made with the blood of fierce beasts. Li Luo lightly slid the blade across his fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood, imbued with a rich ice element, dripped onto the frost spirit orb. In an instant, delicate layers of blue light rippled across the surface of the orb, slowly merging with the blood. The originally indiscriminate suppressive cold field began to undergo subtle changes. It really worked? Li Luo felt the connection between himself and the frost spirit orb, his heart filled with joy. He hadn't expected the blood recognition ritual to actually work. Now he could control the power released by the frost spirit orb. He then attempted to adjust the suppression range of the orb. Just as he had anticipated, he could now freely decide the suppression targets within the range of the cold aura, no longer indiscriminately pressuring all surrounding creatures. This is truly mine now. Li Luo looked at the frost spirit pearl in his palm, a joyful smile appearing on his lips. The original owner of this frost spirit pearl had passed away tens of thousands of years ago, and the soul imprint had long since dissipated. The process of recognizing ownership was exceptionally smooth, essentially making it a free treasure. Li Luo's gaze shifted back and forth between the frost spirit pearl and the cold nether silver armor on his body, and a new idea suddenly emerged in his mind. With a sudden inspiration, he murmured to himself, what if I put the frost spirit pearl into the armor? Would it create a new effect? He said he would do it, as there's no harm in trying. Carefully, he brought the frost spirit pearl close to the core of the cold nether silver armor, which was emitting a faint silver glow. The armor's core was slowly absorbing the surrounding cold air, self-repairing, with delicate silver patterns flowing across its surface. Buzz! The moment the frost spirit pearl lightly touched the core of the battle armor, the frosty silver armor seemed to be activated, emitting a low hum. A thin layer of frost instantly covered the surface of the silver armor, exuding an intense chill. But soon, the chill merged into the frosty silver armor, making its radiance even more dazzling. It really works! Li Luo was overjoyed, clearly sensing that the automatic repair speed of the frost spirit pearl-infused SSS grade cold silver armor had significantly increased, recovering at a pace visible to the naked eye. More importantly, the suppressive effect of the frost spirit pearl remained completely intact. The recovery and defensive capabilities of the cold silver armor had reached new heights, and waves of cold air continuously spread outward with Li Luo at the center. Even if Li Luo left the northern frost continent in the future, as long as he wore this frost spirit pearl, the power of the armor would still be enhanced. However, the effect would be slightly weaker compared to when he was in the northern frost continent. Moreover, this frost spirit pearl, embedded in the core of the armor, could be removed at any time and reinserted into higher grade armor when he signed in for it in the future. Another trump card I can rely on. A hint of joy appeared on Li Luo's face. On Blue Star, those martial artists who had long surpassed the martial god realm all possessed divine or revered grade treasures found in ancient ruins as their reliance. As for whether any of them had emperor grade treasures, Li Luo couldn't confirm for now. now, as their overall strength was undoubtedly far superior to his, as a newcomer who had just broken through to the martial god realm. But with the gains from this ancient ruin and the divine-grade martial technique he had just obtained from the system's sign-in, his strength would soon surpass those old martial gods, and perhaps even overtake them in one fell swoop. How long this process would take depended on how generous the system turned out to be. Li Luo withdrew his thoughts and immersed himself in cultivation once again. The operation of the mystic ice divine art became increasingly smooth, and the surrounding ice elements, guided by his will, converged into clusters of crystal-clear ice crystals, which he rapidly absorbed. At this cultivation speed, he was confident that within half a year, he could surpass all martial god-level martial artists on Blue Star and be the first to break through to the martial sovereign realm. By then, he would truly have control over Blue Star, and there would be no need to worry about ferocious beasts. However, Li Luo was well aware that even if he didn't specifically come to the Northern Frost continent to cultivate with the resource rewards from the system's sign-ins, he was highly likely to break through to the martial sovereign realm within half a year. What can I say? My system bro is just too reliable, he thought to himself while cultivating. Even if he did nothing, he would still grow stronger day by day. But before that, Li Luo always carried a sense of crisis, because the secrets he held would not remain hidden for long. Once exposed, those martial gods and martial saints would swarm toward him with fervent eyes, and without sufficient strength, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. If not for this concern, he wouldn't have chosen to come to the Northern Frost continent to cultivate. Unexpectedly, he discovered an ancient ruin buried beneath the glacier, which directly accelerated his breakthrough to the martial god realm, a truly unexpected delight. The next day, as the sun rose, the cold Serenity silver armor, nourished by the Frost Spirit Pearl, had its damaged cracks fully restored, radiating a brand new luster. Inside the ice fortress, Li Luo sat with his eyes closed, focusing intently, seemingly unaware of the passage of time. The profound ice divine art was operating at its peak, with ice crystals swirling around him, absorbing the pure ice elements permeating the northern cold continent. At that moment, a faint yet urgent vibration, buzz, 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 came from the spirit's swift ring on his wrist, interrupting Li Luo's cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of doubt flashing in them, and then turned his gaze toward the spirit's swift ring, which was emitting a faint glow. Who's looking for me? He wondered to himself. Could it be Jiang City, under attack by ferocious beasts again, with Chen Lei seeking my help? His trip to the northern cold continent to train and break through was completely unknown to the other three guardians of Jiangning province. I hope it's not what I think, Li Luo murmured softly, for otherwise, he wouldn't be able to provide timely assistance. He then lightly tapped the spirit's swift ring, and a projection unfolded before him, displaying an invitation to an emergency meeting convened by the Elder Council. Not a call for help, but an emergency meeting? Li Luo frowned slightly, staring at the information on the spirit's swift ring. It wasn't a distress signal from any of the guardians, but an invitation to an emergency meeting called by the Elder Council. This was the first time he had received such an invitation since becoming an elder. From what Li Luo knew, the three sequence elders rarely convened emergency meetings unless a major event occurred. At this moment, he couldn't help but sense a faintly unusual atmosphere. Let me see what exactly happened. Li Luo's lips curved into a confident smile. Now that he had broken through to the martial god level, as soon as he returned to the Great Xia Kingdom, he could officially assume the position of fourth sequence elder. From someone who merely followed the rules, he had transformed into someone capable of personally setting the rules. Then, he released the control of his mind power. With the connection of the spirit swift ring, he instantly traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, and his consciousness projection appeared in the conference hall of the Elder Council headquarters in the imperial capital province. The conference hall was filled with intertwining lights and shadows. Martial saints from all over the Great Xia Kingdom had gathered, and even the rarely seen auxiliary elders had shown up one after another. The entire atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Is this the Elder Council headquarters? Li Luo's projection appeared at his designated position. He looked around and silently pondered in his heart. Several unfamiliar martial saints cast peculiar glances at him after his appearance, but they only gave him a curious look or two. Since he was a holographic projection, the people in the conference hall were unaware that Li Luo had already broken through to the martial god realm. The main seat remained vacant, as the sequence elder had yet to arrive. Li Luo scanned the surroundings and saw that the martial saints serving as guardians wore unusually grave expressions. Some even had their brows tightly furrowed, which caused an ominous feeling to rise in his heart. Could something major have happened in Daxia during the few days I was away? Li Luo speculated silently. The atmosphere seemed undeniably off. At this moment, the projections of Chen Lei and two others, who were also provincial guardians of Jiangning, gradually appeared around Li Luo. Elder Chen, has something happened? Li Luo couldn't help but ask. His voice, though gentle, resonated clearly throughout the entire conference hall. He was filled with curiosity about the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Some of the auxiliary elders who were also unaware of the situation situation perked up their ears to listen. After all, the Elder Council rarely convened meetings, and they would not be notified unless there was a major issue. Chenlei's virtual projection tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Li Luo, with a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that Li Luo was carrying out a special task assigned by Elder He, and little was known about it externally. Thus, he explained to Li Luo in a deep voice. Yesterday, an unexpected incident occurred in Liahai Province of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Xiaotian, the guardian of Liahai Province, betrayed humanity and secretly colluded with the Pope of the Beast God cult. With the assistance of several high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts, he suddenly launched a surprise attack on the battlefield against the unsuspecting guardian Elder Zhaozong and his disciple Elder Zhou. Guardian Zhao tragically perished, while Elder Zhou managed to escape with severe injuries. However, his fate remains uncertain as contact has been lost. Upon learning of this, Elder He, stationed in the imperial capital province, was furious. He originally intended to personally travel to Liahai Province to eliminate the traitor and stabilize the situation, but was intercepted by the Beast King of the Northern Frontier, clearly indicating a premeditated plan. The current situation in Liahai Province is in complete chaos. Among the three commanders, one has rebelled, one has fallen, and one is missing. This meeting is clearly convened to address this matter. As Chenlei's words fell, the atmosphere in the conference hall grew increasingly heavy. What? Such a drastic change has occurred in Liahai Province, an elder outside the official ranks exclaimed in shock. Lin Xiaotian actually defected to the ferocious beasts. The Great Xia Kingdom has not treated him poorly, so why would he choose to side with the ferocious beasts? Many faces were filled with shock and worry. The guardian commander has defected. This news was like a bolt from the blue. After listening to Chenlei's explanation, Li Luo was equally shocked. He hadn't expected that in the mere half-month since he left the Great Xia Kingdom, such a major upheaval would occur. Lin Xiaotian, a guardian commander and a martial saint-level warrior, had colluded with the beast god cult, defected to the ferocious beasts, killed Zhaozong, and severely injured Zhou Yi, two guardian commanders. This caused the Liahai province to lose its core combat strength and fall into a critical situation. An Elder He, who went to provide support, was also delayed by the Beast King of the Northern Frontier, leaving the situation in Liahai province on the brink of collapse. If this news spreads among the vast populace and martial artists of the Great Xia Nation, it will undoubtedly cause a huge uproar, severely damaging morale and further fueling the growth of the beast god cult's forces hidden in the dark corners of the cities. At this moment, a flash of light appeared in the conference hall, and the holographic projection of Lan Shi, one of the three guardians of the Great Xia Nation and the third sequence elder, elegantly manifested at the head seat. She presided over this meeting. Everyone. Lan Shi's voice was gentle, yet carried the authority of a martial god-level warrior. The noise in the conference room instantly disappeared, and all eyes focused on the prodigious genius who had reached the mid-stage of martial god at just 80 years old, holding the fort in Sichuan province and intimidating the Beast King. Lan Shi glanced around the room, seeing that almost all the elders had arrived, and slowly began to speak. Regarding the situation in Liahai province, I know that many elders present are still unaware. A sudden upheaval occurred in Liahai province, leaving many external elders who were in secluded cultivation completely uninformed. She briefly reviewed the current crisis in Liahai province and then added, at present, Elder Xiang Yuan has already led several external elders to provide support, striving to stabilize the situation in Liahai. However, we must prepare for the worst and remain vigilant against a full-scale attack by the ferocious beasts on the entire nation. At this critical moment, we must unite as one and overcome this challenge together. Lan Shi paused at this point, his gaze shining with a resolute light. All wardens must strengthen the defenses of their respective provinces. At the same time, I ask all external elders to temporarily set aside their current tasks, remain on standby, and be ready to provide support to the provinces at any moment. Understood, Elder Lan. The external elders, upon hearing this, fully grasped the gravity of the situation. They all nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to fully cooperate with Elder Lan Shi's decisions and arrangements. Li Luo listened silently, without revealing that he had already advanced to the level of a martial god. Upon learning that the strongest among the three sequence elders, the second sequence elder Xiang Yuan, had already rushed to support Liahai province, he felt slightly relieved. Since Xiang Yuan was personally taking action, the chaos in Liahai province would surely be quelled quickly, and it seemed unlikely that he would need to return to the Great Xia Kingdom to assist. The brief meeting soon came to an end. As the third sequence elder Lan Shi was the first to leave, the holographic projections of the remaining elders also gradually disappeared. Chen, Lei and the other two guardians of Jiangning province exchanged a few simple words with Li Luo before departing as well, not even bothering to ask where Li Luo was currently located. Just as Li Luo was about to refocus his mind and leave, a strange and somewhat arrogant voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Li Luo, stay for a moment. Li Luo frowned and turned his head unhappily, wanting to see which ignorant person dared to address him so directly. He saw an auxiliary elder elder, Linny, dressed in a dark gold robe with a stern face, looking at him with a disdainful gaze. Li Luo had some understanding of Linny. In the past, in the Great Xia Kingdom, Linny was a dazzling genius, reaching the peak of the martial saint realm before the age of 50, unmatched in his brilliance. Everyone believed that his breakthrough to the martial god realm was only a matter of time, and he was certain to secure the position of the third sequence elder of the Great Xia. However, fate seemed to play a joke on him. After reaching the peak of the martial saint realm, as the years passed, his cultivation seemed to be shackled by an invisible chain. No matter how many rare resources were poured into him, he was unable to make the slightest breakthrough. Meanwhile, the current third sequence elder, Lan Shi, emerged like a new star, shining brilliantly and completely overshadowing Lin Yi's former glory. As for Lin Yi himself, he remained awkwardly stuck at the peak of the martial saint realm. Elder Lin, what guidance do you have for me? Li Luo's tone was calm, though he had already guessed the reason why Lin Yi had stopped him. It's not about guidance. I'm just curious how you managed to break through from a mere martial master in District 1 to a martial saint, and even reach the mid-stage in such a short time. Don't try to brush me off with that nonsense about special energy crystals. You'd better confess honestly. Lin Yi's words were blunt, filled with provocation and disdain. The long-standing shackles of being stuck at the peak of the martial saint realm had given him an almost obsessive desire to break through to the martial god realm. He was consumed with jealousy over Li Luo's shortcut to advancement and was desperate to uncover the secrets behind it. If Li Luo hadn't suddenly left Jiang Province and disappeared without a trace, Lin Yi would have already visited him personally. No matter how fast Li Luo's breakthroughs were, he was currently only at the mid-stage of the martial saint realm. As long as Lin Yi used ruthless methods, he was confident he could force out the secrets behind Li Luo's breakthroughs. Who do you think you are? When I return, I'll make sure to settle the score with you. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he looked indifferently at the arrogant Lin Yi. A useless man, who had been stuck at the peak of the martial saint realm for years without any progress, dared to be so disrespectful to someone like him, who had already broken through to the martial god realm. After speaking, Li Luo's holographic projection slowly dissipated under the complex gazes of the crowd, leaving only Lin Yi, who was burning with anger after realizing what had happened, standing there alone. Li Luo is too arrogant, isn't he? Said a few elders who had not yet left the conference room, shocked by the scene. Although Lin Yi's actions were somewhat inappropriate, questioning Li Luo's secrets in front of everyone, no one expected Li Luo to be even more brazen, a blatant provocation. Good. Lin Yi, his face ashen, slowly spat out 3 words, as if squeezing them out through clenched teeth. Then, the holographic projection also dissipated in the conference hall. Alas, it seems Li Luo has completely offended Lin Yi this time. The young man is too impetuous, let him learn a lesson. The elders shook their heads and sighed one after another before leaving the conference hall. In their eyes, although Li Luo's breakthrough was swift, the gap between him and Lin Yi, a seasoned peak martial saint, was still evident. His momentary verbal triumph was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. They believed that once Li Luo returned to the Great Xia Kingdom, he would inevitably face Lin Yi's relentless retaliation. What happens next depends on which side the 3 sequence elders favor. In a luxurious villa in the Great Xia Kingdom, Lin Yi withdrew his thoughts, his entire being shrouded in an indescribable oppressive aura. Brat, I'll be waiting for you. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, his deep voice filled with malice. Once hailed as the brightest genius of the Great Xia Kingdom, he had now reached the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, yet he was being so blatantly underestimated by a mere upstart who had just stepped into the mid-stage of the martial saint level. Recalling the scene in the conference hall earlier, Lin Yi's chest burned as if set ablaze. Brat, do you think a bit of good fortune makes you invincible? I'll make you understand the price of crossing me. Lin Yi sneered coldly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Though he had been stuck at the peak of the martial saint realm for years, his extensive cultivation, experience and deep family background still allowed him to handle a young mid-stage martial saint with ease. Even though Li Luo held the title of warden, as long as Lin Yi didn't go too far, he was fully capable of using some underhanded methods to force out Li Luo's secrets. The unpleasant conversation with Elder Lin Yi came to an end, and Li Luo's mind returned to the ice fortress. Recalling the scene in the conference hall just now, a playful and cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, Lin Yi, is it? I've remembered you. He hadn't expected someone to come courting death so quickly, so he wouldn't hold back. It was time to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Now, he was no longer the mid-stage martial saint ant that anyone could trample on, but the most powerful martial god-level warrior on Blue Star. Soon, Li Luo's mood gradually calmed, and he didn't take Lin Yi, this clown, to heart at all. With his current strength, dealing with a peak martial saint was as easy as crushing an ant. Afterward, Li Luo began his daily sign-in in his mind, silently saying, "System, sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a sign-in critical hit, item quantity increased. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the quality of weapons, battle armor, and defensive treasures. SSS level Starfall Blade, Divine level Starfall Blade. SSS level Cold Nether Silver Armor Divine level Cold Nether Silver Armor. SSS level Ice Crystal Spirit Chain Divine level Ice Crystal Spirit Chain. Another critical hit? As the system's voice fell, Li Luo's eyes lit up instantly. He hadn't expected his luck to be so incredible, triggering a critical hit on the sign-in once again. This time, the reward directly upgraded all the SSS level equipment on him to divine level. Now this is what you call a real upgrade. Ha ha. A delighted smile appeared on Li Luo's face. After the quality of the Cold Nether Silver Armor and the Ice Crystal Spirit Chain was enhanced, Li Luo could clearly feel a significant boost in the armor's defensive power and auto-repair capabilities. What was even more surprising was that the armor gained a new feature, similar to the Spirit Swift Ring, allowing it to transform into a simple item, like a watch based on his imagination. With just a thought, it could attach to his body and provide protection, making it extremely convenient. I don't really need this. After all, I have infinite storage space. Looking at the upgraded information of the Cold Nether Silver Armor on the system panel, Li Luo shook his head with a smile. For other warriors, this feature greatly enhanced personal safety, but for him, it seemed redundant. This was because he could already summon the armor from his infinite storage space and attach it to his body in an instant, faster than the armor's transformation. However, this also reminded Li Luo that the divine level armors of other martial gods were very likely to have this feature as well. If he were to face them in battle, he must not underestimate them. After the quality of the Ice Crystal Spirit Chain was improved, the protective energy contained within became even more terrifying, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a peak martial sovereign warrior. Able to withstand a full-force attack from a peak martial sovereign warrior? Li Luo exclaimed in surprise. On Blue Star, there aren't even beginner-level martial sovereign warriors, so doesn't this mean he can act even more recklessly? With a thought, the Starfall Blade, which had also been upgraded to divine quality, appeared in his hand, radiating a sharp, icy glow. What a divine weapon! Li Luo gently caressed the Starfall Blade, which had been completely renewed and free of any cracks after its quality upgrade, his eyes full of satisfaction. The feel was much better compared to its previous SSS grade state. With these three pieces of god-tier equipment that had undergone quality upgrades, the number of his trump cards could almost rival those of some veteran martial gods with weaker foundations. Of course, this was merely Li Luo's own speculation. He lightly swung the Starfall Blade, a flash of cold light streaking by, and then it was swiftly returned to the infinite storage space. Subsequently, Li Luo calmed his mind and continued cultivating the mystic ice divine art within the ice fortress. However, just as he was immersed in his cultivation, the Lingshuan ring on his wrist suddenly vibrated, interrupting his focus. Who is it this time? So annoying. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed tightly, looking extremely displeased. Being repeatedly interrupted during cultivation naturally put him in a bad mood. He looked at the Lingshuan ring, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the person contacting him this time to be Elder Lan Shi of the third sequence, who had just presided over the emergency meeting. Elder Lan? Could it be that something has happened again in the Great Sea Kingdom? Doubt arose in Li Luo's heart. Otherwise, why would they suddenly contact him? Who was far away in Beihan continent for training? After all, the fact that he had gone to Beihan continent to train was currently known only to the three sequence elders. Li Luo quickly connected the communication, and Elder Lan Shi's small holographic projection appeared on the Lingshuan ring, her expression anxious. Before Li Luo could speak, Lan Shi urgently said, "Elderly, the situation is critical. The Great Xia Kingdom needs you to return as soon as possible." Then, he explained the specific reason. Beast activity around the country has been unusually frequent, seemingly indicating signs of an all-out war. Elder Xiang Yuan was just about to set out to provide support but was held back by the Beast King in Xiantang Province, unable to assist Liaohai. Other provinces have also experienced varying degrees of beast invasions and are urgently calling for help. Their goal is very likely to tie down all the elders, preventing them from supporting Liaohai. The situation here is the same. The current situation in the Great Xia Kingdom is extremely tense, otherwise, Lan Shi would not have chosen to recall Li Luo, who was cultivating far away in Beihan continent. Due to the shortage of high-level combat power, even auxiliary elders have been urgently dispatched to various provinces to fend off the ferocious beasts. If this continues, Liuhai province is highly likely to be completely overrun by the ferocious beasts. By then, the strength of the Great Xia Kingdom will suffer a severe blow, and in the face of the ongoing invasions by the ferocious beasts, the situation will become increasingly passive. Li Luo was surprised after hearing this, not expecting that his guess was correct. It seems that this time the ferocious beasts' raid on Liaohai province was no coincidence. It is highly likely that Lin Xiaotian, the guardian, had already defected to the ferocious beasts. I understand, Elder Lan. I will set off and return immediately. Fortunately, I have been cultivating in Beihan continent these past few days and have made some progress in my cultivation. Li Luo's expression was serious. He had originally planned to let Lin enjoy another 6 months of peace, but with the sudden upheaval in the Great Xia Kingdom Kingdom, he could only return early to give everyone a little surprise. Alright, Lan Shi hurriedly ended the communication after hearing Li Luo's response. He did not take Li Luo's mention of cultivation progress to heart. Even though Li Luo had fused with the cosmic race's inheritance crystal, which could accelerate cultivation in the extremely cold environment of Beihan continent, he did not believe that Li Luo could achieve significant progress in cultivation within just half a month. At most, it was just another step closer to the late stage of martial saint. It's time to leave the northern cold continent. Li Luo slowly walked out of the ice fortress, gazing at the snowy landscape of the icy plains, and said calmly. The refrozen ice fissures had been completely covered by the continuously falling snow. It is completely impossible to tell that a vast ancient ruin is hidden below. Even if other warriors accidentally discover it, they won't gain anything, as all the treasures inside have long been swept away by him. It would only leave people with empty joy. Now, he has already broken through to the realm of the martial god. After returning to the Great Sea Kingdom, he would be able to assume the position of the fourth sequence elder, gaining a lofty status and wielding power close to its peak. As for why it is described as close, it is because to fully grasp power, he would still need to wait until he breaks through to the martial sovereign level. He no longer needed to worry that his astonishing breakthrough speed would cause trouble. Then, Li Luo lightly leaped, soaring into the snowstorm-filled sky, overlooking the icy plains below like a sovereign. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured softly, "It's time to go." The greatest gain from this trip to the northern cold continent was discovering the ancient ruins hidden beneath the glacier for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, in this short half-month, he would at most have been able to break through to the peak of martial saint. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of a martial god-level warrior erupted from his body. Using the precise positioning provided by the spirit's swift ring on his wrist, he swiftly flew toward the distance. Before long, he successfully found the snowy field where the cold star was buried. Found it. It's right here. Li Luo stared at the position of the warplane displayed on the Lingshuan ring, which was right beneath his feet, and nodded. Disperse. Li Luo gently raised his arm and waved casually. A surge of powerful energy erupted from within him. The thick snow around, imbued with intense ice elements, quickly dispersed, revealing the king-class warplane cold star that he had deliberately hidden beneath the snow earlier. The fierce beasts had not discovered it. After the snow melted, Li Luo quickly entered the interior of the cold star. As expected of a king-class fighter, buried here for so long, yet completely undamaged despite the snow's pressure, Li Luo manually inspected the internal systems of the fighter and found no damage, feeling slightly surprised. The temperature in the northern cold continent was far lower than that of Earth before the crossing, but it had no effect on such high-tech creations as a king-class fighter. Welcome back, Master. The AI, Mengji, transformed into a cute little white fox hologram and appeared inside the fighter, looking at Li Luo with a cheerful expression. Wait? Li Luo nodded and was about to issue the command for Mengji to return to the Great Xia Kingdom when his heart suddenly tightened. After breaking through to martial god, his perception had become much sharper, and he sensed several powerful and oppressive auras emanating from the surroundings. This is ferocious beasts. Li Luo frowned slightly. Upon closer sensing, he discovered that there was actually one high-level beast. King-class ferocious beast, 3 high-level lord-class ferocious beasts, and countless surging beast hordes rapidly approaching his location. Moreover, the number of beasts in this horde was not small, roughly estimated to be in the tens of thousands. The northern cold continent is different from other continents on Blue Star that have ferocious beasts. The types of ferocious beasts here are already scarce, so gathering tens of thousands at once is quite astonishing. Moreover, these ferocious beasts have been tempered in the harsh environment of the northern cold continent for years, making their strength far superior to ordinary ferocious beasts, truly the elite among elites. So many ferocious beasts have actually come? A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Li Luo's lips. This was probably because the commotion he caused yesterday when breaking through to martial god was too great, coupled with the fact that he hadn't restrained his aura at all. Most of the ferocious beasts in the northern cold continent sensed his formidable martial god pressure. As a result, so many ferocious beasts were drawn here at once, including a high-level beast king. If it were on other continents, Li Luo might still fear it somewhat. But in this northern cold continent, as long as it's not a beast emperor, even a peak beast king wouldn't be a problem. These guys really know how to stir up trouble. A trace of cold light flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he touched his chin and murmured softly. Right now, with the sudden upheaval in the Lia Province of the Great Xia Kingdom, he was in a hurry to return and handle the situation, not wanting to get entangled with this beast tide. Although he already possessed 3 divine artifacts, this high-level lord-class ferocious beast surely had its own trump cards. Killing it in a short time wasn't very realistic. Li Luo's gaze was sharp as he decided to spare this group of fierce beasts for now, planning to deal with them one by one when he had the chance to return to Beihan continent in the future. Then, he said to Meng Ji, who was waiting for orders nearby, "Xiao Meng, leave Beihan continent and return to Xia Kingdom as quickly as possible." Understood, Master. Dreamweaver took Li Luo's command and took control of the cold star. The fight
fighter jet's engines roared, releasing immense energy as it sped through the blizzard toward the horizon. Just as Li Luo, aboard the Cold Star, left the core region of North Cold Continent, an ominous shadow quietly descended. Around the fighter jet, the previously thinning blizzard seemed to be affected by some special energy, suddenly intensifying. Accompanied by the roars of ferocious beasts, tens of thousands of beasts of various shapes swarmed in from all directions, from the land to the sky, completely surrounding the Cold Star and forming an impenetrable wall of a beast tide. Master, a large number of ferocious beasts have been detected nearby. Should the weapon system be activated for defense? Meng Ji's calm voice sounded in Li Luo's ear. No need, use all remaining energy for defense. Li Luo's expression was slightly solemn as he waved his hand. The weapon system of the Cold Star could at most severely injure a high-level Lord-class ferocious beast, but killing it would be extremely difficult. Not to mention taking down the high-level Beast King-class ferocious beast amidst the beast tide. To leave here smoothly, he would have to take action himself. Dreamweaver received Li Luo's command, and the exterior of the Cold Star instantly emanated a surge of intense energy, quickly condensing into an oval-shaped energy shield that tightly enveloped the entire fighter jet. Immediately after, roar! The surrounding beast horde continued to emit provocative growls, but not a single ferocious beast dared to charge at the fighter jet. Just then, a massive ferocious beast burst out from the horde, exuding the aura of a high-level beast king, and charged straight toward the front of the fighter jet. It is the king of the northern cold continent, the Ice-Winged Dragon King. Its body is covered in silver and blue scales, shimmering with a piercing cold light under the reflection of the snow. A pair of wide and resilient ice-blue wings spread out behind it, each flap stirring up a biting wind in fine ice crystals. Humans, do you really think this eggshell can stop me? The beastly eyes of the Ice-Winged Dragon King were as cold and sharp as icy stars, sweeping over the Hanqing, which had just activated its defense system, full of disdain. A mere energy shield, it only needs a full force strike to completely shatter it. The surrounding environment suddenly intensified as the blizzard surged like raging waves, snowflakes transforming into sharp blades slicing through the air. And the source of it all was the Ice-Winged Dragon King hovering in front of the fighter jet. Its body was surrounded by dense cold air, causing the temperature around to plummet to freezing point. Killed my two subordinates and still want to leave so easily? Not that simple. The furious roar of the Ice-Winged Dragon King pierced through the wind, snow, and battle cries, reaching Li Luo's ears. Its eyes were filled not only with disdain but also with shock. It never expected that the powerful subordinates, the Snowfield Ghost Wolf and the Frost Snow Dragon, would be defeated by this human before it. They didn't even have the chance to seek help from it or the other three high lord-level beasts before they perished. It had been dormant in the northern cold continent for many years, only managing to cultivate 5 high lord-level beast subordinates, yet in just half a month, 2 of them were lost. Thinking of this, the Ice-Winged Dragon King's heart felt as if it were being torn apart. It furiously flapped its ice-blue wings, each swing stirring up an even fiercer blizzard, roaring as it charged toward the fighter jet surrounded by the beast tide. Unexpectedly, humans took advantage of its seclusion while it was striving to reach the Beast King pinnacle, sneaking into the core area of the northern cold continent and directly killing 2 of its subordinates. And they even arrogantly broke through their realm here. If it hadn't been for the sudden surge of a human martial god-level warrior's aura in the northern cold continent during its seclusion yesterday, I'm afraid this human will be able to escape unscathed today. The Icy-Winged Dragon King's beastly eyes, like sea stars, flickered with a cold light, calculating how to make this human pay the price. The northern cold continent is not a place you can come and go as you please. If it could swallow this newly ascended martial god human and turn them into nutrients, it would have greater confidence in reaching the pinnacle of Beast King. Humans, today you can forget about leaving. The Ice-Winged Dragon King stared at the fighter jet before it, its eyes filled with greed and bloodlust. It had long adapted to the harsh environment of the northern cold continent. Fighting here was as natural as swimming for it. But for humans, it was an immense challenge. What's more, this human had just recently broken through to the martial god realm, and compared to other martial gods, was simply an easy target to deal with. It was fully confident that it could devour this newly ascended human martial god to help itself break through to the peak of Beast King. Roar! The Ice-Winged Dragon King let out a deafening roar, opened its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs, and spread its icy blue wings, preparing to destroy the fighter jet in one fell swoop. Inside the Cold Star, Li Luo looked at the massive Ice-Winged Dragon King without a trace of fear in his eyes. In that case, we'll have to fight our way out. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. With that, he darted out of the fighter's cabin door like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight for the Ice-Winged Dragon King. So, a thought arose, and a long blade shimmering with a cold light appeared in his hand. A brilliant silver glow instantly enveloped Li Luo's entire body. It was none other than the Starfall blade, whose quality had been elevated to the divine level, along with the divine level Frost Spirit Orb embedded in it, and the cold nether silver armor with greatly enhanced defense. At the same time, a chilling aura with suppressive power immediately spread rapidly from the center around Li Luo. The ferocious beasts in the beast tide, constantly roaring, regardless of their
level, would feel this irresistible suppressive force as they approach Li Luo. This chilling aura. The pupils of the Icewing Dragon King contracted slightly, sensing the unique chill emanating from Li Luo. A trace of shock involuntarily surged in its heart. This chill carried an intense suppressive force, affecting not only the surrounding beast tide but even itself. Its strength was reduced by about 1/5. Oomph, interesting. The Icewing Dragon King snorted coldly, a hint of amusement flashing in its eyes. It hadn't expected this human before it to possess such a treasure, capable of exerting such powerful suppression on the surrounding creatures. Immediately, it focused all its attention on Li Luo, who had flown out of the fighter jet and was charging toward it. Once I kill you, this treasure will be mine. Greed burned even more intensely in its gaze. No wonder the Snowfield Phantom Wolf and Frost Snow Dragon were defeated by this human. It was all due to the support of this treasure. Even with its strength reduced by about 1/5, it was still confident it could deal with this human who had just broken through to the early stage of martial god. Everyone, fall back. Leave this human to me. The Icewing Dragon King issued a command to the nearby beast horde through a special communication method. This was to prevent the aftermath of the battle from accidentally injuring them. Although the human before it had just broken through to the martial god level, he was by no means someone they could easily deal with. Rushing in recklessly would likely result in needless deaths. If even the remaining 3 high-level Lord-class subordinates were slain, the ruler of the Northern Frost Continent would be left to fight alone. Upon receiving the order, the beast horde retreated swiftly like a receding tide. Prepare to die, human. Roar. The roar of the Icewing Dragon King echoed through the storm as a pair of ice-blue wings suddenly unfolded. The surrounding cold air condensed into sharp ice blades that encircled it, resembling a miniature hailstorm, carrying a chilling momentum as it charged toward Li Luo. It intended to test the strength of this human martial god. Although it was suppressed by the pervasive cold air around it, the human martial god was equally constrained. After all, in the harsh environment of the Northern Frost Continent, human warriors could hardly perform at their normal level. Are you trying to scare me? Li Luo's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Facing the charging Icewing Dragon King, he seized the opportunity to unleash the power of his breakthrough to martial god. Let me see what you're capable of, Li Luo shouted, erupting with the might of a martial god. Intense ice elements swirled around him, transforming into sharp ice blades. His figure instantly turned into a silver lightning bolt, actively charging toward the Icewing Dragon King. The two clashed fiercely in mid-air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed thunderously, and each strike caused the surrounding glaciers to tremble slightly. After a few exchanges, the Icewinged Dragon King quickly sensed that something was wrong. This newly ascended martial god was far stronger than it had anticipated, nothing like a novice who had just broken through. The surrounding environment seemed to have no effect on limiting his performance. Instead, its own strength was being weakened by the strange cold aura. Most alarming of all was that razor-sharp longsword. Its proud dragon scales had been sliced with several fine cracks. Damn it! How is this possible? The Icewing Dragon King looked at Li Luo with a hint of apprehension in its eyes. This human strength was extraordinarily strange. It couldn't easily take down a human martial artist who had just broken through to the early stage of martial god within its own territory. If this matter were to spread, where would the dignity of the ruler of the Northern Cold Continent remain? Human. I admit you have some skills, but this is as far as you go. The Icewing Dragon King growled lowly, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty chill. It had to unleash its true power. As soon as the words fell, the two ice wings on the Icewing Dragon King's back suddenly radiated a dazzling blue light, like the brightest stars in the night sky. An unprecedentedly terrifying aura surged out from its body. In an instant, the surrounding space froze, emitting cracking sounds. Prepare to die, human. Alright, master. With a furious roar, the icy wings behind the Icewing Dragon King transformed into an endless source of storms. Countless ice blades formed from condensed ice elements, intertwined and spun in the air, creating a massive, rapidly rotating ice blade tornado that surged toward Li Luo with the power to tear everything apart. Facing this sudden and terrifying assault, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Oh, an ice blade tornado? What a coincidence. I can do that too. As soon as the words fell, Li Luo's entire body surged with ice elements, and the surrounding chill frantically converged around him. In an instant, a similarly magnificent and imposing ice blade tornado formed around him, directly opposing the Icewing Dragon King's attack. Under Li Luo's control, the two ice blade tornadoes swiftly collided. The two ice blade tornadoes clashed violently in mid-air, erupting with deafening roars. In an instant, a grand feast of ice against ice unfolded. The air was filled with a bone-chilling cold and the violent energy fluctuations caused by the clash of two forces. The surrounding beast horde trembled uncontrollably, letting out low growls of fear. This energy was simply too terrifying. He actually knows this move too? The Icewing Dragon King gazed at the scene before him, his expression grave, his heart filled with shock. He never would have imagined that this human not only possessed formidable strength but could also wield ice-based martial techniques, his specialty, with such mastery and power that was in no way inferior. This time, he had truly encountered a tough opponent.
It seems I really underestimated you.
The Ice-Wing Dragon King exhaled 2 streams of icy dragon breath from its nostrils. It realized that defeating this newly ascended martial god would be no easy task and that it must go all out to confront him. Subsequently, the battle between the two sides escalated once again, plunging into an even fiercer struggle. The battlefield was shrouded in the terrifying aftermath of the fight. The distant iceberg swayed precariously under the powerful impact, with shards of ice flying in all directions. The energy ripples from each clash sent shivers down the spines of the beast horde watching from afar.
This human is actually so powerful? Even the king cannot defeat him?
Fortunately, they had retreated from the battlefield in advance, or it wouldn't just be the glacier that was destroyed, but themselves as well.
As time went by, what a hassle.
Li Luo was unwilling to continue the stalemate and decided to end it quickly. Inner strength surged within him, and a piercing coldness flickered in his eyes.
Ice slash.
Accompanied by a furious roar, he suddenly raised the Starfall blade in his hand. A massive amount of ice elements quickly gathered, condensing into a terrifying energy that adhered to the blade, greatly enhancing its power. 3 incomparably sharp blade beams, carrying a world-destroying momentum, charged straight toward the Ice-Wing Dragon King.
What a terrifying blade light. I'll block it.
The Ice-Wing Dragon King, upon seeing this, immediately gathered all the ice elemental power in its body to form an indestructible ice shield, attempting to block the 3 sharp blade lights. However, the moment the 3 cold lights collided with the ice shield, a deafening roar erupted. The ice shield beside the Ice-Wing Dragon King was forcibly torn apart, the shockwaves scattering in all directions, causing the surrounding glaciers to collapse one after another. The entire battlefield changed color.
This time, I'll spare your life.
Li Luo stood in midair, surrounded by lingering ice shards and ripples of energy. His gaze was fixed on the aftermath of the distant explosion, a faint trace of coldness curling at the corner of his lips. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he silently retreated from the center of the battlefield while the aftermath had yet to dissipate. A trail of gradually dissipating cold air was left behind. Li Luo's figure flickered swiftly as he returned to the interior of the warplane. Xiao Meng, full speed ahead, let's get out of here.
Li Luo issued the order to Meng Ji.
Killing this Ice-Wing Dragon King, the ruler of the northern cold continent who has cultivated for many years, is indeed not easy, but it's only slightly troublesome. The situation in the Great Xia Kingdom cannot afford delays, so this Ice-Wing Dragon King will have to be spared for now. Meng Ji's voice was gentle yet calm, followed by the faint sound of mechanical operations inside the warplane. The engine roared, and the warplane instantly accelerated, slicing through the sky and leaving behind a dazzling blue trail as it swiftly departed the center of the battlefield, speeding off into the distance.
Not good, that human has escaped. Quick, chase him, don't let him get away. The surrounding beast tide, upon seeing this, thought the Ice-Wing Dragon King had defeated Li Luo and was about to flee. Roars echoed one after another, and the beasts grew restless, eager to rush forward and intercept this human. Stop.
However, the deep voice of the Ice-Wing Dragon King suddenly rang out, halting the beast tide from continuing to pursue the fighter jets. The numerous ferocious beasts exchanged glances and ultimately chose to obey. Afterward, the Ice-Wing Dragon King staggered forward in a disheveled state, coming to a stop before the 3 high lord-level ferocious beasts. Its once hard and shiny dragon scales were now covered in cracks, with fresh blood seeping continuously from the fissures. A trace of complex emotion flashed through its slightly weary eyes.
It had actually failed. King, why not go after them? Are you alright? One of the overlord-level fierce beasts of the northern cold continent, the Icefield Fury Lion, cautiously asked.
Based on the severe injuries of the Ice-Wing Dragon King, the situation seemed different from what they had imagined.
But the Ice-Wing Dragon King did not speak, remaining silent, its gaze fixed on the gradually shrinking point of light. An unprecedented sense of frustration surged in its heart.
In this confrontation, it did not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, it felt an unprecedented threat from Li Luo.
Roar! What a powerful human!
The Snowfield Ghost Wolves didn't die in vain. The Ice-Wing Dragon King silently muttered to itself. About 1/5 of its strength within its body slowly recovered as the battle opportunity drifted further away. But the shock lingered, unable to subside for a long time. A trace of speculation instantly arose in its heart. Failing to kill this newly ascended human martial god this time, he is highly likely to become the greatest threat to the ferocious beast clan in the future. However, relying solely on itself to kill this newly ascended martial god would be extremely difficult, especially in its own territory. The Ice-Wing Dragon King even faintly felt in its heart that if the battle continued, it might very well be slain. If not for this strange intuition, it wouldn't have let Li Luo off so easily. The Ice-Wing Dragon King pondered to itself, this human strength seems excessively powerful.
Are human warriors nowadays all this strong?
A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes. It had resided in the northern frost continent for many years, rarely venturing out to hunt, and had few opportunities to interact with human warriors. Even when it occasionally encountered 1 or 2 humans entering the northern frost continent, continent, it usually left them to be dealt with by its subordinates, never needing to take action personally. It spends most of its time in the core region of the northern cold continent, absorbing ice elements and accumulating power to reach the peak of Beast King.
Could it be that human warriors have progressed so rapidly nowadays?
During the earlier battle, its strength was suppressed by that strange cold aura around it by a full fifth, making the fight extremely frustrating. Even if the strength has just barely broken through to the early stage of martial god, it won't have much impact on the upcoming plan. The Icewing Dragon King's beastly eyes, as cold as icy stars, flickered with a chilling light as it thought to itself.
That human warrior, no matter how strong, could only contend with a peak Beast King and remain undefeated. But what if they were to face a Beast Emperor?
Go! According to the Icewing Dragon King, the three Beast Kings on Blue Star had already reached their peak and were currently at a critical stage of advancing to the Beast Emperor level. It is believed that before long, they will successfully break through to the Beast Emperor realm, and at that time, it will mark the beginning of a nightmare for humanity. Don't mention a highly potential early-stage martial god, even several peak human martial gods would be powerless to stop it.
Humans, cherish your final moments. The Icewing Dragon King's icy gaze looked in the direction where Li Luo's fighter jet disappeared, its voice deep and heavy.
When those three peak Beast Kings break through to Beast Emperor, it will mark the beginning of their decisive battle with humanity.
But before that, it can only endure for a while. It instructed the remaining three High Lord level subordinates beside it, retreat. Next time you encounter this human, make sure to stay far away.
Even it found it difficult to resist this human, let alone the other fierce beasts in the northern cold continent.
If encountered again, it can only try to avoid them and not provoke them easily.
After speaking, the Icewing Dragon King flapped its wings, carrying a trace of anger and unwillingness, and led the massive beast tide to slowly retreat to the core of the northern cold continent. The three slashes from Li Luo earlier had inflicted significant injuries on it, and it needed to recover as soon as possible.
Damn human. What? The Icewing Dragon King thought of Li Luo's figure, and a surge of fury instantly rose in its mind.
If it weren't for him, it wouldn't be seriously injured right now. It would be easily consolidating its realm and striving for the Beast King peak, rather than hiding here to recover, having lost two subordinates in the process.
I'll remember this grudge.
The Icewing Dragon King exhaled two streams of icy dragon breath through its nostrils, imprinting Li Luo's image deeply in its mind, vowing to take revenge once it breaks through to the Beast King peak. Afterward, the Icewing Dragon King bit down on one precious healing herb after another with its massive dragon head, slowly recovering from its injuries. The remaining ferocious beasts also huddled together, avoiding being silently slain like the snowy wolf and frost snow dragon, dying without understanding why.
Inside the cold star, Li Luo put away the starfall blade in his hand and leisurely leaned against the main pilot seat.
Through the porthole, he gazed at the gradually receding northern cold continent ice field, feeling no pursuit from any ferocious beasts behind him.
A faint, indifferent, and stern smile appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth. At least you know your place.
Otherwise, he would have had to spend more time completely dealing with that group of fierce beasts.
Afterward, the frost vein quickly activated, rapidly absorbing the dense ice elemental energy of the northern cold continent to replenish the strength consumed during the earlier battle. At this moment, the lovely voice of the AI Dreamweaver echoed inside the cabin. Master, we are about to leave the northern cold continent. Should we return via the original route?
Li Luo turned his gaze toward the screen inside the fighter jet ahead. Several routes from the northern cold continent back to Lia Province in Sea country flickered before Li Luo, allowing him to choose freely.
Each route detailed the required time and the potential territories of fierce beasts that might be flown over.
Choose the shortest route and make sure to avoid the territories of Beast King level creatures, Li Luo said after a quick glance. Now that his strength had broken through to the martial god realm, he no longer needed to deliberately avoid the territories of high-level lord-class beasts as he did on the way here. He only needed to steer clear of direct confrontations with Beast Kings to avoid wasting time.
As you command, Master.
The route has been automatically confirmed based on your instructions. Meng Ji's voice carried a hint of respect. The warplane then adjusted its course and accelerated according to the new plan. As the distance from the northern cold continent grew, the scenery before him gradually transitioned from vast snowy plains to lush green islands and expansive oceans, while the surrounding temperature quietly rose. The strength boost Li Luo had gained in the extreme cold environment weakened as he moved farther from the northern cold continent, eventually almost disappearing. Fortunately, the frost spirit pearl embedded in the cold nether silver armor continued to function, and compared to before reaching the northern cold continent, his cultivation speed had still improved.
A faint chill permeated the interior of the warplane.
This frost spirit pearl is truly a treasure, Li Luo thought to himself, sensing the dense ice element emanating from within the armor.
Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also weaken the abilities of nearby enemies.
The newly chosen route was faster than the one taken earlier and avoided the fallen grassland nation, but it would still take about a day to return to the great Xia kingdom. Li Luo then closed his eyes and focused, continuing his disciplined cultivation of the mystic ice divine technique technique within the warplane, surrounded by a faint chill. To prevent any unruly beasts from intercepting the warplane, he unleashed the pressure of a martial god warrior, instilling fear in any beast daring to approach. As the warplane flew over the ocean beyond the northern cold continent.
Is this a human martial god? Several high-level lord-class beasts felt the pressure of a human martial god-level warrior, their eyes flashing with a mix of dread and fear. Yet, not a single beast dared to launch an attack on the rapidly flying warplane. Li Luo, who was cultivating, also sensed their presence but had no time to pay attention. As long as they're not coming for me, that's fine. Once the warplane left their territory, these high-level lord-class beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief. We must quickly report this information to the king.
They swiftly dove into the depths of the ocean, delivering the news of an unknown human martial god departing from the direction of the northern cold continent to the beast king ruling the surrounding seas.
Oh, a human martial god?
The beast king of the nearby seas, upon hearing that Li Luo had merely flown past its territory, did not pay
much attention. It only instructed its subordinates to remain vigilant and to report immediately if any anomalies were discovered again. Time quickly moved to the next day, just as the sun was rising.
The cold star had steadily crossed the icy seas on the outskirts of the northern cold continent and entered the eastern region of the Sand Bear Nation. During this time, no beasts intercepted them. This martial god pressure is really useful. Inside the warplane, Li Luo, surrounded by cold air, slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
If it weren't
for continuously releasing the martial god pressure along the way, he would have long been entangled by the beasts actively seeking death, and things wouldn't have gone so smoothly.
Xiaomeng, how much longer until we reach Liaohai Province? Li Luo temporarily ended his cultivation and asked.
They had now entered the eastern part of the Sand Bear Nation, and it was estimated that soon they would bypass the northern border area of the Great Xia Nation, which had long fallen, and enter Liaohai Province from the rear, giving the beasts rampaging in the city an unexpected surprise. According to what he knew, the few beast kings in the northern border were currently trapped near the imperial capital province, blocking the first
sequence elder Jiang from heading to Liaohai Province for support.
They had no idea someone would suddenly strike into Liaohai Province from the rear. Meng Ji heard Li Luo's question and answered gently, "Master, it will take approximately 5 more hours to reach Liaohai Province."
Got it. Li Luo nodded.
5 hours wasn't too long. He estimated that by noon, he could descend upon Liaohai Province like a divine soldier, suddenly appearing from the rear to completely shatter the beast's plot to overrun this land. If Liaohai Province were to be completely occupied by the beasts, it would deal a massive blow to the people and warriors of the other provinces in
the Great Xia Kingdom.
Li Luo felt a heavy weight in his heart, but he quickly set aside his distractions and silently recited, "System, sign in." It was time for the daily sign-in again. He thought to himself, wondering if the system had remembered the divine-level martial skill he mentioned last time.
Sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for upgrading the quality of the frost vein. As the system notification sounded, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged around Li Luo. The frost bloodline within his body began to rapidly transform. He closed his eyes and focused, carefully sensing the power coursing freely through his meridians.
The process of enhancing the bloodline quality quickly came to an end.
Is this what it feels like when the frost divine bloodline's quality improves? Li Luo opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, his gaze filled with surprise and awe. At this moment, he could clearly sense that after the enhancement of the frost bloodline, his mastery over the laws of frost had risen to an entirely new level.
His control over ice elements became more
stable, his cultivation speed significantly increased, and the surrounding ice elements rapidly converged into his body. And this was merely the passive absorption effect of the frost divine bloodline.
My strength has become unprecedentedly powerful.
Li Luo clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging energy within him, his eyes brimming with excitement. If he were to change course and return to the North Cold Continent now, he was fully confident that he could defeat the Ice-Winged Dragon
King in just a few moves.
Not to mention the additional boost to his power from the extreme cold environment of the North Cold Continent.
Let me give you a few more days.
A glimmer of light flashed in Li Luo's eyes, and a confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He was now eager to return to the Great Xia Kingdom to resolve the crisis in Liaohai Province, so he could only set aside the Ice-Winged Dragon King for the time being.
Even though
it had reached the Beast Emperor level, with the power enhancement from the extreme cold environment of the North Cold Continent, Li Luo was still confident he could slay it. Then, with a thought, he opened the system panel.
Punching power, 12,800,000 kilograms. Force multiplier, 35.8x.
Martial skills, basic fist technique, mastery, basic blade technique, mastery, divine level frost codex, mastery, SSS level heaven shattering frost, / mastery, S level phantom instant step, mastery, C level void shattering fist, mastery, sovereign level frost convergence, not comprehended. Bloodline, frost divine vein, royal lineage. Items, divine sky piercing pearl, damaged, divine frosty silver armor, divine starfall blade, divine ice crystal spear Spirit Chain, Divine Frost Spirit Pearl. The punching power directly broke through 10 million kilograms, and the most astonishing part was the body's strength increasing by 15.5. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with joy as his gaze fell on the bloodline section of the system panel. Frost Divine Vein had actually transformed into Royal Bloodline. This is Royal Bloodline? Li Luo pondered for a moment before finally coming to a realization. In the universe, the race naturally possessing the Frost Divine Vein has a hierarchy in their bloodline. The Royal Bloodline is the top-tier bloodline owned by the strongest members of the race, undoubtedly far superior to ordinary clansmen. If I encounter this race in the universe in the future, with my king-level Frost Divine Vein, could I directly command them to serve me? Li Luo's mind conjured up a bold guess, and he was instantly intrigued. Perhaps the next sign-in could bring an even higher quality enhancement to his bloodline, making the Frost Divine Vein fused within him purer than even the clan leaders. But soon, he felt that his thoughts were a bit far-fetched. Right now, the ferocious beasts on Blue Star hadn't even been eradicated, let alone the vast universe. Li Luo shook his head and withdrew his thoughts, silently reminding himself, I should first contact Elder Lanshi to understand the latest situation in the Great Xia Kingdom. Subsequently, he lightly touched the Lingshuan ring on his wrist, and a faint glow flashed by, quickly establishing a communication link with Elder Lanshi of the third sequence. Moments later, miniature holographic projections of each other simultaneously appeared in the Lingshuan rings on their wrists. Elder Lan, I am already in the eastern region of the Sand Bear Nation, returning to the Great Xia Nation at full speed. I want to understand the current situation in the Great Xia Nation. Li Luo connected and got straight to the point without any delay. Alright. Upon learning that Li Luo was about to return, Lanshi's face showed a hint of fatigue but also a trace of joy. However, this joy was quickly replaced by solemnity as he said in a deep voice, Elderly, the current situation in the Xia Kingdom is far from optimistic. The ferocious beasts' offensive is far more intense than anticipated. Although the elders from various external divisions have rushed to aid the provinces, our forces remain scattered, making it difficult to mount an effective counterattack. Lanshi paused slightly as he spoke, a flash of anger crossing his otherwise youthful face, especially in Liaohai Province. According to the latest intelligence from the local branches of the Elders Council still resisting, the defense line there is on the verge of collapse due to the betrayal of the traitor Lin Xiaotian. Beast god cultists and ferocious beasts have already flooded into the cities, wreaking havoc. The branch president leading the remaining army and warriors to resist the ferocious beasts gradually lost contact 3 hours ago. All the elders have been intercepted outside Liaohai Province and are unable to provide assistance. If this continues, I'm afraid Liaohai Province. Elder Lanshi frowned deeply, filled with worry. If the reinforcements continue to be unable to break through and support Liaohai Province, the remaining resistance forces within the province might not hold out for long. The more branch presidents lost contact, the more critical the situation in Liaohai Province became. After hearing this, Li Luo's lips curled into a faint, calm smile, his tone full of confidence. Elder Lan, rest assured, leave this matter to me. After the Frost God's vein was upgraded in quality, his strength increased significantly. Coupled with 3 divine-level pieces of equipment that balance offense, defense, and survival, he could even face the Beast Emperor head-on. The beast tide rampaging through Liaohai Province is no longer a problem for Li Luo now. Lanshi widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing this, her face full of astonishment. Elderly, are you planning to go to Liaohai Province alone? At your command, master. She immediately tried to dissuade him, unwilling to see this infinitely promising prodigy fall in Liaohai Province due to a moment of impulsiveness. Although there are no Beast King-level ferocious beasts stationed in Liaohai Province, there are 3 high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts, not to mention the traitor Lin Xiaotian, who is at the late stage of Martial Saint, and the beast god called Pope at the peak of Martial Saint. If you go alone, wouldn't that be like sending a lamb into a tiger's den? Even though Li Luo had been cultivating in Beihan continent for about half a month, his strength had improved somewhat, at most reaching the invincible level of mid-stage Martial Saint, or breaking through to late-stage Martial Saint. However, resolving the crisis in Liaohai Province would require the simultaneous support of several Martial Saint elders or the arrival of a sequence elder to truly solve the problem. Currently, all support forces are either blocked outside Liaohai Province or tied up elsewhere. If Li Luo were to enter the chaotic Liaohai Province alone, he would have no assistance in the short term and would face numerous enemies of the same level as well as an overwhelming beast tide. In Lanshi's view, this was simply courting death. Lanshi continued to persuade, Elderly, this is too dangerous. Why not return directly to the imperial capital province and assist Elder Qin and the others in breaking through the beast blockade? Don't act impulsively. His tone was full of concern. If the reinforcements were unable to break through the beast interception, Liaohai Province would most likely fall. If they also lost Li Luo, a prodigy who had fused the inheritance crystal bloodline of cosmic races, it would be a huge loss. Li Luo shook his head and firmly said, Elder Lan, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Currently, all reinforcements within the country are being blocked, but I can direct directly penetrate the rear of the beasts and enter Lia Province, catching them off guard. I am already on my way to Lia Province and will arrive within a few hours. You don't need to say more, and you don't need to worry about my safety. I discovered some opportunities in Beihan continent that can absolutely ensure my personal safety. Elderly, you. Lan Shi wanted to persuade him further, but saw the resolute expression on Li Luo's face. Sigh. He could only sigh, a bitter smile in his heart. Truly worthy of being the prodigy favored by Elder He. For the sake of the great Xia kingdom, he dared to place himself in danger. What Li Luo said was indeed correct. The fierce beasts would never expect reinforcements to directly strike into Liaohai province from the rear of their territory, which could indeed achieve a surprising effect. But the premise is that Li Luo's strength must be strong enough, otherwise, this would be no different from courting death. He could only hope that the opportunities Li Luo obtained in the northern cold continent were significant enough to bring about a qualitative improvement in his strength compared to when he left the great Xia kingdom. Li Luo's attitude was resolute, so Lan Shi had no choice but to turn to remind him, "Alright, elderly. Since you have made up your mind, I will no longer stop you. But be sure to act cautiously, safety is the most important thing. Liaohai province's ability to turn danger into safety depends entirely on you. Although we cannot directly support you, I will immediately contact Elder He and Elder Xiang and try to hold back those Beast King level ferocious beasts that might support Liaohai. To buy you more precious time, whether the situation in Liaohai province can be reversed has been entirely entrusted to Li Luo." "It's fine, old Lan." Li Luo still wore a faint smile on his face. "No need to hold off those Beast Kings for me. It doesn't matter if they come all at once. I'll take care of them. Even if those Beast Kings really came, it would only add a bit of trouble. Killing him would be absolutely impossible. Currently, no one knows that he has already broken through to the martial god realm." Li Luo also doesn't plan to tell Elder Lan Shi in advance. He wants to wait until the crisis in Liaohai province is resolved before giving everyone a surprise. Elder Lan Shi guessed wrong. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he would never have recklessly entered Liaohai province and put himself in danger. As his strength skyrocketed, Li Luo's ambition also gradually swelled. He planned to first take control of the Grand Xia Elder Council and then move on to the forces of other countries on Blue Star. "Elderly, this is not the time for jokes." Lan Shi frowned slightly, clearly thinking that Li Luo was joking. Only by breaking through to the martial god level can one comprehend the immense gap between a martial saint and a martial god. Even though Li Luo was currently at the peak of the martial saint level, facing a beast king would still be no easy task. "Wait for my good news." Li Luo smiled faintly, suppressing the urge to tell Lan Shi that he had already broken through to the martial god level, fearing it might scare off that so-called auxiliary Elder Lin Yi. After speaking, he lightly touched the spirit swift ring on his wrist, ending the communication with the third sequence elder. The fighter jet was flying at high speed under Mingji's autopilot, heading full speed toward Liaohai province. According to the intelligence obtained from Elder Lan Shi, Li Luo learned that there were currently no beast kings in Liaohai province, only the traitor Lin Xiaotian and a few high-level lord-class ferocious beasts. First, resolve the crisis in Liaohai province, then assist Elder He in eliminating the few beast kings in the northern border. Li Luo silently recited in his heart. At that time, the other ferocious beasts besieging various provinces will most likely retreat, and the crisis in the Great Xia Kingdom will truly be resolved. Several hours later, the fighter jet crossed the eastern region of the Sand Bear Nation, which had already fallen, traveling unimpeded. Even the ferocious beasts dared not provoke Li Luo easily. Soon, it arrived in the skies above the northern border of the Great Xia Kingdom, a wasteland that had been lost for hundreds of years. "Is this the northern border of the Great Xia Kingdom that has long since fallen?" Li Luo gazed through the screen at the vast and desolate land beneath the fighter jet, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The once prosperous cities had been occupied by ferocious beasts, and after hundreds of years of evolution, they had now transformed into patches of primeval forest. Towering trees blocked out the sun, and amidst the entwined vines, faint traces of broken walls and ruins could be seen, silently narrating the glory of the past and the desolation of the present. Amidst a stretch of green ruins, the ferocious beasts, sensing the powerful divine aura emanating from Li Luo, let out low, uneasy growls, their bodies trembling as they either prostrated themselves on the ground or fled swiftly. Sensing the intense presence of the ferocious beasts in this primeval forest, a cold smile tugged at the corner of Li Luo's lips. "Let me collect some interest from you first," he murmured softly, and the boundless ice elemental power within him erupted like a breached river, transforming into waves of piercing cold that rapidly spread across the forest below. Those ferocious beasts, desperately fleeing or trembling as they crawled, were instantly covered by this frost. A layer of crystal clear ice rapidly formed on their bodies, ultimately freezing them into eternal ice sculptures, their vitality lost forever. Along the way, such scenes played out repeatedly. The numerous frozen beast corpses in the northern frontier became the most striking and chilling sight in the region. As the cold star passed by, no beast, regardless of its level, survived. Soon, the cold star broke out of the northern frontier and arrived at Hanzhou City city on the outskirts of Lia Province. The scene before him truly left Li Luo greatly shocked. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed incessantly in his ears, reverberating through the city. With the beast tide breaking through the army's defenses, Lia Province had turned into a living hell. Among the major martial artist families, some were forced by the circumstances to side with the beast god cult, becoming accomplices to the ferocious beasts. The rest, under the call of the Elder Council's branch, joined forces with the remnants of the army to engage the beasts in urban street battles. However, with the collapse of the high-level combat forces, their efforts were negligible, and most had already been annihilated. It's time to put an end to this catastrophe. A cold light flickered in Li Luo's eyes as he spoke slowly. Immediately, the immense power of the frost laws within him surged like an awakened dragon, roaring skyward. The once clear and cloudless sky began to scatter fine snowflakes under the influence of Li Luo's frost laws. This sudden snowfall over the city added an unusual chill to the war-torn Lia Province. In this completely out-of-control city, the rampaging ferocious beasts and the elite followers of the beast god cult were stunned by the unexpected snowfall. They all raised their heads to look at the sky, instinctively reaching out to catch the falling snowflakes, feeling the icy chill in their hands, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Is this snow? It's still far from winter. How could it suddenly start snowing? A beast god cultist muttered to himself, clearly unable to comprehend the strange phenomenon before him. Although Lia Province was located in the northern frontier of the Great Xia Kingdom and had a cold climate, snow at this time of year was truly rare. What shocked him even more was that, despite being a martial king-level warrior with immense inner strength, he couldn't dispel the chill. The surrounding ferocious beasts also temporarily halted their search for hiding human survivors due to this anomaly. Amid the gradually intensifying cold, an ominous tranquility pervaded the air. However, this tranquility did not last long. As Li Luo's frost law was fully unleashed, the entire city was rapidly covered in thick frost. Amidst the swirling snowflakes filled with piercing cold, ferocious beasts were frozen into icy sculptures. In their savage eyes, traces of shock and unwillingness from their final moments still lingered. Countless beasts had no time to react before being frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Not good, it's an enemy attack. Accompanied by the panicked shout of a beast god cultist before being frozen, the beast tide erupted into waves of terrified howls. Many beasts finally realized the crisis had arrived, but it was already too late. The chaotic roars of ferocious beasts within Hanzhou City quickly came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a deathly silence. Amid this silence, a high lord-level ferocious beast known as the Shadow Demon Ape stood in a corner of the city, wantonly devouring the precious resources it had scavenged within. Surrounded by a dense aura of dark elemental energy, it was the beast leader tasked with eliminating the remnants of human resistance in the city. Just as the Shadow Demon Ape was feasting with delight, it suddenly sensed a chilling air permeating the atmosphere and the strange phenomenon of mass deaths among the beast horde in the city. A flash of rage and confusion flickered in its ferocious beastly eyes. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Wasn't the human resistance already wiped out by me? Just as the Shadow Demon Ape was about to investigate the sudden upheaval in the city, a martial god-level pressure that shook its very soul descended abruptly, as if the heavens were collapsing, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Human martial god? The Shadow Demon Ape fearfully looked into the distance, following the source of the aura it sensed. It saw a human fighter jet slicing through the sky, heading straight for it. The despair-inducing aura was emanating from it. How is this possible? Could it be that the Beast Kings failed to stop the reinforcements from those human martial gods? The Shadow Demon Ape felt the approaching human martial god, and a trace of despair surged in its heart. Hadn't the Beast Kings already blocked all human reinforcements? Why would a martial god suddenly appear? Although it couldn't comprehend the current situation, the instinct to survive drove the Shadow Demon Ape to swiftly turn around, unleashing a dense surge of dark elemental energy from its body. It vanished into the darkness, fleeing toward the outskirts of the city. It knew full well that in the face of these human martial gods, it was nothing more than an ant, utterly incapable of resistance. The only thing it could do was run for its life. However, at that moment, in the snow-filled city sky, countless sharp icicles imbued with a bone-chilling cold suddenly coalesced, shooting toward the Shadow Demon Ape with the precision of death's arrows. Darting into the darkness and frantically weaving through the city, the Shadow Demon Ape looked at the countless icicles hurtling toward it, and a tidal wave of fear surged in its heart. It suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of dark elemental energy, forming a defensive shield in an attempt to block the incoming icicles from all directions. However, those icicles, like sharp blades, effortlessly pierced through the energy shield it had desperately gathered. Its massive body was instantly penetrated, letting out a painful roar. It collapsed onto the surrounding city buildings with a deafening crash, and ultimately fell completely. Then, amidst the thunderous roar of a fighter jet slicing through the sky, a figure leapt out of the cockpit like lightning. It was Li Luo. He was enveloped in the aura of a martial god and a strong icy elemental presence, landing steadily beside beside the massive corpse of the shadow demon ape. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction and a hint of excitement as he said, "Now, my mastery of ice elements has far surpassed any frost warrior on Blue Star." After the quality of the frost vein improved, although the increase in punching power wasn't significant, his mastery over the ice element had reached an extremely terrifying level. As soon as the words fell, Li Luo placed his hand on the corpse of the shadow demon ape. A faint light flashed, and the massive, blood-reeking corpse instantly vanished into thin air. Immediately after, Li Luo soared into the air, once again flying over the city of Hangzhou. A faint chill surrounded him, as if he were a winter emperor surveying his domain. His sharp gaze swiftly scanned the snow-covered city of Hangzhou, not missing the slightest anomaly. "Masters, something terrible has happened. The reinforcements from the Xia kingdom have arrived, and it's a martial god. That shadow demon ape has already been slain, and the city is littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts. What should we do now? What? How is this possible? Weren't the 3 sequence elders being held back by the Beast King, unable to provide timely support? I'm not sure either." Those martial artist families who were either bewitched by the beast god cult or sought refuge with the ferocious beasts for self-preservation were now trembling as they huddled together. They had never expected the reinforcements from the great Xia kingdom to arrive so swiftly. In just 2 days, they broke through the layers of beast tides surrounding Lia Province and stormed into the city. With a single strike, they eradicated all the beast tides ravaging the city, and even the most powerful shadow demon ape was not spared. "What nonsense, Beast King, the beast god cult is all trash. Didn't they say that the reinforcements from Daxia would never get through? It's all because of that beast Lin Xiaotian. If it weren't for him, how could the ferocious beasts have invaded Hangzhou city? Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the beast god cult." Upon learning that a martial god had entered Liuhai, the martial artist families who had sided with the ferocious beasts immediately panicked. Their act of betrayal, once discovered, would undoubtedly be deemed treason, leading to immediate execution, and even their families would suffer the consequences. At first, choosing to side with the ferocious beasts was merely for self-preservation, but I never expected to end up in such a desperate situation. At that moment, found you. I was so focused on dealing with the ferocious beasts that I forgot to deal with you first. A voice, as chilling as the whisper of death, suddenly echoed, accompanied by the overwhelming pressure of a martial god's presence descending abruptly. Not good. Discovered so quickly. The group of family heads felt this oppressive force, blood gushing from their mouths as they trembled prostrate on the ground, completely powerless to resist. Immediately after, a figure clad in silver-white battle armor and exuding an icy aura appeared before everyone. Li Luo's gaze was as piercing as frost, staring at the clan leaders of the martial families who had sided with the ferocious beasts. What he hated the most were these traitors who betrayed their own. The entire family enjoyed the generous treatment and privileges of the great Xia kingdom. When ferocious beasts broke through the defenses and invaded the city, it was their time to resist, yet they chose to surrender instead. The family heads turned pale as they saw Li Luo suddenly appear, feeling the incomparably terrifying pressure of a martial god. Their bodies trembled even more violently. In the face of a martial god-level powerhouse, they, at the martial king level, didn't even have the strength to resist. "Lord Martial God, spare us. We were forced into this. Please give us a chance to turn over a new leaf." A family patriarch, tears streaming down his face, pleaded with Li Luo for forgiveness, his voice choked with emotion. "My lord, please let me explain. At the time, I was only trying to protect myself and had no part in the beast siege on the army." "That's right, my lord, neither did I. I was just pretending to side with the ferocious beasts, waiting for you to come and support us in counterattacking these beasts. You must believe me." The surrounding crowd also followed suit, pleading for Li Luo's forgiveness. "You all." This made the family heads who acted as accomplices to the ferocious beasts even more fearful, as they had indeed helped the beasts in hunting down the remnants of the resisting forces. However, Li Luo's eyes showed no trace of emotion, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint cold smile as he said indifferently, "Why waste so many words?" The words were as piercing as a cold wind, making everyone present shiver involuntarily. Li Luo had no time to discern whether the other party's words were true or false. In any case, none of these people were innocent. "In your next life, be more mindful." As soon as the words fell, a sudden burst of icy chill erupted around Li Luo, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Tiny ice crystals formed in the air. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force of frost swept down instantly. The heads of the martial families, kneeling and begging for mercy, had no time to react before they were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, captured in their final moments of regret and despair. Almost forgot to take the spoils. Li Luo's sharp gaze swept over the spatial rings in their hands. With a casual wave, the ice gradually melted, and he collected all the spatial rings, leaving behind only a few frozen corpses. After dealing with the traitorous martial artist families in Hangzhou City, Li Luo once again ascended into the sky above the city. His keen perception quickly spread across the entire city, yet he found no trace of the 2 high-level lord-class beasts mentioned by Lan Shi, nor the presence of the traitor Lin Xiaotian. "These guys are quite scattered. It seems I'll need to spend more time," Li Luo thought to himself. He could
only head to several other cities within Lia Province to eliminate them one by one. After confirming that the ferocious beast threat in Hanzhou City had been completely eradicated, Li Luo hovered above the snowflake-filled city, gently tapping the Lingshuan ring on his wrist. A dazzling silver-blue light streaked across the sky as a majestic King-class fighter jet roared in from the distance with overwhelming momentum, coming to a steady stop behind Li Luo before swiftly opening its cabin door. Li Luo did not rush to board the plane but instead used the power of the martial god to condense his voice into a highly penetrating sound wave that echoed throughout the entire Hanzhou city. I am martial god Li Luo. I have cleared all the ferocious beasts in the city. The crisis is resolved, and everyone can come out safely. The ferocious beasts rampaging through Hanzhou City were almost completely exterminated. Those that occasionally survived, sensing the terrifying residual power around them, had scarlet beastly eyes filled with fear. They no longer dared to roam the city and fled frantically toward the wilderness outside the city. The crisis in Hanzhou City was finally resolved. As Li Luo's voice, filled with authority, fell, sparks of hope instantly ignited in the eyes of the human survivors hiding in the city's concealed corners, nearly in despair. Someone has come to save us? Tears, mixed with excitement and relief, silently slid down their cheeks. The great Xia kingdom had not abandoned them after all. Afterward, Li Luo wasted no time and turned to step into the Cold Star. Xiao Meng, head to the next city, Li Luo said calmly. Although the beast crisis in Hanzhou City had been resolved, several other cities in Liaohai province were still occupied by beasts. Upon receiving Li Luo's command, Meng Ji's fighter jet immediately roared to life, streaking through the sky like a silver lightning bolt, racing toward other chaotic cities within Liaohai province. As Li Luo departed, the eerie snow scene over Hanzhou City gradually dissipated until it finally came to a halt. The sky once again revealed its long-lost clear blue. In the city, apart from the occasional gusts of cold wind, there was no other sound, a dead silence that concealed a thriving vitality. It seems quiet outside. Should we go out and take a look? Since Lord Wushan said the crisis is resolved, there shouldn't be any problem. A few surviving human warriors and ordinary citizens cautiously emerged from their hiding places upon hearing Li Luo's hopeful voice. What exactly just happened? The ferocious beasts are all dead? The scene before them left them both shocked and grateful. The city was covered in a thick layer of snow, as if draped in a pure white veil. Everywhere were ferocious beasts frozen into ice sculptures, along with the corpses of beast god cult followers, their faces still frozen in the ferocious and terrified expressions they had before turning into ice sculptures. Is this the power of the martial god? It's truly unbelievable. A severely injured soldier gently touched the massive ice sculpture before him, his eyes filled with awe and relief. If he wasn't mistaken, the creature frozen within the ice sculpture was actually the corpse of a low-level lord-class beast, and it seemed to have been killed in an instant. Martial god Li Luo. Is he the newly ascended martial god of the great Xia kingdom? Why does this name feel somewhat familiar? Looking at the countless beast corpses scattered around, many people murmured Li Luo's name in excitement. Fragments of memory quickly pieced themselves together in their minds. The survivors recalled a recent news report about someone who accidentally broke through to Martial Saint by absorbing a special energy crystal, earning the title Child of Fortune. That person's name was none other than Li Luo. I remember now, it's him, Elder Li. The murmurs in the crowd gradually grew louder, mixed with disbelief and excitement. Everyone finally recognized Li Luo's identity, but what followed was confusion. I recall the news a few days ago saying that Elder Li had just broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint. Could it be that he advanced to Martial God in such a short time? Name, Li Luo. Level, Early Stage Martial God. The group of martial artists was astonished, their voices filled with excitement and admiration. At this moment, the martial god Li Luo, praised by the crowd, was piloting a fighter jet through the clouds, heading toward the gateway of Liaohai Province, Hailing City. This city, after the collapse of the military defense line, became the first place to be overrun by ferocious beasts. Now, it had turned into a disaster zone ravaged by the beasts, with heavy casualties and a pervasive atmosphere of despair amidst the devastation. Cultivation techniques, SSS level Heavenly Body Tempering Art, SSS level Mystic Ice Divine Art, D level Iron Bone Body Tempering Method. Roar! In Hailing City, terrifying beastly roars echoed one after another. Numerous ferocious beasts were still unaware of the impending catastrophe about to befall them. Meanwhile, the garrison at the very center of the city had already been occupied by the cultists of the Beast God sect. Lin Xiaotian, the mastermind behind the fall of Liaohai province, was currently engaged in a secret discussion with the Pope of the Beast God sect. Saint Lin, you are a wise man. Congratulations on making the right choice. The great Beast God holds you in high regard. The Pope of the Beast God sect, Li Liangan, spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Lin Xiaotian. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. With that, he focused his mind and gently retrieved a piece of inheritance crystal emitting a faint blue glow from the spatial ring on his finger, handing it to Lin Xiaotian. The crystal contained an ancient and powerful force that drove
drove countless warriors mad with desire. "This is what I promised you." A wicked smile appeared on Li Liangyan's face. Lin Xiaotian's eyes were immediately drawn to the inheritance crystal. His hands trembled with excitement as he quickly took it, his gaze filled with greed and fervor. "Thank you, Your Holiness. I swear my undying loyalty to the beast god cult." Lin Xiaotian tightly gripped the priceless inheritance crystal, his voice trembling with excitement. At this moment, the guilt of betraying the Great Xia Kingdom had long been drowned by his thirst for power. The reason he betrayed the Great Xia Kingdom and conspired with the beast god cult to backstab the other two guardians at a critical moment was largely because of this inheritance crystal. The Pope of the beast god cult had promised that, once the plan succeeded, he would be granted a priceless inheritance crystal to help him break through the peak of Martial Saint. Another reason was that three peak beast kings in the ocean were on the verge of breaking through to the beast emperor level, which would spell the end of humanity. Even if all human forces on Blue Star united, they would still be unable to defeat three beast emperors simultaneously. These reasons, combined with the constant manipulation of the Pope of the beast god cult, ultimately led Lin Xiaotian to take a desperate gamble. He chose to betray the Great Xia Kingdom and, at the critical moment, turned on his teammates, presenting the beasts with a grand gesture of allegiance. When the beasts broke through the military defenses and began a frenzied slaughter of civilians and warriors within the city, the former guardian Lin Xiaotian felt not a shred of regret. Although the Elder Council of the Great Xia Kingdom had treated him well, he believed that every man for himself, and heaven and earth will destroy those who don't. He was unwilling to face annihilation alongside the Great Xia Kingdom after the three peak beast kings ascended to beast emperors. In order to win the trust of the ferocious beasts, he even personally killed the branch leader of the Elders Council in Hailing City, who was leading the remaining troops and other forces in resistance. At the same time, he also held the position of Cardinal Archbishop of the Beast God cult, precisely out of fear that the ferocious beasts might go back on their word after achieving their goal. It wasn't until he obtained the inheritance crystal that Lin Xiaotian finally felt completely at ease. Those who adapt to the times are the true heroes. Li Liangyan listened to Lin Xiaotian's words of loyalty, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He patted his shoulder and said, "The breakthroughs of the three beast gods are now inevitable. At that time, a full-scale war between humans and ferocious beasts will erupt, plunging the entire Blue Star into endless turmoil and unrest. The future world will belong to the era of our beast god sect and the supreme beast god, and you, Saint Lin, will become a key figure in this new order." Lin Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a fiery glow after hearing this. He knew that the path he had chosen was already a point of no return. Yet everything he was doing now, along with the desires and ambitions in his heart, had long left him with no way out. "Rest assured, Your Holiness, I will spare no effort to serve the beast god with utmost loyalty until Blue Star ushers in an era that belongs to us." Lin Xiaotian carefully placed the inheritance crystal into his spatial ring, his expression respectful. In his heart, there was only one hope: his choice today must not be a mistake. Li Liangyan nodded, his eyes full of satisfaction. Lin Xiaotian had not only betrayed the Great Xia Kingdom but had done so decisively and resolutely. Now, everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom hated him, completely severing any possibility of his return. From now on, he could only walk this path to the end, obediently becoming his red-robed archbishop and serving the beast god. If not for this, Li Liangyan would not have so easily handed over the inheritance crystal he had previously promised to Lin Xiaotian. As for Li Liangyan himself, he had once coveted this inheritance crystal, but it came from someone on the verge of breaking through to the Beast King pinnacle. As the Pope, how could he dare to defy them? Since that Beast King pinnacle figure was willing to entrust this precious crystal to Lin Xiaotian, there was undoubtedly a deeper meaning behind it. As long as this news is spread, coupled with the fact that it is about to break through to Beast Emperor, the number of martial saints in the Great Xia willing to surrender will undoubtedly increase. By then, the destruction of the Great Xia Kingdom will be even easier. Most ancient relics are located in the territories of ferocious beasts, resulting in the beasts possessing far more inheritance crystals than humans. However, these crystals were all left behind by once powerful human warriors, and the beasts cannot absorb them at all. They can only secretly recruit human martial saints, with Lin Xiaotian being the best example. Li Liangyan was able to break through to the peak of martial saint precisely because of the resources provided by this peak beast king, and he had also absorbed an inheritance crystal. However, that was an ordinary crystal from a martial god warrior, and the one now given to Lin Xiaotian is similarly ordinary, its effects far inferior to the one Li Liangyan absorbed. "Your Holiness, I shall take my leave." Lin Xiaotian saluted Li Liangyan. Now that he had obtained the inheritance crystal promised by the beast god cult, he was eager to absorb it and break through to the peak of martial saint. "Go ahead, Lin Shang." Li Liangyan smiled and nodded, naturally understanding that Lin Xiaotian wanted to absorb the crystal. As for whether his breakthrough would threaten his position as the Pope, he wasn't worried at all. His loyalty to the Beast Emperor was unmatched, and Lin Xiaotian was merely a pawn being used. If not for his performance satisfying the Beast God and the Beast God's need for him as as an exemplar to promote to other human martial saints in the Great Xia Kingdom. How could Lin Xiaotian be treated with such courtesy? The inheritance crystal is finally in my hands. This time, I can finally break through the peak of martial saint, and there's even a great chance to reach martial god. Lin Xiaotian turned and left, his heart filled with excitement. Everything he had done was for this extremely precious inheritance crystal. Just as Lin Xiaotian stepped out of the garrison mansion, a piercingly cold wind suddenly swept in, like a sharp blade slicing through the air. The snowflakes drifting from the sky appeared particularly eerie in this chilling wind. Is it snowing? Lin Xiaotian looked up at the sky in confusion, only to see snowflakes falling with an unusual chill, as if they were not a natural phenomenon but influenced by some special force. Something's wrong. Lin Xiaotian's heart sank as he quickly activated his late-stage martial saint cultivation to resist the inexplicable cold, yet he still felt waves of chill penetrating deep into his bones. Meanwhile, Pope Li Liangan, who was preparing to absorb resources for cultivation in the garrison, also sensed this unusual chill. What is going on? Where is this chill coming from? Li Liangan's expression immediately turned serious. He quickly stepped out of the garrison, wanting to figure out where this chill was emanating from. Your Holiness, please look at this. The elite believers around, equally full of confusion, looked at Li Liangan and instantly found a source of spiritual support. Cautiously pointing to the swirling snowflakes in the sky, these don't seem like ordinary snowflakes. Li Liangan looked up, sensing the icy elemental aura permeating the snow, and his heart immediately sounded the alarm. Everyone, be on guard immediately, the Pope commanded in a deep voice. He mobilized all his strength, forming an indestructible shield that tightly enveloped him. Lin Xiaotian followed closely behind, quickly gathering an energy shield around himself. At that moment, a sudden mutation erupted. The seemingly harmless snowflakes suddenly radiated dazzling ice blue light, and intense ice elements surged forth like a monstrous tidal wave. In an instant, the unsuspecting followers were frozen into ice sculptures, creating a horrifying scene. Enemy attack. Lin Xiaotian and the Pope exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with gravity and vigilance. This sudden ice and snow calamity was by no means natural. It was a terrifying assault unleashed by a powerful being who wielded ultimate control over the ice element, harnessing the forces of nature. That's not right. This isn't just targeting us. Lin Xiaotian and Li Liangan's hearts trembled simultaneously, a trace of terror flashing in their eyes. Their powerful perception revealed that this eerie icy weather extended far beyond the area of the garrison, affecting the entire hailing city. The ferocious beasts under their control within the city also turned into solid ice the moment the icy blue light flashed. Who on earth is this extraordinary figure? Such methods, unheard of. Li Liangan's voice trembled slightly. The former Pope's majesty completely vanished. Just as the two were trying to locate the source of this eerie chill, a terrifying sense of oppression suddenly descended. War god? Lin Xiaotian felt this aura. His expression changed drastically, and his gaze quickly scanned the surroundings before finally fixing on the distant sky. A silver blue light streaked across the sky like lightning, rapidly approaching their direction. Is that the Council of Elders King-class fighter jet? Lin Xiaotian's pupils slightly contracted. As a former member of the Grand Xia Council of Elders, he was all too familiar with this aircraft, a symbol of power and strength. This is the King-class fighter jet specially equipped by the Council of Elders for the Elders serving as the Guardian Commander. He himself also owns one, only in a different color. Pope Li Liangan's gaze followed Lin Xiaotian, and he too recognized the King-class fighter jet approaching from afar, a chilling fear surging in his heart. How is this possible? How could the three sequence elders of the Great Xia Kingdom appear here? Aren't they supposed to be held back by the beast god, unable to break free? Li Liangan's voice trembled slightly as he forced out each word in disbelief. The sudden surge of intense ice elements within the city just now definitely came from the Great Xia martial god inside the warplane. Lin Xiaotian and the Pope exchanged glances. Without words, the fear and despair in their eyes were already unmistakably clear. Although it is unclear how this martial god broke through the Beast King's defenses outside the province and entered. No matter which of the three martial gods of the Great Xia Kingdom it is, they are absolutely no match. Run! Your Holiness, we must leave here immediately. Lin Xiaotian reacted quickly, growling urgently. The two of them, as humans who sided with the ferocious beasts, are deeply sinful. No matter who comes, there is absolutely no chance of showing mercy. The best outcome would be being captured, having their cultivation abolished, and enduring long-term imprisonment and torment. Lin Xiaotian and Li Liangan unleashed their full strength, preparing to flee backward. However, Li Luo's will had already locked onto them. The ice element contained within the snow instantly condensed into a crystal-clear ice prison, trapping the two like an inescapable net. No, let me go. The two knew that once trapped, there was no way out, and they struggled with all their might to break free from the ice prison's control. But the ice chains coiled around them like silver snakes, and every struggle only brought tighter restraints. Until the end, they completely gave up resisting, only able to watch helplessly as the silver-blue King-class fighter jet tore through the sky and slowly landed in front of the ice prison. This mastery of ice elements is terrifying. Who on earth could it be? Lin Xiaotian Xiaotian's eyes were filled with shock, and doubt spread wildly in his heart like overgrown weeds. Among the 3 sequence elders of the Great Xia Kingdom, not a single one possessed frost martial skills that control ice elements. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian was absolutely certain that the person inside this silver-blue fighter jet was definitely not one of the 3 martial gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Could it be an external reinforcement invited from the Shaxiong Kingdom or another country? But how could they be piloting a king-class fighter jet bearing the insignia of the Great Xia Kingdom's Elder Council? Pope Li Liangan was also full of confusion, trying to summon the power within him for one last struggle. "No, I can't die here," Li Liangan roared. Despite using all his strength, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. The blue ice chains coiled around him grew tighter than before, and the cold became even more piercing. "Lord Beast God, save me, save me." Li Liangan's face turned ashen as he fell into complete despair, still pleading for the Beast King's arrival to aid him. However, the only response he received was the sound of the fighter jet's hatch slowly opening. Li Liangan's gaze was vacant as he instinctively looked toward the hatch that had just opened, trying to see clearly who the newcomer was. As the hatch slowly opened, a figure clad in silver-white battle armor appeared like a war god descending, exuding the terrifying aura of a martial god-level warrior. In a flash, the figure moved so fast that even martial saint-level warriors could hardly track it, instantly appearing before Li Liangan and Lin Xiaotian, who were tightly bound by the ice prison. In this tense and despair-filled atmosphere, the faint radiance emanating from Li Luo's silver-white battle armor was like the most piercing chill of a winter's day, causing Lin Xiaotian and Li Liangan's hearts to sink into an icy abyss. The two simultaneously sensed the overwhelming power of someone who had just entered the martial god realm emanating from Li Luo. Martial god initial stage, probably not someone from the Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Xiaotian thought nervously to himself. Hope reignited in an instant. If that were truly the case, the two of them might still have a sliver of survival. As long as they offered enough benefits, perhaps they could exchange them for their lives. "Master, we are willing to pay any price, just spare our lives." Lin Xiaotian trembled as he looked at the silver-white figure before him, his eyes full of pleading. He had betrayed the Great Xia Kingdom to obtain the inheritance crystal promised by the Divine Beast sect and had no intention of dying here. But if he had to choose between his life and the inheritance crystal, he would undoubtedly choose the former. Li Liangan, standing nearby, quickly echoed his words, his voice tinged with the struggle of despair. "Lord Martial God, I am the leader of the Beast God sect, possessing countless precious martial arts resources. As long as you are willing to spare me, I am willing to give everything." His tone was full of humility and flattery, yet the only response he received was an even heavier silence. At this moment, a cold voice rang in Lin Xiaotian's ears, as if piercing through ice, almost stopping his heart. It seems I didn't find the wrong ones. It's you too. Elder Lin, the Council of Elders has treated you well. Why have you chosen to side with the ferocious beasts? What exactly have they promised you?" Li Luo removed the helmet of his battle armor, revealing a cold and youthful face, his eyes exuding icy authority. Lin Xiaotian's gaze froze instantly, and he exclaimed in shock, "You are Li Luo, the martial god? How is this possible?" Memories surged in his mind like a tide, and he vividly remembered Li Luo's various deeds in Jiangning Province. Li Luo broke through to the martial saint level by absorbing special cosmic energy crystals and served as the guardian of Jiangning Province. Martial saints have exceptional memory. Although this was the first time Lin Xiaotian had seen Li Luo in person, he had seen him in the news before and recognized him at a glance. He was utterly shocked. Wasn't Li Luo supposed to still be in Jiangning Province at this time? How could he suddenly appear in Liaohai Province and even break through to the martial god level? He simply couldn't comprehend how Li Luo managed to break through so quickly. "Wrong answer, Elder Lin. Rest in peace." A glint of coldness flashed in Li Luo's eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. Before the words had even faded, a crystal and ice blade had already formed in Li Luo's hand. With a gentle swing, the ice blade bypassed Lin Xiaotian's SS-grade defensive armor and pierced directly into his chest. "Ah!" Lin Xiaotian let out a heartrending wail. Blood and ice crystals intertwined as he struggled in pain, his eyes filled with unwillingness and pleading. Elderly, I have my reasons. Please, spare me." Feeling his life slipping away bit by bit, Lin Xiaotian exerted all his strength to break free from the ice prison's restraints, but the icy chains seemed to have a life of their own, tightening the more he struggled. "Reasons? Go down and explain them to King Yama. In your next life, make the right choices." Li Luo's voice was as cold as frost, and a sneer appeared on his face. Colluding with ferocious beasts, leading to the fall of Liaohai Province and plunging tens of millions of people into suffering, even if there were extenuating circumstances, he could never be forgiven. As his words fell, the ice element in Li Luo's palm surged wildly, converging into a chilling current that made one's heart tremble. "Aha, Li Luo. So what if you've broken through to martial god? Once those beasts break through to Beast Emperor, all of you will die." Lin Xiaotian had already determined that Li Luo would not spare him. Enduring the intense pain, he laughed wildly. Annoying. Li Luo's expression was indifferent as he struck down with a palm imbued with extreme cold. A crisp shattering sound rang out, and Lin Xiaotian's head head was instantly smashed to pieces. That wild laughter abruptly came to an end. The ice prison also released its hold on Lin Xiaotian at this moment, and the lifeless corpse fell heavily to the ground. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Li Luo's gaze swiftly swept over the corpse. Another trophy added. He noticed that Lin Xiaotian was wearing a spatial ring on his finger, and his eyes immediately lit up. With a gentle wave of his hand, the spatial ring was drawn by the dense ice elements around, slipping off the finger and flying into Li Luo's palm. Since the beast god cult's pope, Li Liangyan, was still present, Li Luo temporarily refrained from inspecting the ring. With a single thought, he directly stored the spatial ring into the infinite space. Afterward, Li Luo was once again surrounded by a dense aura of ice elements. He slowly turned around, his cold gaze locking onto the violently struggling Li Liangyan nearby. Roar! His eyes were as cold as ice, and a devilish smile curled at the corner of his lips. Don't rush, it's your turn now. In the brief words, there was a chilling coldness. Li Liangyan shuddered all over. Witnessing Lin Xiaotian's miserable state, a hint of determination and madness flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, in that case, I'll fight with all my might. Li Luo showed no mercy even to Lin Xiaotian, who had once guarded Lia Province for many years and held a noble status, let alone to him, who had long fallen to become a minion of the ferocious beasts. My lord, spare me. Whatever you want, I will agree to it. On the surface, Li Liangyan appeared terrified and begged Li Luo for mercy. However, his entire body suddenly tensed and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Trying to kill me isn't that easy. Nightmare abyss. All of his mental power converged at this moment into a terrifying storm, launching a final desperate attack on Li Luo's mind. However, to Li Liangyan's shock, this attack, which was enough to cause an ordinary warrior's mind to collapse, trapping them in an inescapable illusion and thus under his control. The moment it touched Li Luo's mind, it was easily dissolved by an invisible barrier. Li Luo leaned his head back slightly, a trace of mild dizziness flashing across his face, but he quickly returned to normal, his gaze as cold as ever. How is this possible? How are you completely unharmed? Li Liangyan's eyes widened as he stared at Li Luo in terror, his face filled with despair. He originally thought of using this move to trap Li Luo in an illusion for a few minutes, thereby successfully escaping Linghai City. Unexpectedly, his strongest strike, an SSS level mental attack martial skill cultivated to perfection, didn't even qualify to make Li Luo frown. Most of the damage and attacks were blocked by the divine grade cold nether silver armor on Li Luo, and the illusion effect had no impact on him at all. Ambush me? Heh, how naive. Li Luo's lips curled into a cold smile, the glint in his eyes growing sharper. He then said without hesitation, "What? Let's go. It won't be long before those beast kings join you as well." A massive icy palm formed once again in the center of the hand, transforming into a giant ice palm that slammed fiercely toward Li Liangyan's face. No! Li Liangyan let out a desperate roar, but it was all too late. The giant icy hand, carrying terrifying ice elemental energy, mercilessly pierced through his defenses. Accompanied by a dull explosive sound, Li Liangyan's head, like Lin Xiaotian's, shattered into scattered ice shards. The surrounding air grew even thicker with the stench of blood. I didn't expect you to be a spirit illusionist. I really underestimated you. Li Luo sighed softly, but there was not the slightest trace of regret in his tone. Unfortunately, these methods are of no use to me. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the ice prison before him dissipated like morning mist, leaving behind only a scene of devastation and the cold corpses of two martial saint warriors. Immediately after, Li Luo's gaze fell on Li Liangyan's finger. There's one more, hand it over. The spatial ring slowly rose under the pull of the ice element and once again fell into Li Luo's palm. The beast god cult's pope, huh? Let me see what treasures you've been hiding. As his mind stirred, Li Luo's consciousness directly probed into the interior of the ring, effortlessly breaking through its defenses. After a thorough investigation, a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This guy is really wealthy. Pills, spiritual herbs, everything is here, and the quality is top-notch. Resources above grade B are piled up like mountains. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. These treasures are probably the accumulation of Li Liang during his years as the pope of the beast god sect, combined with the loot he plundered when he conquered various cities in Lia Province. They are far more abundant than the wealth of an average peak martial saint. Now, he directly benefited from it. Immediately after, Li Luo took out Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring from the infinite storage space. Let me see what treasures you've hidden in here. Don't let me down. Secretly hoping for even greater rewards. After all, Lin Xiaotian had been the guardian of Lia Province for many years and was also a seasoned late-stage martial saint. The treasures in his spatial ring should not be few. As Li Luo's thoughts delved deeper, easily breaking through the defenses, a legacy crystal emitting a faint blue glow came into view. It instantly caught his attention. This is a legacy crystal stone? Li Luo exclaimed softly, his face quickly lighting up with joy. He hadn't expected to find such a priceless, coveted legacy crystal stone in Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring. He carefully took it out, held it in his hand, and felt the ancient and powerful energy surging within. However, after After a moment, Li Luo's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a look of confusion. Hiss, why does this inheritance crystal feel far inferior to the one I absorbed in the ancient ruins of Beihan continent? Although both were inheritance crystals, Li Luo could clearly sense that the energy contained within this one was worlds apart from the one he had absorbed before, with a huge disparity. Li Luo gently stroked the inheritance crystal in his hand, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, he decided to put it away for now and did not rush to absorb it. After all, absorption takes time, and the crises in several other cities within Lia Province have yet to be resolved. It wouldn't be too late to absorb it after dealing with the remaining 2 high lord level fierce beasts and the beast king resisting old he in the northern frontier. No need to rush for now. Then, with a thought, Li Luo stored the inheritance crystal in the infinite storage space. Then he leapt up, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, piercing through the sky and soaring straight into the clouds, overlooking Linghai City. Relying on the powerful perception of a martial god-level warrior, he quickly searched for signs of human survivors in this snow-covered city. Fortunately, there are still human survivors in Linghai City. Li Luo felt slightly relieved. This city, which was the first to be invaded by the beast tide after the military defense line collapsed, still had human survivors. But soon, a heavy feeling took over his heart, and he frowned slightly. It's just, compared to Hanzhou City, there are far fewer survivors. He looked down at the city, where the frozen corpses of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere, encased in ice like specimens. After the war ends, breaking open the ice could still yield a complete ferocious beast corpse. Almost forgot about you all. Li Luo suddenly sensed certain presences within the city, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished instantly into the sky, his silver-white silhouette swiftly weaving through the city. Before long, Li Luo eradicated the martial artist families who had sided with the fierce beasts, while collecting numerous spatial rings and storing them in his infinite storage space. Afterward, he returned to the skies above Linghai City and used the power of a martial god to project his voice to every corner of the city. I am the martial god Li Luo. The crisis in Linghai City has been resolved, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. Ugh! As soon as he finished speaking, Li Luo wasted no time. His figure once again transformed into a silver-white streak of light, heading straight for the Hanqing hovering above the governor's mansion. The hatch quickly opened, and Li Luo instantly entered the interior of the fighter jet. The engine roared as the fighter prepared for takeoff. The cold star transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the night sky, heading straight for the last few cities in Liaohai province still under the control of ferocious beasts. First, we'll deal with the 2 remaining high lord level beasts in Liaohai province. Next, it's the beast king of the northern frontier. Li Luo's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he silently marked the name King of Hell in his heart. As the cold star traversed the cities in Liaohai province occupied by the ferocious beasts, time quietly slipped from noon to dusk. The last one. Li Luo's gaze was as cold as ice. He stored the corpse of the massive high lord level ferocious beast before him into the infinite storage space, then leaped up and once again soared above the city. He conveyed the news that the ferocious beasts had been eliminated to the survivors hiding in the city. Someone has come to save us? In the city, the survivors heard Li Luo's voice and cautiously emerged from their hiding places. Before their eyes appeared a soul-stirring scene. A snow-white city filled with the frozen corpses of ferocious beasts turned into ice sculptures. The long-suppressed atmosphere of despair was shattered in an instant, and the survivors erupted into deafening cheers. Tears glistened in their eyes, but they couldn't hide their excitement and exhilaration. Sensing the terrifying aura of the martial god warriors around them, they all looked up toward the sky. There, a silver-white figure descended like a snowflake. It was none other than their savior, the newly ascended martial god, Li Luo. The survivors called out his name in unison, their voices sincere and fervent. Li Luo, Li Luo. Their shouts converged into a torrent, piercing through the howling cold wind, echoing in every corner of the city. All taken care of. Suspended high in the air, Li Luo listened to the excited cries of the survivors below, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. With the recent slaying of the last high lord level beast, all the cities in Liaohai province have finally been reclaimed. In just one afternoon, he successfully quelled the beast tide that had invaded Liaohai province, eliminating 3 high lord level beasts and enemies like the traitor Lin Xiaotian. The harvest is truly substantial. Li Luo, sensing the mountain of spoils piled up in the infinite storage space, was in high spirits, feeling that his efforts this time were absolutely worthwhile. The most precious among them was the inheritance crystal found in Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring, along with the corpses of 3 high-level lord-class fierce beasts. The rest consisted of a large amount of cultivation resources above grade B, which had already piled up into a mountain within the storage space. Most of the resources were confiscated from the martial artist families who had sided with the fierce beasts. These old fellows are indeed quite wealthy, Li Luo said with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. These martial artist families, with their years of accumulated heritage, had now all become his spoils of war. At this moment, Li Luo thought to himself that if he encountered similar situations in the future, he might as well pick up some resources along the way. Moreover, the treasures he had seized would not be taken away by the Elder Council in the slightest. On the contrary, they might even reward him with some additional precious resources for single-handedly pacifying the entire Lia Province. This is truly a huge profit. Li Luo's smile was radiant, so wide that he couldn't close his mouth.
It's time to inform Elder Lan Shi about the recapture of Lia Province.
After his excitement subsided, Li Luo's expression gradually calmed. He then summoned Mingji from the Lingshuan ring, preparing to report the situation here to the third sequence elder.
At this moment, this beast is truly troublesome.
Lan Shi, the third sequence elder stationed at the Sichuan province military defense line, couldn't hide the worry between her brows. The Beast King on the other side of the defense line was exceptionally cunning, continuously sending beast hordes for probing attacks but refusing to engage in direct confrontation. She understood that as soon as she left Sichuan province to support other regions, this Beast King would immediately bare its fangs and launch a fierce assault. The purpose is obvious: to delay her here and prevent her from dispatching troops to support other battlefields. Just as Lan Shi was secretly devising a countermeasure, the Lingshuan ring on her wrist suddenly vibrated, indicating that Li Luo was initiating a call request to her.
Li Luo?
Lan Shi's heart trembled. She initially thought something had gone wrong on Li Luo's side, and her expression instantly turned serious as she murmured, "I hope it's not what I'm worried about." Lan Shi quickly answered the call. "Elderly, over there, could it be that you've encountered some tricky problem?" she asked first, her tone carrying a hint of urgency.
"All right, master."
She had already regretted agreeing this morning to let Li Luo go alone to the perilous Liaohai province for support. If Li Luo were in danger at this moment, they would be powerless to help.
"Of course not."
Li Luo shook his head, his voice carrying a trace of confidence.
"Elder Lan, I did not fail the mission.
The situation in Liaohai province has stabilized, and all cities occupied by ferocious beasts have been successfully reclaimed. The beast tide has also been completely eradicated.
Among them, 3 high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts, the traitor Lin Xiaotian, and the beast god cult's Pope Li Liangan have all been executed." As the words fell, Lan Shi and the Lingshuan ring fell into a brief silence.
"Li, elderly, is what you said all true?"
Hearing the good news from Li Luo, Lan Shi's pupils suddenly dilated.
She was stunned for several seconds, utterly shocked. The news before her was completely beyond her expectations. Not only did he single-handedly reclaim Liaohai province, but he also killed all the ferocious beasts. How is this possible? Lan Shi's words were filled with disbelief. Countless questions surged in her heart, and she almost blurted out to ask Li Luo how he had managed to do it. But just as she was about to speak, she was completely stunned by Li Luo's next words, and finally understood the reason. "Elder Lan, I have broken through to the martial god realm." Li Luo's lips curved slightly, his tone calm, yet it struck Lan Shi's heart like a thunderclap.
"Martial god realm?"
Lan Shi's face was instantly filled with shock, her entire being seemingly frozen, unable to recover for a long time. The usual composure of the third sequence elder was nowhere to be seen, her heart surging with waves of emotion. In just about half a month, he had actually advanced directly from mid-stage martial saint to martial god.
Is the cosmic race bloodline fused within Li Luo's body truly so powerful? Or did he discover some major opportunity in the northern cold continent?
Soon, Lan Shi quickly adjusted her emotions and expressed congratulations to Li Luo. "Congratulations to Elder Li on breaking through to the martial god realm. Such an achievement is truly a blessing for our blue star human race." Yet inwardly, she was even more astonished by Elder He's unique and far-reaching insight. Perhaps humanity's hope of defeating the fierce beasts truly rests on this rising star. With Li Luo's astonishing growth rate, he will likely soon catch up with all the martial god-level warriors on Blue Star. He might even be the first to step into the martial sovereign realm mentioned in the ancient ruins, paving a new path for humanity.
Breaking through to the martial sovereign realm is by no means an easy task.
Even Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence has been stuck at the peak of the martial god level for decades. Despite having absorbed a martial sovereign level inheritance crystal, he still has no certainty of crossing into that legendary realm.
Heaven bless humanity. Heaven bless Xia.
Lan Shi silently prayed in her heart. Li Luo listened to Elder Lan Shi's excited congratulations, the corner of his mouth curling into a proud smile. "I thought I was the only one who felt that way." After restraining himself slightly, he continued, "Although the crisis in Liaohai province has been resolved, Elder He is still entangled with the Beast King of the northern frontier. I plan to head over immediately to provide support." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Luo decisively ended the communication, leaving Lan Shi no time to react further. Lan Shi was left alone, still immersed in shock, unable to calm down for a long time.
The martial sovereign realm? Half a year is enough.
Recalling Elder Lan Shi's words, Li Luo's face revealed a confident smile. Now that his strength was sufficient, he had nothing to fear. Lightly touching the Lingshuan ring, the cold star swiftly approached from the distant sky under the automatic navigation of Dreamweave.
Not wanting to waste time here, Li Luo's figure flickered, and amidst the admiring gazes of the many survivors, he quickly entered the cold star.
Preparing to head immediately to the northern border region outside the northwest of Liaohai province to assist Elder He in slaying the Beast King king of the northern border. As for the safety of the survivors in Lia Province after his departure, Li Luo was not worried. The city still retained his lingering influence, and those surviving ferocious beasts had long been terrified and avoided the area. They would not actively swarm into the cities in the short term. Xiaomeng set off for the northern border, Li Luo said, looking at Mingji, who was waiting for instructions. It is estimated that they will arrive soon. Okay, master. Mingji responded gently, and the fighter jet instantly turned into a streak of light under the twilight glow, heading straight for the northern border region in the northwest of Lia Province. As night gradually fell, under Mingji's precise autopilot, the Hanqing crossed the snow-white border of Lia Province, which had been affected by Li Luo, and entered the vast northern frontier. Not long after entering the northern frontier and preparing to search for Elder He's location, Li Luo suddenly heard a loud boom. A strong energy fluctuation, accompanied by violent tremors of the ground, came from deep within the distant forest. Li Luo felt the aura emanating from the aftermath, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He instantly locked onto the source of the vibrations, the location where Elder He was fiercely battling the two northern frontier beast kings, a mid-level beast king and a high-level beast king. Both are quite strong. No wonder they could hold back Elder He. Li Luo silently speculated about the ranks of these two northern frontier beast kings. The ferocity of that high-level beast king is only slightly inferior to the Ice-Winged Dragon King of the northern cold continent. A fiery battle intent instantly ignited in his heart. Since the quality of the Frost Divine Vein improved, he had yet to encounter a truly formidable opponent. Okay, this was the perfect opportunity to test his strength. Mr. He, hold on, I'm coming to help you. Li Luo's heart was filled with fighting spirit as the cold stars swiftly headed toward the dense, stormy forest. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Jiang, the elder of the first sequence, had been battling two beast kings for nearly 3 days. He exuded a heart-stirring aura of a martial god, holding a pitch-black spear in his hand, with dark purple lightning coiling around him. Thunder roared incessantly, as if even the weather was under his influence. He was completely different from the kind old man they had first met. As the battle grew increasingly intense, Jiang was unable to connect with Lan Shi's communication and was still unaware that Liaohai Province had been successfully reclaimed by Li Luo. If this continues, Liaohai Province might not hold out. Jiang stared at the beast kings in front of him, who were only defending and not attacking, his eyes filled with anger and urgency. These two beast kings were extremely cunning, quite similar to the ones in Bashu Province. They were not in a hurry to launch a frontal assault but, like sly hunters, kept Elder He firmly restrained in the depths of the forest, preventing him from being able to go to Liaohai Province to support the suppression of the rebellion. The spear in Jiang's hand traced dazzling arcs of dark purple lightning in the night sky, accompanied by deafening thunder. He tried to break free from the entanglement of the two beast kings, but to no avail. Beasts, how dare you toy with this old man like this? Jiang roared in anger, his lightning-wrapped body growing increasingly violent. However, the two beast kings merely watched coldly, as if enjoying a cat-and-mouse game. They only needed to block Jiang and wait for Liaohai Province to completely fall. This old man before them would naturally retreat. He felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. If it weren't for the severe internal injuries that had greatly weakened his strength, these two beast kings would never have been able to stop him. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the originally pitch-black night sky suddenly changed. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers silently drifted down, adding an eerie touch to the battlefield. This is... His heart tightened, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Quickly adjusted his posture, keeping a safe distance from the beast king, and cautiously scanned the surroundings. This aura of ice elements, why does it feel so familiar? Jiang furrowed his brows tightly, sensing the intense ice elements hidden within the snowflakes, a strange sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. Just as Jiang was filled with doubt, a hearty voice pierced through the night sky, cutting through the wind and snow to reach the battlefield. I'm here to help you. As the words fell, a silver-white figure shot through the distant night like a meteor. The newcomer was none other than Li Luo, exuding an intense aura of martial god might and ice elemental energy, like an invincible war god descending. In an instant, he trapped the two beast kings on either side. Jiang listened to that incredibly familiar voice and looked closely, only to see Li Luo, clad in battle armor, exuding the aura of a powerful martial god-level warrior, a completely different person from their last meeting. A mix of astonishment and disbelief surged in his heart. You're Li Luo? Jiang's words couldn't hide his shock, as a storm raged in his heart. If he hadn't heard the voice with his own ears, just based on the aura, he would never have believed that the martial artist at the early stage of martial god in front of him was actually that kid, Li Luo. Not long ago, he was only at the mid-stage of martial saint, yet he broke through to the martial god realm in just half a month. Jiang was utterly shocked. In nearly 300 years of life, it was the first time he had witnessed such a rapid breakthrough. What on earth happened during this time? If he had initially learned that Li Luo had leapt from martial master to martial saint, he might have been able to remain calm. But now, that composure had completely vanished. Crossing the chasm from the peak of martial saint to the realm of martial god was an insurmountable barrier for anyone any martial artist. Yet Li Luo had achieved this astonishing leap in just half a month, a breakthrough speed that was utterly shocking. "It's me, Elder He." Li Luo's voice carried a steady tone with a barely perceptible hint of amusement. He had already guessed that upon learning of his breakthrough to martial god, Elder He would be as shocked as Elder Lan Shi had been back then. But at this moment, the shock extended far beyond Elder He. The two cunning beast kings on the battlefield also displayed an unprecedented gravity. The great Xia kingdom has gained another martial god. Li Luo's appearance was like a thunderclap, not only shaking Elder He's spirit but also making the two beast kings feel an unprecedented sense of threat. They glanced in the direction from which Li Luo had arrived, exchanged a look, and a trace of unease flickered in their eyes. That direction seemed to be Lia Province. In an instant, they realized something, and alarm bells rang in their hearts. They had been flanked. If this newly ascended human martial god had indeed come from Lia Province, then the carefully orchestrated situation they had set up would collapse in an instant. There were no beast kings stationed in Lia Province, and their high-ranking lord-level subordinates would be utterly incapable of resisting this newly ascended martial god. It was even highly likely that they had already met with disaster. What's even more bizarre is that with the arrival of this newly ascended martial god, the chill in the surrounding air grew even more piercing, unexpectedly suppressing their power to some extent. This chill is strange. The golden armored battle elephant king's eyes were filled with vigilance as it spoke in a low voice to the blazing flame lion king beside it. The two beast kings quickly noticed that this eerie chill seemed to emanate from the body of this human martial god. "Mr. He, Liaohai province has already been reclaimed by me. We'll discuss the details later. Let me deal with these two beasts first." Li Luo stared at the two beast kings, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and his voice exuded absolute confidence. Upon hearing this, He Jing's excitement was replaced by rationality. Learning that Liaohai province had been successfully reclaimed by Li Luo, he felt as if he had been injected with a shot of adrenaline and nodded heavily. Immediately after, "Alright, now is indeed not the time for idle chatter." At this moment, the two beast kings, upon hearing Li Luo's words, were burning with rage. Their plan had been completely ruined by this newly ascended human martial god. Moreover, he seemed to completely disregard them. "Human, you're courting death." The two beast kings let out furious roars, shaking the surrounding trees and sending snowflakes flying. Their scarlet beastly eyes were filled with disdain, not taking the newly advanced early-stage martial god Li Luo seriously at all. Just an early-stage martial god, daring to dream of taking them down. What sheer delusion. Did he really think they were just high-level lord-class fierce beasts from Liaohai province? Since that's the case, we no longer need to hold back our strength. The golden armored battle elephant king threatened in a deep voice, its massive body leaning slightly forward like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. The golden light around it grew increasingly dazzling. A surge of overwhelming beast king power erupted from within, compressing the surrounding air to the point of crackling, and charged straight at Li Luo. Accompanied by violent tremors of the ground, a ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the two beast kings. Although their plan had completely failed, as long as they could eliminate this newly ascended human martial god, the reward would be no less than conquering the Liaoxi province of Great Xia. A mere early-stage martial god dares to spout such arrogance. Following closely behind, the mid-stage beast king, the blazing flame lion king, burned with flames as fierce as the sun. Waves of heat rolled outward, rapidly evaporating the surrounding snowflakes, as it launched an attack on Li Luo. "Don't even think about it," He Jing shouted angrily upon seeing this, instantly seeing through the two beast kings' intentions. Purple lightning danced wildly like serpents, and years of accumulated thunderous power were unleashed in a frenzy at this moment. Boom! A heavy thunderbolt split the night sky, and He Jing's figure transformed into a streak of purple light, instantly positioning himself between Li Luo and the beast kings. With a cold snort, the spear in his hand gleamed with a chilling light, pointing directly at the beast kings. "Do you really think I'm just air?" Facing the full force assault of the high-level beast king and the mid-level beast king, Li Luo, who had just broken through to the martial god realm, still seemed to struggle. Li Luo was humanity's hope for defeating the ferocious beasts in the future. Even if gravely injured, he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Li Luo. "Master He, you." Li Luo gazed at the steadfast figure standing in front of him, and a warm current surged in his heart. After breaking through to the martial god realm, Li Luo could clearly sense that Master He's body was entirely different from that of an ordinary martial artist. It was no exaggeration to say that, in his current state, Master He was practically staking his life to face these two beast kings. The hidden injuries accumulated from years of intense battles clung to him like maggots on rotting flesh, devouring his vitality. Each battle only worsened his injuries further. "Master He, leave these two beast kings to me. You can rest assured and watch from the side." Li Luo looked at the figure standing in front of him, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. With his current strength, eliminating these two beast kings was a piece of cake. There was absolutely no need for Master He to risk his life. Before the words were finished, Li Luo's figure suddenly moved. The phantom step was pushed to its limit, leaving behind afterimages in the dark dark night as he darted like a phantom straight toward the two beast kings charging at him. "You brat!" He was startled, his heart tightening. He hadn't expected Li Luo to act so impulsively. Although he had just broken through to the martial god realm and his strength had surged, these two beast kings before him were not so easily dealt with. Sigh, still too young. He sighed, gripping the spear in his hand tightly, preparing to rush forward at all costs to support Li Luo. Boom! Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura erupted from Li Luo's body, completely surpassing the strength range of an ordinary early-stage martial god warrior. This is? Elder, he was stunned. His weathered eyes were filled with shock, his breathing grew heavy, and his heart was filled with astonishment. Is this kid really at the early stage of martial god? At this moment, Elder, he completely redefined his understanding of early-stage martial god practitioners. He stopped in his tracks and chose to trust Li Luo. Could it really work? His eyes were filled with shock and anticipation as he gripped his spear tightly, standing to the side with his gaze fixed firmly on the battlefield. If the situation turned dire, he would intervene to support Li Luo at the fastest speed. Li Luo's cold gaze locked onto the two beast kings charging toward him, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. "I'll send you on your way." As his voice fell, he gently waved his hand, as if plucking the strings of an invisible harp. Instantly, heavy frost condensed in the air. In a flash, the limbs of the two beast kings charging forward were firmly frozen by the frost, and the air was filled with a chilling cold that made hearts tremble. "Is this all you've got?" The two beast kings, feeling the cold seeping into their limbs, were full of disdain. They struggled fiercely, trying to break free, only to find themselves completely immobilized by the frost infused with icy energy. "What? How is this possible?" The blazing flame Lion King, master of fire, let out an unwilling roar. Its proud, high-temperature flames, capable of melting SSS-grade metal, were utterly powerless against the frost. Not even a ripple was stirred. Instead, the fire was devoured by the ice element. This bizarre phenomenon plunged the blazing flame Lion King into panic. Impossible. This frost. The eyes of the two beast kings were filled with disbelief as they struggled madly to escape the binding. Yet the harder they fought, the more solid the frost on their limbs became, as if determined to imprison them forever. Just as they were about to struggle madly, Li Luo's aura surged once more. An even more terrifying and purer ice elemental energy erupted from within him. The ice elements hidden in the snow throughout the forest responded to his call. Li Luo was enveloped in intense cold air, resembling an ice god from a snowy realm. He parted his thin lips slightly and murmured softly, "Freeze 1,000 miles, silence all things." As soon as the words fell, the heavens and earth changed color, and the surrounding air suddenly froze. Immediately after, the heavy snowflakes drifting down from the night sky transformed into countless sharp blades, incomparably sharp and bone-chilling, capable of tearing through SSS-grade battle armor. They surged overwhelmingly toward the two beast kings. Roar! The scorching flame Lion King let out its final wail of despair. Its proud flame defense collapsed instantly under the barrage of countless ice blades. Its massive body was torn to shreds, riddled with wounds, and its life force quickly dissipated. The golden armored war elephant king, though renowned for its defense, was now covered in wounds, the light in its eyes dimmed, and fear spread tangibly like a mist. This human, how can he be so strong? The golden armored war elephant king had completely lost its former majesty, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of shock and despair. "Ha, still holding on, ha." A playful smile appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth, his eyes glinting with mockery. He slowly approached the golden armored war elephant king, which was still panting slightly. "No, don't come closer." The golden armored battle elephant king looked at Li Luo, who was approaching step by step, its eyes full of terror, its voice weak and powerless. It had completely not expected that this newly ascended human martial god could unleash such astonishing power, easily piercing through its defenses. Li Luo walked up to the dying golden armored battle elephant king and slightly raised his palm. In the center of his palm, dense ice elements rapidly gathered, forming a chilling ice palm filled with bone-piercing cold. "Let's hit the road. Don't worry, the other beast kings will soon join you down there as well." Li Luo's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes full of mockery. Then, without hesitation, he slammed his palm heavily onto the massive head of the golden armored battle elephant king. Bang! A crisp sound echoed through the forest. The massive body of the golden armored war elephant king suddenly trembled, and the light flickering in its eyes was instantly extinguished. Its body collapsed into the snow, completely devoid of life. One strike to instantly kill the blazing flame Lion King, and severely wound the golden armored war elephant king? This scene left Jiang standing far behind Li Luo, utterly stunned, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment. These two northern frontier beast kings had fought him for nearly 3 days, yet in front of Li Luo, they were nothing more than ants, unable to muster any resistance before being easily slain. Moreover, the power Li Luo unleashed at the early stage of the martial god realm was in no way inferior to the second sequence elder Xiang Yuan at the peak of the martial god realm. It even faintly surpassed him, exuding an even more terrifying aura. At this moment, Jiang's emotions surged like a turbulent river, unable to calm down for a long time. He stared blankly at Li Luo's back, filled with curiosity. What What exactly had Li Luo experienced in the past half-month in Beihan continent for his strength to undergo such a dramatic transformation? Under He Jing's gaze, full of astonishment, Li Luo quickly placed his hand on the two dead Beast King corpses. In an instant, the two corpses were absorbed into an infinite storage space, disappearing without a trace, as if devoured. Is this spatial power? He Jing watched this miraculous scene, his heart filled with shock. Even he himself did not know where Li Luo had hidden the Beast King's corpse. Only the nearly frozen Beast King's blood on the snow proved that they had once been here. Then, with a slight movement of Li Luo's mind, the armor on his body gradually faded. Finally, it transformed into specks of light, condensing into a bracelet that attached itself to his other wrist. He turned around to face He Jing, whose face was full of shock, and a calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "How about it, old He? I told you it wouldn't be a problem if you left it to me." His tone was relaxed, as if effortlessly taking down two Beast Kings had been no challenge at all. With his current strength, even if a Beast Emperor were to appear, the outcome wouldn't be much better than what happened to these two Beast Kings. Li Luo saw that old He was about to speak, and quickly smiled, saying with a full grin, "Old He, let me explain slowly. After arriving at Beihan continent, I unexpectedly discovered an ancient relic buried under the glacier for at least 10,000 years. Not only did I find a martial sovereign level inheritance crystal within, but I also absorbed a large amount of energy snow crystals. Of course, the most important thing is that I practiced diligently day and night and finally broke through the martial god realm." Li Luo smiled and briefly explained the reason to old He. If it were someone else, Li Luo wouldn't have revealed so much. The truth is indeed so. As for why he could easily annihilate those two northern frontier Beast Kings, it was entirely because the quality of the frost vein had greatly improved, allowing him to achieve an extremely terrifying level of control over the ice element. After listening to Li Luo's brief explanation, He Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. No wonder Li Luo's breakthrough speed was so astonishing. It turned out that he had discovered an ancient martial sovereign relic in the northern cold continent and gained abundant rewards from it, causing his strength to skyrocket. He Jing's gaze lingered on the battle armor that had transformed into a bracelet on Li Luo's wrist. The silver-white luster exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly something out of the ordinary. The level has absolutely reached the divine level. It seems you are also aware of the secret that beyond the martial god, there are two higher realms, martial venerable and martial emperor. He Jing's words were filled with anticipation. As for him now, breaking through the peak of martial god is almost hopeless, let alone advancing to the martial venerable realm. But Li Luo was different. Perhaps, before his own lifespan ran out, he could witness the moment Li Luo broke through to martial sovereign. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope flickered in He Jing's eyes. A look of joy appeared on He Jing's face as he stepped forward, patted Li Luo on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Good. From now on, the humans of Blue Star will have one more martial god." He remarked emotionally, "Kid, your luck is truly enviable and jealousy-inducing. First, you absorbed the cosmic inheritance crystal, and now you've obtained the martial venerable level inheritance. Such opportunities are truly enviable." Although He Jing teased him verbally, he was genuinely happy for Li Luo in his heart. Although the Xia kingdom's strength was somewhat weakened due to the sudden anomaly in Lia Province, it welcomed its fourth martial god level warrior, whose strength even completely surpassed the peak of the martial god level. Effort and opportunity coexist, but I still think effort plays the bigger role, Li Luo said with a smile. Although the words were insincere, he could only comfort himself this way. After all, his achievements today were entirely thanks to the system's sign-ins. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their conversation naturally shifted to the current situation. At present, the Liuhai province is temporarily out of danger after being suppressed by Li Luo. The only regret is that the garrison commander Zhou is missing and has not appeared in any of the cities in Liuhai province, likely having met with misfortune. Sigh. He Jing let out a light sigh, his anger toward Lin Xiaoyan's betrayal growing even stronger. If not for this, the situation in the Great Xia Kingdom would only be better now. With the powerful combat strength Li Luo just displayed, he might be able to stop the Beast Emperor about to break through. Let's hope Elder Zhou comes through unscathed, He Jing said gravely, his gaze fixed in the direction of Liuhai province. Since the two Beast Kings in the northern frontier have been eliminated, we should strike while the iron is hot and clear out the Beast Tide intercepting reinforcements outside Daijingsheng province. After that, we'll focus all our efforts on searching for Elder Zhou's whereabouts. Li Luo nodded, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. That's exactly what I intend, Elder He. As long as this Beast Tide is eradicated, the ferocious beasts in the northern border of the Xia Kingdom will suffer a heavy blow. It will be difficult for them to gather a large-scale Beast Tide again for years, or even decades, making it impossible to invade the borders of the imperial capital province or launch a surprise attack on the rear of Liuhai province. Good. He Jing saw Li Luo agree, a smile appearing on his face, his thoughts coinciding with Li Luo's. After this battle, the ferocious beasts in the northern frontier will surely behave more submissively in the coming years. It might even be possible to turn defense into offense, completely suppressing the beasts in the northern frontier, transforming it into a training ground for for Xia Nation, much like the wilderness areas within the province. With that, Li Luo and Jiang summoned their respective fighter jets through the Lingshuan rings on their wrists. The roar of engines quickly echoed from the distant forest as two fighter jets soared into the sky, swiftly circling around the two of them. The two said no more, quickly boarded the fighter jet, slicing through the night sky as they sped toward the imperial capital province. At the solid military front lines of the imperial capital province, the battle was exceptionally fierce. The night was as dark as spilled ink, yet the flames of war illuminated the entire battlefield, with the air thick with the stench of blood. The deafening roar of defensive artillery mingled with the snarls of ferocious beasts. At this moment, Qin Hong, the guardian of the imperial capital, was fending off three high-level lord-class ferocious beasts alongside two auxiliary elders summoned for assistance. Clad in dark purple battle armor that shimmered in the night sky, surrounded by the power of raging thunder, he wielded his spear relentlessly. They had fought these three high-level lord-class ferocious beasts multiple times, and nearly 3 days had passed, yet they remained evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. So troublesome. I wonder how Master is doing over there. Qin Hong frowned deeply, his heart filled with worry. He was well aware of his master's physical condition, which made him even more concerned. Just then, the night sky suddenly seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Two overwhelming martial god auras surged like tidal waves from the distant horizon, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. This is... Qin Hong's heart trembled violently. One of the martial god auras was all too familiar to him. It was his master. Hiss. Whose aura is this? Elder Lan or Elder Xiang? Qin Hong frowned slightly, speculating in his heart. He was very familiar with the auras of the three martial gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, but the other martial god aura in the air was different from all three of them. Strange. What puzzled him the most was that this unfamiliar aura carried a hint of familiarity, as if he had sensed it somewhere before. The next scene left everyone present with a look of astonishment. As two waves of martial god auras approached, the battlefield, originally filled with smoke and blazing flames, gradually became enveloped in a strange chill. Then, large snowflakes began to fall rapidly from the sky. Elder Qin, what on earth is going on? The other two auxiliary elders who had come to provide support looked at the suddenly drifting snowflakes and asked in confusion. After all, although the imperial capital province is located in the north, how could it snow at this time of year? Could it be that during their years of seclusion, the environment of the imperial capital province had undergone a drastic change? I can't say for sure either. Everyone must stay vigilant. Qin Hong shook his head, his face equally filled with confusion. He was also eager to understand what exactly was happening and, more urgently, to find out who the other martial god was besides his master. Qin Hong and the three high-level lord-class fierce beasts opposite him stared at each other, gazing at the snowflakes falling from the sky. Both sides were momentarily stunned. The vigilance of both sides instantly rose to the extreme, especially the three high-level lord-class fierce beasts, who had been aggressive and confronting Qin Hong and his group, now appeared particularly tense. They sensed the sudden arrival of two human martial god auras from afar, appearing extremely flustered, with a trace of undisguisable fear flashing in their eyes. The situation is dire. Why has the human war god suddenly returned? And there's an extra one? Why can't we sense the king's presence? Could something have happened to the king? What should we do? Should we retreat? The massive beastly eyes of the three high lord-level ferocious beasts were filled with vigilance as they urgently communicated with each other in their unique beast language. Retreat, retreat immediately. After a brief discussion, the three high lord-level ferocious beasts quickly reached a consensus and decisively made the decision to retreat. The situation changed suddenly. The human martial god unexpectedly returned, and there was an additional one, yet they couldn't sense the presence of the beast king nearby. With their strength, dealing with even one martial god was extremely difficult. Staying here any longer would be tantamount to courting death. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, three high lord-level ferocious beasts signaled the surrounding beast tide to retreat. Immediately, they turned around without hesitation and fled toward the dense forest behind them at the fastest speed. The beast tide, which had been launching a fierce attack on the human defense line, became agitated upon sensing the retreat signal and the martial god's oppressive aura permeating the air. They quickly turned around, closely following the three high lord-level fierce beasts, and fled deeper into the forest. Split up and run! The three high lord-level fierce beasts felt the increasingly oppressive aura of the martial god closing in, filling their hearts with unease. They instantly scattered in three directions, leading the beast tide behind them as they charged into the forest. Separate and flee. The chances of survival are greater. If they stay together, it's highly likely they'll be wiped out by the two human martial gods who are about to arrive. The sudden retreat of the beast tide made the battlefield atmosphere instantly turn subtle. Qin Hong and the two external elders exchanged glances, their eyes revealing complex expressions. The beast tide has retreated? Qin Hong looked at the fleeing backs of the beast tide, and his furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He had already guessed the reason in his heart. It was definitely scared off by the overwhelming pressure released by his master and the other martial god. You, Elder Qin, should we take advantage of the victory and pursue them?
them? Miaoyi, an auxiliary elder at the mid-stage of Martial Saint, asked with a hint of excitement in his tone, clearly unwilling to miss this rare opportunity for a counterattack. But another auxiliary elder, Yin Tong, who was at the late stage of Martial Saint, appeared more cautious and said in a deep voice, "Elder Miao, we must not act rashly." This beast tide retreated too suddenly. It was entirely due to being intimidated by Elder He and another martial god's aura, not a true defeat. The beast tide as a whole still retains the vast majority of its strength, and we know nothing about the mastermind behind this attack, the Northern Frontier Beast King. If they are also hiding in the forest behind the beast tide, recklessly pursuing them might lead us into a trap, resulting in the annihilation of the entire army. Unlike Miaoyi, who was fully immersed in cultivation, Yin Tong, with his military experience, was more seasoned. Qin Hong nodded after hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Elder Yin's analysis makes a lot of sense. Preserving our strength and observing the situation is the best strategy." Immediately, he channeled his abundant inner strength, condensing his voice into a highly penetrating sound wave to deliver the order. The entire army must remain on high alert. Unauthorized pursuit is strictly forbidden. After issuing the order, Qin Hong looked up at the night sky where large snowflakes were still falling and murmured to himself, "Strange, what exactly is going on with these snowflakes?" He extended his palm, letting the snowflakes fall into his hand, feeling the intense ice element contained within, and was greatly surprised. The ice element in these snowflakes is so dense, it's definitely not naturally formed. Just as Qin Hong was about to share his discovery with the two adjunct elders beside him, a bone-chilling cold suddenly filled the air, as if the depths of winter had arrived prematurely, and it completely ignored the oppressive aura emitted by the SS-grade battle armor they were equipped with. What a terrifying chill. Where is this cold air coming from? It's making me feel an unbearable icy coldness. Qin Hong and the other two felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the surrounding air had frozen, making it extremely difficult to breathe. They quickly mobilized their abundant inner strength to barely resist the chill, as it seemed this coldness was not specifically targeting them. There's danger. Meanwhile, the three high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts, leading the beast tide in a frantic retreat, also sensed the pervasive extreme cold aura surrounding them. What terrified them even more was a peculiar chill that kept spreading, directly suppressing their power. What's happening? Do you also feel your power being suppressed? You too? I thought I was the only one feeling it. The three high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts were filled with panic, their muscles tensed as they communicated the current situation with each other in a special way. Upon learning that the other two were experiencing the same, they quickly gathered all their strength, desperately resisting the frost energy that was crazily invading their bodies. An unprecedented force of terrifying frost erupted. Like an ancient glacier breaking apart, it surged violently from the snowflakes swirling all around. Its imposing momentum was as if the god of winter had descended. Wherever this force passed, visible ice crystals formed in the air, emitting an eerie bluish glow. The once surging and densely packed beast tide around was instantly frozen in place, as if time had stopped, under the impact of this powerful ice elemental energy. Immediately after, one ferocious beast after another, with hideous appearances, was gradually covered by a layer of crystal-clear ice, eventually turning into variously shaped ice sculptures, standing silently on the snow-white ground, without a sound. The three high-level Lord-class beasts, as the leaders commanding the beast tide, witnessed this shocking scene, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear. One of the Lord-class beasts struggled desperately to resist the pervasive ice elemental power around it, letting out a trembling low growl. What is this power? Our subordinates. Before the words were finished, it felt an even stronger chill invade its entire body, as if its very bloodline was about to freeze. Even it, a high-level Lord-class beast, could not resist the erosion of this power. Quick, concentrate all your strength to resist. Another Lord-class beast shouted urgently, but it was to no avail. Within mere seconds, these three once mighty Lord-class beasts followed in the footsteps of the beast tide. Compared to ordinary ferocious beasts, it only resisted for a few more seconds before being completely frozen. On the front line, Qin Hong, along with two auxiliary elders and numerous army soldiers, witnessed the scene of ferocious beast corpses frozen into ice sculptures before them, all stunned and incredulous. After a brief silence, the front line erupted with exclamations and discussions. Is this real? Are all the ferocious beasts dead? I can't be hallucinating, right? Quick, go and report to the Lord Protector. The scene before them was simply too shocking. The beast tide, which had been relentlessly assaulting the defensive line moments ago, was now entirely frozen into ice sculptures, completely annihilated outside the line of defense. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of the sudden halt of the beast tide and the freezing of everything, the horizon was suddenly pierced by two dazzling beams of light. A royal-class warplane bearing the Presbyterian emblem and a king-class warplane, like the brightest stars in the night sky, one leading and one following, exuded the might of a martial god as they sped in from the distance. Qin Hong's gaze was immediately drawn to them. Master, looking at the familiar royal-class warplane that first came into view, a trace of joy flashed across his face as he murmured softly. That martial god's aura was unmistakably familiar to him,
him, it was undoubtedly his master. However, the king-class fighter jet that followed closely behind was like a thunderclap, completely shattering Qin Hong's calm. How is this possible? Qin Hong murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The outline of that king-class fighter jet was strikingly similar to the vehicle of Jiang Province's newly appointed guardian, Li Luo, as he remembered it. In an instant, countless images flashed through Qin Hong's mind, each pointing to the same unbelievable truth. The god of war among the king-class fighters. Could it really be him? Qin Hong's heartbeat suddenly quickened, his inner shock and astonishment intertwining, making it hard to calm down. He finally understood why this aura of a god of war felt both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar. It was none other than Li Luo, the guardian of Jiangning Province, whom he had met once. Li Luo himself was indeed an ice warrior, wielding the power of the ice element. No way? Although all signs pointed to the fact that the mysterious martial god on this king-class fighter jet was Li Luo, Qin Hong still found it hard to fully believe when the news reported a few days ago that Li Luo had broken through to the mid-stage of martial saint. He was already greatly shocked, let alone the fact that Li Luo had now advanced to the martial god realm. As the two fighter jets steadily landed in front of the defensive line, the cabin doors slowly opened, and the figures of Jiang and Li Luo emerged under the expectant and astonished gazes of the crowd. Master, elderly Li. Only then did Qin Hong completely accept this unbelievable fact. During their last meeting, Li Luo was merely at the early stage of martial saint, and now he had actually broken through to the martial god realm. Li Luo looked at Qin Hong in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, carrying a hint of arrogance as he said, "Long time no see, Elder Qin." Back then, he could determine with just a sense of aura that he was most likely no match for Qin Hong. Now, with a single thought, he could instantly defeat Qin Hong. Upon hearing this, Qin Hong's heart surged with overwhelming waves, forcing himself to remain calm, though his voice could not hide the shock. Elderly, it truly has been a long time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Hong would never believe that someone could, within a month, break through from martial master to martial saint, and then quickly ascend to martial god. Moreover, the martial god aura emanating from Li Luo seemed to surpass even that of his master. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, when they met again, the two were worlds apart. The title of the greatest prodigy of the Great Xia Kingdom, or even the greatest prodigy of Blue Star, undoubtedly belonged to Li Luo. At this moment, the two auxiliary elders, Miaoi and Yin Tong, hurried forward, respectfully and warmly saluting Li Luo. Elderly, I have long admired your reputation. It is truly a great honor to meet you today. Congratulations on breaking through to martial god. Advancing even further. Although it is unclear why Li Luo, this dark horse who suddenly rose to prominence, was able to break through so quickly. At this rate, there is no doubt that he will assume the position of the fourth sequence elder of the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Luo slightly turned his body, arrogantly sweeping his gaze over the two of them, nodding lightly in acknowledgement, exuding the dignity befitting a martial god-level warrior. Miaoi and Yin Tong, seeing Li Luo's calm demeanor, actually felt a sense of relief in their hearts. At least this prodigy, who was about to be promoted to the fourth sequence elder, showed no hostility toward them. Moreover, if they could trade places with Li Luo, breaking through to the martial god realm at the mere age of 20, an achievement unprecedented in Blue Star's history, they would undoubtedly be even more arrogant than Li Luo. Jiang stood behind Li Luo, looking at the scene before him, his heart filled with emotion. He never expected that among this group of once demonic prodigies and elders who had broken through to martial saint, the youngest Li Luo would be the first to rely on opportunity to break through to the martial god level, and might even continue to surpass it. On Blue Star, including himself, there were 9 martial gods who had taken the first steps into the martial sovereign level, with the sole exception of Li Luo. Master, Elder He. Qin Hong and 2 other auxiliary elders greeted Jiang, the first sequence elder, who had just exchanged pleasantries with Li Luo. Master, why did you come here with elderly? Qin Hong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, his heart full of doubt. His master was clearly intercepted by 2 beast kings from the northern frontier while on his way to support Lia Province, and Li Luo had seemingly left the Great Xia Kingdom earlier with his whereabouts unknown. How could he suddenly appear and return together with his master? The 2 auxiliary elders also cast curious glances, wanting to figure out what exactly had happened. Jiang looked at the puzzled expressions of the 3 and smiled lightly, speaking concisely. Elderly has just returned from Beihan continent after completing a special mission. The beast kings of the northern frontier were just slain by Elderly, and Liaohai province has also been successfully reclaimed by him. These words exploded like a thunderclap. Qin Hong and the 2 auxiliary elders' expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Hong even exclaimed, Master, are you saying those 2 beast kings from the northern frontier were killed by Elderly? His voice was full of shock and astonishment. He had spent years guarding the area around the imperial capital province alongside Jiang, so he had naturally witnessed the formidable strength of the 2 beast kings of the northern frontier. When the 2 combined forces, even his master was extremely wary of them. Moreover, with Jiang's health deteriorating day by day, he could at most fight them to a draw, making it utterly impossible to kill them. In comparison, the difficulty of guarding the entire Liaohai province alone seemed much more manageable. Absolutely true. Jiang nodded in confirmation, his tone filled with conviction. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that Li Luo, who had just broken through to martial god, could actually slay two beast kings who had cultivated for years. He then continued, now that the ferocious beasts in Liaohai province have been completely eradicated by elderly, the situation is temporarily stable. We must quickly dispatch troops to support the survivors, and rebuild the defensive line to prevent the beasts from making a comeback. Immediately launch a full-scale search for the missing elder Zhou. The Liaohai province, which had been occupied for many years, was finally reclaimed by Li Luo. Troops must be stationed there as soon as possible, or the fierce beasts are highly likely to launch another attack. Qin Hong, hearing his master's confirmation, suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded in response. Understood, master. I will make arrangements immediately. With that, Qin Hong's figure flickered, leaving behind faint arcs of electricity as he swiftly flew toward the military base to prepare for the immediate deployment of forces to support Liaohai province and to clear the battlefield. Afterward, Jing's gentle gaze turned to the two auxiliary elders who had rushed over to provide support, his tone filled with gratitude. Thank you both for your hard work. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I would never have asked you to come. After all, when the military defense line is attacked by fierce beasts under normal circumstances, auxiliary elders are never easily summoned for support. Upon hearing this, Yin Tong and Miao Yi quickly bowed respectfully. Yin Tong replied humbly, Elder He, you flatter us. The Xia kingdom is in trouble. As citizens of the Xia kingdom, it is our duty to step forward without hesitation. This is our responsibility. Elder Miao also nodded in agreement. Both families were located within the imperial capital province, and when faced with an unexpected situation that could threaten the entire province, they naturally could not stand idly by. Otherwise, if the beast tide broke through the defenses, their families would not escape disaster either. Jing nodded with satisfaction, his voice carrying a hint of comfort. Once the situation stabilizes, rewards and recognition will surely follow. The two displayed a humble demeanor and responded, yes, Elder He. The heart could hardly conceal its joy. Elder He's contribution point reward would surely be higher. Among the three sequence elders of the Great Xia Kingdom, the one with the best temper was the first sequence elder, Jing, stationed in the imperial capital province. The second sequence elder, Xiang Yuan, and the third sequence elder, Lan Shi, were able to successfully break through to the martial god level thanks to Elder He's assistance. Of course, their own talents were also exceptionally outstanding. As the night deepened, Jing gazed up at the pitch-black sky and slowly said, it's getting late. Why don't you all come with me to the Elder Council headquarters for a short rest? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Luo naturally nodded in agreement. He still needed to exchange the numerous beast corpses in the infinite storage space for resources. However, Miao Yi and Yin Tong showed troubled expressions. After exchanging a glance, Yin Tong politely declined. Elder He, the beast tide has already been quelled by Elderly. It's time for us to return. Yes, yes. Miao Yi quickly nodded in agreement as well. Their families were located in other cities within the imperial capital province, and they would arrive soon. In comparison, unlike Li Luo, they had no other matters to attend to and did not need to stay at the Elder Council headquarters to rest. More importantly, although Liaohai province had been reclaimed by Li Luo, the three guardians stationed there had either defected, sacrificed themselves, or gone missing, leaving manpower extremely scarce. If they stayed here, they might be drafted by Elder He. They had initially chosen to become external elders precisely because they disliked tedious affairs and preferred a freer lifestyle. Mr. He, Mr. Li, we will take our leave now. The two respectfully bowed to Jing and Li Luo to bid farewell. Alright then. With Jing's approval, the two turned and transformed into two streaks of light, quickly vanishing into the night, fearing that Mr. He might suddenly call them back. These two little fellows. Jing watched the two unofficial elders quickly disappear into the distance, shaking his head with a light laugh, naturally understanding what was on their minds. Fortunately, Li Luo had already broken through to martial god, and his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial god. The vacancy in the position of Liaohai province's defender was not overly critical. Most importantly, the two beast kings in the northern frontier had been slain by Li Luo, ensuring that the imperial capital province would not face large-scale beast-tide attacks for at least several years. The pressure on the military has been greatly alleviated, and there is even hope for a shift from defense to offense, allowing for a quicker restoration of order in Liaohai province, the rebuilding of military defenses, and the resistance against the invasion of ferocious beasts. Mr. He, let's go. Li Luo restrained his aura and urgently said to Mr. He beside him. This was not simply for rest, but to quickly exchange the corpses of the 7 high-level Lord-class fierce beasts, along with the 2 beast kings and some lower-level fierce beast entities stored in the infinite storage space, for valuable resources. Moreover, with his heroic feat of turning the tide and successfully reclaiming Liaohai province this time, Mr. He would surely reward him with some precious items that could enhance his cultivation. In this way, combined Combined with the martial god level inheritance crystal obtained from Lin Xiaotian, Li Luo was confident he could directly break through to the mid-stage martial god level within 2 days. As for the corpses of the ferocious beasts outside the army's defensive line, they naturally counted as part of his achievements.
Alright, Jiang nodded.